Chapter 1. I can traverse two realms. Young Master Lin, are you truly set on this cultivation technique? Perhaps you should reconsider? No, I wish to pursue this technique. But this is a method of refining the spirit, and the entry is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, it thrives on the absorption of resentment, which means you will inevitably offend others. The more enemies you create, the stronger your cultivation becomes, until you find yourself surrounded by adversaries. This technique has been passed down for thousands of years, and every practitioner has met with a grim fate. I understand, but I wish to give it a try. Very well then. Lin Zun cradled the technique in his hands, suppressing his excitement as he traversed the ornate corridor adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, passing by the ancient and elegant buildings, bidding farewell to numerous servants and maids who greeted him, before finally returning to his room and locking the door. This method of the dead indeed risks offending others, but for me, it poses no issue, because he took a step forward, and to his astonishment, the stars seemed to realign, transporting him to a peculiar space. This space was square, with walls painted a bright, gleaming white, furnished with a television, refrigerator, sofa, and other modern amenities arranged neatly along the walls, while a glass chandelier illuminated the entire area. The windows were tightly shut, the curtains drawn, yet the sounds of the bustling world outside could still be heard. Additionally, vibrant neon lights filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a mesmerizing glow. Here, he found himself in a modern world. Lin Zun, with a stoic expression, opened a refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of happy fatty water, then flopped onto the soft couch, guzzling several mouthfuls of the beverage. After drinking, he smiled with satisfaction. I can traverse between the modern realm and an ancient world of cultivation, where the inhabitants possess formidable martial prowess, brimming with vigor, and are quick to resort to violence over the slightest provocation. Offending someone there could indeed lead to death, but here it is far from the same. His name is Lin Zun. He was born 20 years ago on this blue planet, which bears a striking resemblance to Earth. As a time traveler well-versed in the historical trajectory, he should have made a mark. However, he had been frail and sickly since childhood, often succumbing to fatigue, requiring a staggering 16 hours of sleep daily, leaving him with little energy for anything else. It was later revealed that this was due to the double Pisces Jade Pendant within him. This artifact was an accidental acquisition from his previous life, which, after a blood oath of allegiance, transported him to this blue planet. Due to its significant energy consumption, he fell into a deep slumber upon his arrival, gradually absorbing external energy to recuperate, which in turn drained him as a transit station, leading to frequent bouts of illness and fatigue. Only a month ago did it reactivate, granting him the opportunity to traverse between the ancient realm of cultivation. However, this double Pisces Jade Pendant remained unreliable. It merely instilled knowledge of the language and script of that world before casting him into the wilderness. Due to his weakened state, he fainted upon his first crossing. Being frail and unconscious in the wild was exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, a Lin family merchant caravan passed by, and upon seeing Lin Zun's delicate features and distinguished appearance, they presumed him to be of noble birth and rescued him, forging a fortunate bond. For the past month, Lin Zun had disguised himself as an amnesiac, cautiously residing within the Lin family household, gathering information about this world. He learned of the existence of cultivation techniques, where the mightiest could soar through the skies and achieve immortality, prompting him to devise a plan. At last, his desires were fulfilled. After finishing the happy fatty water, Lin Zun once again held the cultivation technique before him. It is said that this is a premier technique specifically for refining one's mental prowess, created by a mad genius from 5,000 years ago. For reasons unknown, after its inception, he disseminated it, allowing many to cultivate. However, this is an exceedingly sinister art, as it relies solely on the resentment of others for its cultivation. The more enemies one makes, the faster one progresses, ultimately leading to universal enmity. Thus, for the past 5 millennia, anyone who has practiced this technique has met a tragic end, earning it the moniker of the Sutra of the Dead, as only those wishing for death would dare to cultivate it. Fortunately, I can traverse between the two realms, which resolves this dilemma. Now, the primary concern is whether I possess the talent for this type of cultivation. Lin Zun felt a flutter of anxiety. Mental cultivation is akin to mathematics. It is greatly dependent on innate talent. Some are destined to excel, while others will struggle in vain, regardless of effort. Even in another realm, those with such talent are exceedingly rare. I can only hope no need to dwell on it. Let us commence the practice and achieve entry. As long as I gain entry, everything else will become simple. Lin Zun cleared his mind and began to meditate as per the technique outlined in the book. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, and gradually, his inner world became ethereal. The cacophony of the outside world faded into silence. The light from the outside vanished from his perception. The fluctuations of temperature and sensation from the external environment were entirely absent. Only the awareness of I remained. I am a world. I am the singularity. There exists nothing beyond myself. In a haze, Lin Zun awakened. Looking at his phone, he discovered that only 10 minutes had elapsed, yet his stomach was already growling with hunger. He had only eaten 2 hours prior. Upon returning to the modern realm and downing another bottle of happy fatty water, he should have felt energized, yet after meditating for merely 10 minutes, he was inexplicably famished. This indicated something significant. I have entered a meditative state, Lin Zun exclaimed with joy. Entering a meditative state represents the first major realm of mental cultivation. This state allows one to eliminate distractions, maintaining a heightened concentration and focus. When in this realm, the mind operates at an accelerated pace, making learning or work incredibly efficient. The only drawback is the high energy consumption, which cannot be sustained for long. Thus, Lin Zun was awakened from his hunger after just 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes to enter a meditative state, it appears that I possess some aptitude in this regard. Lin Zun mused with a smirk. As he understood, mental cultivation is notoriously difficult, and achieving a meditative state within 3 days is considered genius. Having done so in just 10 minutes on his first attempt, he could indeed be deemed a prodigy among prodigies. Moreover, my vision has improved significantly. Gazing into the mirror, Lin Zun noted that his previously myopic eyes now appeared remarkably clear, sparkling like 2 torches ablaze. This transformation was a result of entering the meditative state, with his eyes shining brightly, capable of striking awe into the hearts of those with lesser mental faculties or scattered thoughts. Anyone who met his gaze would be momentarily stunned, akin to bearing the weight of authority. Beyond this, however, he had little else to offer. After all, he was merely at the beginning stage. Early mental cultivation is exceedingly fragile, possessing scant combat prowess. Yet Lin Zun remained elated. Now that I have entered, I can begin to arrange certain matters. He picked up his phone and made a call. Chapter 2. Enacting the detestable villain to attract resentment. The call connected, and an eager voice resonated from the other end. Brother Lin, what can I do for you? Yes, Xiao Shuai. How has the short drama been faring lately? Upon mentioning the short drama, the other party grew even more animated. Brother Lin, let me tell you, I have released 2 blockbuster hits recently, raking in over 30 million in total. Now, I'm a small boss with a net worth of 8 million. I plan to keep pushing and aim to break 10 million by the end of the year, so I can get you a new car. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Lin Zun nodded with satisfaction. The person on the other end was named Qian Xiao Shuai, and he could be considered Lin Zun's son. They had known each other since the 1st grade of elementary school. Back then, Qian Xiao Shuai was incredibly frail, coming from a poor family, often dressed in tattered clothes, struggling academically and slow to react, making him a frequent target for bullying. With the consciousness of an adult, Lin Zun could not bear to watch. Thus he took it upon himself to look after him. He tutored him, shared meals, took him out to play, and even defended him against bullies, much like a father would. The two remained desk mates from elementary through middle school, forging an extraordinary bond. However, after graduating from middle school, tragedy struck when Qian's parents passed away unexpectedly, leading him to abandon his studies and venture into the world. He worked in factories, on construction sites, washed dishes in hotels, dabbled in live streaming and short videos, and even acted as an extra in Hungyan. After 3 years of struggle without success, he matured significantly. 2 years ago, Lin Zun sensed the rising trend of short dramas, encouraging him to pursue this path and providing him with 50,000 as startup capital. His hard work paid off, and over 2 years, he amassed a fortune of 8 million, marking his success. Of course, Lin Zun also profited significantly, as this was merely one of his numerous investments. By the way, Brother Lin, what do you need from me? Do you have any new projects in the works? I've been interested in acting recently. Could you arrange a role for me? Qian Xiao Shui burst into laughter. I thought you had something serious. This is a piece of cake for me. What kind of role do you want? Just let me know, and I'll set it up right away. How about you take the lead? I'll give you a character that's cool and impressive, guaranteed to be a blast. No need for anything so extravagant, just arrange a villain role for me. The kind that makes people grit their teeth in anger, wishing to drink his blood and scatter his ashes. This was Lin Zun's plan, that he wishes to absorb resentment by portraying despicable and irritable characters. This approach offers two distinct advantages. Firstly, cinematic works enjoy widespread dissemination, attracting a large audience and consequently generating ample resentment. Secondly, he avoids the need for real-life engagement, ensuring safety with no adverse effects. Qian Xiaoshui replied without hesitation, that poses no issue. Lin Gu, please feel free to express any further requests. I hope the character's screen time is kept to a minimum, ideally wrapped up in a single day of shooting. Lin Zun's primary focus lies in the otherworldly realm and his cultivation, as he desires not to squander excessive time on acting. That is also manageable. Lin Gu, we have a scene scheduled for tomorrow, where the protagonist confronts the detestable villain, a rather loathsome character. Would you like to give it a try? Lin Zun beamed with delight. Wonderful. I shall be there tomorrow. Thank you, Xiao Shui. Lin Gu, no need for formalities between us. Thus, the arrangement was cheerfully settled. On the following day, Lin Zun arrived punctually at the short film shooting location. Qian Xiaoshui greeted him at the entrance. He stood at a modest height of 1.7 meters, lean with a darker complexion, sporting a buzz cut yet emanating an exuberant glow, embodying the aura of a successful individual. At that moment, he was enjoying a cigarette, and upon spotting Lin Zun, he promptly extinguished it and tossed the stub into a nearby bin, then rushed over with open arms, exclaiming, Lin Gu, I have eagerly awaited your arrival. The two embraced warmly. Lin Zun patted Qian Xiaoshui on the back before stepping back, studying his face for a moment, and with a contented smile remarked, It's been a while, Xiaoshui. You appear far more spirited and mature than before. Splendid. A flicker of excitement danced across Qian Xiaoshui's dark features, akin to the effects of a fine vintage, as it bashfully scratched the back of his head and expressed heartfelt gratitude. All of this is thanks to you, Lin Gu. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. You are like a second set of parents to me. Once I strike it rich this year, I promise to buy you a car. Lin Zun chuckled softly. The reason Qian Xiaoshui was so intent on buying him a car stemmed from a childhood promise. Back in their younger days, both were impoverished, filled with envy as they watched luxury cars zoom past. At that time, Lin Zun had consoled him, Do not dwell on it while we may have nothing now. We will certainly have much in the future. When you grow up, I will guide you to wealth. In return, Qian Xiaoshui had vowed, Once I become prosperous, I shall buy you a luxury vehicle. Now, both of their promises were on the brink of fulfillment. All right, let us dispense with the formalities and head inside. With laughter and chatter, they entered the film studio. The crew members were taken aback by this scene. Is this truly their boss? Known as the tyrant of the set, notorious for his sharp tongue, when had he ever treated someone with such courtesy? At that moment, Qian Xiaoshui waved, Makeup artist, come over and prepare Lin Gu. No cutting corners, use the finest cosmetics. Furthermore, showcase your utmost skill to make Lin Gu look handsome and dashing. Yes, boss. The makeup artist approached, and the costume designer fetched the best attire available, specifically that embroidered dragon pattern outfit for Lin Gu. Absolutely, boss. Qian Xiaoshui orchestrated everything with remarkable precision. Everyone was once again astonished. Who is this young man And why does the boss treat him with such favoritism? More cherished than a biological son. Once arrangements were complete, Qian Xiaoshui turned and softly said, Lin Gu, please proceed with your makeup. I will discuss the script with you shortly. Lin Zun nodded and followed the makeup artist away. At that moment, a familiar colleague approached, inquiring with curiosity, Qian Gu, who was that striking gentleman earlier? Why do you treat him with such deference? Others, though not approaching, leaned in attentively, eager to uncover the identity of this individual and his relation to the boss. Qian Xiaoshui retrieved a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, passed one over, took a deep drag, then smiled. That gentleman is named Lin Zun, arguably the person closest to me in this lifetime. He is not merely a brother, but more like family. Perhaps inspired by the conversation, Qian Xiaoshui continued animatedly while smoking. I have known Lin Gu since childhood. We were desk mates for 9 years. As many of you know, I came from a challenging background, short in stature and academically struggling, which made me unpopular with teachers and subject to bullying. In those times, I was profoundly insecure. It was Lin Gu who steadfastly stood by my side, encouraging and protecting me, even when the entire class ostracized me. If not for Lin Gu, I would have likely gone astray, lost my way. Lin Gu is, apart from my parents, the person I hold dearest me, most trusted brother. Ah, now makes sense? The crowd exclaimed in realization. Such a deep bond forged through shared trials and tribulations. It is no wonder that their boss treats him with such heartfelt generosity. Were they in the same position, they would undoubtedly do the same. To have such a remarkable brother is indeed a source of immense envy. Do you think this is where the story ends? Chapter 3. A glare that compels all to kneel. Boss, is there more? Someone inquired curiously. After taking a puff from his cigarette, Qian Xiaoshui, with a hint of pride, continued. Lin Gu is no ordinary individual. He is an orphan who grew up solely with his grandmother, facing even harsher circumstances than I. However, he has never succumbed to despair. Instead, he has persistently strived for excellence. Possessing remarkable intelligence, he consistently achieves perfect scores in all subjects and is eloquent, often leaving adults at a loss for words. Yet, what I admire most is his unique insight and keen business acumen. Back in 2007, he persuaded his grandmother to invest her meager savings of 30,000 yuan into the stock market. As you may recall, that year the stock market soared, climbing from over 2,000 points to 6,000, enabling him to amass a fortune of 200,000 yuan. Boss, if I may ask, how old was Lin back in 07? 4 years old. Why? He was already trading stocks at 4 and making a profit? Indeed. What of it? The crowd was nearly incredulous. While he was earning money at such a tender age, they themselves could barely recognize letters, only playing with mud at 4. They felt as though their lives were utterly mundane by comparison. Observing their expressions, Qian Xiaoshui understood their thoughts and waved his hand with a smile, saying, for you. This may seem utterly astonishing, but for Lin, it was merely the beginning. Later, he set his sights on a property in the suburbs. Due to its remote location, he acquired it for a mere 150,000 yuan. Less than a year later, the area was designated for industrial development and high-speed rail construction. And his property was perfectly situated on the main thoroughfare, ultimately netting him 2 million yuan in compensation for relocation. That area is now the Jiangnan New District. The crowd gasped. With his newfound wealth, Lin continued to invest in real estate. As you know, since 2008, our nation's economy has soared. And the real estate industry has witnessed rapid growth, with prices only rising. Thus, Lin adeptly navigated the housing market, buying and selling properties. And within just 3 to 4 years, he transformed into a millionaire. Moreover, Lin has invested in numerous ventures, including Taobao, Meituan, and Xiaomi, even dabbling in Bitcoin. Never missing an opportunity. Presently, it is conservatively estimated that Lin's fortune stands at. Qian Xiaoshui pondered and raised 3 fingers, 30 million. The crowd was left speechless. What an extraordinary investment prodigy. He has perfectly timed every opportunity to profit, succeeding in every venture he undertook. Such talent is truly enviable. Despite this, Qian Xiaoshui couldn't help but reflect. If only Lin were in better health and possessed the energy to pursue more endeavors, he could have amassed even greater wealth. Thus, my utmost admiration goes to Lin. He is a true self-made success story, even more legendary than the figures on the internet. Therefore, keep your eyes wide open and treat Lin with respect. Perhaps a casual piece of advice from him could be invaluable for the rest of your lives. The crowd felt a shiver of excitement and responded eagerly, "Boss, we understand." An hour later, Lin Zun emerged from his makeup session. "Lin, are you thirsty? Allow me to fetch you a bottle of mineral water." "Lin, are you tired? Let me bring you a comfortable chair to sit in." Lin Zun felt utterly perplexed. How could it be that after such a brief absence, everyone suddenly became so enthusiastic? It was as if they had encountered a long-lost father. Could it be that Xiao Shuai had instructed them to behave this way? Was it really necessary to be so shameless over a mere few thousand yuan in monthly salary? At that moment, Xiao Shuai approached, surveying Lin Zun from head to toe with a satisfied smile, exclaiming, "This outfit suits you perfectly, Brother Lin. And your hairstyle and makeup, absolutely stunning. You'll undoubtedly captivate countless young ladies. Since there are no issues, let's commence the rehearsal," he continued. "Very well, Brother Lin." Qian Shuai replied, handing over the script. "Our short play is titled 3 Years and 3 Years. Today, I, the Dragon King, return to avenge past grievances. It tells the tale of a bastard child struggling to survive within the Zhao family, enduring humiliation, and ultimately achieving mastery to exact revenge on the Zhao clan. You, Brother Lin, will portray Zhao Wudi, the ancestral patriarch of the Zhao family, who makes a dramatic appearance at the climax." Lin Zun swiftly perused the script, employing his concentration to memorize the lines with remarkable speed. "All right, I understand." Qian Shuai continued, "The scene unfolds like this. You must stride confidently through the door. Then stand with your hands clasped behind your back, eyes wide with intensity, and bellow kneel. The protagonist, naturally defiant, will engage in a fierce confrontation with you. You will initially subdue him, leaving him bloodied and battered, before he ultimately comprehends the final technique of his divine art and manages to turn the tables on you." "I'm ready. Let us begin." Lin Zun returned the script. "Excellent. All departments, take your positions and commence filming." The scene commenced. The protagonist had already arrived at the Zhao family's doorstep, incapacitating everyone in his path, embodying the pinnacle of his formidable presence. Lin Zun, heeding Qian Shuai's directive, emerged from behind the door with a commanding stride. He surveyed his surroundings with an air of authority, but his expression quickly darkened. Fixing his gaze upon the protagonist, he bellowed, "Kneel." Thud. The protagonist knelt. Thud. The supporting cast followed suit, kneeling in unison. Thud, thud. Even the crew members outside the scene succumbed to the same action, all bowing in perfect synchrony, with the sole exception of Qian Shuai, who remained seated. Lin Zun was utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? Why was this occurring? "I instructed the protagonist to kneel, but I did not mean for you to genuinely do so. And you, the extras? I did not command you to kneel. Why are you doing this? Such a scene is not in the script. Moreover, you bystanders, this is not your scene. What are you meddling for?" Qian Shuai was equally taken aback, and after a moment, he reacted with indignation. "What is the meaning of this? What are you all doing? He instructed you to kneel, but he did not mean for you to actually do it. Is this performance still going to proceed?" The protagonist stood up, patting his somewhat numb knees, and with a grimace, he said, "Boss, it's not our fault. Just now, Brother Lin's gaze was so powerful that when he glared at me, my mind went blank, and I found myself kneeling involuntarily." The others echoed his lament. "Yes, boss. We truly did not intend to. Brother Lin's gaze was so authoritative that when he frightened me, I simply knelt down. I could not control myself at all." Listening to their explanations, Lin Zun began to comprehend the situation. It was during his earlier performance that he unconsciously employed his ability to concentrate, his eyes piercing and formidable, instilling fear in their very souls. Their mental fortitude paled in comparison to his, and they succumbed to his intimidation. Just as he was about to clarify, Lin Zun sensed a unique energy emanating from these individuals, gradually transcending space and merging gently into his own being. Lin Zun was filled with joy. This was resentment. The kneel just now had instigated their grievances. Chapter 4. Absorbing resentment, breaking through realms, returning to the otherworld. Lin Zun, uncertain, resolved to give it another attempt. Meanwhile, Qian Shuai had already scolded everyone, his face stern as he declared, "Perform well later. No more kneeling, do you understand?" "Yes, boss." The group replied in unison. "Then let's start shooting. We shall continue filming." The scenes resumed. Lin Zun once again strode out from behind the door, surveying his surroundings with a grim expression. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he fixed a fierce glare upon the assembly and bellowed, "Kneel." An overwhelming aura radiated from him. The protagonist's legs trembled, and he found himself compelled to kneel once more. The surrounding cast members followed suit, succumbing to the same impulse, as did the crew outside the scene, who also knelt in unison. With a chorus of thuds, a wave of kneeling swept through the group. Qian Xiaoshuai, taken aback, exclaimed in frustration, "What is going on? What are you all doing? Didn't I just tell you not to kneel? Are you deliberately opposing me? Boss, it truly isn't my fault." The protagonist replied with a wry smile while still on his knees. Just now, Brother Lin's gaze was utterly terrifying, like that of a tiger. When he glared at me, I was so frightened that I couldn't help but kneel. Indeed, the surrounding individuals nodded, sharing in the protagonist's sentiment with rueful expressions. Qian Xiaoshuai's anger intensified. Is Brother Lin's gaze truly that fearsome? I have spent many years with him and have never once been intimidated by his stare. Are you all intentionally trying to play tricks on me? Not at all, boss. We are genuinely innocent. Enough with the explanations. Qian Xiaoshuai waved his hand dismissively. In a moment, I will stand with you. If I too am frightened into kneeling, we shall consider this matter resolved. If not, prepare to face my wrath. With that, he positioned himself a short distance behind the protagonist, arms crossed and a skeptical expression fixed upon the entrance. Lin Zun emerged from behind the door once more. His eyes blazing kneel. Thud after thud, a multitude fell to their knees. Qian Xiaoshuai also knelt, particularly devout, his face a canvas of astonishment. His mind consumed by the exclamation, "What the hell? Boss, now do you believe us?" I believe. Qian Xiaoshuai dusted off his knees and eagerly approached Lin Zun. Giving a thumbs up as he praised, "Brother Lin, your gaze just now was nothing short of astounding. When you glared at me, I was utterly petrified. Compelled to kneel before you. This is the true ancestor of the Zhao family. This is a genuine master of invincibility. Brother Lin, you embodied this role with such depth. It is undoubtedly an Oscar-worthy performance." "Really?" Lin Zun chuckled modestly. Qian Xiaoshuai nodded emphatically. "Absolutely. Shall we continue filming?" "Indeed." Lin Zun emerged once more from behind the door. Bellowing kneel. With a cacophony of thuds, a multitude sank to their knees. The resentment surged by 32 points. This discontent stemmed entirely from the actors present, along with the 32 staff members who had also succumbed to the floor behind them, each contributing a whisper of grievance. This shot was unusable and demanded a reshoot. Lin Zun shouted once more, "Kneel." With a resounding thud, the crowd fell to their knees yet again. Grievance 32. The camera could not be utilized, and filming resumed. Kneel. Thud after thud, grievance 32. After several repetitions, the individuals knelt with a sense of despair, their faces etched with sorrowful resentment as they cast forlorn glances at Lin Zun. Lin Zun felt a twinge of embarrassment under their gaze. "Should I tone it down a bit?" he inquired. Qian Xiaoshuai waved his hand dismissively. "No need, Lin. This is not your fault. It is they who lack the skill and cannot keep up with the performance. Please, express yourself as you wish, today. We are all here to support your act." "All right, thank you all." Lin Zun could only silently express his apologies before continuing with the experiment. Ultimately, he discovered that this resentment could only be utilized 10 times before it became ineffective. It was uncertain whether they had developed an immunity or if they had simply lost the will to harbor any resentment. After capturing a few more shots, today's filming came to a somewhat tumultuous conclusion. Declining the invitations to the banquet from everyone, Lin Zun hurried back home to sit in meditation, refining the resentment within him to enhance his strength. After a day of turmoil, he had absorbed a total of 288 instances of resentment. Following his meditative refinement, the resentment diminished to -200. His cultivation level and spiritual refinement had taken a small step forward. "I should now possess the standard of the second tier of concentration," Lin Zun exclaimed with joy. The grand realm of spiritual refinement consists of concentration, meditation, fetal breathing, sitting in forgetfulness, out-of-body experience, and manifestation. Each grand realm is further divided into 9 minor realms. The process of spiritual refinement itself is arduous, with each small advancement representing significant progress. Having successfully reached concentration just yesterday, attaining the second tier today is indeed a remarkable speed, thus his joy is quite understandable. The dead man's scripture truly suits me. Once this short drama is released, an endless stream of resentment will surely propel me to rapid success. It is getting late. I must return to the other world. Lin Zun hummed a cheerful tune, changing into a fresh outfit before stepping forward into another realm. At this moment, the roosters were just beginning to crow, while the outside world remained cloaked in darkness. Although the flow of time in both realms was identical, their day and night cycles were inverted. In other words, when it was daytime here, it was nighttime in the modern world, and vice versa. This peculiar arrangement facilitated his endeavors, though the constant travel between the two worlds left him weary, necessitating frequent rest. Fortunately, the inhabitants here were aware of his frail constitution. and his need for additional sleep did not raise any suspicions. Lin Zun indulged in 2 hours of restorative slumber, just as dawn broke. 2 maidens gently knocked on the door, presenting a morning repast along with fresh water and towels. "You have both worked hard," Lin Zun remarked with a smile. The 2 maidens offered a slight bow, replying, "Young Master Lin, there is no need for such courtesy. This is our duty." Lin Zun nodded slightly, as he was attended to by the 2 servants while washing his face and hands. It must be said that although this place lacks the conveniences of the modern world, living here is truly pleasurable, with every need catered to: eating, drinking, relieving oneself, and sleeping all attended to. Of course, this is contingent upon possessing wealth and status, and ideally, strength. Otherwise, all is mere idle talk. By the way, young Master Lin, after breakfast, the young lady wishes to invite you to the hall for discussions regarding important matters. Very well, I understand. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Zun proceeded to the council hall. The significant figures of the Lin family have gathered. Yet they all sit with furrowed brows, merely offering a polite nod upon the arrival of Lin Zun. The Lin family stands as a prominent household in the local Qinghe prefecture, having established their roots for over a century and flourishing in business. However, they have faced a persistent decline in their lineage, with only 2 or 3 members emerging in each generation. In the present generation, only Lin Xiaofeng remains. Over the past 3 years, whether due to ill fortune or targeted malice, the elder members of the Lin family have either passed away or met with untimely accidents, leaving Lin Xiaofeng to bear the arduous burden of sustaining the family legacy. More than half a month ago, the Lin family's foremost expert, and Chui, fell into an ambush and sustained grievous injuries. The situation at the Lin residence has grown increasingly dire, further exacerbated by adversities and tumultuous circumstances. Over the past fortnight, the Lin household has already dismissed a considerable number of staff. As an outsider, Lin Zun was among those being dismissed. At that time, lacking household registration and any means of self-protection, he resolutely chose to stay, thus being embraced by the Lin family and regarded as one of their own. Lin Zun, through this act of allegiance, acquired the cultivation techniques of the Lin family and embarked upon the path of cultivation. Chapter 5. This method is ruthless. Yet I am fond of it at this moment. A stunningly beautiful woman clad in purple entered, flanked by 2 charming maidservants. This individual was Lin Xiaofeng, the current head of the Lin family. However, due to her youth and habitual demeanor, everyone affectionately referred to her as the young Mississippi. Despite her delicate appearance, she was, in fact, a hidden master of the refining organ stage. In this world, the predominant method of cultivation is martial arts, with strength categorized into several major realms: strengthening tendons, bone forging, organ refinement, marrow cleansing, blood transformation, innate, master, and martial sage. The first realm primarily focuses on the cultivation of tendons and muscles, where one can attain a strength of 400 to 500 gene, easily overpowering 5 or 6 adult men. The second realm, bone forging, specifically enhances the bones, rendering them more resilient and lethal. It is said that upon completion, one can achieve a strength of 800 to 1000 gene, capable of confronting a dozen adversaries with ease. Only upon reaching the third realm, organ refinement, does one fortify the internal organs, thereby holistically enhancing physical capabilities. Upon mastery, an individual may wield a strength of 1600 to 2000 gene. It is rumored that at this stage, one could venture into the mountains to confront ferocious tigers. Whether Lin Zun could slay a tiger remained uncertain to him. However, he had witnessed Lin Xiaofeng effortlessly lift a boulder weighing over 1000 gene during her training, performing the feat with the ease of a game. At this moment, Lin Xiaofeng had approached the crowd, prompting everyone to rise. "Young miss, we greet the young miss." Lin Xiaofeng slightly nodded to the crowd, her lips parting gracefully. "You are all familiar faces here. There is no need for formality. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Monsieur." The assembly settled once more. Lin Xiaofeng sat in the principal seat, surveying the surroundings before her gaze finally lingered on Lin Zun for a moment. Particularly captivated by his radiant eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Young Master Lin, have you entered the realm of divine refinement?" Lin Zun clasped his hands and smiled. "Indeed, I am grateful for the Lin family's bestowal of the cultivation method. I have fortunately achieved a moment of focus." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes in astonishment. Has he truly attained such focus? As far as I am aware, it has only been 2 days since young Master Lin acquired the method of cultivation. A prodigy. An undeniable prodigy. Lin Xiaofeng also praised. In just 2 days, you have focused your mind. Young Master Lin, you are truly gifted. It is a pity that our Lin family is currently facing great adversity. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly extend our assistance to you. Lin Zun hastily replied, "Thank you, Miss Lin, for your kind intentions. You have already assisted me immensely. I shall traverse the remaining path on my own. I appreciate your understanding, young Master Lin. Now, let us return to the matter at hand." Lin Xiaofeng coughed softly, her expression growing grave. In recent years, our clan elders have met with mysterious demises, and the Lin family has been in decline. Half a month ago, Enchua sustained severe injuries from an ambush, further jeopardizing our situation. Now, the Han and Li families seek to exploit our misfortunes and divide our family's assets. The governor is ambiguously positioned, clearly wishing to reap the benefits of our strife. Moreover, many revel in our misfortunes. The Lin family stands at the brink of survival. At this point, Lin Xiaofeng raised her gaze and clasped her hands in supplication. "Esteemed elders present, you are all venerable members of the Lin family. I implore you to offer your wisdom and guidance to help us navigate through this crisis. Upon the successful resolution of our plight, I promise generous rewards." The assembly exchanged glances, their faces etched with worry. If they had viable solutions, they would have proposed them long ago. Waiting until now was futile. Without strength, all discussions are mere empty rhetoric. Only Lin Zun remained composed and unperturbed. His calm demeanor was not due to apathy, but rather because he had already conceived a plan. However, it was somewhat ruthless and devious, and he wished to withhold it until the last moment. Seeing that no one could offer a promising suggestion, he finally spoke. "Miss Lin, I do have a strategy in mind, though I wonder if you are bold enough to consider it." Lin Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as she urged, "Young Master Lin, please do not hesitate to speak." After taking a sip of tea, Lin Zun leisurely remarked, "My method is one of mutual destruction, a rebirth through death. We have invested a considerable sum in a contract with the Wind and Rain Pavilion, should our Lin family face extinction. Then let the pavilion act and eliminate all kin of the Han and Li families, including the governor." "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Wind and Rain Pavilion is an immensely powerful assassin organization, teeming with skilled individuals, audacious and reckless. As long as the price is right, they would dare to assassinate even an emperor. Lin Zun's scheme is nothing short of a reckless plunge into mutual destruction for all involved. It is utterly insane and profoundly malevolent. One of the overseers wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, "Young Master Lin, could this method be excessively cruel? What if the Han and Li families find out? What if the governor learns of it?" Lin Zun let out a cold smile. "It is precisely to make them aware of this that they will hesitate to act recklessly, and may even feel compelled to protect us, if they choose to pursue the matter later. Why should we concern ourselves with future repercussions when we can only focus on overcoming the immediate challenges?" The crowd bowed their heads in contemplation, suddenly finding great merit in his words. "We can also devise some new tricks." Lin Zun spoke with great enthusiasm, suggesting, for instance, "Let us place everyone present on a leaderboard, and should anyone encounter misfortune, let the Wind and Rain Tower randomly eliminate a member from either the Han or Li family. In this way, who would dare to be complacent?" The crowd felt a chill run down their spines, drenched in cold sweat. This method was indeed exceedingly insidious, utterly ruthless. Yet, I find it rather appealing. Lin Xiaofeng slammed the table decisively, proclaiming, "Excellent. This method is commendable. We shall proceed as young Master Lin suggested. Steward, shortly you shall take 100,000 taels of silver to Fengyu Tower as a bounty. If anyone inquires, merely state that it was my suggestion and do not implicate young Master Lin." An elderly man with graying hair stepped forward and replied, "Understood, miss." Lin Xiaofeng also rose to her feet, bowing to Lin Zun. "Thank you, young Master Lin, for your invaluable suggestion. Once our endeavor succeeds, we shall offer our heartfelt gratitude." Lin Zun calmly waved his hand and said, "Miss Lin, you are too kind. During these days, I have greatly benefited from the hospitality of the Lin family. It is only right that I contribute a little in return. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and rest in my room." "Young Master Lin, please do as you wish." Lin Zun swiftly returned to his room to catch up on sleep. At present, he possessed no abilities and was still an undocumented individual. Thus he had to remain hidden within the Lin family to cultivate himself. In times of adversity for the Lin family, he must ensure their survival. Once he navigates through the initial challenges and strengthens his abilities, he can indulge in leisure later. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, the short drama directed by Qian Xiaoshui has completed filming and is now in post-production. However, this stage is swift, and the final edits were ready by that very evening. Such is the nature of short dramas, they prioritize efficiency. Once the script is finalized and the crew assembled, filming can be completed within a week or two, followed by a few days of editing. allowing for a release within a month. For seasoned professionals like them, the process is even quicker, often wrapping up in a week with the final cut available by the next day. Boss, the footage is ready for your review. All right, let me see. Qian Xiaoshuai, while puffing on a cigarette, nodded in approval. Excellent work on both the filming and editing. However, please cut this particular scene. The editor was taken aback. Boss. This scene depicts the protagonist Zhao Xingchen, after being grievously beaten by the Zhao family patriarch, realizing the final move of his divine skill and turning the tables. It is the most thrilling moment of the entire drama. Is it appropriate to cut it? Qian Xiaoshuai quickly countered. What is inappropriate about it? My brother Lin's first acting role, and I can't let him lose, can I? Besides, do you honestly believe that the character played by my brother Lin, the Zhao family patriarch, is someone who would be defeated? Upon reflection, the editor nodded in agreement. The portrayal of the patriarch by Lin Zun, with his fierce glare and commanding presence, clearly marked him as a formidable opponent. In contrast, the protagonist, having acquired the divine skill, resembled nothing more than a brash young man. The strength of the two was evident. But boss, Zhao Xingchen is the protagonist. How can he possibly lose? Trust me. You won't go wrong following my direction. Just edit it as I say. Chapter 6. The short drama becomes a sensation, breeding envy and resentment. Once the short drama was finalized, Qian Xiaoshuai promptly released it. Wang Haotian, a wealthy heir, had amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million, but his parents, fearing he would squander it, invested it all in real estate, forbidding him from selling any property for 20 years. Consequently, Wang Haotian led a mundane existence, passively collecting rent, playing cards, scrolling through short videos, and fishing. Recently, he had become infatuated with short dramas. Their rapid pace, with each episode lasting merely 1 or 2 minutes and filled with engaging moments, made them the perfect remedy for his idle hours. Thus, he eagerly watched every new release without concern for the expense. Ah, another short drama has launched. 3 years and 3 years. Today I, the Dragon King. Return for Vengeance? What a delightfully over-the-top title. It may be cheesy, but as a simple enthusiast, I relish it. Without hesitation, he clicked to watch, captivated by the unfolding tale. The protagonist, Zhao Xingchen, was an illegitimate son of the Zhao family, marginalized and mistreated, receiving the least compensation for the most laborious tasks. Members of the Zhao family and even their servants could bully him, and even stray dogs would dare to insult him. Wang Haotian empathized deeply. Having experienced a life of ease, he now craved the bitterness of existence. Rather than endure genuine hardship, he sought to vicariously experience the protagonist's struggles. Come on, Zhao Xingchen. You have suffered enough. Rise and reclaim your dignity. Indeed, Zhao Xingchen did not disappoint. He eventually escaped the Zhao family and stumbled upon a secluded cave inhabited by a venerable sage, acquiring the unparalleled dragon god technique, becoming a rare master in the world. 3 years and 3 years, I have endured for 18 long years. Today, I, the Dragon King, return for vengeance. To those who have wronged me, I will repay your humiliation 100-fold. He charged back, overcoming numerous obstacles until he reached the gates of the Zhao family. Wang Haotian was filled with fervor. His face flushed, fist clenched. Yes, eliminate those who have tormented you. At that moment, the Zhao family patriarch was roused and emerged. Upon closer inspection, Wang Haotian was astonished to find a remarkably handsome young man before him, with fair skin, striking features, and piercing eyes, dressed in a dragon-patterned robe. He appeared even more captivating than the protagonist, exuding an undeniable charisma. Wang Haotian felt a pang of injustice. How can someone so striking and refined be relegated to a supporting role? Surely, the director must be blind. It seems that the entertainment industry is rife with unspoken rules. Yet, just then, the dashing young man bellowed with authority. Kneel. Everyone in sight, including the protagonist Zhao Xingchen, fell to their knees. Wang Haotian gasped in disbelief. Why was he kneeling? As he knelt, it felt akin to bowing to ancestors, leaving him dazed. Who am I? Where am I? Why must I kneel? While it was understandable for the characters in the drama to kneel as part of the narrative, why was he, an audience member, compelled to do the same? It defied logic. Ah, it was that man's piercing gaze. The Zhao family patriarch's eyes. Their sharp intensity and overwhelming pressure bore down on him like a predator's stare. The instant their eyes locked, he found himself helplessly submitting to the act of kneeling. Good heavens, you are the cause of my submission. Wang Haotian staggered to his feet, dusting off his knees, glaring at the Zhao family patriarch on the screen with indignation. Just moments ago, he had felt a twinge of sympathy for the actor, but now, only anger remained. He had never before been so intimidated. If it weren't for his strong will, he might have lost all composure. Zhao Xingchen, strike him down. Avenge me. Zhao Xingchen did not let him down. Rising with great difficulty to confront the Zhao family patriarch, the two clashed for several rounds, amidst a flurry of low-budget special effects and gratuitous bloodshed. Ultimately, Zhao Xingchen was slain on the spot. The end. Wang Haotian was left in a state of shock. Is this it? How can it end like this? You are the protagonist. How can you be killed by the antagonist? Does this make sense? Having been frightened into submission, he had been waiting for the protagonist to deliver his vengeance. Yet, the moment he expected reprisal, it was over in less than a minute. Was this some sort of jest? In disbelief, he rewound to watch again, kneeling once more. Still unconvinced, he rewound, knelt again, and repeated the cycle. This is intolerable. Wang Haotian was enraged. He was truly furious. All his frustrations were directed at the Zhao family patriarch who had forced him to kneel. He scoured the actor's credits and discovered that the individual portraying the patriarch was named Lin Zun, but beyond that, he found nothing more. Unable to retaliate against the culprit, he resolved to unleash his ire upon society. If I must suffer, then let us all share in this misery. Ha ha ha. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. After a day of slumber in another realm, Lin Zun awoke, invigorated, and returned to the modern world. Yet, upon his return, he was immediately besieged by a tidal wave of resentment that filled his very being. Lin Zun was taken aback. What is happening? Why is there so much resentment? Before he could delve into the matter, the phone on the table rang. Lin Zun picked up the phone and realized it was Qian Xiaoshui calling, so he promptly answered. On the other end, he heard Qian Xiaoshui's excited voice. Brother Lin, I've called you numerous times. Why did you only answer now? I was in such a deep sleep that I didn't hear the calls. Lin Zun casually offered an excuse. Qian Xiaoshui dismissed it, knowing that Lin Zun's health was fragile and he needed frequent rest. Then, filled with enthusiasm, he exclaimed, Brother Lin, do you know our short drama has become a sensation? In less than a day, the recharge exceeded 1 million. With this momentum, the revenue will undoubtedly surpass 10 million within a week and over 30 million within a month. Through this short drama, we can at least earn 6 million. Is that true? Lin Zun replied, genuinely delighted. After all, who wouldn't be happy about making money? Brother Lin, do you know why our drama is so popular? Why? It's because of you. Qian Xiaoshui shouted excitedly. Those viewers, upon seeing your character, were so impressed that they kneeled down, and then they began promoting it on their own, leading to an ever-increasing audience, resulting in its current success. I see. Lin Zun nodded, understanding the source of the discontent. It turned out that with the release of the short drama, the character he portrayed had gained immense popularity, leaving many viewers awestruck and unsettled, thus generating a swell of resentment. Lin Zun secretly praised himself for his astute decision to take on the role of a villain. Chapter 7. Entering the realm of divine refinement, unlocking potential. However, the abundance of resentment suggests that he has offended quite a number of individuals. Lin Zun, feeling anxious, inquired. Xiaoshui, you haven't disclosed my contact information, have you? Of course not, came the reassuring reply. My lips are tightly sealed. What about my home address? He pressed. No. That remains undisclosed as well. Now I am truly at ease, Lin Zun concluded. Lin Zun exhaled deeply, pondering the connection between himself and the cinematic characters he portrayed. As long as he remained untouched by the realities of the offline world, he felt secure. After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call and began to immerse himself in a short drama he had recently filmed. Upon viewing the character he embodied, he couldn't help but notice that, perhaps due to the distance of the screen, the piercing intensity of his gaze had significantly diminished, reduced to merely a third of its usual potency. Nevertheless, it still captivated many viewers. The comments section erupted with discussions about Lin Zun's character. Who is the actor playing the elder of the Zhao family? His eyes are terrifying. With just one glare, I found myself kneeling in submission, over and over again. Even now, my knees ache. Indeed, those eyes are fearsome. My grandfather, despite his age, usually watches short dramas to pass the time, but this performance nearly sent him to meet my great-grandmother. I've looked into that actor. His name is Lin Zun. But beyond that, I could find no information. Even the protagonist couldn't surpass him. He must have some connections. I don't care about his connections. Who has his contact information or knows where he lives? Please let me know immediately. I will offer a generous reward. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to confront him in real life? I've never felt so humiliated in my life. I must teach him a lesson. I want in. Count me in. Lin Zun was drenched in cold sweat, relieved that he had the foresight not to divulge any information. Setting down his phone, he resolved to strengthen himself. Within him, nearly 20 000 units of resentment had accumulated, instilling him with the confidence to enhance his abilities to the peak of concentration and perhaps even take a significant leap forward. He entered a meditative state, channeling his internal resentment. Resentment minus 300. He took a small step forward, achieving the third level of concentration. Resentment minus 400. He advanced another small step, reaching the fourth level. Resentment minus 500. Resentment minus 600. Thus, he continued to deplete his resentment in practice, ultimately propelling himself to the ninth level of concentration. Upon reaching this realm, Lin Zun noticed an increased focus. Maintaining this concentrated state could last for over an hour. Furthermore, his body's nutrients were absorbed and utilized more efficiently, resulting in a significant reduction in consumption. Additionally, should he unleash his formidable skill, eyes like torches, which instilled dread in the hearts of others, its potency would undoubtedly multiply several times. Even a seasoned boxer would tremble before him. However, the rapid elevation startled Lin Zun, prompting him to take a moment to pause. Yet, after merely 2 hours, impatience overcame him. Why pause? I am as feeble as a fragile chicken, easily vanquished by anyone. I shall continue to strengthen myself. The meat I consume is indeed mine. Dead man's scripture, grant me more. Let me witness your limits. Resentment minus 1,000. A thunderous sound resonated in his mind. Lin Zun has finally transcended his limits, taking a significant step forward into the realm of meditation. This is a remarkably unique state of spiritual cultivation. If the state of concentration allows one to dispel distracting thoughts and maintain a heightened focus, leaving only the awareness of the self, then the meditative state is characterized by the absence of such distractions, akin to a boundless clear sky. It can be regarded as an evolved version of the state of concentration, yet it is undeniably more potent. While concentration primarily pertains to the mental realm, meditation exerts its influence on the physical body, unlocking latent potential and enhancing strength, speed, and reflexes. For instance, an ordinary person may be capable of lifting a weight of 100 pounds, yet this is not the true limit of the body, but rather a safeguard of the human self-preservation mechanism, which prevents injury from excessive strain. However, when in a meditative state, the body's potential can be maximally unleashed. If one can lift 200 pounds, then one will indeed lift 200 pounds. If capable of 300 pounds, then 300 pounds can be lifted. This meditative state is not unfamiliar to the average person. For example, there have been reports of a mother who, driven by an unwavering resolve to save her child, entered a meditative state, fully activating her physical potential to lift a vehicle weighing over 1,000 pounds. However, the aftermath was dire, as her body succumbed to the overload. Thus, it is imperative to exercise caution and understand one's limits while in meditation. Furthermore, the meditative state can gradually enhance mental well-being and improve physical condition. Generally, individuals rely on sleep to rejuvenate their bodies. The better one sleeps, the healthier one becomes. Meditation can be likened to profound sleep, allowing one to rest less while ensuring a higher quality of rest. Lin Zun attempted it and discovered that meditating for just a few minutes felt as rejuvenating as an hour's sleep, invigorating his spirit, restoring his vitality, and filling his entire being with energy. Lin Zun was overwhelmed with joy. This ability has arrived at the most opportune moment. I am constantly traversing between realms, and sleep is perpetually insufficient. With this newfound power, I need no longer worry about my sleep issues. Moreover, it can awaken my body's latent potential, transforming me, a mere weakling, into someone with the strength to fight. In another world, this ability may not be particularly remarkable, but in the modern realm, I can certainly be considered a minor expert, easily capable of taking on 2 or 3 adversaries. Lin Zun resolved to persevere. Resentment minus 2,000. Resentment minus 3,000. Having exhausted the remainder of his resentment, he finally elevated himself to the 5th level of meditation, entering a state of profound tranquility. This so-called state of profound tranquility allows one to maintain a meditative state for extended periods. The greatest benefit is that after just 2 hours of meditation, one feels as though they have enjoyed a rejuvenating slumber lasting several hours, resulting in a complete restoration of physical condition. The sole drawback is the substantial energy expenditure, necessitating frequent nourishment to replenish the body's depleting resources. However, this pales in comparison to its myriad advantages. Lin Zun swiftly entered a state of meditation to rest. After 2 hours, he awoke, brimming with vitality, and changed his attire before returning to the other world. At this moment, dawn was just breaking, and 2 maidservants entered as usual to attend to Lin Zun. Observing his radiant complexion, they exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Lin, you appear exceptionally spirited today." Lin Zun smiled faintly, remarking that perhaps he had simply overslept. The two maidservants pondered this and agreed. After all, aside from dining, this young master spent the majority of his time in slumber, which naturally left him in a lackluster state. Following the attentive service of the two maidens, Lin Zun completed his morning ablutions and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to take a leisurely stroll. As he passed through the hall, he was met with a commotion emanating from within. Curiosity piqued, he peeked inside to find several impeccably dressed middle-aged strangers engaged in a heated argument with Lin Xiaofeng's, their words flying like sparks. Among them was a man clad in official robes, suggesting he was the local magistrate. It appeared that news of a bounty had surfaced, prompting these individuals to confront Lin Xiaofeng. However, their efforts were ultimately in vain, and they stormed off in a huff. Chapter 8. Continuous Breakthroughs. Lin Xiaofeng seemed to have just emerged victorious from a battle, her spirits exceptionally high as she approached with a radiant smile. Young Master Lin, you have arrived. Lin Zun feigned ignorance. Miss Lin, they are the governor of Qinghe Prefecture, Lu Tianbao, the head of the Han family, Han Dongyang, the head of the Li family, Li Qitian, along with several other clan leaders from smaller families. They came seeking us after we issued the bounty. I see. Have they caused you any trouble? Lin Xiaofeng broke into a triumphant smile. Even if they wish to, what difference does it make? Our Lin family, with nothing to lose, is unafraid of their threats. If we fall, they shall fall with us. After a brief commotion, they had no choice but to acquiesce, no longer making things difficult for us, and even willing to provide protection for our Lin family. This is splendid. Lin Zun chuckled. So, have we passed this hurdle? Not quite yet. Lin Xiaofeng's expression turned bitter. Although the situation had temporarily stabilized, the true culprit remained concealed, leaving the Lin family still in peril. Lin Zun nodded in understanding. The mastermind behind this scheme had been plotting against the Lin family for 3 to 4 years and would not easily abandon their plans due to a single setback. Furthermore, Aunt Shui was gravely injured and currently recuperating. Until her health is fully restored, I find it difficult to feel at ease. Aunt Shui is the foremost expert of the Lin family, possessing the formidable strength of a marrow-cleansing master. It is said that such masters can exert a force of 4,000 to 5,000 pounds, capable of leaping several yards high, and can run swifter than a cheetah, with a devastating lethality that could be likened to a 100-man slaughter. The 100 men in question are not ordinary individuals, but rather elite soldiers, well-trained and fully equipped. Additionally, marrow-cleansing masters have awakened the power of their spinal cords, resulting in rapid metabolism and exceptional recovery abilities, allowing them to heal swiftly from injuries. However, Aunt Shui still sustained severe injuries, indicating the terrifying nature of the adversary behind this plot. It is rumored that she was besieged by several marrow-cleansing masters at that time. The mere thought of someone capable of commanding such formidable individuals is chilling. At this moment, Lin Xiaofeng offered a slight bow, regardless of the circumstances. I am deeply grateful to young Master Lin for his counsel in helping the Lin family navigate this crisis. Should young Master Lin require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. The Lin family shall do everything in our power to assist. Lin Zun waved his hand and said, Miss Lin, you are too kind. As I now consider myself a part of the Lin family, assisting you is akin to aiding myself. Lin Xiaofeng's steadfastness, then it is all the more reason to reward them. Our Lin family must not let those who have contributed feel disheartened. Let us bring it up again when I have a need in the future. Very well, it is settled. Lin Xiaofeng gazed into Lin Zun's bright eyes, sensing a subtle difference compared to yesterday. An incredible thought surged within her, prompting her to inquire, Young Master Lin, could it be that you have already entered a state of meditation? Not yet. I remain focused, though I have made some progress since yesterday. Lin Zun replied with a smile. The rapidity of such advancement, from concentration on the first day to meditation on the second, was astonishing. No one throughout history had achieved such a feat, leading her to suspect he was withholding some truth. Any progress is commendable. Young Master Lin is indeed a genius of the spirit refinement level. Lin Xiaofeng expressed with evident admiration. Though the early stages of spirit refinement lacked combat prowess, the later stages could be exceedingly formidable, rendering one nearly invincible among peers and capable of contending against stronger foes. Regrettably, spirit refinement was contingent upon innate talent. A rarity in 1,000, not something everyone could master. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Xiaofeng, Lin Zun retreated to his room. The intuition of a spirit refinement expert was undeniably sharp. During their conversation, Lin Zun felt a strong premonition that the unseen adversaries, sensing the shifting tides, might soon strike at the Lin family once more, and the time was assuredly near. This time, the Lin family might not navigate through the storm so easily. Although he could retreat to the current world at any moment, fleeing at the first sign of trouble was not in his nature. If only I could attain the manifestation realm now. No, there is no need for that. As long as I reach the spirit refinement level, I could sweep away all obstacles. Even those who have undergone bloodline transformation would be of no consequence. Alas, I have only just begun meditating, and I am still 3 major realms away from the exit of the spirit. Lin Zun pondered in distress, recognizing that everything stemmed from inadequate firepower. With this thought in mind, he returned to the present, only to be pleasantly surprised to find that his grievances had unexpectedly surpassed 20,000. This surge of resentment arrived just in time. Lin Zun promptly settled into a meditative posture, embarking on a journey of profound cultivation. With a surge of resentment, he experienced a decrease of 6,000. Taking another small step forward, he ascended to the 6th level of meditation, incurring a further loss of 7,000. He then progressed to the 7th level of meditation. Thus, after a period of diligent practice, he ultimately elevated his prowess to the 9th level of meditation, entering a state of unwavering tranquility. This state of tranquility signifies his ability to transition into meditation at any moment. And it also implies that he can readily unleash his latent potential, achieving an apex state. In this heightened condition, his strength surges, his speed accelerates, and his reflexes sharpen, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his combat capabilities. Although he remains somewhat vulnerable, the power he now wields is on an entirely different plane. Lin Zun was filled with joy. At last, he no longer considered himself a feeble being. With his newfound strength, he felt ready to make preparations. Although he could struggle against formidable martial artists, it would be prudent to equip himself with weapons, preferably firearms. While guns may prove ineffective against top-tier experts, they remain a viable option against ordinary adept practitioners. Even those who have reached the realm of refining their essence would succumb to a well-aimed strike. However, in Huaxia, firearms are regulated and cannot be purchased freely. The places where one might acquire such weapons are fraught with peril, given his current physical state, which is rather weak. Venturing far is ill-advised, leaving him with no choice but to bide his time for now. Lin Zun opened Taobao and purchased a nail gun. The nail gun, designed specifically for renovation purposes, resembles a handgun and is capable of driving nails with an effective range of 34 meters. Although it pales in comparison to a real firearm, it remains quite useful. Subsequently, Lin Zun acquired an electric baton. This device is remarkably effective in incapacitating individuals, regardless of one's strength. A jolt from it will induce involuntary trembling, momentarily rendering them powerless. He also procured a rebar, a sturdy implement that can be considered a formidable weapon in another realm, highly effective for striking adversaries. Lin Zun pondered for a moment before purchasing chili powder, lime powder, and other items, regardless of one's skill level. A mere exposure to chili powder would significantly diminish combat effectiveness. After acquiring some tools, Lin Zun felt a slight sense of reassurance. With these provisions, I possess a modicum of self-defense. If these prove futile, I shall retreat to the modern world. Days passed in a mundane manner. The short film he produced continued to garner immense popularity, incessantly providing him with negative energy. Regrettably, the amount of negative energy required for a breakthrough was substantial, still insufficient to facilitate his advancement. Thus, he resolved to wait, allowing a few days for the accumulation to suffice before proceeding. The tools he had purchased arrived, and after familiarizing himself with them, he was prepared for immediate use. Everything was in readiness, awaiting the intruders. Yet, at that moment, the Lin family in the alternate realm appeared particularly tranquil, bathed in the soft moonlight, with the shadows of trees dancing gently and a cool breeze wafting through. Suddenly, Lin Zun, who had been in a meditative state, awoke with a start. They have arrived. Chapter 9. The Thrill of First Blood. This was a unique ability he possessed after achieving a state of deep meditation. In this heightened state, his senses were extraordinarily acute, his vision rivaled that of a hawk. His hearing matched that of a cat, and his sense of smell was akin to that of a dog. Just moments ago, he detected the presence of someone stealthily approaching his room. Judging by their agility, they undoubtedly possessed bone-forging level strength. However, their footsteps, breathing, and even heartbeat did not belong to anyone familiar from the Lin family. Moreover, one who prowls under the cover of night is certainly no good person. Lin Zun entered a state of deep meditation once more, striving to maintain absolute composure, meticulously controlling his heartbeat and breathing. Stealthily, he rose to his feet, grasping a pouch of white powder in his hand. As the door creaked open, he swiftly flung the contents outward. With remarkable precision, the assailant fell victim to his ploy. "Ah, my eyes!" he cried out in anguish, rubbing at his face. The powder Lin Zun had thrown was chili powder, and even a minuscule amount that entered the eyes was enough to induce excruciating pain. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zun seized a nail gun and, without hesitation, unleashed a barrage of shots at the masked figure before him. The distance between them was less than 3 meters, well within the effective range of the nail gun. Consequently, every nail struck the cloaked assailant, leaving him bloodied and wounded. Had the nails been larger, the adversary would have long since met his demise. In the wake of this commotion, the masked man seethed with rage. "I swear I will end you." Lin Zun remained composed, swiftly distancing himself from his adversary, wielding 2 glass vials that he hurled towards the assailant. The masked figure reacted promptly, shattering the vials with his blade. However, the contents of the vials were sulfuric acid, possessing formidable corrosive properties. The acid splashed onto the masked man's attire and skin, immediately beginning to erode them. Aghast, the masked man was driven to fury. Having encountered a series of setbacks without even laying eyes on his foe, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Lin Zun lest his frustration consume him. At that moment, Lin Zun switched to a new weapon, a 2.5-meter rebar, and struck fiercely towards the masked figure. Given the cramped confines of the room and the blinding effect he had suffered, the assailant was utterly unable to evade the assault. Each blow resounded with a thud, causing grievous wounds and tearing flesh. Yet, astonishingly, the adversary continued to cling to life. Exhibiting an extraordinary resilience, Lin Zun declared fiercely, "You have forced my hand." With a bottle of gasoline in his grasp, he doused the masked figure before tossing aside a lit lighter. The flames ignited upon contact with the gasoline, engulfing the assailant in a roaring fire. "Ah!" he screamed in agony, gradually succumbing to the inferno. The commotion roused the entire Lin family, cries of battle echoing amidst flickering candlelight and glinting blades. Moments later, Lin Xiaofeng, bloodied and fierce, stormed into Lin Zun's chamber. "Young Master Lin, are you unharmed?" Yet, the only sight that greeted her was a charred corpse, disfigured beyond recognition. For Lin Zun had already retreated to the modern world. The thrill of his first kill was exhilarating. Lin Zun gasped for breath, his complexion pale and drenched in sweat as he lay upon the floor. Moments ago, he had exerted every ounce of strength to vanquish a formidable bone-forging warrior. Now, emerging from his meditative state, he recalled the harrowing events with a sense of dread. Had it not been for his quick reflexes in detecting the masked assailant in advance, had he not possessed the ability to enter meditation at will, had he not been thoroughly prepared, it is likely that he would have faced defeat. The consequences of such a loss need not be elaborated upon. In that moment, I truly exhibited audacity beyond measure. Nevertheless, this is an inevitable path in my cultivation journey. To aspire for greatness and seek longevity, I must acclimate to all that comes my way. Lin Zun rose to his feet and took several sips of the delightful beverage to calm his nerves. Once his emotions settled, he traversed back to the scene. By this time, the battle had concluded, leaving behind a desolate landscape, permeated by the acrid scent of blood. The open space of the garden was strewn with dozens of corpses, both allies and foes alike. Lin Xiaofeng, drenched in blood and bearing a somber expression, stood before the crowd. It was only upon Lin Zun's arrival that her countenance softened slightly. She swiftly crossed 2 great strides to stand before him, earnestly inspecting his well-being, and with genuine concern inquired, "Young Master Lin, where have you been? I was worried something had happened to you." Lin Zuindao remarked, at that moment, "Someone stealthily entered my chamber. Sensing something amiss, I clandestinely dispatched him. Subsequently, I found myself fatigued and sought refuge in a hidden spot, only emerging when it was safe. How fortunate you are unharmed." Lin Xiaofeng sighed in relief, yet her heart brimmed with astonishment. That thief evidently possessed formidable bone-forging prowess, exhibiting agility and strength that could easily allow him to face 10 adversaries alone, yet he fell to the hands of the seemingly defenseless young Master Lin. "Young Master Lin, how did you manage to achieve this? What is the current situation?" inquired Lin Zun. Lin Xiaofeng chuckled. "This group of miscreants intended to assassinate us, but fortunately, you discovered their plot in advance, causing a considerable commotion that ultimately led to their failure. We fought valiantly, and soon after, the experts from the Han and Li families, along with officials, arrived. Together, we stood our ground. Aside from the 2 who had undergone the washing of marrow, the rest stayed here. The individuals behind this scheme suffered significant losses. Were you able to identify them? Currently, it remains unknown and requires further investigation. For now, the matter has come to a close. Although the Lin family incurred substantial losses, the adversaries suffered even greater casualties, making it unlikely for them to return with ease." Lin Zun temporarily set aside his concerns and moved to another room to continue resting. In truth, he returned to the modern world to replenish his ammunition. 2 days swiftly passed. After this duration of anticipation, Lin Zun had amassed over 60,000 units of resentment, ready for another enhancement. The breakthrough was imminent. Lin Zun closed his eyes, entering a meditative state of profound cultivation. A surge of resentment dissipated, minus 10,000. His mind reverberated with an explosive clarity as he boldly advanced, transcending into the realm of spirit refinement and fetal breathing. Fetal breathing, in essence, is a state of existence devoid of breath through the mouth and nose, reminiscent of the gestational phase, enabling a return to one's origins, a regression to a primordial state, akin to an infant, nurturing one's own life anew. Within this realm, one's spiritual strength is remarkably potent, capable of influencing the flow of matter and energy within the body, reshaping oneself to achieve an unparalleled perfection and distinction. This represents an advanced form of meditation. While meditation can enhance the body in a passive manner, its effects are gradual and less efficient. In contrast, fetal breathing is an active process, allowing one to consciously transform oneself, granting a second life. Meditation can ignite latent potential. However, its limitations can be confining. Conversely, fetal breathing elevates bodily potential, perpetually expanding one's limits. Thus, this state is also referred to as the foundation establishment. Lin Zun desperately requires this ability, for his body has been exceedingly frail for as long as he can remember. If this issue remains unaddressed, he can forget about achieving any success in his lifetime. As Lin Zun's consciousness shifted, his mind became remarkably clear, allowing him to perceive the intricate workings of his own body. He could vividly observe his internal organs, muscles, bones, and the flow of blood, as if undergoing an ultrasound examination. This phenomenon, known as internal vision, is a faculty possessed by every practitioner of fetal breathing. It is essential to first comprehend the state of one's own body in order to effect transformation. However, having only recently entered the realm of fetal breathing, his perception remained somewhat blurred, enabling him to barely distinguish the various organs and tissues. Thus, he resolved to further enhance his abilities. Chapter 10. The Fetal Breathing Realm, Transforming the Body. Resentment, minus 20,000. Resentment, minus 30,000. Lin Zun fervently engaged in his cultivation, harnessing a plethora of resentment, and ultimately ascended to the third layer of the fetal breathing realm. Within this state, Lin Zun perceived with remarkable clarity his internal organs and tissues vividly visible. He comprehended their functions and operations in their entirety, discerning every flaw with acute sensitivity. Now, it was time for self-transformation. Lin Zun began to manipulate his mental energy, gradually initiating a transformation. There is fat here, reduce it. There are scars, eliminate them. There are stones, shatter them. There are blood clots, clear them. However, after only a brief period of transformation, Lin Zun awoke, overcome by hunger. The process demanded an immense amount of energy, far beyond what his body could sustain. Additionally, the transformation required a substantial intake of nutrients, particularly proteins. Without these, reckless alterations would jeopardize his physical well-being. Lin Zun rose to his feet and made a swift trip to the restroom to expel the impurities within his body. He then prepared a large pot of rice and mixed a considerable amount of protein powder. After satisfying his hunger, he resumed his modifications. Half an hour later, hunger struck once more, prompting him to consume more rice and protein before continuing his transformation. By the end of the day, Lin Zun had devoured 20 pounds of rice and ingested 2 kilograms of protein powder. The results were gratifying. He felt that his physical condition had improved by 5-fold, and he was in an unprecedented state of well-being. Excellent. If I persist for another week, I should attain the physique of an ordinary person. The thought of a bright future brought a beaming smile to Lin Zun's face. Subsequently, he set out to procure an abundance of ingredients for himself. He acquired specialized protein supplements, such as protein powder, a jiao, chicken, beef, lamb, and various other meats, alongside energy-boosting staples like rice, bread, noodles, chocolate, and brown sugar, as well as an assortment of vitamin tablets. The more, the better, as he would never have enough to consume. With his body rapidly improving, Lin Zun began to contemplate the pursuit of martial arts. How splendid it would be to cultivate both martial prowess and spiritual strength. Moreover, in the early stages of spiritual cultivation, one possessed little combat capability without achieving a transcendent state. One would struggle to make an impact and could easily fall to a formidable martial artist. Hence, he must prepare diligently, as martial training was the optimal choice. Lin Zun changed into a new set of garments and arrived in a different realm. By this time, 3 days had elapsed since that fateful night, and the Lin residence had gradually returned to its normal state. As Lin Zun journeyed onward, he encountered only the remnants of dilapidated houses and charred flora, which bore little resemblance to the usual scenery. A sudden, thunderous cry echoed in the distance. Lin Zun approached the source of the sound, passing through a grand doorway to witness a gathering of individuals engaged in martial arts practice. Both men and women were present, all donned in loose-fitting black kung fu attire, executing their forms with formidable power, each punch and movement exuding an immense force that stirred the air, causing a stinging sensation on the faces of onlookers. This was the Lin family's training ground, where the descendants of the Lin clan honed their skills. Upon further observation, he spotted the family head, Lin Xiaofeng, amidst the practice. She was clad in a striking purple ensemble, her hair tied back in a sleek ponytail, wielding a nearly 3-meter-long spear with remarkable agility. Her movements were fluid and graceful, reminiscent of a dancing dragon. Not far ahead stood a wooden post, embraced by both arms, which she effortlessly shattered with a single thrust of her spear. Excellent! What remarkable spear technique! Lin Zun applauded as he approached. Lin Xiaofeng paused, taking the handkerchief from the maid to wipe the beads of sweat from her brow, and smiled. Young Master Lin, you have arrived. Miss Lin, I have come this time specifically for you. Lin Xiaofeng expressed her surprise, inquiring, Young Master Lin, is there something you wish to discuss? Please feel free to speak openly. Lin Zun spoke straightforwardly, Miss Lin, did you not promise me previously that you would assist me with something within your capabilities? I have now come to a realization, and I humbly request that you impart to me the methods of martial arts. I would be immensely grateful. Lin Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment and exclaimed, This will not do. Lin Zun expressed his disappointment. Are you unable to teach me? Lin Xiaofeng shook her head and said, Young Master Lin, it is not that we are unwilling, but rather that your constitution is too frail, suffering from severe deficiencies. At present, you should prioritize rest and recuperation, and it would be wise to minimize exertion. Lin Zun rolled up his sleeves and extended his wrist, saying, Miss Lin, take a look. Lin Xiaofeng swiftly placed her hand upon Lin Zun's pulse. Moments later, a flicker of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Young Master Lin, has your health truly improved? When they discovered Lin Zun, they had meticulously examined him from head to toe, finding no signs of martial training. His body was riddled with wounds, far weaker than one recovering from a severe illness. How could it be that within merely a month, his condition had remarkably transformed? Although he still fell short of the average standard, this progress was indeed extraordinary. Young Master Lin, have you perhaps ingested some miraculous elixir? How could that be? I have remained in the Lin residence all this time, unable to venture elsewhere. It is entirely due to the care of the Lin family that I have reached my current state, for which I am profoundly grateful. Lin Xiaofeng pondered over the matter. As for why Lin Zun's health recovered so swiftly, it could only be attributed to a miracle or perhaps his extraordinary physical constitution. Lin Zun inquired once more, Miss Lin, may I begin my studies now? Of course, she replied. I shall personally instruct you. Lin Zun was taken aback. Miss Lin, are you truly going to teach me yourself? Won't that consume too much of your time? After all, the other party was the head of the family, preoccupied with numerous responsibilities for the entire clan. Yet she was willing to carve out time for him. It's no trouble at all. I currently have little to occupy my time, Lin Xiaofeng replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. The Lin family had found themselves under scrutiny, constrained at every turn, and their future appeared bleak. As the family head, she found herself with little opportunity to make an impact, leaving her with an abundance of free time. Then I shall rely on you, Miss Lin. Very well, follow me, she instructed as they made their way to a secluded courtyard. Lin Xiaofeng faced Lin Zun, standing with hands clasped behind his back, her expression solemn. The practice of martial arts is not merely a means to strengthen the body, it is also an art of combat and lethality. Over 90% of individuals who engage in martial arts do so with the aim of becoming more formidable. Therefore, before imparting my teachings, allow me to assess your capabilities, so that I may tailor the appropriate techniques to suit your physical condition. Lin Zun wholeheartedly agreed. Miss Lin, I beg your pardon, Lin Xiaofeng declared, give it your all, and hold nothing back. Lin Zun closed his eyes momentarily, instantly entering a state of meditation. With a sudden movement, swift as a cunning rabbit, he launched an attack. A look of astonishment flickered in Lin Xiaofeng's eyes. The speed was astonishing. Without a moment's hesitation, she engaged in combat with Lin Zun. In a state of deep meditation, Lin Zun unleashed his latent potential, exhibiting a velocity akin to that of a sprinter in the 100 meters, strength comparable to that of a heavyweight boxer, and reflexes swifter than a cat-ass. Yet, Despite his relentless efforts, each of his strikes was effortlessly parried by Lin Xiaofeng, whose expression of surprise only deepened. After exchanging blows for over 100 rounds, they finally paused. As soon as they halted, Lin Xiaofeng could not suppress her curiosity. "Young Master Lin, could it be that you have already entered a state of meditation?" Lin Zun smiled faintly and humbly remarked, "Indeed, after a week of diligent effort, I have successfully entered a state of meditation." Chapter 11. Commencing Martial Arts Practice. "Unbelievable," Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed. Since Lin Zun began his journey into the realm of meditation, she recognized his considerable talent in this area, yet she never anticipated such astonishing progress. In merely a week, he had traversed an entire major realm, achieving a state of meditation. Such extraordinary talent was something she had never encountered in reality, having only read about it occasionally in books. Those individuals were invariably celebrated figures etched in history. Yet now, a living legend stood before her, leaving her utterly unable to maintain her composure. "Young Master Lin, you are truly remarkable. I hold you in the highest esteem. If you continue your cultivation without interruption, you are destined to achieve great things and leave an indelible mark on history." Lin Zun was secretly delighted by the praise he received. "If you knew that I have already entered a state of tranquility, you would surely be taken aback. Miss Lin, your compliments are excessive. How did I perform just now? Did it capture your attention?" Lin Xiaofeng steadied her mind and said, "Young Master Lin, in your meditative state, you have already attained a modest level of mastery and muscle training, making you more than capable of dealing with ordinary individuals. With the addition of certain tools, you could even slay an enemy with hardened bones. Now, I shall impart to you the methods of martial arts." Lin Zun, with a serious expression, clasped his hands together and said, "Miss Lin, please." The methods of martial arts can primarily be divided into three categories: the practice method, the combat method, and the nurturing method. The practice method pertains to the techniques employed for cultivation, which we typically engage in to enhance our strength. The combat method refers to the techniques of fighting and killing, specifically designed for combat. As for the nurturing method, it is insufficient to only practice and fight. One must also maintain the health of the body, for neglecting this can lead to physical decline, adversely affecting one's capabilities. There are many intricacies within this realm. However, let us first discuss the practice method. To begin with, we must focus on the tendons. The fascia envelopes the entire body, connecting every bone, organ, and tissue, serving as the foundation of strength. To master martial arts, one must cultivate the tendons. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofeng elucidated the techniques for strengthening the tendons in a manner that was both profound and accessible. In simple terms, it involves awakening the power within the tendons, rendering them more resilient and cohesive. In doing so, one can harness the full force of the body when striking, delivering a formidable blow. The most effective method for tendon cultivation is stance training. Thus, Lin Xiaofeng meticulously imparted the techniques of stance training to Lin Zun, leaving no detail unaddressed. Lin Zun mastered it after a single viewing, executing it with remarkable precision. Lin Xiaofeng gazed with envy, exclaiming, "Truly, one who has achieved the state of divine meditation progresses swiftly in their cultivation. It took me 3 whole days just to stand as you do. Yet, people still hailed me as a genius. Miss Lin, is there anything else you wish to accomplish?" inquired Lin Zun. "Simply remain in this posture, gradually stretching the tendons within your body, and seek the energy residing within. When you can consolidate all your internal strength into a single force that produces a sound, you will have mastered the art of tendon refinement." "Very well, I understand." Lin Xiaofeng glanced at the sky and said, "Take your time to feel it. I shall attend to other matters. Miss Lin, take care and farewell." Lin Xiaofeng departed, leaving Lin Zun to continue his standing meditation. According to Lin Xiaofeng, the process of refining one's tendons is akin to a gradual and meticulous endeavor, requiring patience and cannot be rushed. Typically, it demands 2 to 3 years to achieve mastery. However, he could not afford to wait that long and promptly employed his mental energy to assist him. The embryonic breath could transform his body. And since tendons are an integral part of the body, it was unreasonable to assume it wouldn't work. With this thought in mind, he maintained his stance while directing his mental energy to strengthen his muscles. Soon, hunger struck him, prompting a swift return to nourishment before resuming his practice. Thus, the day passed in intermittent sessions, and Lin Zun assessed the fruits of his labor. To his astonishment, he effortlessly lifted a 50-pound weight plate. It is noteworthy that just that morning, he had struggled to lift a mere 30 pounds. In merely 1 day's time, his strength had surged by 20 pounds, yielding remarkable results. Inspired by his own determination, Lin Zun declared. Very well, let us practice this way. Thus, in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks elapsed. During this period, Lin Zun's fervor for martial arts soared. Each day, he dedicated himself to standing postures and stretching, yielding remarkable results. Previously, he could lift a mere 30 pounds with one hand. Now, he has ascended to an impressive 200 pounds, attaining the caliber of a true athlete. Lin Xiaofeng assessed Lin Zun's cultivation progress, exclaiming once more how extraordinary he was. It is worth noting that it took her 6 months to reach this level of proficiency in her own training. In merely 2 weeks, the disparity in strength became glaringly evident. Yet, just a month prior, he had been a frail and delicate youth. What could account for such a remarkable transformation in such a short span of time? A daring thought surged within her mind. It is said that the cultivation of the spirit and the nurturing of one's breath can enable introspection, allowing one to reconstruct and fortify their physical form, thereby accelerating the pace of their training. Could it be that young Master Lin has already transcended into the realm of breath cultivation? Otherwise, how could he have progressed so swiftly? This conjecture was utterly alarming. She refrained from voicing her suspicions, choosing instead to bury them deep within her heart. She began to impart some combat techniques to Lin Zun, while also adjusting their diet to emphasize meat, harboring a subtle sense of anticipation. Lin Zun's martial prowess has advanced, and his cultivation of the divine essence has not waned. Over the past fortnight, the short drama has continued to blaze in popularity, providing Lin Zun with a wealth of resentment energy. Harnessing this energy, Lin Zun has successfully ascended to the 9th layer of the fetal breath realm. At this level, his perception has sharpened. He can discern not only the major organ systems but also the intricacies of individual cells, granting him an intimate understanding of his own body and allowing for more precise control. All ailments within his body have been eradicated, rendering him in peak health. This is the vitality of a 20-year-old. Now, I truly feel alive. Lin Zun sighed. Previously, his body was frail and deteriorated, with even the simplest tasks proving laborious, rendering him in worse condition than most elderly individuals. Now, he has finally emerged from despair, feeling as light as a swallow, and his entire being brimming with strength. He is filled with confidence that with continued cultivation, he will inevitably reach the pinnacle of existence and attain longevity. At that moment, a call came in from Qian Xiaoshui. Upon answering, Lin Zun was greeted by Qian Xiaoshui's excited voice. Brother Lin, do you know? Our short drama has been online for nearly a month, and it has truly taken off. The viewership has been immense. So far, our revenue has surpassed 40 million, a record-breaking achievement. We stand to earn at least 8 million from this. Lin Zun smiled brightly. Congratulations, Xiaoshui. We should say congratulations together. Qian Xiaoshui beamed with joy. Brother Lin, we are planning to hold a celebration banquet to commemorate this occasion. You are the great contributor to our drama. You must attend. Everyone is eagerly awaiting your presence. Lin Zun pondered for a moment. He had been preoccupied with his cultivation recently and realized it was time to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. Excellent. Send me the time and location, and I shall certainly be there. By the way, please try to arrange it during the day, as I am more available then. No problem. Await my message. However, when you go out, do try to wear a mask. Why is that? Because I fear for your safety. Lin Zun, Chapter 12 Celebration Feast, filming the sequel. Qian Xiaoshui immediately clarified. Brother Lin, although our short drama has gained immense popularity, your reputation has suffered greatly. Your command to kneel has caused countless individuals to lose face. Online, your detractors have swelled to over 1 million, all eager to settle scores with you. Therefore, exercise caution when you venture outside. All right, I understand. I will be careful. Lin Zun hung up the phone and searched for relevant information online, discovering that many had spoken ill of him due to this short drama. However, as he lacked a Weibo account, a Douyin profile, a Hashu presence, or any other social media accounts, this group of detractors had no outlet for their grievances and could only roam aimlessly in search of significance. Additionally, some radical critics brazenly declared their intention to uncover Lin Zun's whereabouts and confront him in the real world. Below, over 100,000 people had expressed their approval with likes. Lin Zun wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Is it really necessary? It was merely a matter of kneeling for a moment. It would cost you an ounce of flesh. Fortunately, I have kept my secrets well guarded and remained undiscovered. By afternoon, Qian Xiaoshui sent over the time and location. The celebration was set for tomorrow at noon at the Golden Sea Hotel. Qian Xiaoshui had reserved a hall to host the entire crew for a celebratory feast. On the following day, Lin Zun arrived punctually. Qian Xiaoshui greeted him at the entrance, just as he always had. Upon seeing Lin Zun for the first time, He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, it's only been a month, and how you have changed." "Changed how?" Lin Zun asked with a smile. "The old you was frail, with sunken cheeks and a sickly pallor. But now, you appear much stronger. Although your complexion remains fair, it is now vibrant and radiant, exuding health. Thanks to a period of recuperation, my health has improved significantly." "Is that so? That is truly wonderful." Qian Xiaoshui rejoiced. With the passing of his parents, Lin Zun was now his sole family member, which had caused him constant concern for Lin Zun's well-being. He regularly accompanied Lin Zun for medical checkups and couldn't resist purchasing any beneficial supplements he came across. Now that Lin Zun was better, he laughed heartily. "What a delightful coincidence. We've made money from the short drama, and Brother Lin is in good health. It's truly a double celebration today. Come, let us head inside. Everyone is waiting for you." "All right, let us go." The two entered a private room amidst their laughter and chatter. The spacious room accommodated 8 tables, adorned with a massive banner that read, 3 years and 3 years, today I, the Dragon King, return to avenge and celebrate. Colorful balloons and festive decorations filled the room, creating a jubilant atmosphere. Dressed in their finest, the guests rose to their feet as Lin Zun and Qian Xiaoshui entered. "The boss, Brother Lin, you have arrived." Qian Xiaoshui announced loudly, "Brother Lin is here. Now, I officially declare the celebration feast open. Come, let us bring out the golden eggs." An MC wheeled in a long table, upon which several golden eggs were neatly arranged. Each egg bore a number, totaling 40 million. Qian Xiaoshui, Lin Zun, and the other key creators each took a hammer and, under the gaze of the crowd, smashed the golden eggs open, retrieving the red envelopes within. "Come, each person take one. Let us seek good fortune." Those who received the envelopes beamed with joy. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, Brother Lin." Then the true banquet commenced. Glasses clinked and toasts were exchanged. As the company's owner, Qian Xiaoshui sat at the head of the table, reflecting, "To be honest, I never imagined our short drama would be so successful. In less than a month since its release, we've surpassed 40 million in revenue. I boldly predict that after it concludes, we will certainly exceed 60 million, yielding a profit of 12 million. Everyone nodded in agreement. "This is all thanks to Brother Lin," Qian Xiaoshui declared. "If it weren't for Brother Lin's extraordinary acting skills, we would never have achieved such results. Come, everyone. Let us raise a glass to Brother Lin." "To Brother Lin." Everyone chorused, lifting their glasses. "Please, no need for such formality. We all contributed." Lin Zun replied with a smile, downing his drink. "All right, after this toast, let us refrain from troubling Brother Lin with more. His health has just improved, and he cannot drink too much. Should any issues arise, direct them to me. I shall gladly accompany you." The room erupted in laughter, and thus, Qian Xiaoshui was treated to cup after cup of toasts. Lin Zun sat leisurely beside, savoring his meal. To be honest, with his current physical condition and innate abilities, even if all those present indulged, they might not surpass him in drinking. However, he personally had no fondness for alcohol, with the charming young Master Qian footing the bill. He relished his carefree state. After several rounds, young Master Qian, his face flushed, proclaimed loudly, "Our production has been so splendid that I intend to create a sequel to continue our glory." The atmosphere fell silent as everyone leaned in to listen. "Boss, how do you plan to shoot it?" "My thought is to replicate the selling points," young Master Qian continued enthusiastically. "The main appeal of our first installment was the character of the ancestor, portrayed by Brother Lin, so that role must remain unchanged. Our protagonist may have perished, but we can introduce a new lead. I envision a young man from a small town, with a childhood sweetheart who is innocent and untainted. When they both enter university in the big city, his striking fiancée, who possesses a unique physique, catches the eye of the Zhao family's ancestor, who abducts her to serve as a sacrificial vessel. The protagonist, incensed, confronts them, only to be mercilessly beaten and humiliated. Yet, this ignites the ancient phoenix blood within him, granting him rebirth. Not only does he return to his former self, but he also gains formidable powers. Thus, he storms back, a force to be reckoned with, only to be struck down by the Zhao ancestor once more. Isn't that thrilling and captivating? The crowd gasped, wide-eyed. "Boss, this is sheer torment for the protagonist. Others may inflict suffering momentarily, but you have them endure it throughout. How inhumane. Not only is the protagonist tormented, but so are the audience. They yearn for the protagonist's triumph. Yet you present this? Might it be too brutal? I fear stepping outside may lead to my demise." With a smug lift of his chin, young Master Qian retorted, "I ask you all, do you like it? Do you want to see it?" Yes, we want to see it. They exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with anticipation. That's the spirit. Young Master Qian slapped his thigh in enthusiasm, declaring, who says the protagonist cannot die? I am here to shatter the notion of the indestructible hero and carve out a brand new market. Boss, you are incredible. They cheered. The only remaining question was. Young Master Qian glanced nervously at Lin Zun. Brother Lin, this production is yours to helm. I shall continue to portray the Zhao ancestor. Lin Zun responded with a smile. A brief production had already elevated his cultivation to the 9th level of fetal breath, and he was eager to press onward. The Zhao ancestor was a character ripe for animosity, and the opportunity to harvest more resentment was one he could not forego. Young Master Qian rejoiced, excellent. With your assurance, I am at ease. The short production had proven profitable, and with a sequel in sight, everyone beheld a bright future ahead, drinking even more joyously. Lin Zun took a moment to visit the restroom. At that moment, he heard a sound from the adjacent private room. Was the crew of the Dragon King's return celebrating their victory next door? Chapter 13. The figures behind the scenes surface. They are actually discussing our production? Lin Zun perked up his ears, attentively eavesdropping. How could there be any deception? I heard it from my uncle, who happens to be the owner of this establishment. This is simply splendid. After an arduous search, the actor portraying the ancestral figure of the Zhao family must be inside. I shall confront him immediately. No. This is my uncle's hotel. If you do this, it will be difficult for me to explain to him. Should we simply let it slide? That scoundrel made me kneel 3 times, especially in front of my rival, utterly humiliating me. If I do not avenge this, my thoughts will remain unsettled. My situation is hardly better than yours. That night, I knelt 12 times. My knees were swollen, and I have never shown such reverence to my ancestors. If this grudge goes unavenged, I am no gentleman. So, what do you intend to do? Naturally, I shall seek revenge, but it must be executed with finesse. Causing a ruckus in the hotel would be unwise. We can stealthily follow him once he exits, and then act on our opportunity. It would be ideal to ascertain his residence. That way, we can unleash our plans freely. We could shatter his windows, unleash dogs upon him. Or perhaps even send him razor blades, striking fear into his heart. This idea is splendid. Let us proceed with it. Wait until I step outside to carry it out. That would be quite polite. Lin Zun murmured softly, and after finishing his drink, he returned to indulge in more food and beverages. 2 hours later, the banquet came to a close. Qian Xiaoshui and several key creators, having imbibed to the point of inebriation, proceeded to book a room at the hotel to rest. Lin Zun felt little intoxication, thus he opted to return home for rest. No sooner had he departed from the hotel than he noticed 4 young men stealthily trailing behind him. One of them, possessing a shifty gaze, harbored immense resentment towards Lin Zun. Even though Lin Zun had not provoked him in the slightest, the animosity emanating from the individual continued to accumulate, resentment incrementing by one. Then another, and yet another. From his recent eavesdropping, Lin Zun learned that this individual was named Wang Haotian, a name of considerable significance. So, he truly followed him here? Lin Zun's lips curled into a smile as he donned his mask, his steps quickening unexpectedly. The 4 individuals behind him mirrored his haste. Lin Zun quickened his pace and began to run. The 4 individuals behind him followed suit. Wang Haotian exclaimed in anger, "Damn it. He must have noticed us. We must pursue him swiftly." Lin Zun sprinted without pause, covering over 500 meters in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he possessed the physique of a champion athlete, brimming with energy. Thus, running 500 meters was a trivial feat for him. However, the 4 individuals trailing behind him struggled, panting heavily after merely 400 meters, their legs growing weak. Wang Haotian gasped, "Everyone, don't stop. We must catch up." Yet, he was far too swift for them to pursue. They knew that missing this opportunity would make finding him again exceedingly difficult. All right, let us chase. They pushed forward for another 300 meters, only to lose sight of him, their frustration boiling over into furious curses. Damn it. He got away. That kid can really run. If only we had blocked him from the start. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared behind them. Are you looking for me? They turned to see a glimmer of hope in their eyes. It's you, Lin Zun. They charged forward, their expressions twisted with malice. Lin Zun. I thought you had escaped, but here you are. Truly, fate smiles upon me. Lin Zun, I have tolerated you for far too long. Do not blame me for being ruthless. This time, I shall see where you can run. Facing the aggressive quartet, Lin Zun remained unfazed. With a slight smile and a glint in his eye, he shouted, "Kneel." In an instant, they were shaken, their knees buckling. Thud, thud, one by one. They fell to the ground. The 4 exclaimed, "What the hell?" For resentment. Moments later, Wang Haotian, enraged, declared, "Lin Zun, you have gone too far. Today, it is you or me." He rose valiantly like a warrior ready for battle. "Lin Zun, kneel." Thud. Wang Haotian, damn. At this moment, including Wang Haotian, the other four individuals dared not move recklessly and knelt down with utmost obedience. Lin Zun strolled over leisurely, politely bowing to the bewildered four and bidding them farewell. Whistling cheerfully, he left without a care. However, this pleasant mood did not last long. Upon returning to the otherworld, he was met with disheartening news. The identity of the person behind it had been uncovered. Who could it be? Lin Xiaofeng's face was as stern as iron, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Wang Russian." The son of General Wang Zhantian of Qizhou. Lin Zun's gaze sharpened, and his complexion darkened considerably. They currently resided in a place known as Qinghe Prefecture, which was governed by Qizhou, akin to a province in the modern world. The general of Qizhou is the military official responsible for overseeing the entire martial force of Qizhou, holding a prestigious position within the court as a third-rank official, thus wielding significant power and influence. Moreover, those who ascend to the rank of general are undoubtedly formidable individuals. It is said that the general of Qingzhou possesses innate level strength, although Lin Zun had yet to witness the true extent of such prowess. Legends spoke of innate beings whose bodies were as unyielding as iron, with vitality as fierce as a dragon, boundless in strength and fierce in battle. Akin to ancient ferocious beasts, capable of standing against thousands upon thousands of troops single-handedly. Lin Zun never imagined that a mere Lin family could provoke such formidable adversaries. The old steward bitterly recounted, 6 years ago, my young mistress was merely 12, yet she had already blossomed into a remarkable beauty, renowned far and wide. That Wang Russian is a fiendish libertine, who sent emissaries to propose marriage. Though cloaked as a formal proposal, it was, in fact, an attempt to take her as a concubine, for Wang Russian was already wed. Our Lin family is sparsely populated. In this generation, we have but one young lady. And the prospect of recruiting a suitor filled us with dread, fearing for her safety, thus the master refused the proposal. After 2 years of living in trepidation, with no actions from the other side, we hoped the matter had been laid to rest. However, unbeknownst to us, they were scheming in the shadows, leading to the demise of the old patriarch and several clan elders, and now they seek to harm our young mistress. Some lamented, alas, the adversary is wealthy and powerful, while we are weak and outnumbered. What can we possibly do? The assembly bowed their heads, sighing in despair. Lin Zun felt a sense of despondency creeping in. The disparity between the two parties was simply too vast. The adversary's father was a high-ranking official, a significant minister in the court, while the Lin family was merely a humble merchant household. The opponent's father possessed innate power, commanding countless experts beneath him, while the strongest member of the Lin family was but one who had undergone a cleansing of the marrow. In any comparison, the outcome was inevitably defeat. A mere handful of the adversary's men could easily obliterate the Lin family. At this moment, someone rose to speak. I believe we ought not to be so pessimistic. The general is a man of discernment, and it was precisely due to his influence that Wang Russian dared not act recklessly, choosing instead to scheme from the shadows. This time, the situation escalated to the point where the general took notice, leading to the confinement of his son. Therefore, if we elucidate this matter to the general, he will surely comprehend our predicament and impose restrictions on his offspring. Lin Zun, however, was far from optimistic. Chapter 14. The Journey to Siam to Acquire Firearms. If that esteemed general truly possessed a sense of reason and recognized his son's transgressions, he ought to send someone to express his apologies. Even a mere gesture would suffice. Yet, to this day, he has shown no sign of acknowledgement, clearly indicating that he does not regard the Lin family with any seriousness. In other words, the fate of the Lin family is of no concern to him. Even if his son were to bring ruin upon the Lin family, he would merely offer a few words of reproach and impose a brief confinement. Surely, he would not go so far as to sacrifice his own son to atone for the Lin family's misfortunes. Furthermore, he cannot perpetually restrain his son. Wang Russian will inevitably find opportunities to torment the Lin family further. He may suffer numerous defeats, but should the Lin family falter even once, it would spell their end. At that moment, another piece of grim news arrived. I have heard that tensions are escalating along the southwestern border, and it is highly probable that the court will dispatch the esteemed general there. Without his oversight, Wang Russian. Alas, the crowd sighed collectively once more. After the meeting, Lin Zun returned to his chamber with a heavy heart. It is still a matter of insufficient strength. Were one to possess adequate power, there would be no need to worry about such dilemmas. One could simply sweep them aside with ease. Lin Zun was filled with a sense of urgency. an insatiable desire for strength. However, the enhancement of power was no simple feat. His enhancements were not akin to a system that could be upgraded with merely a beep. At present, the most expedient method to augment his prowess lay in weaponry, modern weaponry. It was time to procure firearms. With a few guns in hand, he could eliminate adversaries effortlessly. Should he also acquire some heavier artillery, even those of innate strength could be vanquished. Firearms could only be obtained abroad. Lin Zun conducted a search and discovered that there are quite a number of countries where firearms can be purchased. However, the most convenient option is Siam, due to its proximity and visa-free access, allowing for immediate travel. Yet, to procure a firearm from a legitimate gun shop, a plethora of documentation is required. As a foreigner lacking any such credentials, he is left with no choice but to resort to the black market. Lin Zun was an individual of remarkable decisiveness. Once he had made up his mind, he promptly booked a flight to Siam. Upon disembarking the plane, a middle-aged man with dark, sallow skin and gaunt cheeks approached him. Speaking in a peculiar dialect of Mandarin, "Sir, are you from Huaxia, here to travel?" Lin Zun nodded and said, "Indeed. I am here for tourism and in search of a local guide who speaks Mandarin. Money is not an issue." Upon hearing these words, several individuals nearby, akin to sharks detecting blood, swiftly approached him, each speaking in impeccable Mandarin. "Sir, are you looking for a guide? Choose me, for I am also from Huaxia." "Sir, pick me. I have lived here for over a decade." "Sir, follow me. A Huaxiao person would never deceive another Huaxiao person." Lin Zun gazed at the group with a bemused smile. Despite their seemingly virtuous and amiable demeanor, the astute Lin Zun, having achieved mastery in spiritual cultivation, sensed a pervasive malice among them. Some sought his wealth, others coveted his very life force, and some were greedy for both. If he were to accompany them, it was likely he would never return. Alas, this world is indeed surreal. Often, it is one's own kin who prove treacherous. Thus, Lin Zun chose to maintain a respectful distance from these individuals, regarding them with indifference. "You there, why not serve as my guide and translator?" Lin Zun selected a youthful and radiant girl. Among the crowd, only two individuals harbored no ill intentions towards him. One was a male, rather unattractive in appearance, while the other was a strikingly beautiful female, and naturally, he chose the latter. It was not out of lecherous desire, but rather a recognition of the blossoming beauty before him. To overlook her would render him unappreciative of the delicate charm of youth. The girl, somewhat taken aback, pointed to herself in disbelief. Lin Zun nodded and said, "You are the one, come with me." The girl was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly as she spoke in somewhat awkward Mandarin. "Thank you, sir. I am grateful for this precious opportunity." She continued, "By the way, my name is Lika Katie Man. You can just call me Lika. I am Lin Zun." "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lika immediately embraced her role with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "This must be your first visit to our Siam, right? Let me tell you, there are countless delightful places to explore here. If you accompany me, I assure you will feel right at home and will never want to leave." She began to introduce the local customs and cultures surrounding them. Lin Zun observed her with a calm demeanor. Standing at 168 meters, she possessed long, straight black hair, a curvaceous figure, and fair skin. Her delicate features reflected an Eastern visage, yet there were hints of mixed heritage that lent her an exotic allure. She appeared to be quite youthful, likely around 18 years of age, which was corroborated by her attire, a JK uniform brimming with the essence of youth. While she radiated enthusiasm in her work, a trace of melancholy lingered in her brow, suggesting that she might be grappling with familial difficulties that compelled her to seek employment. Nevertheless, such matters were of no concern to Lin Zun, who was here for a purpose. "Do you know where there is a shooting range? Take me there for some fun." "I do. I shall lead you there at once." 20 minutes later, Lika guided Lin Zun to a renowned shooting range nearby. Here, shooting was quite affordable, and Lin Zun spent a modest sum to experience the various firearms available. Lika applauded from the sidelines, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, your aim was impeccable. Every shot hit the target, and astonishingly, they were all within the 10 ring. You are the most skilled shooter I have ever encountered." The attendant nearby chimed in. "What this young lady says is true. You are the most naturally talented shooter among our patrons, learning at an extraordinary pace. Had I not seen you initially struggle with the firearms, I would have suspected you had served in the military." Lin Zun burst into a triumphant smile, for he was currently refining his spirit and cultivating breath control, endowing him with formidable mental prowess and acute senses, with precise control over his body. Mastering marksmanship came effortlessly to him. He felt confident that once he wielded a real firearm, he would instantly transform into a sharpshooter. Enough flattery. It is getting late. Let us dine. With that, Lika guided Lin Zun to a nearby renowned restaurant known for its exquisite Thai cuisine, where they indulged in dishes characterized by a harmonious blend of sweet, sour, and a hint of spice, perfectly aligning with the palate of the Chinese. Lin Zun was diligently practicing martial arts, his appetite insatiable as he savored his meal. Lika accompanied him, discreetly observing Lin Zun throughout their dining experience. Among all the individuals she had encountered, Lin Zun was undoubtedly the most handsome and charismatic, standing at an impressive height of 185 meters with an ideal physique. He embodied the ideal of being fit yet appearing slender in clothing, a natural model. His strikingly handsome face radiated warmth when he smiled, while his expression could turn chillingly aloof when he did not. As he strolled down the street, passers-by mistook him for a celebrity, eager to capture his likeness and exchange contact information. Moreover, he was not only aesthetically pleasing but also affluent. Whenever he made a purchase, he scarcely glanced at the price, paying without hesitation. He even promised to give her 10,000 Thai baht a day, equivalent to over 2,000 RMB. This amount was sufficient to cover her living expenses for 2 months. Before her family encountered difficulties, her monthly earnings had barely reached that figure, and they were highly unstable. If she could accompany him for a month or so, earning hundreds of thousands of Thai baht, her family's troubles would be swiftly resolved. Lika's thoughts soared as she glanced at Lin Zun, who had finished his meal, and nervously inquired, "Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with my service today?" Chapter 15. Buying a gun is easier than buying groceries. As Lin Zun dabbed his mouth with a napkin, he nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Very satisfied." Lika felt an overwhelming joy in her heart. "As long as you are satisfied, is there anywhere else you wish to visit or any activities you wish to partake in? Just let me know, and I will make the arrangements, ensuring you are captivated." "You are very considerate. At present, I only wish for your assistance with one matter. If it succeeds, I shall reward you handsomely," Lin Zun stated. "What is it that you wish for my assistance with?" Lika inquired, gazing at him in confusion, only to meet Lin Zun's piercing, aggressive eyes. A sudden realization struck her. Could it be that Mr. Lin harbored intentions? Lika's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, why would he be so generous with his money? His intentions towards her were unmistakable. She grappled internally with the dilemma of whether to acquiesce. Her first instinct was to decline. Although this nation is known for its liberal attitudes, with casual relationships between men and women, and even the existence of transgender individuals. She was a traditional girl, raised under her mother's Chinese education, unable to engage in such affairs. Otherwise, with her looks, she would not lack for money. Nor would she need to toil for it. Yet, what if she declined and this lucrative opportunity slipped away? She had hosted many guests, but none had been as wealthy and generous as him. As she contemplated this, she cast another glance at Lin Zun's handsome visage and muscular physique. Perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. After all, there was no loss in it. "Oh dear, Lika, what are you thinking? No need to be flustered." Just as Lika's thoughts spiraled, Lin Zun cut to the chase. "I wish to purchase a firearm, but I am unsure of where to find one. Will you accompany me?" You wish to buy a gun?" Lika snapped back to reality, uncertain whether to feel elated or disappointed. "I know of a few gun shops nearby. Allow me to take you there." Lin Zun waved his hand and said, "Lika, you misunderstand me. Given my status, it is impossible for me to procure a firearm through legitimate means. Therefore, I would like to ask you to take me to the black market to purchase a gun." Lika's eyes widened in shock. "What? You intend to buy a gun on the black market? That is illegal." Lin Zun calmly sipped his tea and said, "I understand. However, if you guide me, I shall offer you 100,000 Thai baht." Lika was instantly taken aback. 100,000 Thai baht could sustain her for several arduous months of work. She was in dire need of this sum. Lin Zun then said, "If this endeavor succeeds, I shall reward you with 100,000 Thai baht." Lika was rendered speechless, yet her heart raced with fervor. Her expression fluctuated, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. She was reluctant to abandon this lucrative opportunity, yet equally averse to engaging in illicit activities. After much contemplation, she finally resolved to acquiesce, lowering her head and softly replying, "Very well, I shall take you there tomorrow." Lin Zun smiled happily and said, "Thank you." The following day, due to pressing matters, Lin Zun did not go anywhere. He merely visited the bank to withdraw some money and returned to the hotel to rest. Rika stated that she needed to make some preparations, so she did not come in the morning and only arrived in the afternoon. Upon first laying eyes on her, Lin Zun nearly failed to recognize her. "How have you adorned yourself in such a manner?" At that moment, Lika was clad in an exceedingly flamboyant outfit, her head adorned with a riot of colorful wigs, and her face heavily painted with dramatic smoky makeup, resembling a spirited young girl, her beauty seemingly diminished by several degrees. Lika's cheeks were flushed as she confessed, after all, this endeavor is illegal, and I still have my studies to attend to. I do not wish for others to find out. Lin Zun nodded in acknowledgement. Lika opened a bag and took out some cosmetics. Let me apply some makeup on you as well. Lin Zun graciously accepted her kind offer, thinking it was truly considerate. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Zun underwent a transformation, his attractiveness diminishing by 2 notches, appearing a decade older. Once prepared, the two set off. Their destination was not far, merely a 20-minute journey from the hotel, adjacent to the shooting range they had visited the previous day. Lin Zun blinked, as if he had come to a realization. They did not enter through the main door, but rather through a small side entrance. Inside, a burly man clad in a tailored suit greeted them with a warm smile, speaking rapidly. Li Ka translated, "Esteemed guests, are you here to purchase firearms?" Lin Zun nodded, prompting a radiant smile from the other party as they stepped aside to allow passage. "Please, 2 gentlemen," they invited, traversing a lengthy corridor. They arrived at a spacious room adorned with an array of firearms, each more splendid than the last. A staff member raised a handgun with enthusiasm, proclaiming, "This is the Beretta 92, also known as the M9, renowned as one of the most popular handguns globally. It boasts exceptional accuracy, a low failure rate, and a comfortable grip, capable of holding 15 rounds with an effective range of 50 meters. If you're interested, it can be yours for 100,000 Thai baht. And we will also provide 30 additional rounds." Lin Zun had previously learned that a firearm could be procured from a legitimate store for approximately 20,000 Thai baht. However, the price had now surged fourfold. Nonetheless, this surge seemed justifiable in the context of the black market. He was unconcerned about the expenditure and inquired, "May I try it out?" "Certainly, please do." There was a modest shooting range available, where Lin Zun fired several rounds with great satisfaction. "This weapon is commendable. Procure 2 for me, along with 2,000 rounds of ammunition." "Certainly." Following this, the staff proceeded to introduce other firearms. Lin Zun was utterly captivated and entered a fervent buying spree. Ultimately, he selected a total of 6 firearms, 2 M9 pistols, 2 Glock 17 handguns, and 2 striking Desert Eagles. As for ammunition, he opted for 5,000 rounds. It was unavoidable. He harbored a profound fear of insufficient firepower, so acquiring a surplus was entirely justifiable. Were it not for the excessive weight of the bullets, which rendered them difficult to carry, he would have considered purchasing even more. Upon finalizing the transaction, he spent a mere 1.5 million Thai baht, equivalent to approximately 320,000 Chinese yuan, an insignificant sum for him. Perhaps buoyed by a substantial business deal, the staff, in high spirits, inquired, "Sir, will you be paying in cash or via bank transfer?" Lin Zun took out his bag and said, "I have brought cash. I would like to settle the bill in cash." "Cash is wonderful. We absolutely adore cash. Would you like an invoice?" Lin Zun was taken aback. "You can still issue invoices here?" "Of course, we are a legitimate enterprise. However, due to the unique nature of your purchase, we can only fill it out under a different designation. Do you require that?" "No, that's not necessary." In the end, Lin Zun settled the bill and left, burdened with heavy firearms and ammunition. As he stepped outside, he squinted at the blinding sunlight, feeling somewhat dazed. Before coming here, he had mentally prepared himself for potential complications, but the process turned out to be remarkably smooth, exceeding his expectations. Within a mere 20 minutes of driving, he arrived at the gun shop, where the staff provided warm and attentive service throughout his visit. There was no need for subterfuge. He was able to shop like an ordinary person. In the end, he spent only around 300,000, acquiring the firearms with ease. It felt easier to purchase guns than groceries. After all, groceries often come up short, whereas he received several hundred rounds of ammunition as a bonus. Lin Zun gazed at the large box in his hands, feeling an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction. There was a distinct lack of accomplishment. At that moment, a staff member stood at the doorway, reluctantly waving goodbye. "Sir, we look forward to your next visit." Lin Zun nodded indifferently, "Certainly." The two departed, following closely beside them. Rika whispered, "That shooting range has military connections, hence it remains unregulated. As long as you can afford it, you may acquire any weapon you desire. However, you must remain cautious of the police. Should they discover you, your firearm will be confiscated. Furthermore, this weapon cannot be transported back to Huaxia. You must exercise caution. Lin Zun nodded, acknowledging the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, the mission abroad had been successfully accomplished. Lika, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. I shall transfer 200,000 Tai baht to you shortly. Lika beamed with joy, unable to contain her smile. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Chapter 16. The Art of Spiritual Abandonment and Extrinsic Consciousness. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Zun promptly concealed the firearm beneath the bed in the otherworldly room before reclining upon it, enveloped in a profound sense of security. From this moment onward, I shall no longer be a feeble being easily manipulated. While I cannot guarantee my prowess among those of the marrow refining stage and above, I shall vanquish any adversaries of the visceral refinement tier or lower. Perhaps fortune favored the bold, as that very night, the accumulated resentment reached its peak. He sat cross-legged in meditation, taking a significant step forward into the realm of spiritual abandonment. This state, known as sitting in forgetfulness, entails relinquishing awareness of one's corporeal form, discarding one's intellect, and shedding all constraints to embrace the essence of nature, merging with the cosmos. In this exalted state, his spiritual energy transformed into consciousness, permeating outward, harmonizing with the natural world. He could perceive all that transpired around him, hear the faintest sounds, and detect the subtlest scents. Any fluctuation of energy would resonate with him, effectively granting him an omnidirectional perception akin to possessing a 360-degree vision. Though this newfound ability did not directly enhance his combat prowess, its auxiliary benefits were formidable. It is essential to note that he was armed. Although he had only just entered the realm of forgetfulness, with his consciousness extending a radius of 10 zhang, it sufficed. As this was well within the effective range of his firearm, there was no need for precise aiming. He could strike his target, even if they sought refuge behind him. In essence, within a 10 zhang radius, I am virtually invincible, unless I encounter someone unafraid of firearms. Lin Zun's eyes sparkled with delight, and his heart was filled with joy. Furthermore, the mind possesses a remarkable ability to draw energy from the external environment. Typically, humans replenish their internal energy through food consumption. However, this method is severely limited, as one may perish from starvation when food is scarce. With the gift of mental awareness, such concerns are rendered moot, for the world is abundant with energy, sunlight, air, water, and fire, each brimming with vitality. As long as it is energy, the mind can absorb it, replenishing the body's expenditure. Consequently, the risk of starvation is significantly diminished, greatly enhancing one's capacity for survival. This state is often referred to as abstaining from grain. This ability proved immensely beneficial for Lin Zun, who was currently engaged in rigorous martial training, which demanded substantial energy and frequent meals. With this newfound skill, he found himself liberated from the necessity of constant nourishment, saving both time and resources. With his weapon in hand and a breakthrough in his mental cultivation, Lin Zun felt an exceptional sense of elation and was eager to venture out for some excitement. He promptly contacted Lika. What delightful activities await in Siam tonight? Many. Lika replied enthusiastically. There's a nighttime beach stroll, where the evening lights are particularly enchanting. You can also explore the Pattaya market, which offers an abundance of food, entertainment, and leisure. Additionally, there are spa treatments, traditional Thai massages, and more. Whatever experience you seek, I can guide you there. These sound rather ordinary. Do you have anything more thrilling? Lin Zun inquired. Lika responded, there is a unique 3-in-1 performance. What does that entail? It features a captivating show with purely male, purely female, and androgynous performers all together. Lin Zun suddenly understood. Now that you mention it, I see. This is a local specialty. It would be a shame not to experience it. Please, take me there. Certainly, but it can be quite chaotic over there. No worries. How chaotic can it possibly be? Just lead the way. At this moment, Lin Zun, emboldened by his artistic prowess, yearned to immerse himself in the local customs and culture, dismissing these trifling concerns with nonchalance. With a significant client having made an invitation, it was hardly reasonable for Lika to refuse. She swiftly approached, guiding Lin Zun to the performance venue. Regrettably, they arrived somewhat late, and the seats were nearly filled, leaving them to share a table with others. The individual at the table was also a native of Huaxia. In his 40s, of modest stature with a shaved head, a broad forehead, and a stocky neck and waist. He donned a flamboyant floral shirt and patterned shorts, adorned with gold chains, and sported a golden watch, exuding the aura of a successful small business owner. Notably, he was accompanied by a local female companion, who appeared quite attractive. Welcoming Lin Zun and his companion, he enthusiastically poured drinks for Lin Zun while inquiring in the local dialect, "Young brother, are you here to enjoy yourself as well?" Lin Zun smiled and nodded. "Indeed, aren't you the same, my friend?" "I certainly am. I have heard that this place is a paradise for men, so I came here to indulge in the experience." However, the bald man glanced at his female companion, then at Lika beside Lin Zun, and with a tone filled with envy remarked, "Young brother, your companion is truly of exceptional quality, youthful and radiant, resembling a university student. Where did you find her? Could you possibly introduce me?" Lika understood the words spoken and felt a surge of anger within, yet she maintained her smile outwardly. Lin Zun quickly clarified, "Brother, you misunderstand. She is my tour guide and translator, a respectable individual still pursuing her studies." "Is she truly a student?" The other party's eyes sparkled with curiosity. In the ensuing moments, the bald man frequently flaunted his wealth, boasting about the numerous properties he owned, the multitude of cars at his disposal, and the grandeur of his business ventures. Lin Zun smiled cheerfully as he savored the performance. "Blow away, keep on blowing. And you might just match my 12-year-old wealth. I have high hopes for you." Lika also smiled, though her grin was merely polite. After witnessing Lin Zun's wealth and charm, the local tycoon before her failed to pique her interest in the slightest. The bald man soon felt deflated, realizing he had cast flirtatious glances in vain. As the performance commenced, his focus shifted to the stage. The atmosphere reached a crescendo with the entrance of a group of tall, exceptionally alluring women. Among them, the bald man was particularly animated, shouting and rushing forward, only to shy away when he attempted to touch them. Lin Zun nearly burst into laughter at the sight. The bald man, embarrassed and furious, retorted, "What are you laughing at? Perhaps you are not even as good as I am. Indeed, I cannot compare to your youth." Lin Zun replied with a chuckle. Suddenly, Lin Zun's expression changed dramatically, and he swiftly grasped Lika's hand. "We must leave." Lika, bewildered, asked, "Mr. Lin, what is happening?" "No time for nonsense, come with me." The bald man, perplexed, wondered aloud, "What is going on? Surely you're not running away out of embarrassment? Young man, you need to toughen your skin." At that moment, Lin Zun pulled Lika forward, racing ahead. However, the crowd was dense, and their progress was painfully slow, with the exit seeming distant. After approximately 10 seconds of frantic running, Lin Zun's demeanor shifted once more, and he changed direction. They dashed towards the restroom, where a storage room lay adjacent. Without hesitation, Lin Zun pulled Lika inside and shut the door. Just as the door clicked shut, four armed youths burst into the dance hall, sealing the entrance behind them. Two others ascended the stage, brandishing submachine guns, firing indiscriminately. A cacophony of screams erupted. Blood spilled across the floor. Chapter 17. The Shooting and Kidnapping Incident. This sudden turn of events left everyone paralyzed with fear. Once the shock wore off, chaos ensued as people scrambled for their lives. The 6 youths took positions in 6 corners, firing wildly while shouting incoherently. Huddled in the storage room, Lika was equally petrified, trembling as she clung tightly to Lin Zun, wishing to meld her entire being into his. Lin Zun gently patted her back, offering solace, "Fear not. We are relatively safe here." Lika responded softly, her grip tightening around him. After a while, as the gunfire diminished, Lika finally lifted her head, her face awash with terror, and in a faint voice inquired, "Mr. Lin, did you sense something amiss earlier, prompting you to pull me away?" Lin Zun nodded, expressing his regret. "Indeed, I hadn't anticipated that it would be too late." The formidable practitioner possessed an acute sensitivity to danger. At that moment, he sensed something amiss and promptly scanned the surroundings with his divine perception, quickly identifying the issue. Had circumstances been favorable, he would have been able to escape. However, the overwhelming presence of people obstructed all potential avenues of escape, leaving him trapped in this predicament. He pondered deeply. He had originally intended to immerse himself in the local culture, yet unexpectedly, he encountered far more than he bargained for. Not only did he witness the allure of the local performers, but he also found himself in the midst of a gunfire incident. Such was the unfortunate reality of a nation rife with firearms. Nevertheless, despite the perilous situation, Lin Zun remained unfazed, for he could effortlessly retreat to another realm, where safety awaited him. Should it come to that, he could even draw his own weapon and eliminate the threats surrounding him. Perhaps it was Lin Zun's composure that inspired confidence in Lika, who softly inquired, "Mr. Lin, do you think we can escape? Or rather, will we survive?" "Absolutely. As long as I am here, we shall prevail," Lin Zun assured her with unwavering certainty. At that moment, the sounds of gunfire from outside had ceased. and the armed youth on stage continued to shout animatedly. Lin Zun found it difficult to comprehend. "Lika, what are they saying? Could you please translate?" "Very well," she replied. It turned out that these 6 young men belonged to a gang. Their leader had been captured, prompting them to orchestrate this attack, taking the visitors and audience hostage in an attempt to negotiate with the police for his release. Upon hearing this, Lin Zun scoffed. What era are we in? Resorting to acts of terror and hostage-taking to rescue someone? In his view, the police represented the authority of the state and would never yield to such demands. Thus, Lin Zun concluded that there was but one inevitable outcome. The incarcerated leader would remain behind bars, facing even harsher penalties. The 6 young men would either perish or spend their lives in prison, and should the police fail to resolve the situation, several officials would likely resign. The innocent visitors became mere pawns in this conflict, their fates hanging by a thread. There would be scarcely any victors in this grim scenario. Lin Zun felt that the 6 of them were likely being manipulated by someone unseen. As for the identity of the puppet master, it remained a mystery. "Rika, let us remain here quietly. The police should arrive to rescue us shortly." Although he possessed some strength, he would never act recklessly. Even a flurry of chaotic punches could fell a seasoned master, let alone a firearm. "All right," Rika replied, echoing his thoughts. However, a familiar sound of anguished cries pierced the air from outside. "Stop. Please, do not strike any further. I was wrong. I truly made a mistake." Lin Zun inquired curiously. What provoked that bald gentleman to attract the attention of the miscreants? Why is it that he alone encountered trouble? Lika, with an unusual expression, elucidated. It is because the gentleman had just touched one of the transvestite ladies, who happens to be the girlfriend of one of those miscreants. Naturally, when his girlfriend was taken advantage of, he felt compelled to retaliate. Lin Zun was drenched in sweat, exclaiming how chaotic the noble circle truly was. At that moment, the bald man continued to shout, "Brave heroes, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. Could you please refrain from striking me any further? There are still 2 individuals in the restroom storage room. If you seek to unleash your wrath, direct it towards them instead." Lin Zun cursed under his breath. "This wretched glutton. You have betrayed me." Indeed, when venturing into the world, one must be most wary of those closest to them. "Mr. Lin, what shall we do now?" Lika's face turned pale with fear. "Do not panic. Let us observe the unfolding situation." At that moment, others also stepped forward to identify him. In times of peril, human nature proves itself fragile. A gun-wielding youth approached, kicking the door forcefully while chattering incessantly. Lin Zun looked at Rika in his arms and asked, "What did he say?" She replied, "He said, open the door, or I will resort to gunfire." Lin Zun pondered for a moment and said, "There is something I wish to convey to him. Please assist me in translating it." "What is it?" "To hell with you." Upon hearing these words, the young man grew even more enraged, raising his gun and firing at the door with deafening bangs. Rika screamed, shrinking into Lin Zun's embrace. Lin Zun remained remarkably composed, for he had thoroughly inspected the door, deeming it exceptionally sturdy. Ordinary firearms would scarcely make a dent, unless heavy weaponry were employed. However, they possessed no such armaments. Thus, this place was secure. As Lin Zun had anticipated, the adversary, after a brief barrage of gunfire, found it fruitless and resorted to cursing vehemently at the door. The vulgarity of his invectives was palpable, and Lin Zun could perceive it without the need for Lika's translation. "Lika, translate for me. Once he manages to knock out all of that rotund fool's teeth, we shall surrender at the door." Yet Mr. Lin insisted. "You must first heed my instructions." Upon hearing this, the armed youth outside approached the corpulent proprietor with a mixture of skepticism and resolve. Raising his hand to deliver a flurry of slaps that left the unfortunate man scrambling for his teeth, Lin Zun finally felt at ease. This is the consequence of betrayal. Traitors shall never meet a good end. At that moment, the gun-wielding youth returned, chattering incessantly. He demanded that we open the door. We told him, not a chance. It was evident that his anger surged, and he kicked the door fiercely several times, even firing a barrage of bullets, yet all his efforts were in vain. Only the world of that fat man, who was injured, was achieved. Rika's heart gradually began to relax, her little head nestled tightly against Lin Zun's chest, seemingly finding greater solace in that embrace. In a soft voice, she asked, "Mr. Lin, must we remain hidden here?" Lin Zun shook his head, saying, "Certainly not. Who knows what vile and insane acts those rogues might commit? We cannot place our hopes in the mercy of our enemies. I am waiting for an opportunity." "What opportunity?" you ask. "The opportunity has arrived." Lin Zun hurried to the back of the storage room, clearing away the clutter. Behind it, he discovered a wall adorned with newspaper clippings. As he tore away the paper, he was astonished to find a small window concealed beneath. Lin Zun moved a ladder from the side, climbed up, and opened the window, only to lock eyes with a special police officer who was scaling the wall. The two stared at each other in astonishment, caught in a moment of bewilderment. Akin to a fruit of confusion on a befuddled tree, where bewilderment enveloped both you and me beneath its branches. Lin Zun expressed his heartfelt sentiments. "Officer, I have eagerly awaited your arrival." The special police officer replied with a series of rapid utterances. "Although this is not my homeland, the fraternity among police officers transcends borders. And I knew you would come to our aid." The special police officer continued. "Would you like me to lend a hand?" "No need for thanks. It is my duty," the special police officer insisted. Meanwhile, standing at the back, Lika could not help but chuckle. "What are you two discussing? It sounds utterly nonsensical. Like a dog barking at a cow." "Mr. Lin, allow me to take over." Chapter 18. At this point, you still dare to provoke us. After translation. The tension on the special police officer's face finally dissipated. Lin Zun extended his hand, pulling him inside. Following closely behind were 3 special police officers, who were also drawn in by Lin Zun. The 6 of them huddled together in a circle. Rika leaned against Lin Zun, serving as the translator. The situation was as follows. Lin Zun, while drawing lines on the ground, began to speak. "We were enjoying a performance when this group suddenly burst in, sealing off all exits and indiscriminately opening fire. Currently, 16 individuals have either sustained severe injuries or lost their lives. There are 6 assailants in total, all male, aged between 16 and 18, positioned as follows." After a thorough explanation, the 4 special police officers gained a more profound understanding of the situation at hand. They then relayed the information and deliberated on a rescue plan. Ultimately, they reached the conclusion that rescuing the hostages remained exceedingly challenging. The assailants, numbering 6, were armed and positioned quite dispersely, with considerable distance between them. If they could not be neutralized simultaneously, the repercussions would be unimaginable. "I do have a strategy," Lin Zun declared. "What strategy do you propose, Mr. Lin?" "I can divert their attention, allowing for a concentrated strike. With coordinated efforts from within and outside, we shall undoubtedly succeed in the rescue." Lin Zun revealed his method, and upon hearing it, the others felt a surge of potential. With that, Lin Zun commenced his operation. He swiftly seized a stone from the ground, discreetly opened the door, and hurled it outside. Observers outside witnessed the storage room door crack open, followed by a stone soaring through the air, striking a criminal squarely on the head, causing a profuse flow of blood. The remaining criminals were left dumbfounded. At such a moment, how dare they provoke us? Such audacity! Such insolence! Unforgivable! The injured criminal, seething with rage, rushed forward, cursing as he fired shots at the doorway. Bang, bang, bang. Realizing his efforts were futile and bullets wasted, he resorted to kicking the door. Thud, thud. Just as he prepared to deliver a third kick, the door suddenly swung open. He lost his balance, stumbled inside, and in a desperate attempt to regain composure, he split his legs in an awkward straddle, resulting in a resounding rip of his trousers, his legs extending to an astonishing 180 degrees. Ack! He let out a wail of agony, leaving bystanders heartbroken and teary-eyed. Many speculated he might have suffered a severe injury. Otherwise, how could he scream in such despair? The pain was akin to an unbearable torment that words could hardly define. At that moment, another loud bang echoed as a brick came crashing down, rendering him unconscious as he was dragged inside. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, executed with precision. The criminals outside were once again left in shock. Anger surged within them, and 2 of the criminals charged forward. Bang, bang. Seizing the moment, a sniper outside fired, causing their heads to explode. The remaining 3, filled with fear and rage, quickly sought cover. Unfortunately, while they shielded against the front, they were unprepared for the rear. The special police inside the storage room seized the opportunity to emerge and opened fire on the last 3 criminals. Bang, bang, bang. The situation swiftly concluded. Ultimately, justice triumphed over evil. The special police eliminated the criminals and rescued all the hostages. Subsequently, the police arrived to reassure the freed hostages. Ambulances came to tend to the injured, and reporters began to cover the unfolding events. Lin Zun found himself relatively unoccupied. At that moment, a stern middle-aged man clad in a police uniform approached him and courteously said, "Mr. Lin, we are grateful for your assistance. Please follow me. An important individual wishes to meet you." From the insignia on the officer's uniform, Lin Zun deduced that he was the local police chief. Consequently, he followed him and soon stood before a distinguished middle-aged man, attired in formal wear, whose penetrating gaze commanded attention. "Mr. Lin, this is our esteemed mayor, Mr. Dian." The mayor extended his hand warmly and, in fluent Mandarin, expressed, "Mr. Lin, thank you. I am truly grateful for your support." Lin Zun was somewhat astonished. "You speak Mandarin?" The other party erupted into laughter. "Of course. I previously studied in Huaxia, and moreover, my ancestors hail from Huaxia, so it is quite natural for me to speak Mandarin." Understanding now, Lin Zun thought, "No wonder you seem so familiar. I feel the same way." The mayor of Dian City continued to warmly shake Lin Zun's hand, solemnly expressing, "Mr. Lin, I am sincerely grateful for your assistance. Had it not been for you, the situation here would have worsened, causing countless families to lose their loved ones. As the local official, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility. Thank you. You have truly been of immense help to me, and I am profoundly thankful." Lin Zun tilted his head and smiled. "In that case, is there any reward?" The mayor of Dyke Shore was taken aback, not expecting such directness from his counterpart. However, true to his position, he quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, "Indeed. First and foremost, we shall present you with an honorary citizenship award and publicly acknowledge your contributions. Furthermore, we will grant you a monetary reward of approximately 500,000 Thai baht. Additionally, should you choose to reside or invest in our city in the future, we will extend certain conveniences to you." Lin Zun pondered for a moment. He was not a native of this place and had no intention of residing here long-term. The notion of honor seemed inconsequential to him. As for the monetary reward, 500,000 Thai baht held little significance in his eyes. Thus, this reward was virtually meaningless. Consequently, Lin Zun nudged his companion, Lika, forward. "She is my dear friend here, named Lika, who has assisted me immensely. Please, transfer my reward to her." Lika, taken aback, responded, "Mr. Lin, listen to me. I am from Huaxia and shall return home eventually. This reward holds no value for me, but you are different. You reside here, and your family is facing difficulties. This could alleviate your burdens." Lika opened her mouth to refuse, yet words eluded her. Instead, her gaze towards Lin Zun shimmered with affection, akin to a gentle stream, overflowing with emotion. The mayor of Dihai City observed the two with a knowing glance and remarked to Lika with a smile, "Young lady, if you have any needs, do not hesitate to approach me. As long as it is reasonable and lawful, I shall certainly assist." Lika, overwhelmed with gratitude, responded, "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor." Lin Zun and his companion departed in high spirits. The smile on the mayor of Dian's face vanished in an instant. "Have you investigated? Was this incident truly an accident? Or was it a deliberate attempt to harm me?" The director, beads of sweat forming on his brow, replied, "We are currently looking into it. It will require some time. Hasten your efforts. I require an answer." "Yes, Mayor. By the way, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" The director whispered. "That Lin Zun is quite extraordinary. He was the first to notice the anomaly and aided in rescuing the hostages from the bandits. Such individuals seem to be cultivated only by specialized agencies." The mayor furrowed his brow. "What is his purpose for being here? Has he exhibited any unusual behavior?" "He appears to be here as a tourist, enjoying himself over the past few days, indistinguishable from other travelers, spending money freely. Today's events seem merely coincidental." The mayor's frown relaxed as he waved his hand dismissively. "In Huaxia, there are hidden talents. If there are no irregularities, we need not concern ourselves. We have a multitude of pressing issues to address. Let us attend to these matters first." "Understood, Mayor." Chapter 19, Strengthening Muscles, Achieving Greatness. Danger approaches. This incident stirred considerable commotion in the Kingdom of Siam. The police were preoccupied with aftermath management, hospitals were busy tending to the injured, and the Tourism Bureau was engaged in public relations efforts to salvage Siam's international image. However, all of this had become irrelevant to Lin Zun, who had already boarded a plane back to his homeland. Despite the tumultuous journey, the outcome was remarkably pleasing. He had successfully procured firearms, advanced his cultivation, and significantly enhanced his overall strength. Moreover, he appeared to have garnered the affection of a charming young lady. Reflecting on the bittersweet gaze of Lika during their farewell, Lin Zun felt a pang of emotion. Yet, he was resolute in his decision not to linger, nor to pause for anyone. His destiny lay in the vastness of the cosmos, in attaining immortality, and in living freely in this world. He would not stop for romantic entanglements. As for Lika, fate would dictate their paths. Upon returning home, Lin Zun resumed his diligent cultivation as before. His son, Qin Xiaoshui, was also working hard. He had finalized the script and assembled the production team, which was currently engaged in intensive filming. This time, they were striving for perfection, resulting in a slower pace. It would be approximately half a month before it was his turn to act. Lin Zun wholeheartedly supported this endeavor, for quality productions attract larger audiences. With more viewers, the critics would inevitably increase. A week passed in this manner. In another realm, Lin Zun was practicing horse stance, his body taut and muscles rippling, sweat beading on his forehead. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch, reminiscent of thunderclaps. The wooden board, an inch thick before him, shattered under the force of his strike. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Xiaofeng approached, clapping her hands in admiration. Indeed, a single sound is worth 1,000 gold. You have truly strengthened your sinews. Should you enter a meditative state, even those with formidable bone-forging skills would find you a worthy opponent. All credit goes to Miss Lin's guidance, which I shall forever hold dear. Lin Zun replied with a smile. I have imparted little. It is your extraordinary talent that has led you to self-mastery. If I possessed even half of your aptitude, I would have long since ascended to the realm of blood transformation with innate potential in sight. Lin Xiaofeng remarked, her face awash with envy. Her own talent was commendable, having refined her organs at a young age, yet it paled in comparison to Lin Zun's remarkable progress. He had surpassed her 2 years of training in merely 1 month. The prowess of a divine refiner was indeed formidable. Enough of our mutual flattery. What is the current situation in the southwest? She inquired, her demeanor shifting to one of gravity. I have observed a tense atmosphere in the residence, with many people hurriedly moving about, brows furrowed. Addressing the pressing matter, Lin Xiaofeng's expression grew serious. The situation at the borders is escalating. Both sides have amassed an army of 100,000, poised for battle at any moment. The general of Qingzhou may soon be dispatched to the front lines. Should he depart, chaos may ensue in Qingzhou, making commerce exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, without the general's oversight, Wang Russian may once again turn against us. Truly, misfortunes seem to come in droves. Lin Zun nodded in agreement. Thus, he had made numerous preparations to confront all that lay ahead. Enough of these disheartening matters. Young Master Lin, I shall now impart to you the method of bone tempering. Listen attentively, and you shall master it swiftly. With one teaching earnestly and the other learning diligently, Lin Zun grasped the technique with remarkable speed. In essence, this method of bone tempering aims to render the bones within one's body as resilient as steel. When the bones harden, the power one can exert amplifies, delivering more excruciating blows. However, the bones, being the hardest part of the body, lie beneath the flesh, supporting the entire physique, making them rather challenging to train. Transitioning from novice to mastery typically demands 8 to 9 years of unwavering dedication. Many martial artists find themselves stymied at this juncture. Yet, with the consumption of the bone tempering elixir, the training duration can be significantly reduced. Young Master Lin, our Lin family possesses a special bone tempering elixir. If you take it twice daily, once before and once after your training, you could achieve mastery in less than 3 years. Given your exceptional talent, you might even progress more swiftly. I have heard that the bone tempering elixir is invaluable. Might this be too extravagant? From my readings, I have learned that the elixir is a closely guarded secret among various sects and esteemed families. Even if one were to offer a fortune, acquiring a formula may remain elusive. Furthermore, the ingredients required to concoct the elixir are exceedingly costly, making the elixir itself quite precious. Even the most ordinary elixir necessitates 10 taels of silver for a month's supply, which equates to more than 5 years of income for an average family. And it may still be unattainable. Lin Xiaofeng waved her hand decisively and said, Young Master Lin, there is no need for further words. You possess a natural talent in this regard, and we shall wholeheartedly support you. I only hope that in the future, as you achieve success in your cultivation, you will extend your benevolence towards the Lin family. I would be eternally grateful. Certainly. Lin Zun found himself unable to decline and graciously accepted Lin Xiaofeng's goodwill. He diligently practiced daily, consuming copious amounts of bone-nourishing elixirs and utilizing his spiritual awareness to enhance absorption and digestion, thereby transforming his bones and rapidly augmenting his strength. 3 years? I need merely 3 months, no, just 2 months to achieve greatness. Lin Zun brimmed with confidence. 3 days passed, and indeed, General Wang Zhantian of Qingzhou was summoned away by an official decree. With the absence of innate martial artists to maintain order, coupled with the escalating tensions of war, Chaos soon engulfed Qingzhou. The number of bandits surged, leading to rampant robbery and theft, resulting in stricter curfews and gate regulations. Basic necessities such as grain and salt experienced a 20% price increase, which, though seemingly modest, posed a significant burden. Even the Lin family, a prominent household in Qinghe Prefecture, felt the repercussions acutely. With the rampant thievery, we can no longer conduct business outside the city. As for our goods, we will limit sales to maximize our earnings. However, with thousands to feed, this approach could not sustain them for long. We must reduce expenses and lower monthly allowances, prioritizing the distribution of rice and flour. We shall all weather this storm together. Other matters can wait until we overcome this crisis. Sighing, Lin Zun reflected on the somber expressions of those around him, recalling a poignant saying, "A speck of dust in history weighs heavily upon every individual." At this moment, in Qinghe Prefecture's Zui Xianlu, a gaunt-faced man with a gloomy demeanor hurriedly entered with several companions. A rotund, middle-aged man clad in official garb rushed over, his demeanor obsequious as he exclaimed, "Young Master Wang, what brings you here?" The young man, displeased, snorted coldly, "Could I possibly not come? If I delayed my visit any longer, you might forget I am your master. If you cannot manage such trivial matters, what use are you to me?" The official trembled in fear, his face contorted in anguish. "Young Master Wang, it is not that we lack effort, but the Lin family is cunning. They have bound the Han and Li families together through a bounty, ensuring mutual prosperity and ruin, leaving us no opportunity to act." The young man pondered, realizing he could not entirely blame him. "Very well, let us discuss this further inside. Allow me to lead the way," the official offered. Moments later, they entered a lavish chamber where several individuals adorned in fine silks and crowns engaged in distinguished conversation, immediately bowing low before the young man. "We pay our respects to young Master Wang." This young man was none other than Wang Russian, son of General Wang Zhantian of Qizhou, and he had come on behalf of the Lin family. Chapter 20. Power emerges from the barrel of a gun. 6 years prior, he had been struck by the beauty of Lin Xiaofeng from the Lin family, prompting him to seek a marriage proposal without hesitation. Yet, to his astonishment, the Lin family had rejected him outright. He was the son of the general of Qizhou, a figure of high status. Extending an offer to a lowly merchant family was already a gesture of goodwill, yet they dared to refuse him? Anger consumed him, and he sought revenge. Alas, his father restrained him, and he endured 2 years of frustration before finally succumbing to the urge for retaliation. One day, he would orchestrate the demise of one person, and the next another, secretly sabotaging their business while relishing the thrill of the cat-and-mouse game. The Lin family was on the brink of destruction. Yet they unveiled a particularly insidious strategy, uniting the Han and Li families and the governor, miraculously allowing them to survive. Furious, he dispatched assassins, only to see his plans thwarted. When his father learned of the commotion, he faced severe reprimand and confinement, deepening his resentment toward the Lin family. Had it not been for his father's reassignment, he might still be imprisoned. Thus, he emerged from confinement, seething with rage, intent on bringing about the downfall of the Lin family. "You need not stand on ceremony. Please, take a seat." "Yes, young master." Wang Russian took his place at the head of the table, and others sat according to their rank. Wang Russian wasted no time. "The Lin family has humiliated me beyond measure. It is time to annihilate them. What brilliant strategies do you propose?" The attendees exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting hesitation. "Young master, it's not that we lack willingness, but the Lin family is indeed formidable. They have established deep roots here for a century, and uprooting them is no simple task. Moreover, they have cunningly entwined the Han and Li families in their schemes, and the governor now stands with them. We are truly at a loss. That is precisely why I am here. I have a plan that can render the Lin family utterly annihilated, but it requires your cooperation." The crowd turned their gaze, intrigued. "Young master, what is your plan?" Wang Russian spoke with calm assurance. "I intend to host a banquet for the local governor, officials, and all influential families. Out of respect for my father, they will have no choice but to attend. At that moment, you shall unite to ambush the Lin family. Once the deed is done, the governor and the Han and Li families will have no recourse." "Brilliant plan," one remarked, though another hesitated. "Yet, on our own, we may still lack the strength to eradicate the Lin family. If the governor and others catch wind of our intentions, we risk failure." Wang Russian scoffed. "I have anticipated this. The current climate is rife with banditry and lawlessness. These brigands have long sought to align themselves with my family. Now it is time to enlist their aid. With a multitude of heroes at our disposal and your inside knowledge, I refuse to believe we cannot extinguish the mere Lin family. The group exchanged determined glances and rose in unison, declaring, "We are willing to serve you loyally. We shall brave any danger without hesitation." The following day, Wang Rushan extended invitations in his own name to the local governor and prominent families for a grand feast. Although he lacked official titles and was modest in martial prowess, his father's status as the general of Qizhou and a powerful innate martial artist compelled everyone to respect the invitation. News of this gathering swiftly reached the Lin family. Wang Rushan has arrived. He has invited many, yet conspicuously omitted our Lin family. This is clearly a direct affront to us. Is this the end for the Lin family? The Lin family was engulfed in sorrow. Perhaps I should implore Wang Rushan to release Lin Xiaofeng. Everyone gazed at the somber-faced Lin Xiaofeng, their mouths agape. Yet no words escaped. The reason being, nearly all of Lin Xiaofeng's relatives had perished at the hands of Wang Rushan. And to request a favor from her nemesis was a notion too morally reprehensible for them to utter. However, if they chose not to act, the Lin family would be doomed, and they would share the same fate. Lin Zun shook his head and said, "It is futile. This is no longer a mere ordinary feud. It is a matter of life and death. To plead for help only serves to demean oneself. It will do nothing but bring him joy, yielding no benefit whatsoever." Lin Xiaofeng felt a profound sense of despondency. "Then I shall take the life of Wang Rushan." A voice rose from the assembly. "If he perishes, all grievances shall dissipate, and I shall bear the weight of all accusations, ensuring that the Lin family and the young lady are not implicated." The speaker was Lin Fu, a scion of the Lin family, who had been nurtured within its walls since childhood and remained unwaveringly loyal to his kin. Lin Zun shook his head once more, stating, "Do not make assumptions. Although Wang Rushan may lack strength, he is surrounded by skilled individuals. You would meet your demise before even approaching him. Furthermore, his father is a high-ranking official in the court, currently engaged in battle. The court will undoubtedly show favoritism towards him. If Wang Rushan were to perish, our Lin family would likewise face dire consequences. Are we truly powerless to act?" A sense of indignation arose among the crowd, their expressions growing increasingly somber. "Yet, it is not entirely true that we are without recourse." Lin Zun chuckled and remarked, "Have you not noticed? All along, Wang Rushan dares only to engage in petty schemes in the shadows, furtively and without any dignity, as if he fears exposure. His father is the commander of Qizhou, a position that not only bestows him power but also imposes constraints. Thus, he cannot afford to go too far. As long as we withstand his trivial tactics, we shall be unharmed. Is what you say truly the case?" "Indeed. After all, his father is not invincible, and he has political rivals within the court. Should he escalate matters and provide his enemies with leverage, their downfall would be inevitable. It is likely that the commander of Qingzhou has repeatedly restrained his son with this consideration in mind. Therefore, let us not be foolishly troubled, scaring ourselves unnecessarily." The old steward clapped his hands in laughter, exclaiming, "Young Master Lin, hearing you speak in this manner has enlightened me greatly and relieved me of much burden. Yes, I once thought Wang Rushan formidable, but it turns out he is merely a paper tiger. We need not fear him excessively. Young Master Lin, your words are truly profound. You are nothing short of a modern-day Zhuge Liang. I am in awe." Lin Zun smiled faintly. In truth, these principles were exceedingly simple, easily comprehensible with just a touch. The Lin family, ensnared by fear, lived in a state of constant anxiety, unable to grasp the situation, unlike him, who surveyed the broader perspective from an outsider's vantage point, thus enabling him to dispel the fog and see clearly. The most critical factor was that he held a gun. Power resides in the barrel of a gun. As long as the opposing patriarch did not arrive personally, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. At this juncture, Lin Xiaofeng proclaimed loudly, "What young Master Lin says is correct. Wang Rushan has indeed arrived, but we need not be afraid. From this day forth, we shall remain within our walls, enhancing our vigilance. Let us maintain a facade of ease while tightening our defenses, denying Wang Rushan any opportunity." "Indeed, miss." The crowd echoed in unison. Chapter 21. Armed and ready for carnage. 2 days swiftly passed. Due to the curfew, the citizens of Qinghe Prefecture returned home early, rendering the night exceedingly quiet. However, the Zhuai Lu was ablaze with light. Today marked the occasion of a banquet hosted by General Wang Rushan of Qingzhou, with local officials, prominent families, and other significant figures in attendance. At the height of the revelry in Zhuai Lu, a group stealthily infiltrated the vicinity of the Lin Manor. Leading them was a burly man with a thick beard, towering and formidable, wielding a 4-foot-long broadsword. He gazed at the tall walls before him and declared, "Esteemed leaders, this is Lin Manor. Let us rest briefly. Once the signal is given, we shall storm in." "Why rest? We should simply charge in." One man scoffed. Although their numbers were modest, only 80 men, each was an elite warrior, for had undergone the washing of marrow, 12 had refined their organs, and 30 were skilled in forging their bones, while the remainder were seasoned practitioners of martial arts. Such a force would fearlessly confront a well-equipped army of 1,000, let alone a mere Lin family. Yet, the burly man voiced a differing opinion. "This is the directive from young Master Wang. We must comply. Otherwise, we shall incur his wrath." The others considered his words and agreed. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. By the way, I have heard that the head of the Lin family, Lin Xiaofeng, possesses beauty akin to that of celestial beings, captivating countless hearts. Thus, while all others of the Lin family may be slain, Lin Xiaofeng must be preserved and presented to our young master. He will surely be delighted." This reasoning was sound, and laughter ensued. They patiently awaited their moment, and after approximately half a jaw stick's worth of time, a brilliant firework ascended from Zui Xi and Lu, exchanging glances. They swiftly scaled the high walls. Attack! Suddenly awakened, the Lin family was thrown into chaos, with a piercing scream echoing, "There are assassins! A murder has occurred! Quickly! Seek help!" A crimson firework shot up into the sky. The patrons of the drunken immortal pavilion, upon witnessing the blossoming firework, exchanged alarmed glances and rose from their seats. "My lords, are you preparing to leave? Is the meal unsatisfactory?" came the sardonic voice of Wang Rushan. The magistrate hurriedly replied, "No, no, dear young Master Wang. It is not dissatisfaction. Rather, there is an urgent matter at home that requires my immediate attention. If there has been any oversight, I beg your forgiveness." The others hastily concocted similar excuses in their desire to depart. "There's no rush." Wang Rushan waved his hand, and immediately, four formidable warriors stepped forth, obstructing all exits. "What is your intention, young Master Wang?" With a fan in hand, Wang Rushan smiled benignly and said, "I have long wished to meet you all, and thus I wish to indulge in revelry with you until dawn. I implore you, my esteemed lords, to oblige. But I truly have pressing matters," one pleaded. Wang Rushan's expression darkened. "How urgent can it be that you cannot spare a moment for a meal? Enough of this chatter. First, accompany me to finish this meal, and then you may take your leave." He gestured to the dancers, commanding, "Let the music play on. Who can perform the ambush from 10 sides? I wish to hear a rendition." Meanwhile, within the Lin estate, both sides had already engaged in fierce combat. The air was filled with shouts of slaughter, the atmosphere thick with bloodlust, creating a scene of utter chaos. "I had anticipated your arrival." Lin Zun awakened from his meditation, leaping from the bed. He retrieved a box from beneath it, opening it to reveal an array of firearms. At that moment, with a resounding crash, a stranger kicked open the door. Upon seeing Lin Zun, a malevolent grin spread across his face as he brandished a knife. "Boy, it seems fortune has forsaken you. Prepare to die." Lin Zun calmly raised his gun. Bang! The bullet struck the opponent's forehead, leaving them in disbelief as they slowly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Subsequently, Lin Zun stepped over the freshly fallen body and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever he passed, enemies fell, each shot claiming yet another life. Lin Zun couldn't help but exclaim, "Modern weaponry is truly superior. It is a dimensional assault against ordinary martial artists. No wonder there are so few practicing martial arts in the contemporary world. It is simply futile." In no time, the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. Everyone was taken aback. Is this truly young Master Lin? How has he become so powerful? Did he single-handedly slay all these individuals? Just then, someone leaped down from the beam to launch a surprise attack. "I shall end you." Lin Zun did not even turn his head. With a swift motion, he fired a shot. Bang! A bullet struck his head, and he fell to the ground, clutching his forehead in agony. Remarkably, he was still alive. It turned out he was a hardened warrior, his bones exceptionally resilient. No matter, a few more shots would suffice. Lin Zun turned around with an expressionless face, raising his gun and firing several shots. The bullets struck the man's eyes, nose, and throat, ultimately leading to his demise. Though the bones may be resilient, the body possesses vulnerable areas, and it is there that I aim my shots. Lin Zun replicated the method, firing consecutively with impeccable precision, eliminating the remaining bandits with each shot. The Lin family gazed in astonishment at Lin Zun. Among the 30 assailants present, even the weakest possessed formidable strength. Yet, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, 28 of them met their demise at the hands of Lin Zun, showcasing a lethal prowess that surpassed even that of a marrow-washing expert. Lin Zun blew on the barrel of his gun and inquired, "Where is the young lady?" The maid, with a face full of reverence, replied, "She is in the front courtyard." "They are all in the front courtyard." "Very well, I shall proceed there at once." Lin Zun advanced relentlessly, slaying any foe in his path, leaving no opposition unvanquished. In a brief moment, he arrived at the front courtyard, where a fierce battle raged, drawing together nearly all the formidable warriors. Among them, the most powerful was a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, with a round, fair face and thick, raven hair elegantly coiled at the back of her head. Though her figure was voluptuous, she donned loose-fitting black attire, exuding an aura of lethal intent. This individual was none other than Shui Quanjiao, the sole master of marrow washing in the Lin household. Despite her youthful appearance, she was likely nearing 50. As those who have undergone marrow washing can significantly delay aging, living longer than ordinary mortals. At that moment, she stood resolutely with dual swords, facing 3 opponents who were also masters of marrow washing. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength left her at a disadvantage. Lin Xiaofeng was also engaged in a fierce contest with a master of marrow cleansing, yet the disparity in their strengths was rather pronounced, causing her to be somewhat distracted and unable to focus entirely on the battle. The formidable warriors of the Lin family are gathered here, each facing 2 opponents. If this continues, defeat for the Lin family is inevitable. They were astonished to see Lin Zun arrive. "Young Master Lin, what brings you here? It is perilous. You must leave at once." "Do not worry, I am here to assist you." Lin Zun raised his gun, unleashing a frenzied barrage of fire upon the formidable practitioner before him. Bang, bang, bang. The opponent reacted swiftly, attempting to evade the onslaught. Alas, he could not outpace the bullets, each projectile pierced through his very being. Lin Zun, possessing immense experience, struck each shot at the opponent's most vulnerable points, even targeting the sensitive area between the legs, transforming him into a bloodied figure in an instant, accompanied by a piercing scream. A formidable practitioner of the refinement of organs perished on the spot. The crowd was left in utter shock. Chapter 22. Gunfire and Reversal of Fortune. This was indeed a practitioner of the refinement of organs, an entity capable of battling ferocious beasts in the mountainous terrain. Even a practitioner of the cleansing of marrow would require several exchanges to bring him down, yet he met his demise so swiftly, slain by one who seemed barely initiated into the realm of bone forging. The spectators were astounded, their reactions momentarily dulled. Yet Lin Zun was unfazed, having dispatched one foe. He swiftly aimed at the second practitioner of the refinement of organs. The man, his face awash with terror, attempted to evade but found escape impossible. Bang, bang, bang. Another barrage of shots followed, and he too followed in his predecessor's footsteps, departing this world on the spot. "Young Master Lin," Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed with delight. The adversaries soon regained their composure. "That young man is enigmatic. Exercise caution regarding that hidden weapon." As Lin Zun reloaded his weapon, a cold smile crept across his face. "What use is caution? Let them all become the souls that fall beneath my gun." With that, he raised his firearm and commenced firing. Bang, bang, in rapid succession. He took the lives of 6 formidable practitioners, instantly turning the tide of the confrontation. "Oh dear, I shall kill you." The master of cleansing, engaged in combat with Lin Xiaofeng, abandoned his opponent and charged furiously towards Lin Zun, incensed by the recent loss of his subordinates at Lin Zun's hands. "Young Master Lin, be careful." Lin Zun remained calm as he raised his gun, firing 6 shots in rapid succession, each aimed at the opponent's vital points. However, at that moment, his body moved with remarkable agility, evading 4 bullets. With swift precision, he wielded his knife and deflected the remaining 2 bullets. Can he truly dodge bullets? This time, I shall see how you evade. Lin Zun wielded an additional firearm, unleashing 2 shots simultaneously, one aimed at a vital point, while the other sought to eliminate all avenues of evasion. He could no longer evade the onslaught, sustaining several gunshot wounds. However, his physique was remarkably resilient. The bullets failed to penetrate, remaining lodged within his skin. His muscles writhed, astonishingly expelling the projectiles, resulting in a minor bleed that swiftly ceased. Lin Zun was utterly astonished. "Is it really possible?" The other party replied with a chilling laugh. "You have no idea of the immense power possessed by a marrow-cleansing master. Do you think mere concealed weapons can pose a threat to me? Is that so?" Lin Zun drew forth the Desert Eagle. "What about this?" he exclaimed. However, danger loomed ominously. He sensed the impending threat and attempted to evade, but his body failed to respond in time. As Lin Zun fired his weapon, The bullet soared swiftly, striking one of his eyes and erupting in a spray of crimson. Ah, my eye. Lin Zun hesitated not for a moment, firing several shots in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. At last, he brought the foe down. The onlookers were left in sheer astonishment. A master of marrow cleansing had perished just like that? Fallen at the hands of young Master Lin? One must understand, this was a formidable master of marrow cleansing, a figure capable of slaying hundreds on the battlefield, a renowned individual even within the esteemed Qinghe Prefecture. And yet, here they lay, defeated by a young man who had only just stepped into the realm of bone tempering. The crowd felt as if they were losing their minds. Their worldview was utterly shattered. At that moment, Lin Zun turned his gaze towards the largest battlefield, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Are you prepared? The remaining 3 masters of marrow cleansing sensed impending doom. They sought to flee. However, Shui Quanjiao discerned their intentions. Positioning herself before one of them, her voice ringing out, "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Xiaofeng reacted swiftly, rushing forward to intercept the second assailant. Only one managed to escape the encirclement. Gazing at the towering walls before him, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Freedom was almost within reach. At that moment, Lin Zun calmly raised his gun and fired. Bang, bang, the second master of the cleansing marrow fell. Meanwhile, at the drunken immortal pavilion, Wang Rushan opened the window and glanced towards the southeast, where darkness enveloped the surroundings, save for the bright lights of the Lin residence illuminating the sky. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful sight. Isn't that right, Governor?" "Indeed," the governor replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds echoed. Wang Rushan closed his eyes, reveling in the moment. What a marvelous sound, akin to firecrackers. I feel that with each bang, a life is sent away. Do you not agree? Yes, indeed, what you say is true. The others responded, bowing their heads in trepidation. This is the consequence of offending me. Wang Rushan turned, his voice icy. I hope you will conduct yourselves wisely in the future and refrain from actions that displease me. We dare not. The crowd replied, filled with dread. At this time, the commotion at the Lin residence gradually subsided. Wang Rushan snapped open his folding fan and elegantly began to fan himself, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, we have consumed enough wine and witnessed the spectacle. Let us disperse now. No need for farewells. Thank you, young Master Wang. The crowd exclaimed, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve as they hastily departed. Upon exiting the drunken immortal pavilion, they instinctively rushed towards the Lin residence, including Governor Liu Tianbao, who galloped forward, his heart heavy with despair. It's over, it's truly over. That Wang has led us to ruin. The Lin family has been annihilated. The Wind and Rain Pavilion will surely not spare us. Why must we suffer in the midst of this celestial conflict? The others, contemplating their grim future, were equally somber expressions. After a short while, they arrived at the Lin residence. The governor sensed something was amiss, for there were guards stationed at the entrance, Lin family's martial artists no less. Upon seeing the visitors, they greeted them with respect. We greet you, governor, and all esteemed sirs. Why are you stationed here? Someone inquired, puzzled. A band of ruthless intruders attempted to breach the Lin residence at night, but thankfully, our young lady led everyone in vanquishing them. To prevent any further incidents, she has ordered us to stand guard here. The crowd exchanged glances, and the governor asked, Is the Lin family truly unscathed? Just then, the gate swung open, revealing Lin Xiaofeng, bloodied but resolute, leading her comrades. She clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, governor and esteemed sirs, for your concern. The Lin residence is safe now, though it is in disarray, so we cannot entertain you at this moment. We hope for your understanding. Seeing Lin Xiaofeng and her kin unharmed, the governor suppressed his questions, sighing in relief as he laughed heartily. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. Safe travels, and no need to see us off. The crowd departed, each lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, news swiftly reached the drunken immortal pavilion. Wang Rushan, taken aback, dropped his wine cup, oblivious to its fall. What did you just say? You said the Lin family is fine, while our dispatched men are all lost. Yes, my lord. Forgive my error. The messenger prostrated, sweat streaming down his brow. Wang Rushan erupted in fury. What nonsense is this? 80 men, for of whom had mastered cleansing marrow. 12 refined their organs, and yet you tell me they are all dead? How could they perish? How could the Lin family possess the power to eliminate them? The messenger, drenched in sweat, replied, My lord, the governor and his party have already visited. This matter is beyond doubt. The Lin family has concealed themselves too deeply, far beyond our comprehension. Damn it! Wang Rushan seethed, lashing out in rage and smashing anything within reach, leaving the room in disarray. The thought of having boasted before the crowd only fueled his anger. What a slap in the face. They must be mocking me behind my back. No, I refuse to believe it. Wang Rushan pointed furiously at two of his cleansing marrow guards. You two, go to the Lin residence and verify this. I want to see their faces if they are alive, and their corpses if they are dead. Yes, my lord. They accepted the command and swiftly made their way to the Lin residence. As they prepared to stealthily scale the high walls, Lin Zun's keen senses detected their presence. Oh, two more. Silently, he withdrew his desert eagle. Bang, bang. Chapter 23. A shift in status, a gift of the divine gun to the fair lady. The following day, the events of the previous night at the Lin residence rapidly spread throughout Qinghe Prefecture, causing an uproar. 80 bandits had invaded the Lin residence at night. Among them 4 who had mastered cleansing marrow, 12 who had refined their organs, 20 who had forged their bones, while the remainder were seasoned fighters. Yet, such a formidable force had been utterly annihilated. The Lin family paid merely a trifling price to eliminate them all. The prefect, along with the heads of the Han and Li families, visited and returned unable to sleep through the night, cloaked in secrecy. The Lin family, indeed, conceals its true might. Having long believed the Lin family to be faltering, they were astonished to discover such terror. Combined, the Han and Li families pale in comparison. The heavens over Qinghe Prefecture have shifted. It is said that this incident is linked to Wang Rushan, the son of the commander of Qingzhou. He orchestrated this affair from the shadows, yet ultimately failed, inadvertently revealing the true strength of the Lin family. Overwhelmed with fear, he fled under the cover of night, leaving behind 2 guards at the marrow-washing realm. The Lin family has reclaimed its status as the foremost clan of Qinghe Prefecture, even surpassing its former glory. The citizens of Qinghe Prefecture regard the Lin family with a newfound sense of reverence. As guests arrive in a continuous stream, their gifts filling 3 houses to the brim. The ominous clouds that had long loomed over the Lin family now appear to have dissipated. The members of the Lin family regained their confidence, walking with heads held high and a hint of pride in their demeanor, proclaiming their identity as the esteemed first family of Qinghe Prefecture. Even their household dog was deemed more noble than any outsider. However, upon encountering Lin Zun, they immediately lowered their proud heads, eager to serve. Young Master Lin, where are you headed? Allow me to guide you. No need. I am merely wandering, he replied. Young Master Lin, have you eaten? The newly arrived dates are exceptionally sweet. May I fetch some for you to taste? Thank you, but I have just finished my meal. Young Master Lin, you are of delicate stature. Why do you carry things yourself? Let me assist you. This item is not heavy. I can manage it myself. As he walked along, Lin Zun felt quite exasperated. Ever since he had turned the tide the previous night, the demeanor of these people had transformed. Previously, their respect for him was palpable, but now it had evolved into a mix of reverence, awe, admiration, and sycophancy, attending to him as if he were a deity, fearing even the slightest inconvenience to him. Come on, I merely discharged a few shots and took down a handful of adversaries. Those individuals were just particularly formidable. It felt as though they no longer regarded him as a mere human, but had elevated him to a divine status. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Zun found himself at the courtyard of Lin Xiaofeng. Young Master Lin, are you here to see the young lady? Inquired a maid at the entrance, her voice sweet and innocent. Yes, I have some matters to discuss with her, Lin Zun nodded. The young lady has specifically instructed that you need not announce your arrival. You may enter directly. Please, young Master Lin, proceed inside. Oh, is that so? Lin Zun walked in, somewhat taken aback, and found Lin Xiaofeng in the study. She was engrossed in her official duties when she looked up from the thick ledger and smiled brightly. Young Master Lin, you have arrived. Have you finished your tasks? Lin Zun replied with a smile, not quite. She shook her head, a hint of bitterness in her expression. It's not that simple. I had finally found some leisure. But after last night's events, the workload has multiplied. I estimate it will take more than a month to complete everything. Despite her complaints, her tone was imbued with a sense of ease and contentment. After all, the Lin family had undergone some changes following the events of last night. The pressure weighing on her had significantly lessened, all thanks to the man before her. He had brought transformation to the Lin family and instilled hope within her. By the way, young Master Lin, Lin Xiaofeng's expression turned grave. I have issued a gag order, forbidding the disclosure of your matters. However, with so many tongues wagging, I fear this affair will inevitably come to light. You must exercise utmost caution. It matters not. I am indifferent, he replied. From the moment he brandished the gun, he had prepared himself to confront any consequences, for he possessed the means to establish his foothold in this world. Formidable bone-forging strength, the transcendental state of meditation, and a firearm. With these elements combined, he could vanquish even the most formidable foes without hesitation. Should circumstances become dire, he could always retreat and return stronger, equipped with advanced weaponry to exact his vengeance. Indeed, I have come here to present you with a gift. What gift? Lin Xiaofeng inquired, puzzled. Lin Zun placed the small box he was holding onto the table and opened it, revealing the gifts inside. Lin Xiaofeng lowered her head, her pupils contracting. This is a gun. A gun? Its full name is a pistol, but I prefer to call it simply a gun. Lin Zun smiled and said, I have always been deeply grateful for the care and support extended by your esteemed Lin family. However, given the vast wealth and resources of your family, I find that there is little I can offer. After much contemplation, I have decided to present you with this humble gift, and I sincerely hope it brings you joy. Lin Xiaofeng gazed at the exquisite, metallic gleam of the handgun before her, her heart racing with intensity. Just the night prior, she had witnessed Lin Zun wielding this divine weapon, mercilessly vanquishing any foe that dared to approach, be they gods or Buddhas. Even those who had undergone the rigorous process of marrow cleansing fell victim to this extraordinary artifact. It was a treasure so rare that it was beyond monetary value, capable of transforming the very landscape of Qinghe Prefecture. Is it truly possible that young Master Lin is willing to part with such a precious gift? No. This is far too valuable. I simply cannot accept it. I implore you, young Master Lin, to take it back. Lin Xiaofeng hastily declined. Lin Zun pushed it forward once more, saying, accept this. It is the first gift I present to you. Do not worry, I have plenty of these. Moreover, your Lin family is in need of this firearm. Lin Xiaofeng was persuaded. Then I shall shamelessly accept it. Thank you, young Master Lin. She grasped the pistol, reveling in its allure as she toyed with it for a moment. Young Master Lin, how does one use this gun? Allow me to instruct you. Subsequently, Lin Zun guided Lin Xiaofeng meticulously on the art of handling the firearm. Lin Zun presented the Desert Eagle, for it is the sole firearm capable of posing a threat to the process of cleansing one's marrow, thereby providing significant assistance to the Lin family. The advantages of this weapon are its formidable power, capable of slaying wild boars even from a distance of 200 meters. However, its drawbacks include a loud report and considerable recoil, making it difficult for even an adult male to maintain a steady grip, risking self-injury. Fortunately, Lin Xiaofeng, on the verge of entering the marrow-cleansing realm as a skilled martial artist, is entirely capable of withstanding this disadvantage. Lin Xiaofeng is not lacking in intelligence. Under Lin Zun's guidance, she swiftly acquired the skill. Once proficient, she was eager to put her newfound abilities to the test. The two of them hurried into the courtyard, where she excitedly fired shots at the large tree in the corner. Bang, bang, bang. Within a short while, the tree was battered and bruised. Lin Zun nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, excellent. Your aim has already become remarkably precise. With a bit more practice, you shall master it in no time. Come, let us continue. Lin Xiaofeng gazed at the dwindling ammunition and lamented, there are not many bullets left. We shall refrain from practicing any further. Each bullet is a precious resource, capable of turning the tide in critical moments. Thus we must conserve their use judiciously. Lin Zun immediately produced 300 rounds of ammunition, stating, no need. I have plenty of bullets. Even after using these, I still have more. Lin Xiaofeng fired another 30 shots, yet with the remaining bullets. She heeded Lin Zun's words and refrained from using them further. She carefully returned the firearm to its case, and, bowing slightly to Lin Zun, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, young Master Lin, for this precious gift. However, a question lingers in my mind, one I cannot suppress. Miss Lin, please feel free to inquire. It is thus. I wish to understand how young Master Lin, who has remained within the confines of the estate and ventured not beyond its gates, came into possession of this gun. Lin Xiaofeng cast a glance at Lin Zun and promptly added, it is perfectly fine if Master Lin prefers not to elaborate. I am not one to pry into matters deeply. My curiosity merely stems from a place of genuine interest. Chapter 24. The heart of a fair maiden stirred. Lin Zun had long been prepared. Upon hearing this, the actor was possessed by a sense of melancholy. Alas, my family has come to find me. This is the protective talisman they left for me. What? Your family has come? Lin Xiaofeng was taken aback and exclaimed, "When did they arrive? Why did they not come to my Lin residence as guests? My family member is rather reclusive and has grown accustomed to solitude, preferring to visit discreetly and depart without notice. I ask for your understanding." Lin Xiaofeng was taken aback once more. The fact that the intruder had infiltrated the Lin residence without detection indicated that they possessed at least the strength of blood exchange realm. Young Master Lin, indeed, has an extraordinary background. At this moment, Lin Zun continued, "Miss Lin, to be frank, I am actually a runaway." "Oh, a runaway?" The story unfolds as follows. I was originally born in a quaint village, far removed from the worldly hustle and bustle, surrounded by dozens of brothers, with my uncles and elders treating me with great kindness. However, ever since the passing of my father, who was the clan leader, everything changed. In the pursuit of the chieftaincy, my relatives engaged in treachery and intrigue, ostracizing me in the process. Lin Zun's face was etched with bitterness. In my despondency, I chose to depart from that place. I wandered aimlessly, taking in the scenic beauty along the way. It was only after an unfortunate incident that I lost my memory. But fortunately, I was rescued by your esteemed Lin family. Not long ago, my closest relative, my third uncle, came to my aid, and with his assistance, I regained my memories. So that is how it was. Lin Xiaofeng gazed at Lin Zun with a burgeoning sense of sympathy. Although she, as the sole daughter, had not personally endured the fierce struggles for power among siblings, she had gleaned much from observations of other families, understanding the inherent cruelty and helplessness involved. With the passing of his father and the subsequent ostracism by his family, young Master Lin must be engulfed in sorrow and desolation. Dear young Master Lin, I implore you to find solace in this trying time. Lin Xiaofeng was at a loss for words, for such matters can only be truly understood through personal experience. In the midst of familial strife, she, as an outsider, felt utterly powerless to offer any assistance. Lin Zun forced a smile and said, "Miss Lin, thank you for your comfort. It has been quite some time since that incident, and I have long since come to terms with it." "That's wonderful. So, will you be returning?" After Lin Xiaofeng posed this question, an inexplicable sense of tension began to envelop her heart. Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I shall not return. That place is a wellspring of sorrow for me. Moreover, what would await me upon my return? Engaging in the relentless pursuit of power and influence among siblings, uncles, and relatives? Such endeavors are beyond my character. Indeed, it is wise to refrain from such matters. Young Master Lin, you are truly a magnanimous and kind-hearted individual." Lin Xiaofeng let out a sudden sigh of relief and broke into a light-hearted smile. "I intend to embark on a new beginning here." Lin Zun felt a surge of spirit. "Although I have only recently arrived here, I have already sensed the warmth of home. I cherish this place, adore this city, and thus I intend to reside here for the long term." Lin Xiaofeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this place was indeed commendable. Although it lacked the bustling prosperity of the capital and the affluence of Jianan, it boasted abundant resources and ample opportunities for settling down and establishing a career. However, there was a pressing matter at hand that required Miss Lin's assistance. "What is it? Please, do not hesitate to speak." Lin Zun felt a flush of embarrassment. To establish a home and career here, one must possess a legitimate identity. Yet, until now, I remain an undocumented individual, existing in a state of uncertainty, rendering all matters inconvenient. I sincerely hope the Lin family can assist me in resolving this issue. Lin Xiaofeng smiled and said, "This matter is quite simple. I will personally take care of it for you." Lin Zun felt a surge of joy. "Thank you, Miss Lin. Once my household registration is finalized, I shall move out." This had always been his intention. Although he found comfort in his current residence, it ultimately was not his home, and he felt constrained in his actions. He would frequently traverse between two realms, and having his own territory would be far more convenient. However, Lin Xiaofeng was unaware of his plans. Upon hearing his words, her expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "Young Master Lin, why must you move out? Have we not been hospitable enough?" Lin Zun waved his hand and delicately remarked, "No, you have treated me exceedingly well. However, now that I have settled here, it is certain that I will eventually marry and start a family. Remaining in the Lin family is not particularly convenient for me." Lin Xiaofeng contemplated and realized that a man must possess his own residence in order to establish a family and take a wife. "Very well. I shall also assist the young master in this matter regarding the house. I sincerely hope he will not decline my offer. Then I must trouble Miss Lin with this task." Lin Zun departed with great joy. Lin Xiaofeng gazed at the retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She then retrieved a firearm from the box, her heart brimming with joy as she toyed with it. At that moment, a shadow clad in black suddenly materialized. Curling his lip in disdain, "I heard everything you said just now. That insufferable brat is anything but honest, spewing nothing but lies. Be wary, lest you fall for his tricks. Is this truly significant, Aunt Shui?" Lin Xiaofeng inquired, still absorbed in her playful examination of the gun. Shui Guangzhao pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Indeed, it is not significant. During the most perilous times for our Lin family, he never abandoned us. Rather, he devised plans to aid us in escaping our plight. Without him, our family would have long since perished. This young man is both loyal and righteous. His intervention was not in vain." Lin Xiaofeng nodded and remarked, "Heroes are judged by their deeds rather than their hearts. Who among us is without secrets? As long as young Master Lin aligns himself with our Lin family, nothing else matters. Indeed, he is to be our future son-in-law. If he does not support us, who else would?" Shui Kuang chuckled, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Xiaofeng's face flushed crimson in an instant, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, she retorted, "Aunt Shui, what nonsense are you spouting?" "I am not speaking in vain," Aunt Shui replied. "I have never seen you treat any man with such kindness. You brought him home upon your first encounter, ensured he was well cared for, frequently inquired about his well-being, and even personally imparted your martial arts skills to him. How remarkable." Lin Xiaofeng's complexion deepened to a crimson hue as she whispered, "Aunt Shui, I implore you, please cease your words." However, Shui Guangzhao showed no intention of stopping. Instead, her excitement mounted. "Upon reflection, it becomes evident that you and he are indeed a match made in heaven. You are of similar age, your beauty is unparalleled, and he possesses a remarkable demeanor. You are skilled in martial arts, while he exhibits exceptional talent. As the head of the Lin family, you are poised to unite with someone equally distinguished, likely of noble lineage. Most importantly, he shares your surname, Lin. My dear Xiaofeng, you are the sole heir of the Lin family, destined to take a husband. With both of you bearing the surname Lin, any future offspring will face no conflicts in this regard, ensuring a harmonious and blissful family life." Kiki. Lin Xiaofeng's face has flushed crimson, radiating an exquisite beauty beyond compare. Shui Guangzhao cast a fleeting glance at the pistol and teasingly remarked, "Little Feng, this divine artifact must surely be a token of your affection, am I right? He has gifted you such a precious item. Perhaps he harbors feelings for you as well. Why not seize the moment and—" Lin Xiaofeng could no longer endure it and exclaimed with anger, "Aunt Shui, I forbid you to speak any further. Leave. I do not wish to see you right now. Get out, get out." Shui Guangzhao teased while laughing heartily as she exited. Lin Xiaofeng slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Blushing, she leaned against the doorframe, clutching the gun with both hands, pressing it against her chest, her heart pounding tumultuously. Chapter 25. It turns out I am already so wealthy. Lin Xiaofeng acted swiftly. Within merely 2 days, she had completed the household registration and prepared the residence. However, as Lin Zun surveyed the spacious and well-lit courtyard before him, he blinked in disbelief. "Is this truly the abode your young lady has arranged for me? Surely, there must be some mistake." The two maidservants, Xiao Chui and Xiao Hong, stifled their laughter behind their hands. "Indeed, there is no error. Our young mistress does not wish to be separated from you, so she has gifted this courtyard to you for convenience in visiting." It was undeniably convenient, Lin Zun thought, the corners of his mouth twitching. This courtyard was in fact a part of the Lin residence, situated at the far edge, once the dwelling of the second branch of the family. Spanning over 1,000 square feet, it boasted pavilions and rain shelters, with a front entrance leading to the main street and a rear door connecting directly to the Lin family estate. Essentially, he had merely relocated within the confines of the Lin residence. It felt as though he had simply shifted his solitude. Moreover, my young mistress has instructed that both Xiao Chui and I shall continue to serve you. If you have any needs, do not hesitate to command us. The Lin family will ensure your requests are met, Xiao Hong said with a smile. Very well, I shall accept it as it is. Lin Zun conceded with a reluctant nod. Since resistance was futile, he had no choice but to acquiesce. In addition, this is the property fund that my young mistress has prepared for you. I kindly ask that you do not refuse it. Suddenly, Xiao Chui presented a tray laden with silver ingots, estimated to total 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels was a substantial sum. Typical households in this region earned merely 2 taels a year. This amount represented the equivalent of 5 centuries of income for an ordinary family. However, Lin Zun declined, stating, "I will accept the house, but the money is unnecessary. I am capable of earning my own." Having moved out, he considered himself independent. Accepting money from the Lin family would undermine his dignity. Furthermore, with his abilities, he had no fear of earning a living. But there can be no buts. Please take it back and extend my gratitude to your young mistress. Lin Zun was utterly unconcerned with formalities. He neither selected an auspicious date nor arranged a housewarming feast, simply moving in on the day itself. Now that he had established his identity and secured a residence, it was time to contemplate the pursuit of wealth. With money, he could undertake a multitude of endeavors. Numerous predecessors among the time travelers had informed him that the most lucrative method of profit in the realm of dual worlds was through the trade of commodities between the two realms. However, after diligent research, Lin Zun discovered that exerting himself was unnecessary. This was because the currencies of both worlds were interconnected. Yet the currency of the foreign realm held greater value. For instance, in this world, 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,000,001. Sufficient for an ordinary family to sustain themselves for 6 months. Conversely, in the modern world, 1 gram of silver was worth merely 8 yuan. Given that 1 tael consists of 50 grams, this amounted to only 400 yuan, likely insufficient to cover the cost of a single meal for an average individual. With his modern fortune nearing 100 million, he could convert it into approximately 200,000 taels of silver, which represented nearly half of the Lin family's assets. However, the Lin family was responsible for the livelihood of several thousand individuals, including numerous martial artists. He, on the other hand, needed only to sustain himself. It dawned on him that he was already quite wealthy. Could this be considered a remarkable leap forward? Lin Zun felt a sense of bewilderment. He had anticipated that it would require considerable effort to ascend to the summit, yet he found himself standing atop the mountain all along. While some are born to toil like cattle and horses, he had always resided in Rome. Perhaps this was for the best, as it allowed him to devote himself entirely to his cultivation. Lin Zun was a man of action. On that day, he stormed into the silver shop, slammed his hand on the table, and bellowed, "Quick, hand over all your silver." The shopkeeper, trembling, replied, "Sir, are you attempting to rob me?" "No, I wish to pay by card." The shopkeeper was taken aback. That same day, Lin Zun visited several establishments, spending over 2 million, and acquired 500 pounds of silver, equivalent to 5,000 taels. He refrained from purchasing gold, as its cost-effectiveness paled in comparison to that of silver. With newfound wealth, indulging in a leisurely stroll through the streets became a delightful prospect. To be honest, Lin Zun had been in this foreign realm for over 2 months and had not ventured outside even once. Primarily, he lacked identity and the means to protect himself, making the outside world a perilous place. However, circumstances had changed. He now possessed an identity, strength, and wealth, rendering the world around him notably more welcoming. As he sauntered along the street, he marveled at everything, his curiosity piqued by the sights around him. Passers-by, too, were intrigued by him. In Qinghe Prefecture, while not vast, it was not insignificant either. The young masters of various families were familiar faces, yet none had ever encountered a talent like Lin Zun. Who is he? Which family does he belong to? They wondered. I'm not sure, but I just saw him emerge from the Lin residence. And the servants there bowed to him in profound respect. Such deference is unheard of for a young master from the Lin family. Amidst their speculations, Lin Zun remained oblivious. The opinions of others were theirs to express. As long as he was not provoked, he had no concern for their chatter. Lin Zun continued his journey forward when, all of a sudden, he caught sight of a familiar object that made his eyes light up. He hastily approached the stall, gazing at the small ginseng before him, and inquired, "Good sir, how much do you sell this ginseng for?" This world, too, possessed ginseng, an herb renowned for its ability to nourish one's vital energy and blood, particularly beneficial for martial artists. Logically, it should command a high price, yet it was remarkably more affordable than in the modern world. The primary reason for this was the presence of spiritual energy in this realm, which nourished all living things, allowing plants to flourish at an accelerated rate, 1 year here equating to 5 or 6 years in reality. Consequently, ginseng was not so valuable, with only the older specimens fetching a higher price. As expected, the stall owner clasped his hands in greeting and courteously remarked, "Young sir, this ginseng has been freshly unearthed from the deep mountains and is 7 or 8 years old. If you wish to purchase it, it is merely 10 taels of silver." 10 taels of silver, amounting to yuan, was a trifling sum for him, and he promptly acquired it. His intention was not to consume it himself, but rather to gift it to Qian Xiaoshui to replenish his health. This fellow worked tirelessly for profit, indulging in smoking and drinking during social gatherings, and often burning the midnight oil. Though he could endure it in his youth, such habits would surely take their toll as he aged. No amount of money could restore a body once ruined. Therefore, it was imperative to begin caring for his health, with ginseng wine being the optimal choice. Subsequently, Lin Zun strolled a few hundred meters further and returned with a jar of pure, natural rice wine. Upon arriving home, Xiao Hong and Xiao Chui rushed to greet him, asking, "Young master, what treasures have you brought back?" Lin Zun handed them the items in his possession with a smile, saying, "I haven't purchased much. Merely a ginseng of 7 or 8 years and a jar of wine, which I plan to transform into medicinal wine." Xiao Chui was rendered speechless, replying, "Young master, why go to such expense? Our Lin family possesses an abundance of ginseng, all over 20 years old. If you require any, just let us know. Furthermore, it is best to consume ginseng as a secret elixir. Infusing it in wine is quite a waste. 20 years? I fear it may be too potent." Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough, do not concern yourselves with my affairs." "Yes, young master." Following this, Lin Zun took matters into his own hands, meticulously washing the ginseng before grinding it into a fine paste and immersing it in the wine. Remarkably, within just a day's time, the medicinal properties began to manifest. Lin Zun took a sip. The flavor was delightful, warming his stomach pleasantly. For an ordinary person, prolonged consumption necessitates an enhancement of one's physical constitution. At that moment, Qian Xiaoshui called, "Brother Lin, are you free in the next couple of days? Your scenes are coming up." Chapter 26. The Goddess of Homebodies, Qiao Weiwei. Lin Zun felt somewhat bewildered. Is it already that time? He had been so preoccupied lately that he was nearly oblivious to the matter. "Brother Lin, it's actually been quite some time. We have been filming for over half a month now and are nearing completion. Aware of your busy schedule, I have arranged your scenes for the latter part of the shoot. Which day in the next couple of days are you available?" Lin Zun glanced at the time and said, "Let's do it tomorrow. I happen to have something to bring you." "No problem." The next day, Lin Zun arrived early at the film shooting base. Qian Xiaoshui, as always, greeted him at the entrance with an enthusiastic embrace. "Brother Lin, it's been so long. I've missed you dearly." "Hey, don't move." Lin Zun stopped him, saying, "I am currently holding something, so it's rather inconvenient." Qian Xiaoshui paused, gazing at the large bottle before him, and inquired with curiosity, "Brother Lin, what is this?" Lin Zun smiled with satisfaction, saying, "This is the ginseng wine I have brewed. Regular consumption can nourish the body, enrich the blood, and invigorate vitality. It is a gift for you. Is that so?" Qian Xiaoshui responded with delight as he accepted the offering. Upon opening the bottle and inhaling its aroma, he exclaimed in rapture, "How fragrant! It must be brewed with the finest rice wine. I haven't indulged in such a delight for ages." "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lin Zun advised, "Be mindful. This concoction is quite potent. Do not overindulge. A small cup each day is sufficient. Once you have finished, inform me, and I shall find a way to procure more for you." "Thank you, Brother Lin. You are the best to me in this world." Qian Xiaoshui led Lin Zun into the makeup room, discussing the script while applying makeup. "Brother Lin, your scene today unfolds as follows. The protagonist, Wu Tian, seeks revenge. You will emerge, embracing the heroine at the waist, infuriating the male lead to the brink of despair, only to be subsequently vanquished yourself and discarded in a desolate wilderness. Thereafter, he awakens the power of the phoenix within, undergoing a rebirth and returning to exact vengeance, whereupon you personally deliver his demise. Naturally, we must not overlook the iconic moment, where you command, kneel down, compelling all to bow in submission." Lin Zun smiled and nodded. "This is quite simple. Leave it to me." At that moment, Qian Xiaoshui lowered his head, wearing an expression that all men would understand, and raised an eyebrow with a mischievous glint in his eye. He whispered, "Brother Lin, the leading lady we've found is an absolute beauty. Not only is she quite famous, but she also possesses an innocent charm. I've arranged numerous intimate scenes for you all. Aha, how will you express your gratitude?" Lin Zun cast a fleeting glance, inquiring, "How do you intend for me to express my gratitude?" Qian Xiaoshui rubbed his hands together eagerly, responding, "Surely we must indulge in a sumptuous feast at the Shasen Grand Hotel." Lin Zun laughed and scolded, "Is this all you've achieved? I'll add an extra chicken leg and an egg for you. How about that?" Qian Xiaoshui beamed with joy. "Thank you, Brother Lin." You are truly generous. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. In truth, they were not in need of this meal. They merely longed for the Shaoxin snacks near their school. Wishing to revisit that place, to savor those flavors, and to reflect on their past hardships and sweet memories. Now, let's get down to business. Who have you arranged as the female lead? Hee, Brother Lin, you won't believe it. It's the Xiao Weiwei. Her? Lin Zun was somewhat astonished. He was familiar with her. She had debuted at the age of 16, captivating the internet with her melodious voice and pure, radiant appearance, quickly winning the hearts of many otaku. However, her stardom waned just a year later. It was rumored that her humble background and refusal to succumb to industry norms, coupled with a lack of resources, hindered her rise. Yet, even in obscurity, she was once a star, having reached a second-tier status at her peak. How could she possibly agree to shoot a short drama here? Qian Xiaoshui explained. Brother Lin, the film and television industry is currently experiencing a downturn. Even top-tier stars are struggling, let alone someone like her. We are offering a substantial payment, so naturally she would come. Understanding dawned on Lin Zun. After her makeup was completed, he finally met the former Xiao Weiwei. She was quite young, only 20 years old. Standing at 165 meters with fair skin, a petite face brimming with collagen, and large, watery eyes that mirrored her online presence, she was certainly no mere photo illusion. At that moment, she was clad in an exquisite white princess dress, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Lin Zun. Are you the actor portraying the ancestral figure of the Zhao family? Lin Zun extended his hand and introduced himself. I am Lin Zun. A pleasure to meet you. She responded warmly. What a delight to meet you. You possess such youthful charm and striking handsomeness, far surpassing the celebrities I have encountered in the industry. Moreover, your acting skills are truly remarkable. To be frank, I have privately watched your portrayal of the ancestor of the Zhao family, and it left me utterly astounded. Lin Zun laughed heartily, exclaiming, I truly apologize for that. No worries at all. In fact, I have always been curious about one thing. Now that you've gained a bit of fame, why haven't you created a Weibo account? I would love to follow you, but alas, I cannot. She inquired with genuine interest. I simply lack the time. I find it too bothersome. He replied nonchalantly. In truth, he was being intentional. The vitriolic critics, incensed by his actions, would inevitably seek an outlet to vent their pent-up frustrations. At that moment, his account would have become a target for their ire. Yet, ironically, he had none. One must wonder how infuriated those detractors must be. The more agitated they became, the greater their resentment grew. With the pleasantries concluded, the short drama commenced. Lin Zun and Xiao Weiwei stood behind the door, following the script's requirements. Lin Zun placed his hand gently on Xiao Weiwei's slender waist. Xiao Weiwei trembled slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, her breath becoming a tad more rapid. What's wrong? Lin Zun inquired softly. Xiao Weiwei replied in a hushed tone, It's just that this is the first time a man has embraced my waist. I'm not quite accustomed to it yet. Please give me a moment to adjust. Lin Zun was somewhat taken aback, not expecting it to be her first time. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, Xiao Weiwei had only risen to fame for less than a year before her popularity waned. And it was only after that she began acting, albeit in minor roles, that afforded her no chance to experience such treatment. True to her professionalism, Xiao Weiwei took a couple of deep breaths and quickly regained her composure. Their scene commenced, and Lin Zun promptly wrapped his arm around Xiao Weiwei's waist, strutting out with an air of arrogance. Upon witnessing this scene, the lead actor outside was instantly engulfed in fury. Who are you? Release your grip at once. Weiwei is my woman, and I will not permit you to lay a finger on her. Xiao Weiwei immediately immersed herself in the role, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in panic. Tiangu, you must leave. Don't concern yourself with me. He is too powerful, and you stand no chance against him. Just go. The lead actor, even more incensed, shouted back, Weiwei, do not be afraid. I will surely rescue you. You scoundrel. Release Weiwei immediately, or I shall make you pay dearly. Lin Zun scoffed with disdain, his eyes shimmering with divine light, and with an air of superiority, he bellowed, Kneel. This thunderous command sliced through the crowd like a scythe through chaff, causing everyone to drop to their knees. A glance around revealed no one standing. Qian Xiaoshui clenched his fists, exclaiming with fervor, Yes, yes, this is the essence of it. Once uttered, all present bowed in submission. Brother Lin's acting prowess had grown even more formidable. Boss, your words resonate, but please rise and speak. Chapter 27. Something is amiss with this goddess. The reactions of the crowd were entirely within Lin Zun's expectations. After all, he was no longer the person he once was. He had transcended to a state of spiritual enlightenment, his mental fortitude vastly superior to his former self. Even a ferocious tiger would yield to his command. Yet, gradually, he sensed something was amiss. Upon looking down, he discovered Xiao Weiwei was leaning against him, one hand instinctively wrapped around his waist, her face flushed with a rosy hue. Her legs pressed tightly together, and her body trembling slightly. Goodness, she had been so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. It was only natural. Everyone else had knelt. And she was the closest. "Are you all right?" Lin Zun inquired softly. "I'm fine, just a bit startled. Hold me tightly, otherwise, it would be embarrassing if I fell." "Very well, no problem." Lin Zun is a considerate and warm-hearted gentleman, and he naturally complied. However, as time passed, he began to sense something amiss. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that Xiao Weiwei was trembling more violently. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes glimmered with a hint of spring-like affection. Lin Zun. Today's shoot was fraught with challenges, concluding only by dusk. The primary issue lay with Lin Zun himself, as his gaze was exceedingly intimidating. Upon receiving a mere glance from him, everyone not only knelt, but also completely forgot their lines, resulting in numerous retakes. Xiao Weiwei encountered her own difficulties as well. Perhaps she had consumed too much water, as she frequently needed to excuse herself. When the filming finally wrapped, she specifically approached Lin Zun, casting him a fierce glare, and admonished, "You must not divulge my predicament, or I shall confront you." Lin Zun vowed, "Rest assured, I shall not speak a word." Xiao Weiwei pulled out her phone and threatened, "I do not believe you. Let us add each other on WeChat, so I can keep a close watch on you." After they exchanged WeChat information, Xiao Weiwei blushed and hurried away. Lin Zun gazed at her departing figure, shaking his head in contemplation, though her exterior exudes purity. Her body is sensitive, and her demeanor is rather contradictory. At that moment, Qian Xiaoshui approached with a cheerful smile, saying, "Brother Lin, during the performance just now, I noticed that Xiao Weiwei's gaze towards you was rather peculiar, and now she has even taken the initiative to add you on WeChat. Have you two perhaps become involved?" Lin Zun cast a silent glance at Qian Xiaoshui. This lad possesses a keen eye. He immediately refuted, "That's not true. We've only just met. How could we possibly have developed any feelings? By the way, when will this drama be released? Now that filming has wrapped, we are preparing for post-production. If all goes smoothly, it should be online in a week." "A week, you say? Excellent." Lin Zun nodded in satisfaction. He could certainly wait. By that time, his cultivation of the spirit refinement would rapidly advance. He wondered if it might even propel him to the out-of-body realm. Once he achieved spirit refinement and out-of-body, his power would undergo a tremendous transformation. The mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration. With the filming complete, everyone dispersed. Lin Zun returned home directly, while Qian Xiaoshui was to attend a social gathering. In the current business climate, succeeding is exceedingly challenging. It requires not only skill, but also the ability to navigate the intricate web of social obligations to appease those in authority. A single misstep by even the most inconsequential individual could jeopardize one's enterprise, leading to financial ruin. Fortunately, he had achieved financial independence and was no longer compelled to engage in such demeaning practices. Xiaoshui, still in the bloom of youth, ought to endure and embrace further experiences. Yet, as night fell, Qian Xiaoshui unexpectedly called. His voice was charged with fervor. "Lin, do you still have any of that ginseng liquor?" Lin Zun was perplexed. "What do you mean, there's none left?" "Goodness, this wine is remarkable. I've only had a small sip and already feel a rush of warmth enveloping me. In no time, I am invigorated, brimming with energy, as if I could conquer a tiger. Thus, I must inquire, is there any more?" Lin Zun was utterly perplexed. "I have provided you with enough liquor to last you half a year. What is the rush? Let us discuss it once you have finished." "Brother Lin, it is not my urgency, but rather that of others." The situation unfolded as follows. I had attended a gathering where one of the leaders had a penchant for fine spirits. Upon noticing the ginseng liquor in my possession, he expressed a desire to sample it. Initially, I assumed it was merely an ordinary health tonic and paid it no mind, allowing him a taste. To my astonishment, its potency was remarkable. He took a great liking to it and subsequently asked me to inquire on his behalf whether more of this liquor was available, assuring me that money was not an issue. Lin Zun, simply inform him that this item is of great value and irreplaceable. However, Brother Lin, that leader is a mid-level executive on a certain platform. possessing substantial influence and specifically responsible for traffic approval. If it is available, selling him a portion could yield numerous benefits for us. Lin Zun, truly, there is nothing. Is that really the case? Brother Lin, I am aware that you tend to hold back when it comes to your endeavors. There are no outsiders present here, so please, be candid. Lin Zun, does he really enjoy this wine? Indeed, he is particularly fond of it. His eyes lit up with enthusiasm, as if he were eager to snatch the glass from my hand. However, this was a gift from you. How could I possibly let him succeed? Qian Xiaoshui chuckled with pride. Lin Zun nodded. All right, I shall confess honestly, I do indeed have a little more. I knew it. Lin Zun, however, it is more effective to convey to him that there is nothing available. The more easily one acquires something, the less one comes to appreciate its value. Therefore, we must entice him, for only then will he come to regard us with the respect we deserve. Very well, I have devised a plan. The call ended. Lin Zun mused to himself, is it the leader responsible for traffic? Just what I need, someone to work for me. The following day, Qian Xiaoshui's call came through again. Brother Lin, he said, he wishes to invite you to dinner. Lin Zun did not anticipate that the other party could not wait even a single day. It seemed they truly had a fondness for this wine. Very well, the time and place. That evening, Lin Zun met with the leader at an exclusive restaurant. To his astonishment, the leader turned out to be a young man named Yu Qing, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years of age, standing approximately 6 feet tall. Clad in a black leather jacket, and possessing a robust physique, untainted by the vices of wine, lust, and wealth. Lin Zun possessed a profound intuition, sensing that the individual before him was a practitioner of martial arts. The man appeared equally astonished to encounter Lin Zun, a mere 20-year-old. Yet he exuded an aura distinct from that of his contemporaries, while others typically regarded Lin Zun with a mixture of reverence and avoidance in their gaze. This individual maintained an unwavering calm, as if observing an ordinary person, devoid of any differentiation due to Lin Zun's esteemed status. Such a demeanor was one Lin Zun had only previously witnessed in a select few esteemed figures. Moreover, what struck Lin Zun most was the man's upright posture. As he approached, his movements were steady and balanced, his physique exuding both grace and strength, hinting at a background in martial arts. The young leader took the initiative to greet Lin Zun, warmly clasping his hand and exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "You must be Brother Lin, as mentioned by Brother Qian. I hardly recognized you, being so youthful." Lin Zun greeted with the same smile. "Manager Yi, I did not expect you to be so young. It is a pleasure to meet you." The other party, with an amiable demeanor, responded, "It is all arranged by my family. Otherwise, at such a young age, how could I possibly hold this position? Mr. Lin, may I be so bold as to inquire whether you have practiced martial arts?" Lin Zun nodded affirmatively, acknowledging his experience in martial arts as a means of strengthening both body and spirit. His companion, suddenly filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I too share this passion. Practitioners of martial arts are indeed rare. I am truly delighted to meet you, Mr. Lin. Please, take a seat. And you too, Manager Yi." This exchange immediately bridged the gap between them. Chapter 28. Why so much? It's driving him mad with desire. From a young age, I have always found little joy in academia, preferring instead the discipline of martial arts. I embarked on this journey at the tender age of 10, and now, after more than a decade, I dedicate 2 hours each day to training, whether it be standing meditation or practicing various forms. I have also sought the guidance of esteemed masters, acquiring a wealth of knowledge along the way. As Yu Qing settled into his seat, he began to passionately recount his martial arts journey, demonstrating his skills throughout his narrative. Lin Zun observed and found it quite impressive. He had already attained a level of proficiency in muscle training. Although this prowess would not qualify him for guarding the Lin family in another realm, in the modern world, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable master, capable of taking on several grown men single-handedly without difficulty. Lin Zun also displayed a modicum of his prowess, instantly captivating those around him, prompting a desire to arrange a time for a friendly sparring session with Lin Zun. Lin Zun expressed that his pursuit of martial arts was solely for the purpose of strengthening his body and not for engaging in combat, and he declined with a smile. In truth, it was due to the significant disparity in their abilities, rendering any sparring rather unexciting. After several rounds of drinks and a delightful array of dishes, the two had grown quite familiar with one another, affectionately referring to each other as brother and younger brother, almost on the verge of swearing brotherhood. Yu Qing, with warmth in his voice, said, "Brother Lin, we are now friends, both practitioners of martial arts. so I will speak candidly. Lin Zun nodded immediately and said, Brother Yi, please feel free to express yourself. Well, my dear brother, he continued, I have been practicing martial arts since childhood, and in pursuit of this discipline, I have developed a fondness for medicinal liquor to strengthen my body. Over the years, I have consumed no less than 800 bottles of such elixirs. Yet none has compared to the fine brew you possess. That night, after indulging in your exquisite liquor, I felt as if every muscle in my body was invigorated, brimming with vitality. Upon returning home, I trained vigorously for an entire hour, and to my astonishment, my long-stagnant cultivation saw a remarkable resurgence. My dear brother, as a fellow practitioner, you must understand the significance of this to me. Therefore, Lin Zun implored, his eyes gleaming with eagerness, Brother Yi, do you have any more of that remarkable liquor? Would you be so kind as to procure a barrel for me? Rest assured, I shall ensure that you do not suffer any loss in this transaction. Lin Zun smiled bitterly. Yigu, I truly do not have any left. Let me be frank with you. This wine is ginseng wine, and the key ingredient is that very ginseng. A friend of mine unearthed it from the depths of the mountains. I spent a considerable sum and exerted a great deal of effort to acquire it. Whether I can find such ginseng again is uncertain. Yi Qing, somewhat skeptical, replied, Brother, do not deceive me. If this item is so precious, why would you part with it? I have not given it away casually, Lin Zun clarified. Thus far, I have only gifted it to Xiao Shuai. He is my only brother, having grown up together. If I do not care for him, who else should I? Yi Qing glanced at Lin Zun and then at the taciturn Qian Xiao Shuai behind him, seemingly beginning to believe. Yet, he remained unconvinced. Is there truly none left? Indeed, there is none remaining. What is left has either been consumed by me or given entirely to Xiao Shuai. Rest assured, when I procure more, I shall reserve a portion for you. Very well. At that moment, Yi Qing could not claim to be devoid of disappointment. However, with Lin Zun's repeated assurances of the absence of wine, what could he do? Wait a moment, perhaps there still was some. Yi Qing's gaze drifted towards Qian Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai caught the glance, but offered no response, silently indulging in his meal. Yi Qing found himself infuriated. This lad usually displayed considerable perceptiveness and was particularly adept at navigating social situations. How could he remain unresponsive now? Reluctantly, he spoke up, Qian Laodi, I recall you having plenty of that wine. Could you spare a bit for me? Xiao Shuai vigorously shook his head. No, I cannot give you any. Why not? I am not asking for it without compensation. It truly cannot be done. At this juncture, Lin Zun furrowed his brow and said with displeasure, Xiao Shuai, did you not heed my request? Last night, did I not ask you to share a little for the sake of goodwill? How could you be so inconsiderate? Qian Xiao Shuai became agitated. Brother, how could I bear to? This wine is the result of your arduous efforts. It is your labor of love. I would not dare to part with a single drop for outsiders. Lin Zun immediately adopted a stern expression and admonished, Xiao Shuai, it is not my intention to chastise you, but I can comprehend your fondness for this wine. However, one must embody generosity and learn the virtue of sharing. This way, one cultivates more friendships. With more friends, the journey becomes easier. Yigu is not a stranger. If he is in need, how can we not extend our assistance? I have decided, henceforth, you shall share some of this wine with Yigu. Yi Qing was overjoyed. Really? Qian Xiaoshuai, however, was reluctant. Brother. Lin Zun made a decisive remark. It is settled then. Yi Qing burst into hearty laughter, raising his wine glass. Brother Lin, I express my gratitude to you here. In the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Lin Zun clinked his glass and smiled. Brother Yi, you are being too polite. I will also urge my friend to expedite his search. If he finds the ginseng and brews it into wine, I will certainly reserve a portion for you, my dear brother. Yi Qing laughed joyously, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum, as he repeatedly urged Lin Zun to drink. The two engaged in delightful conversation. Meanwhile, Qian Xiaoshuai discreetly took out his phone and stealthily sent a WeChat message to Lin Zun. Qian Xiaoshuai, Brother Lin. How much wine should I give you, Qing? Would 2 jin be sufficient? Lin Zun, why so much? Just 2 taels will suffice. It's enough to make anyone crave more. Qian Xiaoshuai, who was it that just said one should be generous? This meal was truly a delightful gathering for both hosts and guests. Originally, there was to be a foot-washing ceremony in the evening, but Lin Zun had to decline the invitation as he needed to return to the other realm. Upon arriving home, Lin Zun took a bath to wash away the scent of alcohol, changed his attire, and then traversed back to the other world. At this moment, in the other realm, The day had already dawned, and two charming maidens entered to assist Lin Zun with his morning routine. Young master, the young lady wishes to invite you to dine together to discuss some matters. All right, I understand. After completing his morning rituals and donning a fresh set of clothes, Lin Zun made his way through the back door, navigating familiar paths to arrive at Lin Xiaofeng's courtyard. Lin Xiaofeng had been waiting for quite some time, adorned in her customary purple attire that exuded elegance. Upon the arrival of Lin Zun, she rose gracefully, offering a radiant smile. Young Master Lin, please. Thank you, Miss Lin. The breakfast spread was lavish, featuring not only steamed buns, dumplings, noodles, and soy milk, but also an array of meats and savory soups, elegantly arranged across the table. While an ordinary person might require 2 days to consume such a feast, it was merely sufficient for the two martial artists. They seated themselves and began to eat at a leisurely pace. Lin Xiaofeng sighed. Although Wang Rushan has fled and my Lin family has temporarily weathered the storm, war is upon us. According to the latest intelligence I have received, hostilities have erupted at the border. Our nation is currently facing some setbacks, and the repercussions have already reached Qinghe Prefecture. Resources have become increasingly scarce, prices have surged by 10%, and commerce has become arduous. Moreover, there are now more refugees outside the city, and banditry is rampant. Chaos has ensued. Alas, the lives of the common people have become exceedingly difficult. Lin Zun could not help but express his sentiments. Although he seldom ventured outside, he was acutely aware of the hardships faced by the world. Beneath the shadow of war, the common folk were enduring increasingly dire straits, with some struggling to find enough sustenance. Indeed, regardless of the era, the plight of the common people remains arduous. Yet in times of peace, they manage to find at least a morsel to eat. Life may be frugal, but survival is attainable. However, in times of turmoil, merely existing becomes an unattainable luxury. In such circumstances, my esteemed Lin family, with its considerable stature and resources, cannot stand idly by. Thus, I have summoned you, dear sir, in hopes of gleaning your insights to assist the Lin family in navigating these tumultuous times. Upon finishing her words, Lin Xiaofeng turned her enchanting gaze towards me. Brimming with anticipation, Lin Zun inquired with an inscrutable demeanor, Miss Lin, what are your intentions? Chapter 29. The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise. Lin Xiaofeng sighed once more, lamenting, what more can I do at this moment? All I can do is curtail expenses, limit outings, stockpile supplies, and intensify training, striving to enhance the cultivation of the guardians. Ah, yes, I also intend to rescind the orders from the Wind and Rain Tower and reclaim the bounty. This is, for now, the extent of my responsibilities as the head of the household. Lin Zun offered consolation, saying, you have performed admirably. Had I been in your position, I would have done the same. The remainder must be left to fate. Lin Xiaofeng nodded slightly, feeling a modicum of solace within her heart. At that moment, a thunderous cry erupted from outside. The heavens have perished. Let the yellow sky rise. In this very year, may the world be prosperous. The expressions of Lin Zun and his companion changed abruptly, for the utterance of that phrase was a grave taboo. The nation they currently inhabited was known as the Ditsong dynasty. To proclaim that the heavens had perished was tantamount to cursing the very existence of their state. Upon stepping outside, they encountered several individuals clad in black robes, who, as they walked, fervently shouted, the heavens are dead, let the yellow sky rise. This year marks the present, and all under heaven shall prosper. Their demeanor appeared eccentric, reminiscent of madness. Furthermore, they scattered paper everywhere. One of the flyers wafted before Lin Zun. He picked it up and discovered it to be a pamphlet. Aside from the aforementioned phrase, it bore an engraving of the deity of the yellow sky. These individuals were disciples of the Yellow Sky sect, fervently promoting their doctrine. At that moment, a group of constables rushed over. Among them stood a tall man, measuring 7 feet, with a square face that exuded authority even without anger. He pointed at the crowd and bellowed, these heretical words mislead the masses. Seize them. Yes, Captain. The constables surged forward. The Yellow Sky sect disciples resisted, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and they were all apprehended. Disperse. There is nothing to see here. The leading constable attempted to clear the onlookers, but upon noticing Lin Xiaofeng's presence, he approached her with a respectful bow and said, head of the Lin family, what a coincidence. I hope I did not disturb you just now. This individual was Sun Jing, the chief constable of the locality, a man of considerable cultivation who had held his position for over a decade, known for his astuteness and charm. Lin Xiaofeng shook her head, exclaiming, no, it is merely perplexing how the Huangtian sect has emerged here. Captain Sun, equally bewildered, replied, I am equally at a loss. It has suddenly appeared. And this marks the third group I have apprehended. Rumor has it that similar occurrences are unfolding in other provinces. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiaofeng fell into silence. She wished to voice her concerns about the impending chaos and the inevitable emergence of malevolent forces. But such sentiments seemed ill-suited for the public sphere, compelling her to remain reticent. By the way, there is a matter that warrants your attention, Master Lin. What is it? Recently, a band of thieves has infiltrated our Qinghe prefecture. They are exceedingly audacious, particularly targeting affluent households. Their agility is remarkable, allowing them to strike with uncanny stealth and success. Master Lin, you must remain vigilant and safeguard your possessions. Thank you, Captain Sun, for your timely warning. I shall remember this kindness. You were too gracious, Master Lin. I shall take my leave now, unless there is anything else. Captain Sun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, casting a curious glance at Lin Zun before departing. Lin Xiaofeng shook her head and sighed. The world is truly descending into chaos. However, Lin Zun was not particularly concerned about the state of the world, as long as it did not interfere with his cultivation. After a period of diligent practice, he had made some progress, successfully advancing his bone-forging technique to a minor achievement. Although he appeared unchanged on the surface, a scale would reveal a noticeable increase in weight. This was due to the enhanced strength and density of his bones, which allowed him to exert greater power. Boasting over 600 pounds of strength with every movement, making it easy for him to handle a dozen adult men. He was filled with joy. The intoxicating sensation of becoming stronger through effort was utterly captivating. Meanwhile, the band of thieves grew increasingly brazen, having plundered numerous prominent families in Qinghe Prefecture. Even the governor's office fell victim to their theft, with treasures worth thousands of taels vanishing without a trace. The governor was infuriated, erupting in fury and vowing to apprehend the thieves. In a secluded residence, a group of individuals clad in black gathered, bowing respectfully before a woman. We pay our respects to the protector. The protector was a strikingly beautiful woman in her mid-20s, reclining gracefully on a couch, adorned in a flowing black garment. Her figure was somewhat voluptuous, exuding an aura of grandeur, while her hair was elegantly styled into an updo, with a few strands artfully cascading down. Her complexion was fair, and though her features were not classically exquisite, they harmonized beautifully. Her captivating fox-like eyes held a bewitching allure, capable of mesmerizing anyone who caught her glance. Yet, those below dared not raise their eyes, for those very eyes could kill. She spoke, her voice laced with a hint of languor and charm. How goes the mission? One of the black-clad figures, head bowed in deference, replied, Esteemed protector, we have successfully stolen from 9 households, acquiring treasures valued at 180,000 taels of silver. 9 households? Only 180,000 taels? The black-clad woman tilted her head, her brow furrowing in confusion. I recall there are 10 prominent families in Qinghe Prefecture, including the governor's. Which household remains unplundered? The largest, the Lin family. Why have we not targeted them? Her tone shifted dangerously. I have issued multiple orders. Not a single noble family in Qinghe Prefecture is to be spared. The woman lowered her gaze slightly, her eyes flashing with a crimson glimmer, signaling peril. Do you not heed my words? The gathered individuals trembled in fear. One brave soul, despite the pressure, spoke up, Esteemed protector, we refrained from action due to uncertainty. Previously, a band of robbers attempted to assault the Lin family. That group included 4 who had undergone marrow cleansing, over 10 who had refined their organs, and several dozens who had forged their bones. Ultimately, they were annihilated, with the Lin family suffering minimal losses. The Lin family is unfathomably formidable. Our strength is lacking, and a reckless intrusion would be perilous. We implore you to reconsider. Ah, I see. The crimson glimmer in her eyes faded, her voice returning to its languorous tone. The leader has been urging us. Time is of the essence. You shall proceed tonight. I shall observe from the shadows. I refuse to believe that a mere Lin family can cause turmoil under my watch. The black-clad figures exchanged glances, speaking in unison, as you command, protector. Night soon enveloped the land. As darkness deepened and silence prevailed, the group of black-clad individuals commenced their operation, stealthily infiltrating the Lin family estate to pilfer treasures. Their skills in agility and concealment were exceptional, allowing them to blend seamlessly with their surroundings, moving undetected. Yet, their actions did not go unnoticed by one. Lin Zun had just returned from the modern world and instinctively swept his surroundings with his spiritual sense. A thief? Chapter 30. the sorceress's ferocity, grasping bullets in hand. Lin Zun silently drew out his firearm. The resounding gunshot startled the entire Lin residence. To everyone's astonishment, the first to arrive was the head of the Lin family. Lin Xiaofeng, who appeared in a white nightgown, draped in a purple robe. Upon seeing Lin Zun standing at the doorway, weapon in hand, she anxiously inquired, "Young Master Lin, are you unharmed? What transpired just now, and why did you discharge your weapon?" "I am fine." Lin Zun pointed towards the corner of the room and said, "I just discovered an intruder had broken in, so I fired my weapon." In the corner, a man lay on the ground, drenched in blood, writhing in agony. He was not dead, but Lin Zun had rendered him incapacitated. He could only move his mouth while the rest of his body lay still. Lin Xiaofeng crouched down to inspect and exclaimed, "A master of the art of refining the body. Moreover, the musculature of the legs is exceptionally developed. Their agility must be remarkable. Recently, the prominent families in Qinghe Prefecture have all fallen victim to theft, and I suspect that this individual is one of those rogues." Lin Zun nodded and said, "I share the same sentiment." Lin Xiaofeng rose to her feet and addressed the approaching martial guard. "This group of thieves is appearing in droves. Spare no effort in our search, leave no one behind." "Understood, young miss." The entire Lin residence sprang into action through the collective efforts of the members. The lurking thieves were swiftly exposed, leading to an ensuing battle. Although these thieves possessed merely the strength of the refinement stage, their agility was remarkable. They could scale walls and traverse surfaces with an ethereal grace. Even Shui, a master of the cleansing veins realm, found herself considerably troubled by them. Yet, no matter how swift they were, could they outrun a bullet? Lin Zun calmly raised his firearm. Bang! Bang! His awareness functioned like a radar, locking onto each individual with precision. Every shot found its mark, and for every 5 shots, one adversary was rendered incapacitated. In less than a minute, the majority of the assailants had been dealt with. "Young Master Lin, one has escaped," someone shouted. Lin Zun, unfazed, leisurely reloaded his weapon, proclaiming, "No worries. I'll let him flee another 20 paces." In about 5 seconds, he completed the reloading process. However, the adversary had already dashed beyond 30 paces. Now merely a diminutive figure on the horizon, poised to vault over the high wall and escape. At this moment, Lin Zun slowly raised his firearm. Bang! The bullet struck the man in the back of his head, sending him plummeting from the air. The onlookers gazed at Lin Zun with profound reverence. To hit such a distant target was nothing short of extraordinary marksmanship. Truly, it was a demonstration of unparalleled precision. Lin Xiaofeng, a skilled marksman, found the situation utterly astonishing. She realized that were she in that position, hitting such a precise target from 100 paces would be an impossible feat, requiring an extraordinary gift. "Very well. Apprehend these individuals and interrogate them thoroughly," Lin Xiaofeng commanded. "Yes, young miss." However, an irate voice echoed through the air. "Hold on. Who dares to lay a hand on my people?" Following the direction of the voice, everyone beheld a strikingly beautiful woman clad in black. Her icy gaze fixed upon them with palpable fury. Upon seeing this woman, Lin Zun's mind was consumed by a singular thought: danger. She extended her left hand, and a desert eagle materialized within her grasp. The woman descended from the high wall, each stride covering 3 yards, reaching the black-clad figure in merely 10 steps. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. "Protect the young miss. Safeguard young Master Lin." The black-clad woman cast a disdainful glance at the assembled throng before her gaze settled upon the writhing figures of her fallen comrades. "Though they are a pitiful lot, it is not your place to execute them." One of the black-clad men cried out in terror, "Guardian, please don't." The expressionless woman unleashed a swift strike, shattering the skull of the man before her. Subsequently, she continued her assault. In the blink of an eye, all the black-clad figures around her lay lifeless. This horrifying spectacle instilled dread in the hearts of the onlookers. "Who are you, and what brings you to my Lin Manor?" Lin Xiaofeng demanded assertively. The black-clad woman turned to face Lin Xiaofeng, observing her wary countenance and the fearful expressions of those around her, and let out a light chuckle. "Originally, I merely sought to borrow some wealth from this place. But since you have harmed my people, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. You are the one who murdered them." Someone shouted vehemently. "Indeed, I am the one who took their lives. Yet I relish placing the blame squarely on your shoulders. What can you do about it?" The black-clad woman laughed with abandon. In a decisive moment, Lin Zun, the cunning one, fired first. The black-clad woman neither dodged nor braced herself. Instead, she swiftly reached out and astonishingly caught the bullet in her hand. Lin Zun felt a shiver run through him. For this was the first time he had witnessed someone catch a bullet in reality, particularly that of a desert eagle, a feat even a seasoned master could not accomplish. The woman before him was undeniably perilous. Gazing at the bullet in her hand, she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Zun and remarked with a hint of amusement, "Little one, is it with this trinket that you harmed my subordinate? There is indeed some skill involved, but alas, it poses no threat to me." Lin Zun secretly exhaled in relief upon noticing that the woman's hand was slightly swollen and a trickle of blood oozed forth, a testament to the bullet's impact. This indicated that the Desert Eagle was indeed effective. As long as it proved useful, that was sufficient. When power falls short, numbers can compensate. Lin Zun continued to raise his firearm. Bang, bang, bang. He fired several shots in quick succession, causing the woman in black to retreat in fear, evading the bullets. Her reflexes were swift, and her movements were as elusive as a specter. Clad in dark attire, she seamlessly blended into the shadows of the night, rendering her nearly invisible. All the bullets missed their mark, yet they succeeded in forcing her back several paces. Her hair was disheveled, and she appeared somewhat disheveled. In a fit of rage, she laughed. Well, little one. You are the first to compel me to this extent with your bone-forging prowess. It seems I must show you a glimpse of my true power." With those words, a faint crimson glow emanated from her eyes. Lin Zun was taken aback once more. This was a manifestation of psychic force. His opponent was also a master of spirit refinement, albeit one who had chosen a more unorthodox path. The so-called unorthodox approach does not seek immortality, but instead prioritizes offensive power, allowing for rapid progression and considerable strength from the outset. However, its shortcomings include a singularity in attack methods and limited potential, rendering advancement increasingly arduous as one progresses. In the blink of an eye, the opponent's psychic force transformed into a myriad of blood-stained daggers, piercing through the hearts and minds of the onlookers with piercing intensity. This was the most direct confrontation of consciousness. Should one falter, they would either succumb to madness or face death. Many were already writhing in agony, their cries echoing in despair. Lin Zun no longer hesitated and immediately extended his consciousness. Although his awareness lacked offensive capability, it was sufficient for protection. Under his safeguard, everyone became immune to the opponent's mental assaults and gradually recovered. The woman in black was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are indeed a master of spirit refinement. Yet are you not one as well?" Lin Zun had entered a state of deep meditation, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. In this profound tranquility, he exhibited an extraordinary calmness, his latent potential awakened, and his strength rapidly amplified, nearly doubling. Even if a formidable cultivator of the refining organs were to arrive, he would dare to engage in a contest of strength. He swiftly replaced his ammunition, taking aim once more at the woman in black. Yet, the woman retracted her psychic powers, exclaiming urgently, "Wait, let us not fight. I have something to say. Speak, if you dare." The sounds of gunfire echoed as she once again evaded with great difficulty. "Young Master Lin, I am here to assist you." Lin Xiaofeng also drew her Desert Eagle. However, after merely 2 shots, she realized her marksmanship was woefully inadequate, posing no threat to the woman in black. At that moment, Lin Zun extended his hand, and with keen understanding, Lin Xiaofeng passed the gun to him. With dual firearms in hand, Lin Zun's prowess surged to new heights. "Now, let us see how you evade," he declared. Amidst Lin Zun's frenzied gunfire, the woman's hair was disheveled, her clothing torn, and several wounds marred her skin, yet she remained unyielding, her life intact. The opponent's strength was indeed formidable. She had likely reached the threshold of blood transformation. In the entirety of Qinghe Prefecture, none could rival her prowess. At that moment, she had ascended to the high wall, gazing at Lin Zun from a distance, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "I understand that we are now adversaries, not allies. Regardless of what I say, you will not heed my words. I shall take my leave for now. When you have regained your composure, we shall meet again." With that, she turned, her figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Lin Zun refrained from pursuit, for he understood that even if he caught up, it would be of little consequence. Forcing her to retreat was already a commendable achievement. As he gazed into the enveloping darkness, which loomed like a ravenous beast ready to devour all, a renewed sense of urgency surged within him. It appeared that he must prepare some heavy weaponry. Lin Zun retreated to his chamber to rest, while Lin Xiaofeng attended to the aftermath. The events of that evening spread with astonishing swiftness throughout Qinghe Prefecture, leaving the populace in utter astonishment. They were taken aback to discover that even the formidable Lin family had fallen prey to thieves. Even more surprising was the fact that this notorious band of flying thieves, known to instill dread in countless noble families, had met their demise at the Lin residence. Aside from a deeply enigmatic leader who managed to escape, the rest were apprehended. Consequently, the respect for the Lin family grew even more profound, and visitors once again flocked to their door. The family head, Lin Xiaofeng, found herself overwhelmed with responsibilities once more. Lin Zun hurried back to the modern world and booked a flight to the kingdom of Siam. However, due to the repercussions of the previous kidnapping and shooting incident, many flights to Siam had been cancelled, and the remaining tickets were sold out. He could only secure a ticket for 2 weeks later. Reluctantly, Lin Zun murmured to himself that 2 weeks was not long. He could endure the wait. After all, he possessed a desert eagle, which, while lacking in offensive power, was sufficient for self-defense. As long as he could delay for a second or two, he would be able to return to the present world. At that moment, his maid, Xiao Shui, entered, holding a letter and looking somewhat puzzled. "Young master, someone just delivered this letter specifically for you," she said. "Who is it?" Lin Zun asked, confused, as he had no friends here. Apart from his family, he was unfamiliar with anyone else. Xiao Shui, equally perplexed, replied, "I do not know. It was a stranger who appeared somewhat dazed. After delivering the letter, he left." "Is that so? Let me take a look." Lin Zun was rather vigilant. Instead of accepting the letter with his hands, he first scanned it with his spiritual awareness. Oh, there was nothing amiss with the letter, yet he sensed a familiar mental presence within it. The woman in black from that night. What could she possibly want by delivering this message? Lin Zun opened the envelope, which contained no words, only a solitary address. Lin Zun furrowed his brow. This woman clearly wished to meet him, thus resorting to this method to arrange their encounter. Although her intentions remained ambiguous, Lin Zun resolved to accept the invitation and discern her true motives. After making some preparations, Lin Zun set out alone, carrying only a firearm and an ample supply of ammunition. After approximately half an incense stick's worth of time, he arrived at a secluded dwelling. With a sweep of his spiritual perception, he discerned that the interior was relatively safe, occupied solely by a woman in black, who sat cross-legged on a couch, meditating with her eyes closed. Sensing Lin Zun's spiritual presence, she rose with a hint of delight and said, "The door is unlocked. Master Lin, please come in." Lin Zun pushed the door open and entered the room, casting a cold glance at her. "What is it that you summoned me for?" The woman in black smiled enchanting. "It's nothing of great importance. I primarily wish to befriend you, young Master Lin." Lin Zun let out a cold sneer, stating, "I have injured you and indirectly caused the demise of your companions. In other words, we are adversaries. Merely refraining from taking action is already a concession. How could I possibly consider you a friend? Why not?" The woman in black spread her hands, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "The harm you inflicted upon me is merely superficial. I shall recover in but an hour. As for those individuals, they were merely my servants. Their deaths bear no consequence to me. However, a formidable practitioner like yourself, who has mastered the art of spiritual detachment, is a rare find, especially at such a young age. What are your true intentions?" Lin Zun replied coldly, "I harbor no intentions. I sincerely wish to transform our conflict into camaraderie and forge a friendship. By the way, I am Li Mayer. I hope for your guidance, esteemed Lin." She bowed gracefully. "I am Lin Zun. If there is nothing further to discuss, I shall take my leave." Lin Zun turned to depart. The woman in black, who identified herself as Li Mayer, hastily called out, "Lord Lin, please wait. There are indeed urgent matters to deliberate." Lin Zun turned around and said, "Speak." Li Mayer, with a serious expression, replied, "I wish to make a deal with you, young Master Lin." "I refuse." Li Mayer appeared somewhat taken aback. "I have not said anything yet." "How can you refuse?" Lin Zun chuckled coldly. "Is there any need for contemplation? What can come from dealing with you? Which? Engaging in business with you surely leads to a disastrous end." Li Mayer, feeling utterly helpless, replied, "Young Master Lin, your prejudice against me runs too deep. Although I may be a bit ruthless and have taken more lives than I should, I am still a woman of my word. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to assist you with 3 tasks, 3 matters within my capabilities, after which you shall help me eliminate one person. We shall then be even. Is that agreeable? Who shall I eliminate? A significant target. Farewell." Hey, young master, do not leave so abruptly." Li Mei blocked the door, exuding an air of exasperation. Lin Zun furiously exclaimed, "You expect me to slay a celestial being? At present, I am merely in a state of oblivion, and I stand 2 major realms beneath him. How could I possibly achieve such a feat? If you wish for my demise, you need not be so circuitous in your approach. Dear young Master Lin, do not be vexed. Your current limitations do not imply a lack of future potential. Li Meier implored anxiously. You are still so young, and you have already attained the state of divine meditation. Your potential is boundless. I estimate that within a mere 40 years, you shall refine your spirit and ascend to celestial prominence, becoming a true sovereign of the present age, commanding all across the world. Lin Zun secretly scoffed. 40 years? Who does he look down upon? Anything beyond 2 years would be considered my defeat. At that moment, Li Meier added, Young Master Lin, I shall first assist you with 3 tasks, after which you may aid me in taking a life. The initiative rests entirely in your hands. This transaction is utterly advantageous for you. Lin Zun pondered for a moment and found this reasoning plausible. The other party might have been driven to desperation, hence proposing such an inequitable condition in a moment of urgency. It was prudent to seize the advantage first before proceeding further. Lin Zun returned. Please, share your story first. Li Meier, overjoyed, smiled brightly. Young Master Lin, please. Chapter 32. The old cow grazes on tender grass. Bah. The two knelt on the couch. Li Meier attentively poured tea for Lin Zun before recounting her tale. Her narrative was a familiar one. She once had a blissful family, with parents deeply in love, who cherished her like a princess. However, one fateful day, a master of divine refinement arrived, coveting her family's cultivation techniques, and subsequently, he forcefully seized them, leading to the tragic demise of her parents. Foreseeing impending doom, her father had secretly sent her away, thus sparing her from catastrophe. Throughout the years, she devoted herself to cultivation, all the while seeking vengeance. Yet, how difficult it is to slay a master of divine manifestation. The adversary not only possessed formidable strength but also had the ability to sense danger and evade it in a timely manner. Locating him proved to be an arduous task, akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean. Only another master of divine manifestation could contend with him. Li Meier, her face etched with determination, declared, In my quest to find him, I have traversed countless mountains and rivers, trying numerous methods, yet to no avail. It was only in the end that I joined the Yellow Heaven sect, becoming a guardian of its teachings. Lin Zun was taken aback. The Huantian sect? The guardian of the faith? So, you are the mastermind behind the recent events? Indeed. Li Meier admitted candidly, the leader of the Huantian sect is also a master of spiritual refinement, currently at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the out-of-body realm. With just one more step forward, he shall ascend to the position of the manifested sage. He has promised that if I assist him in his endeavors, once he achieves spiritual refinement and manifests his divinity, he will aid me in locating my enemies and exacting vengeance upon them. Lin Zun shook his head and sighed. This step is indeed not an easy one. It is not easy, which is precisely why he emulated the ancient immortals and deities by establishing the Huantian sect, gathering the fervent aspirations of 1 million followers to ascend to the divine path and attain the status of a true monarch. Li Meier spoke with surprising candor. So that is the case. Lin Zun was suddenly struck with enlightenment, realizing many things at once. So, this is how the Huantian sect came to be, primarily because its leader yearned to become a true monarch. The path of divine alchemy is vast and profound. Besides diligent cultivation, there exists another method, to cultivate through the power of faith, akin to the practices in the Western world, where one gathers belief to attain divinity. The former is a slow process, reliant on talent and opportunity, while the latter offers rapid advancement along the path to transcendence, albeit one that is frowned upon by the authorities. This is easily comprehensible. Both the court and the celestial beings wield supreme power, treating the common folk as mere pawns to toil at their behest. If one day their commands were to clash, whom do you suppose the commoners would heed? This is a collision of divine authority and imperial power, a struggle where one must perish for the other to thrive. To be frank, I harbor little faith in this endeavor. Presently, the great song is flourishing. Despite its myriad issues, the populace manages to survive, yet faith is scant, leaving no opportunity for resurgence. Lin Zun expressed. Li Meier shook her head in response. I too do not hold much hope, yet there are no other options left. Until I encountered you. You are young, brimming with potential, which is why I have chosen to place my bets on you. Lin Zun chuckled. You are quite candid. Are you not afraid that your lord will hold you accountable for your apostasy? Li Meier responded nonchalantly. Although I am ostensibly his subordinate, in reality, I am his collaborator. He relies on me for many matters. Without my assistance, his endeavors would be utterly futile. Lin Zun questioned, Are you truly that formidable? Of course, Li Mei responded, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Lin Zun sensed a formidable mental force encroaching upon his mind, attempting to seize control of his consciousness. Yet, in the next moment, it was thwarted by his own spiritual awareness. This was the extraordinary mental prowess he had cultivated, capable not only of inflicting harm but also of enticing others. Anyone whose mental strength did not surpass his own would inevitably fall under his influence, becoming a mere puppet for his will. Lin Zun was taken aback. This ability is well suited for evangelism. No wonder he needs you. Thus, he cannot do without me. Yet that old man, despite his advanced age, still harbors lustful desires and has long coveted me. If you were not of use to me, I would have left long ago. After expressing her indignation, she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Zun, her eyes sparkling with charm. However, if it were you, young Master Lin, I might be inclined to accept. If you were to assist me in exacting vengeance, I would be wholly yours. Lin Zun was taken aback as he lifted his gaze to behold the enchanting visage of Li Mei, her delicate waist, long and graceful legs, and ample bosom. With a scoff, he remarked, "You must be dreaming." Li Mei retorted, "I am in the prime of my youth, while you are already of considerable age. I shall never grant you, an old bull, the chance to graze upon tender grass." Becoming agitated, Li Mei continued, "I am merely 30 this year. Having entered the realm of blood transformation, refining my entire being to the tips of my hair, my vitality is robust, impervious to malevolent forces, and I am destined to live for 150 years. At 30, I am akin to an ordinary woman of 20, truly in the bloom of my maidenhood. May you find joy in that." Lin Zun rose from the couch, brushing off his garments. "There is nothing of concern. I shall take my leave now." "Wait. Young Master Lin, at present, do you not require anything? Perhaps a martial arts manual, a divine weapon, or a miraculous elixir? Whatever you desire, I can procure it for you," Li Mei asserted with confidence. Lin Zun shook his head and replied, "At present, I have no particular needs. I shall express my desires when they arise." "Very well, young Master Lin. Should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall leave a few individuals here. By contacting them, you will be able to reach me." "Understood," Lin Zun nodded. "Please wait a moment, for I have a gift for you." "What kind of gift?" Li Mei pulled aside the bed curtain, revealing a hidden passage beneath. The two descended into the depths below. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a secret chamber brimming with gold, silver, and jewels. There were 2 chests filled with gleaming gold, captivating in their brilliance. Lin Zun was astonished. Could it be that these treasures of gold and silver are stolen? Li Mei replied with a faint smile, gracefully gesturing with her hand, "Indeed. They are worth a total of 180,000 taels of silver. Now, as an offering of apology to you, esteemed sir, I humbly present them for your acceptance." Lin Zun was once again astonished. "You are indeed generous," Li Mei replied with a beaming smile. "To make the acquaintance of a young master is already a great fortune for me. Mere wealth is of no consequence. Aren't you afraid of your leader's wrath?" "Not at all. If worst comes to worst, I can simply rob a few more. After all, they possess more than enough." Lin Zun silently mourned for the impending misfortunes of those affluent families. "Very well, I shall accept it. It is cumbersome to carry too many items, so I shall leave them here for the time being." How could he possibly refuse the benefits that presented themselves? If blame is to be assigned, direct it towards Li Mei and Huang Tianjiao, for they are the thieves, and it has nothing to do with me, Lin Zun. Having received a considerable sum, Lin Zun's spirit soared, and his gaze towards Li Mei softened significantly. Although she was somewhat ruthless and had taken many lives, she was indeed a good woman. Chapter 33. The short play is live, and that damned man has returned. Lin Zun departed with a sense of elation. Although a cooperative relationship had been established between the 2 parties, he harbored a profound mistrust of Li Mei, merely engaging in a superficial exchange to afford himself ample time for personal growth. When the moment arrived, regardless of the veracity of her claims or any hidden schemes, he would possess the strength to overcome them. Li Mei gazed at Lin Zun's receding figure, her eyes filled with contemplation. She too held reservations about Lin Zun. After all, the foundation of their collaboration was exceedingly fragile, relying solely on mutual goodwill. Thus, she required time to observe Lin Zun's character and determine whether he was worthy of her trust. Should he prove unworthy, she would be prepared to cut her losses in a timely manner. "I hope you do not disappoint me." With no further prospects to exploit, Li Mei departed from Qinghe Prefecture to wreak havoc in other regions, granting Qinghe Prefecture a fleeting peace. At that moment, Qin Xiaoshui called. informing him that the post-production of the short drama had been completed and it was soon to be released. Lin Zun was exceedingly delighted. The release of the short drama signified that his divine cultivation would soon soar to new heights. Have you informed Yi Qing? I have. During my last visit to deliver the wine, I inadvertently mentioned it to him. If he desires our ginseng wine, he will undoubtedly be quite attentive. Then I can rest easy. After hanging up the phone, Qian Xiaoshui swiftly took action to promote the short drama in the market. At the headquarters of a popular video platform, Yi Qing inquired of a staff member, "How is it? Has the second installment of Dragon King Returns to Avenge been launched?" The staff member nodded while tapping on the keyboard. "It has just gone live, and it seems they have purchased traffic for promotion. What is the streaming effect?" "It's just begun. We are yet to ascertain the results. Observation is necessary." Yi Qing, unwavering, commanded, "Granted A-level traffic immediately." The staff member looked up in astonishment. Sir, are we really granting it A-level traffic now? We typically distribute traffic progressively based on observed effects. Providing top-tier traffic now contradicts our protocols. My word is the regulation. Follow my orders, and I shall bear any consequences." "Understood." The staff member promptly proceeded with the task. Yi Qing felt a sense of relief as he carefully extracted a small glass vial from his pocket. Inside the vial was none other than the ginseng wine he had procured from Lin Zun. He uncorked the vial, poured a modest cup of wine, and after taking a sip, felt his entire being invigorated, exclaiming, "This wine is exquisite. Alas, it is far too little, not nearly enough to indulge in." Qian Xiaoshui. "You miser. Even with Lin Ji's approval, you only provided 2 taels. How terribly stingy. I hope Lin Laodi can be more generous and swiftly procure more ginseng for infusion." Through Yi Qing's relentless efforts, the promotional campaign for Dragon King Returns to Avenge was omnipresent, generating an explosive surge in traffic. 3 years and 3 years later, today, the second installment of Dragon King Returns to Avenge makes a stunning debut. The Zhao family's ancestor, Zhao Wudi, was not truly invincible. He had his nemesis. Watch as our second installment's protagonist vanquishes the Zhao family patriarch, claims his beloved, and revels in freedom. This advertisement caught the ire of Lin Zun's foremost detractor, Wang Haoyan, who seethed with anger. Such a dreadful short drama dares to produce a sequel? Moreover, the actor portraying the Zhao family patriarch remains unchanged. I have no desire to watch anything featuring him. He recalled the day he and his 3 brothers had followed Lin Zun, intending merely to teach him a lesson, only to find themselves humiliated, kneeling in public, with their knees still aching to this day. From that moment on, he transformed into Lin Zun's most ardent critic, disparaging him wherever possible. Yet, Lin Zun had no official account, making it impossible for him to target his disdain. Lin Zun ignored him completely, treating him as if he were invisible, leaving Wang Haoyan feeling stifled, akin to striking a fist against cotton, powerful yet impotent. Now, he dared to return? Did he not fear being utterly discredited? Truth be told, he had no interest in this sequel. However, the promotional tagline was highly alluring. The Zhao family patriarch is not truly invincible. He has his nemesis. Watch as he is vanquished. Beneath it were several promotional clips, the Zhao family patriarch pleading for mercy, being trampled by the protagonist, and ultimately perishing in a spray of blood. Observing Lin Zun's plight stirred something within him. What harm was there in taking a look? Having been bullied in reality, could he not seek solace in the short drama? He persuaded himself and, filled with anticipation, clicked to play the short drama. The opening was rather kitsch. The male and female protagonists had grown up together, leaving their small town to study in the big city. At this moment, he noticed the female lead, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Upon closer reflection, excitement surged within him. Isn't that my goddess, Xiao Weiwei? I can't believe she has also come to act in a short drama. She looks utterly pure in her school uniform. Exactly my type. He sat up straight, engrossed in watching. The true narrative commenced. The female lead, Xiao Xiaowei, was captured by the Zhao family to serve as a vessel for their ancestor due to her unique constitution. The male lead, incensed, demanded her release, and a fierce confrontation ensued. True to his role, the male lead exhibited exceptional martial prowess, defeating numerous adversaries. Lin Zun's portrayal of the Zhao family's ancestral figure has finally made a dazzling entrance. To everyone's astonishment, he emerges with his arm wrapped around Xiao Weiwei's slender waist. Not only the protagonist, but Wang Haotian also finds himself consumed by jealousy, his expression distorted with rage. How infuriating. That is my pure goddess. How dare you hold her close, you scoundrel? Protagonist, annihilate him. Yet, at that moment, a familiar voice resonates in his ear. Kneel. Wang Haotian's body shudders. and he instinctively drops to his knees. Damn it, here it comes again. He feels utterly paralyzed. In fact, when he first clicked on the short drama, he had braced himself, determined to avoid another humiliating bow. However, he fell for Lin Zun's trick once more. The command to kneel seemed to echo from the heavens, brimming with authority, sending chills through his very soul, compelling him to submit. Truly, no amount of vigilance could guard against Lin Zun's power. Wang Haoyan, maintaining an air of nonchalance, rises and dusts off his knees, reassuring himself, "It's all right, consider it a farewell gesture. In the end, the protagonist will surely dispatch him. The promotional material states as much. They wouldn't deceive me, would they?" He continues to watch with eager anticipation. Later, the protagonist meets a tragic end at the hands of a powerful foe and is discarded in a desolate wilderness. However, possessing the ancient phoenix bloodline, he unexpectedly awakens his dormant powers, undergoing a rebirth stronger than before. He becomes an unstoppable force, confronting the Zhao family patriarch with unyielding resolve. Wang Haoyan stands in exhilaration. Yes, precisely. Ignite my little universe. Strike that Lin fellow down and ensure he meets a wretched fate. Kneel. Thud. Wang Haoyan exclaims, "Damn it. At the final moment, you have the audacity to do this to me again. Though I may not be human, you truly are a cur." Once more, he rises, brushing dust from his knees, and declares, "No matter, as long as you perish in the end, my small sacrifice is inconsequential. Go forth, valiant warrior with the phoenix bloodline. Slay that vile dragon and avenge us." Smack. The protagonist is once again struck down. Wang Haoyan watches as the Zhao family patriarch, Zhao Wudi, stands triumphantly over the protagonist's crushed visage, cradling his beloved and laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, the end of the tale. Wang Haoyan laments. Chapter 34. A torrent of resentment descends. Reaching the third layer of divine meditation, I am utterly broken. Once more, he is overwhelmed. He had hoped to witness the second protagonist vanquish Lin Zun and relieve his frustrations. Instead, he knelt even faster than the first protagonist, and worse. His own love was snatched away. The humiliation is unbearable, the frustration palpable. Wang Haoyan is infuriated, a storm of emotions swirling within him, unsure whether to unleash his pent-up fury or remain silent. "Damn it," Wang Haoyan exclaims, unleashing a barrage of curses, not repeating a single one for 10 full minutes. Finally, he logs into his account, declaring, "Call me handsome. The Return of the Dragon King for Vengeance, Part 2. Has anyone seen it? Let me tell you, this short drama is utterly atrocious. The storyline is nothing like what was advertised. They lured us in only to disappoint us. Do not fall for it." With ample free time, Wang Haoyan has cultivated a following on his account over the years, amassing hundreds of thousands of fans due to his ostentatious displays of wealth and down-to-earth demeanor. Thus, when he speaks, a crowd is drawn in. Sensational cockroach. Huh? Why is Handsome up so early today? Did he take on an ad, desperate for cash? Handsome's older sister. My Handsome has several rental properties. How could he lack funds? He must have watched that short drama and found it lacking, hence urging us to steer clear. Contrarian athlete. Is that true? If even Handsome says so, I must see just how terrible this drama truly is. Big-dicked cute girl. After hearing that, I want to check it out too. Rebellious single dog. Count me in. Even if it's a pile of dung, I must taste the flavor. Wang Haoyan watches in disbelief. I told you not to watch, yet you still do. The fans these days are increasingly difficult to manage. Just wait. When the time comes, don't blame me when you're all on your knees. With the assistance of his detractors, the newly launched short drama experiences a surge in viewership. Everyone, driven by curiosity, clicks on the drama. Thud thud. An indiscriminate barrage of criticism follows. An avalanche of insults flooding in, every imaginable curse hurled forth. Although Lin Zun does not check his phone, he senses the overwhelming wave of disdain and revels in it. In less than a day, over 500,000 grievances have amassed, more than ever before. With this abundance of resentment, I can level up once more. Lin Zun promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling the malevolent energy within him, striving for greatness, and aiming to achieve new heights of glory. The malevolent energy diminished by 200,000. The realm that had confined him for an extended period began to loosen, allowing him to take a small yet significant step forward. Reaching the second layer of sitting forgetfulness, his consciousness expanded, growing more formidable as it extended outward for 20 zhang, enveloping a radius of 30 zhang. Yet, this was not the end. The malevolent energy decreased further by 300,000. He advanced another small step, attaining the third layer of spirit refinement and sitting forgetfulness. His consciousness extended an additional 30 zhang, covering a radius of 60 zhang, approximately 200 meters. This range was truly formidable, encompassing his entire neighborhood. Every movement of the residents fell under his vigilant scrutiny, rendering them unable to escape his watchful gaze. Ha ha! Lin Zun erupted into laughter. Although the expansion of his consciousness did not directly enhance his combat prowess, when combined with sufficient firepower, he would undoubtedly become a merciless king of the battlefield. Even the might of a single individual could easily overpower an entire army. Just then, the phone rang. Lin Zun answered the call, and an exuberant voice of Qian Xiaoshui resonated through the line. Brother Lin, have you seen it? Our short drama has gone viral. In just a single day, the revenue from in-app purchases has surpassed 5 million, astonishing the entire short drama community. We even made it onto the trending list. Lin Zun smiled and nodded. I can feel it. Qian Xiaoshui continued to speak enthusiastically. Following this trajectory, the revenue from this short drama may very well exceed 100 million, potentially becoming the blockbuster of the year. Lin Gu, we could make at least 20 million from it. While 20 million is a significant sum for many, Lin Zun remained unfazed. After all, his combined assets from two worlds approached 200 million. Nevertheless, the prospect of profit brought him joy. All right, Xiaoshui. Keep your eyes peeled and report any updates immediately. Understood. After a brief moment, the phone rang again. It was Yi Qing. Lin Zun answered the call, and the cheerful laughter of Yi Qing resonated through the phone. Brother Yi, congratulations to you. The short drama has become a phenomenal success. My colleagues have been discussing it all day, praising the quality of the production, particularly your portrayal of the Zhao family patriarch, which was executed with remarkable depth, truly embodying the essence of an invincible master. Lin Zun and Yi Qing appeared to be there to offer congratulations, but in reality, they were there to claim credit. Lin Zun chuckled and remarked, "This film is indeed exceptionally well made. However, if it weren't for your unwavering support behind the scenes, it would not have garnered such rapid and fervent acclaim. Brother Yi, I am truly grateful to you. I shall treat you to a meal another day. No need to mention it. I shall certainly accompany you." Yi Qing replied without hesitation, nodding earnestly. Lin Zun exclaimed, "Today is indeed a day of double happiness. I have just received delightful news. My friend has made some progress after extensive research and is preparing to venture into the mountains once more in search of ginseng. In other words, my dear brother, your wine is secured. Is that true?" Yi Qing responded with great joy. Lin Zun feigned displeasure. "Of course it's true. Would I deceive you with such matters?" Yi Qing quickly apologized. Yes, my brother. I was overly excited and somewhat incoherent. Please do not take it to heart. Next time we drink, I shall pour myself 3 cups as penance to express my apologies. No need for such formality, my brother." After a brief moment, another call came in. One cannot help but remark on the numerous calls he received today. Perhaps this is the price of fame. This call was from Qiao Weiwei. As soon as he answered, Lin Zun, startled, pulled his phone away. Once the other party settled down, he expressed his irritation. "What is all this shouting during the day? I was just too excited." Qiao Weiwei exclaimed enthusiastically. "You know, the short film we made has gone viral. It's trending. I've gained 300,000 followers in just one day. Advertisers are reaching out to me. Viral is viral. Why the overwhelming excitement? How can I not be thrilled? This all translates to money. Furthermore, this situation holds significant importance for me. You are aware that I was once a second-tier star, only to plummet to the 18th tier within a year. The disparity is immense. I've always felt a burning desire to rise again. I must prove to everyone that I am capable. With this surge in followers, I'm one step closer to realizing my dream. Well then, I wish you success." Although Lin Zun could not comprehend the sentiments of the other party, he nonetheless extended his heartfelt blessings. "By the way, there is another matter. Many of your fans have flocked to my account, inquiring when you will establish a Weibo account. What purpose would that serve, other than inviting them to berate me?" Qiao Weiwei laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. "So you are aware after all. It is indeed essential." Lin Zun gazed at the resentful energy drifting through the sky. His detractors had increased once more. Chapter 35, sitting in oblivion on the 7th level, with spiritual awareness spanning over 900 meters. After ending the call, Lin Zun continued to scan the community with enthusiasm using his spiritual perception. At that moment, he made a significant discovery. Oh, there was, indeed, a detractor among the residents? It was a rebellious youth, around 16 or 17 years old, kneeling as he watched Lin Zun's short video, cursing incessantly. Meanwhile, he pulled out his phone and entered a group chat, joining others in their vitriol. The chat was bustling with activity, filled with his seasoned detractors, passionately hurling insults. Their conversations rife with references to his ancestry. Lin Zun was instantly enveloped by a profound sense of belonging. He silently noted the QQ number and joined the group. Dear family, I have arrived. Due to an explosive surge in popularity, the return of the Dragon King continued to garner immense attention, only beginning to wane after a week. During this period, the short drama amassed over 40 million in revenue. It is entirely plausible, as predicted by Qian Xiaoshui, that the final earnings of the short drama could exceed 100 million. The rewards are beyond imagination. Of course, for Lin Zun, the greatest gain was the accumulation of resentment. Within this single week, he amassed millions of units of resentment, propelling his cultivation level to the 7th layer of the forgotten state. With his divine perception extending over a radius of 280 zhang, equivalent to over 900 meters, a truly formidable feat simultaneously, his vision became exceedingly clear. Akin to observing through a microscope, Lin Zun exuded confidence, believing that within a fortnight, he could take a substantial leap forward and attain the realm of transcendence. At that juncture, his prowess would undergo a monumental transformation. With his newfound strength, Lin Zun felt elated and, upon returning to the other world, could not resist the urge to venture outside. He wandered about, and upon discovering a wilted, malnourished ginseng, he promptly purchased it, intending to infuse it into a tonic for Yi Qing's benefit. After all, without Yi Qing's assistance, the short drama would have never gained such popularity. Nor would he have swiftly elevated his cultivation. One must always be grateful. This ginseng was a fitting token of appreciation. Brother Yi, do not think me stingy. Your current strength is low, and consuming overly potent ginseng could be detrimental to your health. Take it slow. I promise to procure something superior for you in the future. After strolling further, Lin Zun found the atmosphere rather desolate and lost interest, deciding to return home. The streets had become somber due to the war's repercussions. Many shops remained shuttered even in broad daylight, and pedestrians hurried along, reluctant to linger. This bleakness extended to other areas, even more dire in some respects. It was said that the followers of the Yellow Heaven sect were no longer content with mere skirmishes. They had begun to stir unrest. Their presence was felt from provincial capitals to rural towns, where they congregated to worship and disseminate their doctrines, distributing wealth and resources. Many among the impoverished populace had joined their ranks, swelling their numbers to a staggering 100,000. The authorities had attempted to suppress them repeatedly, yet with little success, causing considerable frustration. Consequently, the Yellow Heaven sect grew increasingly audacious. Li Mei was indeed a master of manipulation, had it not been for her. The sect might not have proliferated so swiftly. However, it was feared that it would not be long before the imperial court dispatched genuine experts to confront them. One wondered if they could withstand such an onslaught. Lin Zun pondered this when a familiar, melodious laughter reached his ears. Young Master Lin, it has been far too long. Lin Zun was rendered speechless. The person before him was none other than Li Mei, who had returned merely days after her departure. Observing the ethereal figure of Li Mei as she approached, Lin Zun replied with a hint of annoyance, "You truly cannot bear to be mentioned. I had just begun to speak of you, and here you are?" Li Mei, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, covered her mouth and smiled enchantingly. "Does this not signify a connection of minds? Perhaps it is fate that brings us together again?" She chuckled lightly. "Oh, Lin Gongzi, you are quite the jester." Effortlessly, she shifted the topic, her captivating gaze lingering on Lin Zun, and then she gasped, "Lin Gongzi, you wouldn't have experienced a breakthrough, would you?" Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's not as simple as you think. Do you believe breakthroughs are as common as cabbages, available at will? Is that so?" Li Mei cast a suspicious glance at Lin Zun and murmured, "I can't shake the feeling that there's not a single truth in your words." Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not concern yourself with such trivial details. Speak, what brings you to me?" Li Mei adjusted her posture, solemnly responding, "I have come here primarily to remind you, my lord, that the court may be on the brink of collapse. You must prepare yourself in advance." Lin Zun was taken aback, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Li Mei responded with startling words, "Because our leader is poised to take action." Lin Zun was filled with urgency. What does he intend to do? At present, the matters concerning the border are consuming the court's attention, and once they realize the situations, they will undoubtedly launch a formidable assault against our sect. Thus, the esteemed leader of our sect plans to take the initiative, to present challenges to the army of Dachsong, and to instigate some internal disruption. He, being a soon-to-manifest divine entity of formidable prowess, poses a grave threat. Once he makes his move, the peril at the border would escalate dramatically. Lin Zun's mood grew heavy. Though the peak realm practitioners may not possess absolute strength that rivals innate martial artists, their methods are undeniably the most diverse and peculiar, shrouded in mystery. Once they take action, the border could indeed be in grave peril. The consequences of a border breach are beyond imagination. They are not far from the frontier. Nearly 800 miles away, if a powerful individual were to ride day and night, they could arrive within a day. Should an army march, they would be at the city gates in less than a week. Young Master Lin, I confide in you because I trust you. Please do not disclose this matter, Li Meyer urged. Lin Zun nodded, acknowledging the situation. Indeed, should he divulge this matter, regardless of its veracity, he would find himself shrouded in suspicion. If you are not affiliated with the Huan Tian sect, how could you possess knowledge of their affairs? Pray tell, what is your connection to them? Is there an unspeakable secret binding you together? Troubles seem to arise one after another. At such a time, the court would hardly concern itself with your innocence. They would apprehend you first and inquire later. I am grateful to you, Miss Li, for your revelation. Lin Zun clasped his hands and bowed, stating, upon my return, I shall be fully prepared to confront this impending crisis. Li Meyer nodded slightly, replying, it is good that you understand, young Master Lin. As always, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Under my auspices, no one stands as my equal. Thank you for your kind intentions, Mississippi. I am fully aware. Upon his return, Lin Zun promptly advised Lin Xiaofeng to expedite the procurement of grain, emphasizing that even if the prices soared, it was imperative to acquire it. He also urged her to devise an escape plan, ensuring that they could swiftly vacate the premises should danger arise. Though Lin Xiaofeng was perplexed, she complied nonetheless. Lin Zun was also making preparations. He intended to acquire another batch of weapons to confront the impending peril. At this moment, his purchased flight ticket was about to expire, compelling him to board a plane bound for Siam. Chapter 36. Barrett, submachine guns, all arranged. As the aircraft gently descended, Lin Zun exited the airport and immediately spotted Lika amidst the crowd. She had evidently made an effort with her appearance. Her face was adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, accentuating her exquisite features. Her long, straight black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, with a few strands of wispy bangs dancing in the breeze. She wore a light green sleeveless dress that revealed her smooth arms and showcased her slender waist, complemented by whimsical white sneakers. The overall effect was refreshingly natural, drawing the attention of passing travelers. Mr. Lin, I'm here, she exclaimed, waving her hand with enthusiasm. And she trotted towards Lin Zun with open arms, seemingly wishing to embrace him, yet ultimately refraining, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at him. Lin Zun extended his hand for a gentle shake, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lika, it has been quite a while. Indeed, Mr. Lin. It has been a long time, Lika replied, her excitement palpable as she nodded enthusiastically. She opened her mouth, brimming with words she longed to express, yet in the end, silence enveloped her, and she lowered her gaze to her toes, completely devoid of her former poise. I find myself in need of your assistance once more, Lin Zun continued. Lika's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she lifted her gaze, exclaiming, not at all a bother. I am most eager to serve you, Mr. Lin. Very well. The hour grows late. Let us seek a place to dine, he suggested. Mr. Lin, would you like to eat? I shall lead the way. Half an hour later, they arrived at a beachfront and where they indulged in seafood. Throughout the meal, Lika maintained an air of graceful elegance, sitting upright and savoring each morsel delicately. Speaking very little, Lin Zun did not inquire, and she chose to remain silent. Occasionally, she would lift her gaze to steal a glance at Lin Zun, only to quickly bow her head again, her earlobes tinged with a faint blush. As Lin Zun dined, he remarked, Lika, I have two primary objectives for my visit. First, I did not fully enjoy my last experience, so I intend to extend my stay for a few more days. Second, I wish to procure some weapons, and I must trouble you once again. Lika secretly rolled her eyes. Surely, the acquisition of weapons was his main aim, with leisure being merely a secondary pursuit. She had long discerned that the man before her, Mr. Lin, was no ordinary individual. Having amassed a considerable arsenal, he had somehow managed to discreetly transfer them without a trace. His extraordinary performance during the previous shooting incident further underscored his exceptional nature. Mysterious, powerful, affluent, handsome, and considerate, each of these attributes captivated her deeply, ensnaring her in an inescapable allure. In truth, Lin Zun's penchant for weaponry was fortuitous for her, as it granted her the opportunity to see Mr. Lin more frequently. No problem, I shall take you tomorrow, just as we did last time. Lika readily agreed. Lin Zun nodded with a smile and said, "Very well. Upon the successful completion of the task, I shall reward you with 200,000 Tai baht. At present, he was in a position of considerable wealth and had little concern for such a sum. However, Lika shook her head in refusal, stating, "Mr. Lin, I cannot accept your money. You have already assisted me immensely. It is my utmost pleasure to serve you. And I kindly ask that you refrain from mentioning monetary matters in the future." Lin Zun did not persist. "Very well. If you need anything in the future, do let me know. By the way, how's your family situation? Has that mayor assisted you in resolving your issues?" Previously, he had heard from Lika that her father was once a laborer, but accidentally suffered a leg injury from a heavy object, losing not only his income but also incurring medical expenses, which compelled her to seek work. Lika expressed her gratitude, saying, "The mayor of Dian has intervened on my behalf, assisting me in applying for substantial hardship relief and disability benefits, and he also arranged for my father to receive treatment at the best hospital in the city. Subsequently, perhaps due to the mayor's support, I was awarded a scholarship and financial aid at school, which essentially alleviated our difficulties." Lin Zun smiled. "That's wonderful. My family is exceedingly grateful to you and would like to invite you to our home for dinner." "All right, I shall come once my matters are settled." "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lin." Lika replied with a radiant smile. They will surely be overjoyed to hear this. The following morning, Lika arrived early. Once again, she adorned herself in the guise of a golden-haired girl, while also transforming Lin Zun to resemble his appearance from the last time they procured firearms together. Together, they ventured out. At that moment, Lika's cheeks flushed slightly as she timidly extended her trembling hand to grasp Lin Zun's arm. Lin Zun turned his head in astonishment to gaze at her. "You." Lika immediately began to defend herself. "We are playing the role of a couple. This makes it more authentic." "Is that so? Why didn't you do this last time?" "Last time, I was too nervous and forgot." Lin Zun squinted his eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of her soul. Lika, frightened, lowered her head. However, after a moment, she bravely lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with affection, locking onto Lin Zun's. This time, it was Lin Zun who averted his gaze. He was filled with myriad emotions, reflecting on how remarkably bold the modern girl was, daring to be so direct, while he, a young man of contemporary China, found himself appearing somewhat conservative in comparison. Lika smiled triumphantly, tightening her grip on Lin Zun's hand and placing it over her heart, urging, "Mr. Lin, let us be on our way." What could he do in response? Of course, he acquiesced. It would be unseemly to defy a woman's wishes. After all, he was not a villain. The two meandered along, stopping intermittently, engaging in light-hearted banter while admiring the scenery along the way, resembling a couple on a leisurely outing. After an hour, they finally arrived at the shooting range from their previous visit. Quite serendipitously, the attendant who served them last time was there again. Upon seeing Lin Zun, the attendant's eyes lit up as if he had encountered a deity of wealth, and he approached them with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Esteemed guests, what a pleasure to see you again. Are you here to procure weapons once more?" Lin Zun nodded and requested, "Bring me some heavy weaponry, something powerful. Money is no object." The staff member smiled even more brightly. "No problem. Gentlemen, please come this way." As they entered the exhibition hall, the staff enthusiastically began to introduce various firearms. Eventually, Lin Zun selected a Barrett rifle according to his needs. The Barrett is renowned as a sniper rifle, with a range capable of reaching 2,000 meters, and its powerful ammunition can penetrate armor. This weapon was specifically intended for dealing with martial artists of the blood exchange realm and above. Next, he chose an M5 submachine gun, which boasts a firing rate of 800 rounds per minute, high accuracy, and minimal recoil, making it effective within a 100-meter range. This submachine gun was designated for crowd control. Following, that was the Desert Eagle. Lin Zun had personally experienced its impressive performance. Even wielding dual pistols posed a threat to martial artists at the blood exchange level. Thus, he purchased 3 more for convenience in rotation. Since these firearms require larger ammunition, he opted for 2,000 rounds. However, for even more powerful artillery, such options were not available here. Lin Zun had no intention of making a purchase, as the large size of the items rendered them cumbersome to carry, proving less useful than a firearm in his estimation. Ultimately, he settled the bill, parting with over 9 million Thai baht, equivalent to more than 2 million Chinese yuan. Despite the substantial expenditure, Lin Zun remained elated. The acquisition of these weapons significantly augmented his strength. Under such innate circumstances, who could possibly rival him? Chapter 37. Someone seeks to assassinate him. Li Ka, please hold on for a moment. I need to visit the restroom, Lin Zun declared, departing with 2 large cases in tow. Moments later, he returned, having divested himself of both cases. Li Ka's gaze shifted, realizing he had just disposed of the stolen goods. She refrained from further inquiry and, like before, nestled against Lin Zun's arm, her smile radiant. Mr. Lin, have you completed your business? Where shall we head next? Lin Zun was pleased with Li Ka's reaction. She was indeed a remarkably astute young woman. Intelligent individuals possess an innate charm. They continued their leisurely exploration, and when dinner time arrived, Lin Zun honored his commitment by visiting Li Ka's residence. Her home, situated in a modest neighborhood, had stood for 20 years and bore a somewhat antiquated appearance. Mr. Lin, my humble abode is rather simple. I hope you do not find it lacking, Li Ka said, her cheeks flushed with apprehension at the thought of Lin Zun disapproving. Lin Zun was quite indifferent. Having lived 2 lives, he had experienced much and gained a broad perspective. He could reside in opulent mansions or modest abodes, indulge in exquisite delicacies, or savor street food. What truly mattered to him was the tranquility of his heart. As long as he felt at ease, that sufficed. Although the surroundings here were somewhat lacking, they exuded a warmth that evoked a sense of home. To be candid, I grew up in poverty, relying solely on my grandmother. And we lived in a modest 40-square-meter apartment, Lin Zun remarked with a smile. Is that so? Rika exclaimed, thoroughly astonished. She had never imagined that the illustrious Mr. Lin harbored such a humble past. Indeed, that is my journey. I have no reason to deceive you. Yet, despite my subsequent wealth and prosperity, my grandmother departed from this world forever, he sighed. Lin Zun let out a melancholic sigh, lamenting that life has always been fraught with dilemmas. Rika promptly offered her consolation. Mr. Lin, please accept my condolences. Rest assured, I am far stronger than you might imagine. Such minor tribulations cannot possibly defeat me. Now that we have arrived home, let us hasten inside. Indeed, let us go. Rika's family emerged to greet them. Her familial ties were relatively uncomplicated. She had a father, a mother, and a 15-year-old younger brother. Her father, a local resident, stood just shy of 1.7 meters, notably slender, with a sun-kissed complexion. Yet, the angularity of his features suggested that he must have been quite the handsome man in his youth. He had been recuperating in the hospital, but had made a special trip home upon learning of Lin Zun's arrival. Her mother, of Huaxia descent, possessed refined features and fair skin, exuding an aura of gentleness. In her youth, she had come to this place to work alongside her family, eventually falling in love with Rika's father, marrying him, and bearing a daughter and a son. It was evident that Rika had inherited the best traits from her parents. As for her brother, he had not emerged unscathed, having rather taken after their parents' less desirable qualities, thus warranting no further elaboration here. Upon seeing Lin Zun, Rika's family was filled with joy, and their warmth intensified upon noticing Rika holding Lin Zun's hand. Mr. Lin, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Please, come in. Lin Zun was invited inside and subsequently took his seat at the head of the table, while others gathered around him, expressing their gratitude and appreciation. They subtly probed into his family's circumstances as well. Lin Zun felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, sensing that he was not merely a guest, but rather a suitor. On the other hand, Lika sat gracefully beside him, her cheeks flushed with a persistent blush. Her brother, seated next to Lika, shifted his gaze between the two, seemingly perceiving something amiss. With a mischievous smile, he exchanged knowing glances, only to be met with a swift reprimand from Lika. Once the commotion subsided, he realized his misstep, his face paling as he hastily explained to Lin Zun. I assure you, I am usually very gentle. It was evident that no pretense was necessary. Lika then announced, the meal is served, and it is quite abundant, featuring both local delicacies and dishes from Huaxia. Lika's father, somewhat at a loss for words, frequently raised his glass and toasts. However, due to an injury, he was soon restrained after a few drinks, leaving his son to take over, only for Lin Zun to eventually outdrink him. An hour later, having enjoyed a hearty meal and ample libations, Lin Zun felt it was time to take his leave. Mr. Lin, allow me to see you off, Lika offered. Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively. No need. You are already home. There is no need to venture out. I shall return alone. Lika hesitated. But you have consumed quite a bit of alcohol. 1,000 cups cannot intoxicate me. What is this mere trifle? He reassured her. Do not worry about me. I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow. With that, Lin Zun bid her farewell. As night fell, certain streets began to grow desolate. Lin Zun strolled leisurely along the desolate street, yet his heart brimmed with exquisite joy. For he wielded a formidable weapon, his power elevated. He could not claim to be innate, but against any martial artist below that threshold, he could vanquish one with ease, and two would fall before him like a pair. Just then, a warning flared within his mind. Alarm struck. Danger was imminent. He immediately expanded his consciousness and detected a black motorcycle racing towards him from a distance of 100 meters. On the bike sat two individuals. One was the driver, while the other, perched behind, brandished a white baseball bat, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he gazed at Lin Zun's back. Lin Zun was gripped by a powerful intuition. These two individuals were indeed approaching with malevolent intent. They sought to take his life, at a distance of 100 meters. Even a motorcycle would require several seconds to cover the ground, ample time for Lin Zun to take action. Yet, he remained inactive, feigning ignorance as he continued to walk forward. Suddenly, the motorcycle surged toward him, accelerating to a speed of 80 miles per hour, closing the gap to a mere 20 meters behind him in the blink of an eye. The passenger, armed with a baseball bat, raised it, preparing to strike Lin Zun's head. However, in that critical moment, Lin Zun seemed to sense the impending danger and turned around. A peculiar smile gracing his lips as his eyes widened. "Kneel," he commanded. Though they could not comprehend his words, they felt the overwhelming force of his presence. Their minds went blank, their legs weakened, and they were rendered powerless. In such a perilous moment of vulnerability, the driver lost control of the speeding motorcycle, which began to swerve erratically, hurtling toward a nearby tree. With a resounding crash, the motorcycle shattered upon impact, engulfed in flames. The two occupants were violently ejected, soaring several meters before crashing to the ground, bloodied and unconscious, their fates uncertain. The events unfolded with astonishing speed, and it was only after the chaos subsided that bystanders began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Screams erupted in response. The ensuing moments were filled with frantic calls to the police and requests for an ambulance. Lin Zun had vanished without a trace. The following morning, Lika arrived at the hotel as usual. She donned a pink t-shirt, form-fitting cropped jeans, and white leather shoes, with her hair tied back in a ponytail. She exuded a youthful and vibrant charm. "Good morning, Mr. Lin. Did you sleep well last night?" Lin Zun smiled and remarked, "I slept quite well, especially after indulging in some wine, which certainly aids in slumber." Rika let out a sigh of relief and responded with a smile, "Now I can rest easy. Where do you plan to go today?" "I will follow your lead. However, there is something I wish to inquire about." "What is it?" Lin Zun retrieved his phone and selected a photograph. "Do you recognize this individual?" Chapter 38. A gunshot to the head from 800 meters away. The image depicted a middle-aged man in his 50s, standing at a height of approximately 1.6 meters, with a large head and a thick neck, his protruding belly accentuating his robust physique. His skin bore a sallow hue, marked by prominent fleshiness across his face, and he exhibited a receding hairline. Clad in a loose, floral-patterned white shirt, he walked amidst a cadre of bodyguards, exuding an imposing presence. This was the fruit of Lin Zun's investigation from the previous night. Following a car accident, he sensed an ominous presence lurking behind him, prompting him to discreetly trail the two injured individuals to the hospital, where he discovered this man arriving with a group to pay a visit. He stealthily captured the man's likeness. However, being unfamiliar with the area and unable to communicate effectively, he found himself at a loss for leads. Thus he decided to consult Lika in hopes of assistance. Initially harboring little expectation, he was astonished to learn that Lika indeed recognized him. "Yes, this is Mr. Feynman." Lin Zun was taken aback. "Is he really that well known?" Lika nodded vigorously. "Of course he's famous. He is a prominent entrepreneur in our region, running an immensely successful business. Furthermore, he is deeply passionate about philanthropy, having donated substantial sums of money, which often lands him in the news." "But what?" Lika furtively glanced around to ensure no one was listening before whispering, "I have heard that Feynman, while appearing to be a respectable businessman, is actually involved in illicit activities behind the scenes, engaging in scams and human trafficking. He even owns a large factory in that industrial park, where thousands of people are kept confined." Lin Zun was astonished. "How do you know about such a clandestine matter?" Rika replied calmly, "This is actually an open secret in our community. For a long time, Feynman targeted foreigners and never harmed the locals. Moreover, he frequently contributed to charitable causes and maintained good relations with higher-ups, which led everyone to turn a blind eye to his actions. However, Since the new mayor of Dian took office, things have changed somewhat. The mayor, in an effort to uphold Siam's image, has been cracking down on fraud and human trafficking, prompting Feynman to adopt a more low-profile approach recently. By the way, Mr. Lin, what prompts your inquiry into his affairs? Lin Zun put away his phone, saying, "It's nothing. Merely curiosity. Let us go out and have some fun now." At that moment, Lin Zun was already about 70 to 80% certain that he had not mistaken the individual. Feynman had indeed come for him. Previously, he had intended to leverage the kidnapping incident to force the mayor's resignation, only to inadvertently thwart his own plan, which left him nursing a grudge. Unable to exact revenge on the mayor, he redirected his ire towards Lin Zun. This was nothing short of celestial beings clashing, resulting in collateral damage. It could not be allowed to conclude in such a manner. Knowing the identity of his adversary made the situation considerably more manageable. Lin Zun browsed the internet and discovered information about his company, his familial connections, and even his home address. He resided in a mansion on the outskirts, surrounded by numerous attractions that had become popular among visitors. Consequently, Lin Zun requested Lika to accompany him to explore the area and scout the location. It is worth noting that, as a prominent figure entangled in dubious enterprises, Feynman's security was remarkably formidable. Wherever he went, for bodyguards were always in close proximity, and the security measures at his residence were even more stringent. Approaching him was no simple feat, let alone attempting to take his life. However, with a firearm in Lin Zun's possession, the dynamics shifted entirely. As night fell once more, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Lin Zun dismissed Lika and crossed into another realm, finding a secluded corner where he changed into a new outfit, complete with shoes, a hat, and a mask. Afterward, he returned, his consciousness extending outward to evade all surveillance and passers-by, eventually reaching the summit of a small hill. From this vantage point, he beheld the entirety of Feynman's estate, though it appeared somewhat distant, approximately 800 meters away. From afar, the manor seemed exquisitely small, akin to the size of a fingernail, let alone the individuals within. Nevertheless, Lin Zun remained unfazed. He took a step forward and vanished. Upon reappearing, he found himself wielding a Barrett rifle. This sniper rifle boasts a velocity of 800 meters per second and an effective range of 2,000 meters, at least in theory. Due to external factors such as temperature, light, and atmospheric pressure, along with the sniper's personal condition, hitting a target beyond 500 meters is already considered exceptional. Achieving accuracy at 800 meters places one among the ranks of elite marksmen, a rarity across the globe. However, for Lin Zun, this posed no challenge, as his consciousness had surpassed 900 meters, allowing him to perceive everything within his awareness with utmost clarity. Lin Zun leisurely adjusted the Barrett, while simultaneously tuning his own state of mind. "Feynman, today it shall be my honor to guide you on your final journey." Unbeknownst to the passage of time, half an hour slipped away, and a luxury car gradually approached the estate. "Feynman has returned." Lin Zun rose to his feet, cradling the Barrett in one hand while deftly adjusting the trajectory with the other. At that moment, a fierce gale swept past, causing his sleeves to flutter dramatically. Yet, Lin Zun remained utterly still, narrowing his eyes to aim before pulling the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and the bullet soared, traversing 800 meters in an instant. Just as Feynman exited his vehicle, a single shot struck him, resulting in a fatal head wound. Panic ensued within the estate, as people screamed and scurried to find safety. The bodyguards rushed to assist Feynman, but also sought to apprehend the sniper. However, none of this concerned Lin Zun any longer. He returned the firearm to another realm, swiftly descended the mountain, evading all surveillance and crowds, and found a secluded corner to change back into his own clothes before returning to the hotel to rest. The following day, news of Feynman's assassination spread throughout the nation and even reached foreign shores. "Mr. Lin, did you hear? The Feynman you inquired about yesterday has been murdered. It was said that he was shot by a sniper, killed right in his own estate, mere moments after getting out of his car." Early in the morning, Lika rushed over to share the news she had learned. Lin Zun maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "If he is to die, so be it. What concern is it of ours? Perhaps those who engage in wrongful deeds are destined to meet their end. We need not concern ourselves with him." "Indeed." Lika nodded in agreement. However, as she observed Lin Zun's composed visage, a bold notion suddenly surfaced in her mind. Could it be that Mr. Lin was responsible for Feynman's demise? After all, he inquired about Feynman just yesterday morning, and by evening, Feynman was dead. It seems too coincidental. Yet, upon further reflection, it appeared unlikely. The two bore no animosity towards each other. Why would Mr. Lin wish him harm? Such reasoning lacked coherence. Lika discreetly exhaled in relief. Her smile re-emerging as she inquired, Mr. Lin, where would you like to venture today? It seems we may not be able to go for the time being. Why not? Look who has arrived. Lika turned her gaze towards the entrance, exclaiming in surprise, Mr. Mayor, what brings you here? Indeed, it was the local mayor, Tian, who strode in with confidence, clasping Lin Zun's hand with a hearty laugh. Mr. Lin, it has been quite some time. Why did you not notify me of your arrival? I had intended to treat you to a meal. Lin Zun politely remarked, Mayor Tian, you are exceedingly busy with your myriad responsibilities. I feel quite embarrassed to intrude upon your time merely for a visit. Mayor Tian feigned displeasure as he responded, how could this be considered an intrusion? Last time, I was preoccupied and could not properly host Mr. Lin. I have felt a sense of guilt for quite some time. Now that we have the opportunity to meet again, I must make amends. I kindly request that you grant me this chance. Mr. Lin, have you had breakfast yet? I know a splendid place that serves delectable fare. Shall we go together? Very well. I shall defer to your hospitality. Chapter 39, A Test. Before long, they arrived at an exclusive dim sum restaurant. Having reserved a private room to savor the local breakfast delicacies. Within the room, there were only 3 individuals, Lin Zun, Rika, and Mayor Tian, while a secretary remained stationed outside to ensure their privacy. Lin Zun and the mayor of Tianshi engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their meal, laughter punctuating the air. In the midst of them sat Rika, feeling somewhat dazed. She had never anticipated the chance to share breakfast with the mayor. Even more surprising was Mr. Lin's composure in the presence of such a prominent figure. He exuded an aura that was, if not equal, at least comparable to that of the mayor. Mr. Lin, you are truly remarkable. She was filled with admiration, feeling hesitant to speak amidst the presence of such distinguished figures, and could only focus on savoring her meal. It must be said, the breakfast is exceptionally delicious, and I must indulge a bit more. Mayor of Dyke Shore has a modest appetite, after just a few bites. He found himself unable to continue. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he casually inquired, Mr. Lin, have you seen today's news? Lin Zun nodded slightly, acknowledging the information. I have indeed heard about it. Rika informed me that a prominent local businessman was shot dead. His name was Feynman, a man of considerable influence and vast business interests. Well connected in high circles. Notably, he owned a grand estate here, where the tragic incident occurred, shot in the head without a chance for rescue, rendering his remains ready for cremation. Mr. Lin, what is your perspective on this matter? The mayor of Dian City inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Zun's reaction. Lin Zun blinked in confusion. How am I supposed to perceive this? I do not recognize this individual. I can only observe the spectacle. At most, I feel a slight sense of regret. Regret about what? The mayor inquired eagerly. He is a wealthy businessman, having amassed a fortune yet lacking the means to enjoy it. Is that not a pity? Indeed, it is regrettable, yet he is deserving of his fate. Why do you say that? Lin Zun remained perplexed. The mayor of Dian City chuckled, his smile laced with sarcasm. His rise to power was steeped in bloodshed. He was one of the earliest perpetrators of telecom fraud in our region, particularly fond of deceiving you, the people of Huaxia. Those who defied him faced dire consequences, even having their organs harvested. The lives lost at his hands number, at least in the hundreds. Why hasn't he been apprehended? He is astute, avoiding direct involvement in these nefarious dealings, leaving no evidence to convict him. Furthermore, the web of interests is intricate, with connections shielding him from justice, rendering everyone powerless against him. This is not mere hearsay. Many outside are well aware of these matters. I also heard it from Lika, initially skeptical. Your words lend credence to her claims, and it seems there is a high probability of truth. Lin Zun sighed. Indeed, the inferno is desolate, and the demons walk among us. Such a poignant remark. Mayor Tian applauded in appreciation, then added, additionally, according to my investigation, he may be linked to the recent kidnapping case. Lika exclaimed, her surprise evident as she looked up. The 2 imposing men immediately turned their attention to her. Feeling a bit flustered under their gaze, Lika forced a smile and said, please, continue. Do not mind me. Since taking office, I have endeavored to restore the reputation of Siam by combating telecom fraud and human trafficking. Feynman has been the most formidable adversary, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards me and seeking to unseat me. Although there is currently no direct evidence, I have discovered that not long ago, Feynman's subordinates were covertly in contact with the kidnappers. I find it hard to believe that there is no connection between them. Just as I was preparing to delve deeper into the investigation, he was suddenly shot dead, a most satisfying turn of events. Mr. Lin, who do you think that individual could be? Lin Zun furrowed his brow and inquired, Mayor of Dihong City, how could I, an outsider, possibly know? Since Feynman engages in such business, he must have offended numerous individuals. How could I be aware of his identity? No, you are not an outsider. For he has previously acted against you, the mayor replied. Ah, when did that happen? Lin Zun's expression turned to one of astonishment. Lika, visibly frightened, turned pale and lost her appetite. She anxiously glanced at Lin Zun, gripping his hand tightly as though this act could provide her with a sense of security. The mayor continued, it was just the night before last. Do you recall a motorcycle speeding towards you at that time? Lin Zun nodded, a lingering sense of trepidation washing over him. Of course I remember. I was almost struck by that vehicle. The individuals within were indeed associated with Feynman. The mayor of Dian City continued, since you thwarted his plans, he sought to exact revenge upon you. However, it appears that the car encountered a minor mishap, veering off course and ultimately sparing you from harm. Mr. Lin, you truly possess a guardian spirit. Indeed, I am quite fortunate, Lin Zun remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. At that time, it seems Mr. Lin did not file a report and simply left. Lin Zun, feeling anxious, said, Indeed. I was terrified at that time. Moreover, being in an unfamiliar place without the means to communicate with others left me with no choice but to flee. The mayor of Tai Bank responded, Is there any issue with that? No, there is no problem. It is entirely understandable given the circumstances. The mayor chuckled lightly. Now that Feynman is deceased, his Feynman group is effectively leaderless. His son and subordinates are embroiled in a struggle for power, leaving no room to concern themselves with your situation. Furthermore, I will keep a close watch on them. Mr. Lin, you can consider yourself safe now. Really? That is truly wonderful. Lin Zun, filled with excitement, grasped the mayor's hand firmly and expressed his gratitude. Mayor of Dian City, thank you. Thank you for your assistance. No, it is I who should be thanking you. The mayor of Dian smiled knowingly. Mayor, it is getting late, and we have nearly finished our breakfast. We shall not impose on you any longer, Lin Zun said as he took his leave. Very well, I shall not keep you. I wish you a delightful time. The mayor replied. Wait, may we exchange contact information? Lin Zun inquired. It would be my honor. The mayor of Dian shared his personal contact details with Lin Zun, expressing a desire to stay in touch frequently. Lin Zun departed with Lika, and the sheriff entered the scene. What have you discovered? He inquired. The sheriff, wearing a grim expression, replied, We have yet to uncover anything. The marksman is exceedingly vigilant. All surveillance footage yields nothing, and there are no eyewitnesses. It is as if he materialized and vanished into thin air, leaving us at a loss for where to begin our investigation. The Feynman group is in an uproar. Suspecting rival factions are behind this, and they are preparing for a desperate showdown. The mayor chuckled, shaking his head. What a formidable young man indeed. When the incident with Feynman occurred last night, he promptly dispatched personnel to investigate. Ultimately, it was revealed that Feynman was assassinated by a sniper from a staggering distance of 800 meters. The conditions that night were far from favorable, visibility was low. The air was humid, and the wind reached speeds of 4 to 5 levels. Under such adverse circumstances, the assailant succeeded in eliminating Feynman with remarkable precision. Furthermore, it was a swift execution the moment he exposed himself. Truly extraordinary. In the end, the bodyguards acted swiftly, sending individuals to apprehend the true culprit, yet nothing was found. All nearby surveillance was scrutinized, but to no avail. The assailant came and went without a trace, as if sent by fate to claim Feynman's life. The breakthrough came from the 2 injured individuals involved in a car accident. Upon regaining consciousness, they revealed they had been tasked with assassinating Lin Zun. But an unexpected incident occurred, resulting in their failure and personal injury. During a prior kidnapping case, Lin Zun left an indelible impression on them. They suspected a connection to Lin Zun, and it was highly probable that he was the very sniper in question, prompting their visit. After a series of probing attempts, nothing was uncovered. The individual in question exhibited an impeccable facade, devoid of any flaws. Nevertheless, his conviction in his theory only grew stronger. For the marksman too displayed an extraordinary level of competence. Lin Zun was indeed the person he sought. Chapter 40. The war raged unfavorably, with over 10,000 refugees. The government demanded grain donations. But what difference did it make if he found him? The adversary was a scoundrel, yet also his foe. Which side could he possibly align with? In any case, you possess no evidence, hence my brother Lin is innocent. The mayor of Dian first smiled lightly, then assumed a stern expression. Conduct a thorough investigation into this case. We must not wrong an innocent person, nor allow a villain to evade justice. Do you comprehend? As the mayor's trusted confidant, the sheriff understood well. The members of the Feynman group were all nefarious individuals and must not be spared. The sniper was virtuous. A mere pretense would suffice. Mayor, I assure you the task will be executed. The mayor of Dian chuckled, his appetite whetted, indulging in several more bites before finally exiting the dining hall. He looked up to the sky, noticing that the dark clouds had dispersed, leaving the heavens considerably clearer. Sunlight would soon grace the land. Meanwhile, Lin Zun and his companion had already made their way to the next destination. Along the route, Lika clung tightly to Lin Zun's hand, her small face ashen, devoid of any color. Lin Zun felt somewhat speechless. There is no need for anxiety. The ordeal has already passed. Do you not see me standing before you, perfectly fine? Rika, filled with trepidation, responded. I just fear that they may target you again in the future. Mr. Lin, why not take a flight back to Huaxia today? It is far safer there. And their reach cannot extend that far. Truly, there is no cause for concern. With Feynman deceased, the remaining individuals are merely vying for power, a disjointed assembly. They have no time to spare for me. Did the mayor not just assure us that he would keep a close watch on the Feynman group? Before long, the Feynman group will disintegrate, fading into oblivion, thus ensuring my safety for now. Then I must sincerely express my gratitude to the esteemed mayor. Lin Zun secretly smiled. It was he who should be expressing gratitude to me, for I had alleviated his significant troubles. One must admit, this mayor possesses a degree of competence. Despite his meticulous concealment, he still managed to perceive the truth and came to probe further. Even though I presented myself flawlessly, he remained convinced of my involvement. However, do you possess any evidence to substantiate that it was indeed I? He and Feynman had no direct interactions. Is it merely because his demise occurred beneath the barret? Is it solely based on the bullet that was fired? Pray tell. He had only donned a disguise before venturing into the black market to procure a firearm, utilizing cash for the transaction. When the shot was fired, the ammunition was the most ordinary type, devoid of any serial numbers, with all leads severed. How can you conclusively assert my guilt? Furthermore, the mayor had no incentive to expose him. There were no conflicts of interest between them. One could even say they were comrades in the same trench. To act against him would be akin to undermining oneself, and he might even face dire repercussions. Thus, in the end, he willingly exchanged contact information, extending a gesture of goodwill. What then was there to fear? With such sentiments in mind, Lin Zun indulged in 2 more days of leisure in Siam. The Feynman group, as anticipated, was preoccupied with their own affairs, embroiled in a funeral and even engaging in conflict with others. The mayor of Dijiang, under the guise of maintaining stability, initiated a crackdown on them with considerable force. By this point, Lin Zun had had his fill of amusement, bid a reluctant farewell to Lika, and flew back to Huaxia. At this juncture, the fervor surrounding the return of the Dragon King in Blood Shame Part 2 had subsided, yet it still attracted a plethora of detractors, incessantly providing him with a wealth of grievances. Leveraging this overwhelming tide of resentment, Lin Zun made another incremental advancement in his cultivation of the spirit refinement realm. Currently, I have reached the 8th level of spirit refinement and sitting forgetfulness, with my consciousness extending outward to a radius of 360 zhang, nearly 1,200 meters. With my prowess in marksmanship, I can now strike a target's head from a distance of 1,000 meters. Haha. Lin Zun was filled with joy. With each increment of strength he gained, his survival capability in this otherworldly realm enhanced correspondingly. Carrying this cheerful disposition, Lin Zun traversed the cosmos to arrive in the foreign land. However, the circumstances here were far from favorable. On the front lines, it seemed that the leader of the Huatian sect had intervened, rendering the Great Song Army's situation increasingly dire. The troops frequently fell ill from poison, food mysteriously vanished, and fires erupted at night. Whispers circulated that specters were sighted after dusk, claiming to be vengeful spirits seeking retribution. This turmoil instilled deep-seated anxiety among the populace, disrupting their peace and diminishing the soldiers' combat efficacy. The generals, in a fit of rage, asserted that malevolent forces were at play, urging everyone to maintain their composure. To regain control over the army, they executed several individuals who spread alarming rumors, sealing off information and forbidding its dissemination. Despite these measures, the border inhabitants sensed impending doom and fled with their families. A portion of these fleeing citizens sought refuge within the Huatian sect, which rapidly expanded. Yet, the majority became displaced persons, migrating to various counties. Even the distant Qinghe prefecture witnessed an influx of 20,000 refugees within a mere few days, all stranded at the city gates. Please, allow me to enter. I have gone 3 days without food. If you grant me a morsel, I will do anything you ask. They were emaciated, pleading on their knees, yearning for entry to sustain themselves. However, the local authorities remained resolute. Currently, we can barely maintain stability within the city. But if we permit even a few to enter, chaos will ensue, and the common folk will turn against me. As the local magistrate, I must prioritize the welfare of my constituents. The governor's reasoning was sound. Although the influx of people was curtailed, prices within the city soared once more, with food prices nearly doubling. Moreover, supplies were scarce. There was no grain available for sale outside, and everyone was vigilant with their own provisions. At this juncture, Lin Xiaofeng approached gracefully, bowing to Lin Zun with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, young Master Lin. Had it not been for your timely warning, the Lin family would be facing a dire shortage of food. Is it truly sufficient? Lin Zun inquired with concern. Lin Xiaofeng nodded and said, that is sufficient. If we economize on our meals, it will last us for more than 2 years. This reassured her. When Li Meyer had come to offer her counsel, she had urged Lin Xiaofeng to procure grain, emphasizing that even if it meant paying a premium, it was imperative to purchase it. Lin Xiaofeng was notably obedient, promptly spending money to purchase grain in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Now, the situation had indeed unfolded as he had predicted. The battlefield conditions deteriorated rapidly, resulting in a significant influx of refugees, and grain became a scarce commodity, nearly impossible to procure. Thus, Lin Xiaofeng felt immense gratitude towards Lin Zun. At that moment, an invitation arrived before Lin Xiaofeng. She glanced at it and furrowed her brows. What is it? Lin Zun inquired. Lin Xiaofeng presented the invitation. It was from the governor, who summoned us to the Yamen to discuss the opening of granaries and the provision of relief for the victims of disaster. To put it plainly, he is essentially asking us to contribute grain. What do you intend to do? We must offer a portion out of respect for the governor. Yet currently, there are 20,000 victims outside the city, and this number may rise. Our contributions may prove to be but a drop in the bucket. Lin Zun nodded slightly, letting out a weary sigh. The number of disaster victims outside was overwhelming, and more would inevitably follow. Even though he could connect the two realms, his ability to assist the victims was limited by his powerlessness. He could not transport goods at will between the worlds. Only those items he could physically touch could be moved. Currently, having only achieved a minor success in his training, he could lift a mere 700 pounds. With over 20,000 victims outside, if each required a pound of food daily, that would amount to 20,000 pounds consumed each day. How long could he sustain this effort? Furthermore, the more he transported, the more he risked exposure, increasing his danger. Questions would inevitably arise. Where did this food come from? The roads outside were treacherous, and the area was teeming with victims. How could he bring the food here? Did he have a hidden army? Was he plotting rebellion? Such matters were impossible to clarify. He had come to cultivate and pursue longevity, not to play the savior. He needed to grow strong enough to face any danger before he could undertake more significant actions. Yet, the thought of an action troubled his conscience. I will accompany you. Chapter 41. I exchange family heirlooms for food. An hour later, Lin Zun followed Lin Xiaofeng to the government office. The heads of several other families had also arrived. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofeng enter, they merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, upon spotting Lin Zun, their composure faltered. Young Master Lin, what brings you here? In recent times, the Lin family had grown increasingly powerful and enigmatic. They were filled with curiosity and trepidation, and through discreet inquiries, they had discovered that the family's transformation was closely tied to one individual, the young man before them, Lin Zun. His origins were a mystery, and he wielded a terrifying weapon capable of vanquishing seasoned martial artists, having repeatedly aided the Lin family in times of crisis. They had long sought to engage with Lin Zun, yet he had remained elusive, granting them no opportunity. Now, he had made the initiative to appear. Amidst the crowd's eagerness, Lin Zun simply smiled, stating, I heard the governor wishes to discuss disaster relief. So I accompany the head of the Lin family to observe and hopefully offer my humble assistance. Young Master Lin truly possesses a noble heart. I admire you. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed, the governor has arrived. Everyone turned to the back door of the main hall, their expressions becoming serious as they clasped their hands in greeting. Greetings, Governor. Governor Lu Tianbao entered, courteously responding, No need for formalities, esteemed heads of families. Oh, young Master Lin, you are here too? His surprise was evident upon seeing Lin Zun in attendance. The prowess of Lin Zun is well known among the other families, and it is inconceivable that the governor is unaware of it. He is indeed a formidable individual. It is said that over 100 martial artists have perished at his hands, including several formidable figures of the marrow-cleansing realm. When he unleashes his fury, no one present stands a chance against the weapon he wields. In response to the governor's inquiry, Lin Zun once again reiterates the purpose of his visit. The governor bursts into hearty laughter. "Ha, you are most welcome. We are in dire need of discerning individuals like you, young Master Lin. However, I am currently preoccupied with pressing matters and cannot extend my personal hospitality. I hope for your understanding." Lin Zun clasped his hands in a gesture of understanding, and everyone took their seats in turn. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Zun, a solitary figure without the backing of a family, occupied the prominent position in the upper left corner, ahead of all the esteemed families, who offered no objections. This exemplifies the status of a true strongman, commanding respect wherever he goes. The situation outside was well known to all, so the official decided to be succinct. After taking a sip of tea, the governor spoke gravely. "I intend to open the granaries to provide relief for the victims of the disaster. However, the stock of grain in the treasury is rather limited. Thus, I hope that all present will generously contribute grain to help us weather this crisis. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the citizens beyond the city walls." Han Dongyang, the head of the Han family, abruptly slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "The governor speaks wisely." Witnessing the plight of the citizens outside, who are barely clothed and starving, fills me with great concern. Therefore, I shall represent the Han family and donate 8 stones of grain. The assembly was taken aback. A mere 8 stones, equating to only 200 jin, was hardly enough to fill a cart. Was such a loud proclamation necessary? It only served to make him appear more generous than he truly was. Unfazed by the scornful glances from the crowd, the head of the Han family calmly sipped his tea, declaring, "I have already made my contribution. The rest is up to you. I have set the precedent, and thus, the governor will not trouble me further." Lin Xiaofeng then spoke. "On behalf of the Lin family, I pledge a donation of 50 stones of grain. 50 stones may not be an excessive amount, nor is it negligible. It represents the utmost limit of what she can afford at present. Her foremost responsibility lies with the Lin family before she can extend her concern to the suffering populace outside." Subsequently, the other heads of families also voiced their contributions, ranging from 10 to 30 stones. However, when all the donations were tallied, they barely amounted to 300 stones, a sum that would sustain the external victims for merely 2 or 3 days. The governor, feeling utterly helpless, made another appeal for generosity. In response, the head of the Han family contributed an additional 2 stones to round off the figure. After that, no further donations were forthcoming. While the greater good of the nation is undeniably important, their primary focus remained steadfastly on their own family's welfare. Lin Zun felt that the moment to take action had arrived. He proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Esteemed gentlemen, I implore you to lend me your ears." The crowd turned their curious gazes towards him, asking, "Young Master Lin, what do you wish to convey?" Lin Zun rose to his feet and, with a heart full of compassion, spoke. "Though I was born into a family of affluence and have never lacked for food or clothing, it pains me deeply to witness the plight of the common folk beyond the city walls, who are reduced to foraging for roots and consuming dirt due to their dire circumstances. Yet, I find myself powerless, for I possess no grain to offer. Therefore, I am willing to part with my treasured heirloom to procure sustenance. To the individual who contributes the greatest amount of grain, I shall gladly present my cherished possession." The crowd buzzed with curiosity. "What is this heirloom? Lin Gongzi, what do you intend to offer in exchange for food?" "It is this." Lin Zun delicately retrieved an exquisite box from within his sleeve. Amidst the gathered gazes of the crowd, he cautiously opened it, revealing a smooth, egg-sized transparent crystal nestled within. Under the sunlight, the crystal radiated a captivating brilliance that was utterly mesmerizing. The onlookers were momentarily blinded by its brilliance, their astonishment palpable. Among them, the head of the Li family stammered in disbelief, "What is this?" Lin Zun lifted his head proudly and declared, "Behold, this is my family's treasured heirloom, the crystal orb." "Crystal? Just as I surmised. It is indeed crystal." The head of the Han family exclaimed excitedly, "I have encountered crystal before, but never have I beheld one so transparent and pristine, devoid of any impurities, flawlessly rounded. This is truly exquisite, a priceless gem. The crowd gazed in rapturous admiration at the crystal orb, showering it with accolades. Lin Zun continued with pride. This is a crystal ball of exquisite glass, passed down through 8 generations in my family. It is truly a unique treasure in the world. Once, a prince offered to exchange it for 10,000 taels of gold. Yet I declined. Hiss, 10,000 taels of gold, and you refused? The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. 10,000 taels of gold equates to nearly 100,000 taels of silver. What an immense fortune. Indeed, many here have exhausted their fortunes and still cannot afford this singular crystal. However, now, as the common folk outside the city face hardship, I must reluctantly part with it. Lin Zun, with great reluctance, uttered, as I have said before, I wish to exchange this for grain. The highest bidder will claim this invaluable treasure. The crowd regarded him with profound respect. Young Master Lin, your noble intentions are commendable. The governor clasped his hands in gratitude, stating, on behalf of the common folk outside the city, I extend my heartfelt thanks to young Master Lin. The head of the Han family, impatiently interjecting, proclaimed, I shall make the first bid. I offer 100 stones of grain. Just moments prior, he had been miserly in his donation, ultimately contributing a mere 10 stones. Now, he audaciously proposed a sum nearly tenfold greater. Yet, the others scoffed at his offer. Only 100 stones of grain for such an invaluable treasure? Master Han, you are truly stingy. I shall bid 300 stones. Do not contest with me. I bid 500 stones. 500 stones is commendable, yet I shall raise it to 600 stones. The competition intensified, with bids rapidly escalating beyond 1,000 stones. At that moment, the long-silent Lin Xiaofeng finally spoke. Please, do not quarrel. I will take the crystal for 3,000 stones. A hush fell over the assembly, leaving everyone in silence. Under normal circumstances, 3,000 stones of grain would not have garnered much attention. However, in the midst of war, with no clear end in sight and uncertainty surrounding the resumption of agricultural production, the necessity for sustenance was paramount. Grain had become a precious commodity, essential for survival, rendering the exchange for an ostensibly useless crystal seem rather unwise. Lin Xiaofeng's asking price startled many, yet it did not deter several prominent families. The head of the Han family gazed at the crystal ball before him, his eyes brimming with avarice, and gritted his teeth, proclaiming, I bid 100 stones. The head of the Li family cast a glance at Lin Xiaofeng, then at the Han family patriarch, and declared, the Li family offers 200 stones. Lin Xiaofeng maintained her composure. 3,500 stones. The bidding continued. However, this time, only the Lin, Li, and Han families participated, as they were the wealthiest among them, with ample grain reserves. Amidst the fierce competition among the 3 families, the price of the crystal ball soared to new heights. I bid 6,100 stones. The breath of the Han family head grew increasingly rapid. This price had already breached his family's threshold. If the war did not conclude within 3 months, their family would be in peril. The Li family had also reached their limit. The Li family head glanced at the flushed and breathless Han family head, then at the serene Lin Xiaofeng. Feeling that some matters were simply untenable, with a helpless sigh and a wry smile, he declared, I concede. At this moment, only 2 buyers remained. Lin Xiaofeng calmly stated, 6,200 stones. The head of the Han family felt his breath quicken slightly, as he gazed at the composed Lin Xiaofeng and the impassive Lin Zun. A sudden wave of doubt surged within him. Could it be that these two were performing a clever ruse together? Lin Xiaofeng. Could it be that he is merely a pawn? One responsible for selling the crystal, while the other inflates its price. Yet upon reflection, such a notion seems implausible. This crystal orb is indeed extraordinarily rare, captivating in its allure, and can be deemed a priceless treasure. Selling it for several tens of thousands of taels would not be excessive. The fact that it can now be acquired for merely a few thousand stones of grain is astonishingly undervalued. Were it not for young Master Lin offering it in exchange for grain, they would not have this opportunity to compete. He resolved to make one final bid. I shall offer 7,000 stones. Should the price exceed this, I shall withdraw. Lin Xiaofeng was just about to speak up and place her bid when she noticed Lin Zun subtly signaling to her, prompting her to fall silent. It appeared as though she had relinquished her intent. Lin Zun held the crystal ball aloft, surveying the crowd as he proclaimed loudly, 7,000 stones of grain. Is there anyone else interested? If not, this one-of-a-kind crystal ball shall belong to Master Han. After a brief moment, no one stepped forward to place a bid. Lin Zun presented the crystalline sphere before the head of the Han family, reluctant to part with it. and said, "Master Han, congratulations. This exquisite glazed crystal ball is now yours. I hope you will cherish it." The head of the Han family, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered in response, "Thank you so much, young Master Lin." Surrounding onlookers extended their congratulations, and Master Han beamed with delight. Despite the considerable expense, it was undeniably worth it. This remarkable treasure could easily serve as a family heirloom, passed down through generations. Alternatively, it could be sold for a handsome profit of several tens of thousands of taels of silver. Furthermore, it could be presented to those in higher echelons, paving the way for swift advancement. No matter how one calculated it, there was no loss. Truly, he owed a debt of gratitude to this war and to the unfortunate victims. Without them, he would not have had such a lucrative opportunity. The Han family was destined to rise this time, indeed. Just then, someone nudged Lin Zun and inquired, "Young Master Lin, having sold your heirloom, will you also part with your weapon?" Lin Zun was taken aback. "Huh? What weapon?" "It is that divine instrument which, when wielded, produces the sound of firecrackers and can sever a head from 30 paces away." Lin Zun suddenly realized, "You are referring to a firearm." "Yes, indeed, a firearm. I have heard others speak of it." The excited and expectant head of the family inquired, "Do you have any for sale? I am willing to offer a sum of 10,000 taels of silver. Should you agree?" The crowd responded with fervent enthusiasm, their gazes fixed intently upon Lin Zun. For they too desired such a weapon. It was an extraordinary tool capable of even slaying those who had undergone marrow cleansing. It could burst a man's head from 30 paces away. With such a firearm, their family's power would undoubtedly be elevated to new heights. "Young Master Lin, is the firearm for sale? We can negotiate the price. As long as you are willing to part with it, you may select from my family's treasures. Even a trade for grain would be acceptable." Lin Zun clasped his hands and shook his head apologetically. "I am sorry, everyone, but I must keep the gun for self-defense. It is not for sale." While a firearm may be ineffective against top-tier masters, it is certain death for any martial artist below the washing marrow realm. Even he would find it exceedingly difficult to survive a gunshot. How could I part with something that poses a threat to my life? Thus far, I have only gifted the gun to Lin Xiaofeng. This is due to her kindness towards me, a certain affection she holds, and my unwavering belief that she would never turn it against me. As for the rest, they should not even entertain the thought. A sigh escaped his lips. A palpable sense of regret permeated the air. Everyone felt a profound disappointment, yet they completely understood. Were they in his position, they would never part with such a weapon. It is the very foundation of their survival. As the fundraising event concluded, the crowd dispersed from the yamen, and Lin Zun and Lin Xiaofeng walked side by side. However, Lin Xiaofeng appeared somewhat perturbed. "Young Master Lin, why would you sell our family heirloom?" Lin Zun sighed and, with deep compassion, remarked, "I have always been a kind-hearted person, unable to bear the suffering of humanity. Outside the city, tens of thousands of people are starving. What use is this small, insignificant orb to me? It would be far more valuable to exchange it for grain to aid the victims of disaster." Lin Xiaofeng grew more agitated. "Then why are you unwilling to sell it to me? What purpose would selling it to you serve?" Lin Xiaofeng replied without hesitation. "Because it is your family heirloom, of great significance, and must not be lost to the outside world. Therefore, I wish to purchase it and return it to you, my lord." Lin Zun was profoundly moved. She truly was a considerate young lady. Yet, he felt compelled to inform her that it was unnecessary. For what she perceived as a crystal ball was merely a glass orb he had purchased from a bargain site, costing a mere 9 yuan, complete with free shipping. Should he leave a favorable review, he would even receive a refund of 1 yuan. Such a trivial trinket, hardly deserving of space on his table. How could he bear to let Lin Xiaofeng be taken in? It was one thing to deceive others, but to ensnare her would be out of the question. With just 9 yuan, he had exchanged it for 7,000 stones of grain. One must ponder its worth. Were it not for the current uncertain circumstances, he would have laughed heartily. "Miss Lin, I sincerely appreciate your kindness, but given the present situation, it is prudent to retain control over the grain." Lin Xiaofeng, filled with reluctance, exclaimed, "However, there shall be no buts. I have understood your intentions." Lin Zun placed his hands gently on the frail shoulders of Lin Xiaofeng and earnestly said, "You do not wish for me to lose our family heirloom, and I certainly do not want you to suffer a financial loss. To me, you are of far greater importance than any treasure." Lin Xiaofeng's heart raced wildly, akin to the effects of imbibing alcohol, leaving her in a state of delightful dizziness. The words spoken by young Master Lin, that she was more significant than the family heirloom, were nothing short of a confession to her. She felt an overwhelming joy, an intense affection. and a profound sense of happiness as her earlier anger dissipated like mist. Unable to meet Lin Zun's gaze, she shyly lowered her head to glance at her toes and softly inquired, "Young Master Lin, would you like to eat tonight? I shall have the servants prepare it for you." Chapter 43. The Fugitive Princess. On the following day, the government opened its granaries to distribute grain. Wagon after wagon of provisions was transported out of the city gates, where great cauldrons were set up to boil the grain into porridge, which was then distributed to every disaster victim. The steaming broth, though lacking in rice and accompaniments, was a considerable blessing in such dire times, signifying that the court had not abandoned them. The fears and anxieties of the disaster-stricken populace began to ease, leading to a reduction in disturbances. As they quietly lined up to receive their porridge, Lin Zun has also arrived, here to oversee the proceedings. After all, the grains were exchanged for his family heirloom, and he harbors no desire for anyone to enrich themselves at his expense. After conducting a thorough inspection, he found himself reasonably satisfied. Although the governor possesses a hint of greed, this matter pertains to his political achievements and the esteemed had atop his head, thus he treats it as a paramount task, diligently and selflessly attending to it. The Han family, despite contributing aged rice that is scarcely palatable and infested with insects, fortunately provided an ample quantity without any discrepancies in weight. Likewise, the Lin family, the Li family, and others complied with the requirements, offering their grains and sending personnel to assist. This presents a splendid opportunity to enhance their reputations. With elevated prestige, their paths would be smooth. Such an advantageous moment would not be overlooked by these prominent families. Numerous noble families seize the chance to recruit servants. During such times, recruiting servants is remarkably cost-effective. As for the disaster-stricken populace, merely having a meal is a significant relief. These illustrious families can afford to offer much lower compensation than usual to bring these individuals into their households. Many disaster victims responded with enthusiasm. Do not assume that becoming a servant is a misfortune. For many impoverished and unskilled disaster survivors, servitude is the most favorable option, akin to securing a stable livelihood. Indeed, these noble families regard their servants as their own property, treating them with care and kindness, striving to retain them for as long as possible, to ensure longevity in service. Is it not essential to provide adequate nourishment? For if they were to starve, who would be left to labor? In ancient times, the ability to secure sufficient sustenance was a privilege beyond the grasp of over 90 individuals. The Lin family exemplifies a profound loyalty. Those in positions of authority treat their subordinates with kindness, thereby fostering unwavering allegiance. Thus, when the Lin family faced the direst of circumstances, none chose to abandon them. Observing the manner in which individuals selected their servants piqued Lin Zun's interest, prompting him to approach. "How do you choose your servants?" he inquired of the family steward, who responded with a courteous smile and a bow. "Young Master Lin, the selection of servants is indeed a meticulous process. Firstly, we consider their age. They must not be too old, for such individuals may be incapable of performing their duties. Likewise, we exclude those who are disabled for the same reason." Lin Zun nodded, affirming it is essential to choose individuals who are young and physically robust. Indeed, the younger, the better, as nurturing them from a tender age fosters unwavering loyalty. Furthermore, one must assess their dental health. A good set of teeth signifies vitality. There are also certain aesthetic standards to consider. One cannot be overly unattractive, as it reflects poorly on the family's reputation. Additionally, the individual's lineage and familial connections warrant scrutiny, and if they possess literacy or certain skills, that would be even more advantageous. Quite commendable. Lin Zun nodded repeatedly, feeling that this truly was a profound subject. He was eager to test it himself. His method was remarkably simple and straightforward. He merely swept his divine consciousness across the area, which enabled him to discern most situations. To expedite the process, he expanded his perception, scanning a radius of 1,200 meters. To his surprise, among the disaster victims, there were actually 2 practitioners of marrow washing and a little girl in a state of meditation. In a remote hollow far from the city gate, a 7-foot-tall man, clad like a hunter, approached a small girl with a steaming bowl of rice porridge. "Your Highness, please enjoy," he said. Just set it down for now. Let it cool before I eat," replied the girl, who appeared to be around 12 years old. She wore tattered, thick clothing. Her round face was small, with delicate features and a hint of baby fat, yet it was smeared with dust and mud, as if she had just rolled on the ground. Nevertheless, her eyes sparkled brightly like stars. Although she was but a child, her speech and demeanor exuded an air of grace and nobility. Beside her stood another woman, dressed in shabby gray-blue garments. her hair and face equally soiled, resembling a village peasant. Upon gazing at the murky porridge before her, which even had 2 rice weevils floating atop, she could not help but shed tears. "Your Highness, I have wronged you." The little girl calmly waved her hand. "It's of no consequence. After a long journey, I have little appetite. A bit of porridge is quite fitting. Do not concern yourself solely with me. Go find something to eat." With that, she carefully lifted the bowl of porridge, blowing gently on it before taking a small sip. The woman beside her quickly said, "Your Highness, please wait. I shall help you remove the weevils." "No need. I have endured so much. Can I not handle a mere weevil?" The little girl disregarded the woman's objections and cautiously took another sip of the porridge. The murky liquid felt somewhat bitter and astringent as it slid down her throat, prompting her to wrinkle her small face slightly, yet she swallowed it nonetheless. The man felt a pang of sorrow at this sight. Ah, if it weren't for the third prince back then, we would not be in such a predicament. With a sudden thud, the little girl slammed the bowl down, suppressing her anger as she hissed, "Do not mention him." The man and woman exchanged glances, their expressions laden with deeper sorrow. They opened their mouths to say something but were left with only a sigh. The girl consumed her meal slowly, savoring each bite. And it took her the time of a tea ceremony to finish the porridge before her. "This porridge is quite good. You should have some too." "Yes, Your Highness." However, at that moment, the girl's expression shifted abruptly. "What is it, Your Highness?" the other two asked in confusion. The girl, now pale, replied, "Just now, I sensed a divine consciousness sweep over us. We have been discovered." "What?" The two were thrown into panic. "Have they come after us?" "It is not them. They cannot send such a person." The girl quickly regained her composure. "Then who is it?" The girl fell silent, slowly climbing up the hollow to gaze towards the city gate, where she locked eyes with a young man. What a surprise. "There is a strong practitioner of divine meditation here, and he is so young." The woman said fiercely, "Your Highness, he has spotted us. Should we go?" The girl urgently dissuaded her. "No, absolutely not. He gives me a very dangerous feeling. If you act, it would be certain death. What shall we do now? Should we flee? Do you think we can escape? He is a formidable practitioner of divine meditation. With his consciousness extended, there is nowhere to hide." As they remained in a state of bewilderment, the young man nonchalantly shifted his gaze elsewhere. The three felt a wave of confusion wash over them. What does he mean by that? It seems he does not regard us at all. Chapter 44. You thwart my grand plans. This person must be eliminated. The young man was, of course, Lin Zun. He had not anticipated that a simple sweep of his divine consciousness would lead to such unexpected discoveries. A fleeing princess? How intriguing. But what concern is that of mine? Lin Zun chose to disregard them. Despite their noble status in his eyes, they were no different from ordinary commoners. However, they were far more troublesome. Provoking them would only invite endless trouble. He was averse to complications and naturally would not engage in such thankless endeavors. The three of them, filled with trepidation for much of the day, ultimately realized that he truly did not regard them as significant, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Your Highness, shall we flee now?" The young girl furrowed her brow. "We are unfamiliar with this place. Let us not escape just yet. It is safer to conceal ourselves among the refugees." "Indeed, Your Highness." They continued to hide their identities, blending in among the displaced. 2 days swiftly passed. Due to the ongoing conflict, the influx of refugees had increased significantly. However, provisions remained sufficient, distributed regularly, preventing any unrest as they quietly waited outside the city. Among the refugees, a group of individuals lay in wait, exchanging glances before proceeding one after another into a secluded grove. In the grove stood a woman, appearing to be in her 30s. Although clad in simple attire, her graceful figure and alluring visage could not be concealed. Yet, her eyes bore a fierce malevolence that marred her overall allure. Upon seeing her, they instinctively knelt. "Greetings, Protector." One of them reported respectfully. "Have you gathered the information?" "Indeed," the woman inquired. "What do you have to report?" One individual replied with deference, "Esteemed Protector, we have discovered that the governor has called upon everyone to donate grain to aid the victims of disaster. However, the wealthy families within the city have been rather stingy and contributed little. It was only when a gentleman named Lin Zun offered his heirloom, a crystal ball, and secured 7,000 stones of grain from the Han family that the plight of the refugees was alleviated." "Ha!" The woman scoffed coldly. "I did not expect such benevolence to exist in this world, yet good deeds are often met with ill fortune. He stands in the way of our grand ambitions. This man must be eliminated, and the governor as well. Let chaos reign here, and it shall facilitate our actions. But Protector, this territory is under Li's jurisdiction. We cannot act recklessly. Instantly, the woman's expression darkened. Silence. Do not mention her to me. What right does she have to interfere in my affairs? Yes, yes, protector. They murmured, lowering their heads in fear. The woman, known as Sun Yang, was another protector of the Huatian sect, holding a position second only to the leader. Yet, the sect leader had consistently favored another protector, Li Meier, consulting her first on matters of importance. Why should she, who had arrived first and even shared the leader's bed, be overshadowed? Jealousy and resentment festered in her heart. Now, with refugees scattered and chaos erupting across the lands, only Qinghe Prefecture remained untouched, unaffected by the turmoil. Li Meier had once failed here, returning in disgrace. Thus, Sun Yang had come. If she could accomplish what Li Meier could not, surely the leader would regard her with new eyes. Continue to infiltrate the refugees, sow discord, and seize the opportunity to eliminate Lin Zun and the governor. Upon success, I shall reward you handsomely. But protector, Lin Zun wields a formidable weapon, capable of slaying from a distance. Fear not, I shall personally intervene. Sun Yang clenched her fist, gazing into the distance with unwavering confidence. My strength has been renewed. I am as indomitable as a divine weapon. No matter how powerful his weapon, can it surpass me? The others exchanged glances, bowing in agreement. Your words are wise, protector. Return to the refugees, holding bowls, and form a long line behind the porridge station. Thank you. A hunter, disguised as a refugee, had just returned with his porridge. He inadvertently caught sight of the Huantian sect disciples hiding among the crowd, and his heart raced. He quickly lowered his head, pretending to be nonchalant as he moved forward. Once he was far enough, he quickened his pace to a small hillock, exclaiming urgently, "Just now, I spotted several powerful warriors concealed among the refugees." The two women gasped, one blurting out, "Could they be coming for us?" Unlikely, the hunter frowned. If they were indeed here for us, why would they line up for porridge? That defies logic. I suspect they have ulterior motives, concealed intentions, perhaps planning to stir trouble. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Did they discover you? The woman asked urgently. Probably not. You know my skills in concealing my presence have reached an extraordinary level. Even a blood-renewed warrior would not detect me unless... He hesitated, but they all understood, unless they encountered a master of the transcendent realm. Let us leave these matters aside. It suffices that we can protect ourselves. The young girl waved her hand. Indeed, as your highness says. At that moment, the Huatian sect disciples followed the long line, gradually approaching the porridge station. Inside the station, the governor, Lin Zun, and several other heads of families were present, watching the orderly queue with satisfaction. Governor Lu Tianbo addressed Lin Zun. I must sincerely thank you, young Master Lin. Were it not for your generous assistance, we would not witness such peace and tranquility today. You are truly a living Buddha of our time, blessed with immeasurable virtue. Yet, esteemed governor, your contributions have also been significant. Lin Zun, with a deft maneuver, began extolling the virtues of his peers. At the onset of the calamity, you sprang into action, rallying the populace to donate provisions and deftly managing the situation to prevent its deterioration. Truly, you are the benevolent guardian of Qinghe Prefecture. I am confident that the court will take note of your efforts, and promotion and accolades are surely within reach. The governor could not suppress a smile. While chaos reigned in other regions, his domain remained orderly, standing out like a singular flower amidst a field of weeds. His remarkable performance was sure to be recognized by the higher authorities. How far could he be from elevation and prosperity? The thought made his countenance beam with the brilliance of a chrysanthemum. Unable to contain himself, he took a few steps forward, chest out, showcasing his imposing stature, ready to deliver an inspiring speech. At that moment, a group of Yellow Heaven cultists approached the edge of the porridge shelter, mere yards from Lin Zun and company. With their target so tantalizingly close, a fierce murderous intent erupted within them. Kill. The governor, positioned at the forefront, was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground in an undignified manner. Alas, his official cap tumbled off, a most undignified sight indeed. However, this fall fortuitously saved his life, enabling him to narrowly evade the cultist's initial assault. This sudden turn of events shocked all present. Ah, a murder! Screams echoed throughout the venue. Chapter 45, 1,000 meters away. A gunshot that transforms the strong. What was that sound? The hunter, concealed in the valley, became immediately vigilant, quickly scaling to a higher vantage point. He gazed towards the distant porridge shelter and exclaimed, "Come quickly. It seems a fight has broken out over there, just as I mentioned." The two women exchanged glances, unhesitatingly climbing up to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, at the porridge shelter, the disaster-stricken populace had fled in terror. Governor Lu Tianbao lay on the ground, trembling and shouting, "Help! Someone is attempting to assassinate me." Yet, the small noble lords, undeterred by the chaos, boldly declared, "Rest assured, Governor, we shall rescue you at once." With a surge of energy, they unleashed the formidable aura characteristic of refined martial artists. "Are you frightened now?" They attempted to intimidate the assailants with their presence. The cultists exchanged glances, their bodies radiating the potent aura of marrow-cleansing warriors in response. The noble lord's pupils constricted, and they hastily retracted their own aura. "Governor, hold on just a moment. I shall summon help." They reassured him, "This is not fear, but a strategic retreat. Worry not. I shall return to save you." As they spoke, they began to withdraw, sprinting away before the eyes of the crowd. The governor stared, dumbfounded. It took him a moment to react, and when he did, he erupted in a torrent of invective. "You cowardly lot! Scoundrels! Spineless wretches! Leave if you must, but may you never return. I do not require your assistance." Only Lin Zun remained at the scene. The governor pleaded, "Young Master Lin, you wouldn't abandon me as well, would you?" Lin Zun smiled faintly, assuring the governor, "Rest assured, my lord, a few insignificant bandits cannot frighten me away." "This is good, this is good." The governor placed all his hopes upon Lin Zun. The disciples of the Yellow Heaven sect wasted no time and charged towards Lin Zun with fierce intent. "Kill." Lin Zun's expression remained unchanged. Yet he had already acquired 2 desert eagles in his hands. After executing a stylish flourish, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire, bang, 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 the twin guns firing in perfect sync, each shot finding its mark. The approaching cultivators of the cleansing veins realm were struck in their eyes, noses, mouths, throats, and hearts, transforming them into mere bloodied figures that collapsed at Lin Zun's feet. The governor inhaled sharply, well aware of Lin Zun's terrifying prowess. Yet he had not anticipated it to be so formidable. A coalition of several cleansing veins experts was dispatched effortlessly, all in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, it was a just execution. Those treacherous rebels deserved their fate. As the governor prepared to rise, a furious shout echoed from afar. "You dare to slay my people?" The voice was laced with overwhelming rage and chilling malice, causing the governor to cower once more to the ground. His heart was filled with despair. Why was misfortune always his companion? With the voice still reverberating, a woman, radiating a murderous aura, leaped forth from the forest, covering ground with remarkable speed. She was none other than Sun Yang, the protector of the Huatian sect. Though she had heard tales of Lin Zun's might, she had never regarded him as a significant threat, believing that his strength relied solely on the advantages of his weaponry. Without his arms, she thought herself more than capable of subduing him as a formidable practitioner of the blood exchange realm. However, she was taken aback by the sheer terror of his weapon, which had swiftly decimated her men. Humiliated, her rage surged. Today, if Lin Zun were not slain, her fury would remain unquenched for eternity. Faced with Sun Yang's overwhelming intent to kill, Lin Zun responded with a cold smile. "I have been waiting for you." He immediately entered a state of meditation, lifting his twin guns once more. Bang, 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 countless fiery serpents erupted forth. Sun Yang's pupils constricted in fear. Such a terrifying weapon. "No wonder my incompetent subordinates all perished at your hands." Opting for evasion rather than confrontation, she swiftly dodged, advancing like a serpent. Lin Zun denied her the opportunity, aiming one shot at all her weaknesses and another at every possible escape route. Bang, 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 she was completely suppressed, with no chance of survival. In an instant, Sun Yang was struck, blood blossoming forth. Enraged, she cried out, having fired relentlessly yet failing to even approach her target, while she herself had sustained injury. It was an utter humiliation. Unable to endure this indignity, she declared, "You shall not prevail today." Harnessing her secret technique, her speed surged by 30%. Lin Zun exerted himself with considerable effort, yet he remained resolute, gritting his teeth. "Come on, let us see who shall perish first." Bang, bang, bang. Lin Zun fought like a madman, unleashing bullets as if they were of no consequence, creating an impenetrable storm of gunfire. After an extended exchange, Sun Yang not only failed to advance but was pushed back several dozen paces. Enraged, Sun Yang ceded. All she desired was to eliminate one individual. Why was it so arduous? Gradually, the bullet holes on her body multiplied. Fortunately, her reflexes were sharp enough to evade critical injuries. However, the accumulation of wounds became increasingly troublesome without prompt care. Reluctantly, she set aside her murderous intent. "Young man, I shall spare you for today. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too long to wait. One day, you will meet your demise at my hands." With a swift motion, she darted into the thicket, vanishing from sight. 10 years? I only know that what is to be done today must be resolved today. Lin Zun opened the long box beside him, revealing his cherished sniper rifle, the Revered, which had once enabled him to eliminate a black market dealer from a distance of 800 meters. This weapon was specifically prepared for the blood-changing warrior. Today marked the occasion for testing its prowess. He cradled the Revered in both hands, aiming towards a nearby thicket. At that moment, Sun Yang, in flight, felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping her. Turning her head, she beheld Lin Zun brandishing a weapon unlike any she had encountered before, exuding an unmistakable aura of danger. Without hesitation, Lin Zun fired. The shot echoed, and the bullet soared over 300 meters, piercing Sun Yang's shoulder. In truth, Lin Zun had aimed for her heart, but the heightened sixth sense of the blood-changing warrior proved formidable, enabling her to instinctively evade the fatal strike. Clutching her wound, Sun Yang's heart raced with terror. What manner of weapon is this that can inflict harm from such a distance? Had she not reacted swiftly, she might have met her demise. Flee. She must flee. She needed to distance herself, or face certain doom. Channeling her latent potential, she accelerated, swiftly covering a distance of 30 zhang in the blink of an eye. At that instant, Lin Zun fired once more. The shot rang out, the bullet traversing over 400 meters, severing one of Sun Yang's ears. A piercing scream escaped her lips, blood spilling forth. Originally, Lin Zun had intended to strike her head, yet she narrowly avoided the blow. Humph. Let us see how many times you can evade me. Lin Zun continued to fire his weapon, with each bullet discharged. Sun Yang's injuries deepened. Her hands were severed, her legs were crippled, and her waist was punctured. Ultimately, she could no longer flee. At a distance of 1,000 meters, she fell victim to Lin Zun's gunfire. Chapter 46, not innate, but surpassing innate. In the valley, a male guard who witnessed the entire ordeal swallowed hard, his face pale, and his heart chilled. Previously, even when facing innate martial artists, he felt no fear, for he believed that even if he could not win, he could still escape. However, gazing upon the icy demeanor of the young man and the distant remnants of what had once been a bloodied figure, dread enveloped him. The little girl, unable to see clearly, asked, "Is that person dead?" The female guard beside her nodded grimly. Indeed. He was slain by that man using a peculiar weapon from 300 yards away. That woman possessed the strength to change her blood, yet she too has perished. I have never witnessed such a terrifying weapon. Indeed, it is truly fearsome, the male guard lamented. Even an innate martial artist would find it impossible to kill an enemy from 300 yards away. The princess is right. He is indeed dangerous. Thankfully, we refrained from intervening. Otherwise, he paused, recalling the previous individuals, all possessing the strength of marrow cleansing, akin to themselves. Yet, in a single encounter, they were all ruthlessly annihilated. That man is truly not just innate. He surpasses the innate. As they spoke, their fear intensified. The little girl listened to their conversation, bowing her head in silence. After a moment, she lifted her gaze and inquired, "Do you think, if I were to seek his allegiance, he would accept me?" The two guards were taken aback. "Your Highness, please listen to me." The little girl waved her hand, calmly reasoning that man noticed us yet remained indifferent, indicating he harbors no ill will. He possesses the ability to slay those with blood-changing prowess. Surely he can protect us. He stood alongside the governor and even saved his life, suggesting he holds significant status. If we were to seek his allegiance, I am confident he would accept me. The male guard grew anxious. "But your Highness, you are of noble birth. How could you pledge yourself to another? It is he who should support us." "Indeed." The female guard nodded vigorously in agreement. The little girl's lips curled into a bitter smile. A dragon in shallow waters is mocked by shrimp, and a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. Ever since we embarked on this perilous journey, all that we once were has vanished. What use is the title of princess now? The two guards exchanged glances, falling into a resigned silence. Since their escape, there was no turning back. They drifted like a floating weed, uncertain of where they would land or when death might come. They could accept their fate, but their hearts remained heavy for the princess. She was still so young. How could she fend for herself? The thought of what might happen if they were no longer there was unbearable. Rather than perpetually fleeing, it would be wiser to find a refuge where they could all live safely. The little girl gazed into the distance at Lin Zun's figure, a spark of determination igniting within her tranquil eyes. Ever since she laid eyes upon him, she sensed he was extraordinary, akin to a dragon lurking in the abyss, destined to soar one day. Aligning herself with him did not seem a poor choice after all. The female guard advised, "Your Highness, this matter is of great significance. Do not rush into a decision. It would be prudent to observe for a few more days and gather more information before making a determination. The little girl pondered for a moment before finally agreeing, very well. At this moment, in the porridge stall, Lin Zun helped Governor Lu Tian about his feet. The governor was drenched in sweat, his face as pale as parchment, and his body slumped like a puddle of mud. Yet, his hands clutched Lin Zun tightly, as if grasping a final lifeline, and he trembled. Lin Gongzi, is that person dead? Lin Zun smiled gently, assuring the governor, rest assured, my lord. The vile man has perished, his corpse lies in the woods 300 paces hence. Should you doubt it, feel free to send someone to verify. Dead? How splendid. Truly splendid. The governor's face gleamed with joy, a surge of formidable energy swelling within him, enabling him to rise to his feet, erupting into wild laughter, as if he sought to expel all the grievances he had endured moments prior. Once his laughter subsided, he clasped his hands in reverence towards Lin Zun, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he proclaimed, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, young Master Lin. I shall remember this in the depths of my being. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall brave fire and water without reservation. Lin Zun's smile radiated even more brightly. You were too kind, my lord. At that moment, several young masters returned. Upon seeing them, the governor Lu Tianbao's expression darkened instantly, and he pointed an accusatory finger at them, rebuking, how dare you return? The young masters appeared chagrined and hurried to explain, my lord, we merely went to seek reinforcements. The governor scoffed, reinforcements? Where are they? Still on their way. Now leave. He could not be bothered to pursue the matter further. After all, it is human nature to fear for one's life, and their retreat was understandable, though they would undoubtedly face repercussions in the future. Subsequently, the governor ordered a cleanup and initiated an investigation into the origins of the group of ruffians. Meanwhile, Lin Zun's reputation soared. Previously, many had heard of his exploits, but the news had circulated only within a limited circle. Now, everyone had witnessed the events firsthand, leaving them awestruck and trembling in fear. Even formidable blood warriors had fallen to his prowess. What could they possibly amount to? A steady stream of visitors arrived to present their tributes, forming a long line. Of course, there were whispers behind closed doors, suggesting that he relied solely on the might of his weapon, and that his personal strength was lacking. They claimed that had they possessed such a weapon, they too could slay foes with ease. Lin Zun dismissed these remarks. He indeed owed his current status to his firearm. However, possessing a gun does not guarantee one the prowess he has achieved. For even the most formidable weapon is futile if it fails to strike its target. The bodies of those warriors are remarkably resilient, and their reflexes extraordinarily swift. Hesitation is not an option. Lin Xiaofeng also possesses a firearm, yet it poses no threat to the blood-transferring warriors. Only he, a master of the art of forgetting through external consciousness, can fully harness the weapon's potential. Moreover, for him, the gun serves merely as a transitional tool. Once he attains sufficient strength, the firearm will become obsolete, as he will be able to suppress any dissent solely through his prowess. As 2 days elapsed, tranquility gradually returned to the outskirts of the city. In a small valley, the male attendant addressed the young girl with utmost respect. Your Highness, I have gathered the necessary information. The individual in question is named Lin Zun, not a local resident. He was rescued by the Lin family 2 months ago and has since resided at the Lin estate, forming a close bond with the family head, Lin Xiaofeng. He is shrouded in mystery, wielding a fearsome weapon known as a firearm, capable of taking lives from 30 paces away. He is also a martial artist, seemingly having just reached the bone-tempering stage. However, little is known about his mental state of sitting in oblivion and refining the spirit. Furthermore, regarding the recent disaster relief efforts, his contributions have been substantial. It is said that to aid the victims, he offered his treasured heirloom, a crystal sphere worth a fortune, in exchange for 7,000 measures of grain. In essence, the food we consume is a result of his generosity. The young girl, invigorated by this revelation, exclaimed, Excellent. To aid disaster victims, he even relinquished his family treasure. He must be a benevolent soul, worthy of our trust. Please invite him to join us for a discussion. Yes, Your Highness. After approximately half a stick of incense, Lin Zun arrived, regarding the little girl with a bemused expression. What brings you to summon me? Initially, he had no intention of coming but was genuinely curious about their motives. The young girl rose, her expression serious as she performed a formal bow. I am the 7th princess of the great Liang dynasty, Liang Yuxiu. It is an honor to meet you, Lin Zun. Chapter 47. The Cause of War, the Princess's Allegiance. Observing the diminutive figure before him, clad in oversized, tattered garments yet adhering strictly to courtly etiquette, Lin Zun felt an urge to laugh. However, he restrained himself, recognizing that laughter would be impolite. "I have the honor of meeting your highness." Lin Zun spoke with a tone that lacked reverence, casual and commonplace, as if inquiring whether one had dined that day. The little princess, Liang Yuxiu, paid him no heed, bitterly remarking, "You flatter me, young Master Lin. At present, I am but a fugitive, living each day in uncertainty. I possess no right to be addressed as your highness." "Oh? If your days are so well spent, why then do you choose to live as a fugitive?" The little princess sighed, adopting an air of royal gravitas. "It is because I have committed an act that has incensed the emperor beyond measure, compelling me to flee." "Surely, you have heard of the upheaval in the Great Liang?" Lin Zun nodded. "Naturally, I have heard of it. The Great Liang dynasty is the nation located to the southwest of the Great Song dynasty, and the two countries are currently at war. However, this conflict seems rather inexplicable. 3 months ago, a coup occurred in Great Liang, during which the third prince led troops into the palace at a court gathering, assassinating the reigning emperor, the crown prince, and all other princes to seize the supreme throne. At that time, the court was unstable and the nation was in turmoil, necessitating a focus on stability and the avoidance of warfare. Yet, this new emperor, in a fit of madness, dispatched numerous experts to infiltrate Great Song, only to be discovered. Initially, the two nations only experienced minor skirmishes, but these escalated into full-blown war. "What does this coup have to do with you?" Lin Zun inquired. "I was present at the palace during the coup," the little princess exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears of hatred. "At that moment, I witnessed with my own eyes that treacherous third brother plunge a dagger into our father's chest, subsequently slaughtering the other princes. He is no human. Due to my youth and the fact that I am a daughter, I was overlooked by him. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, I stealthily took the imperial seal and fled to Great Song. Afterward, he discovered my absence and sent numerous skilled individuals in search of me." Lin Zun was taken aback, realizing that the war between the two nations had originated from her. "Indeed," the little princess nodded, a sly smile curling her lips as she remarked, "He wishes to ascend the throne, yet I shall thwart his desires. Without the imperial jade seal, his claim to the throne is illegitimate. Let us see how he intends to rule as emperor." Aha! Lin Zun harbored silent disdain within. How could one not ascend to power? As long as one possesses the extraordinary talents akin to those of Li Shimin, even the most heinous acts of regicide or fratricide, or the absence of the imperial jade seal, would not hinder one's firm grasp on the throne. Yet, the new emperor of Daliang appears to be in dire straits. The young princess shares a similar sentiment. With a heart full of resentment, she remarked, "I never anticipated that he would be so utterly unhinged, committing patricide and fratricide, and, driven by trivial disputes, would recklessly instigate war, disregarding the precarious state of affairs and the well-being of the common people. Daliang is destined to meet its ruin at his hands." Lin Zun waved his hand impatiently, stating, "Enough, I am aware of your predicament, but I hold no interest in it. What I wish to know is the purpose of your visit. If you expect me to join you in opposing your royal brother, I must decline, as I lack both the capability and the inclination to do so." "Young Master Lin," the little princess bowed once more, saying, "We comprehend your difficulties, and we would never impose upon you. We are acutely aware that vengeance is futile and the restoration of our nation is unattainable. The reason I have sought your company, esteemed sir, is that we yearn to escape this life of wandering and uncertainty. It is said that you are a person of virtue and formidable skill. We humbly request that you grant us refuge." Lin Zun declined, stating, "Your identities are sensitive. Should they be discovered, it would be a matter of life and death. We certainly shall not allow young master to toil in vain." The young princess pointed to the two guards behind her, declaring, "They were originally the royal guards of the Great Liang court, steadfastly loyal and possessed the strength of marrow cleansing. Within 5 years, they are likely to undergo a transformation. They can serve as your subordinates, ready to follow your commands." Lin Zun felt a flicker of temptation, yet it was insufficient to sway him. The little princess continued, "I possess an unparalleled cultivation technique, capable of guiding one from the very beginning to the innate realm, which I can impart to you." Lin Zun's heart stirred once more. After all, he was currently cultivating the Lin family's technique, which, while commendable, could only take him as far as the marrow-washing stage. A transition would inevitably be required in the future, if he could acquire the supreme cultivation method possessed by the little princess. It would save him a considerable amount of effort. The little princess continued, "I also possess the ultimate method of spirit refinement. However, it seems that you may not require it, yet I shall offer it to you nonetheless." Indeed, Lin Zun did not have much need for the spirit refinement technique, as he already possessed a formidable method that was renowned for its efficacy. Yet, it was a forbidden practice, for the swifter one progressed, the sooner one met their demise. Those who had attempted it often met with dire consequences, save for him, who traversed between realms. Nevertheless, having an additional method for reference would be advantageous, if you require it. I am willing to serve you, the little princess declared, her head held high with confidence. I can concentrate my spirit within 3 hours. And I am now in a state of spirit refinement, although I may not rival you. Achieving the state of transcending the physical realm in the future will not be beyond my grasp. A future adept of transcendence. Surely you would not turn away such an opportunity? Well, that was indeed quite alluring, and Lin Zun found himself deeply tempted. Individuals capable of spirit refinement were scarce, and those who could reach the realm of transcendence even rarer. He needed someone of such talent, for he aspired to become an immortal and a progenitor. It was impractical to manage every matter personally, and acquiring a gifted subordinate was indeed necessary. Very well, your sincerity has moved me. Lin Zun clapped his hands and laughed, declaring, from this moment forth, you shall be under my command. Little princess, should you conduct yourself well, I would be willing to assist you in avenging your grievances. The little princess's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, do you truly wish to help me seek vengeance? Of course I do. Why would I deceive you regarding such a matter? Lin Zun replied with a smile. If the little princess genuinely honored her commitments, remained steadfast in her loyalty, and diligently toiled, he would not hesitate to lend a hand once she became sufficiently powerful. After all, it was prudent to paint a promising picture now, as it would likely motivate the little princess to exert herself even more in her future endeavors. Upon reflecting carefully, the little princess realized that there was indeed no need for deception on his part, for the decision to act or not ultimately rested with him. The mere fact that he was willing to make such a promise filled her with unexpected joy, stirring emotions within her that she could hardly contain. Lin Zun, at the tender age of 20, has already attained the profound state of spiritual meditation, with the potential to transcend or achieve divine manifestation in the future. She, nearly 12, has likewise entered a state of deep meditation, harboring the prospect of transcendence ahead. Together, their combined prowess may very well lead to success in this endeavor. Gratitude is owed to young Master Lin for his assistance. The young princess bowed gracefully. However, let it be understood that only when I have acquired sufficient strength shall I be able to avenge you. The young princess responded with utmost understanding, naturally. At that moment, the two guards knelt and, in unison, proclaimed, we pay our respects to young Master Lin. There is no need for such formalities, please rise. Lin Zun replied courteously, thank you, young master. They straightened up, revealing a blade in their hands, and with swift motions, they inflicted several cuts upon their faces, blood oozing forth, their expressions becoming grotesque. Lin Zun was taken aback. What are you all doing? The male guard replied with a smile, from this day forth, we shall serve the young master. However, our appearances may attract unwanted attention, so we must undergo a transformation. Do not worry, young master. Once we enter the realm of rebirth, we shall be able to restore our true forms. Upon hearing this, Lin Zun felt a sense of relief. Once a martial artist steps into the blood transformation realm, every tissue and cell within their body undergoes a complete renewal, allowing all injuries and ailments to heal without any medication. Even severed limbs have the potential to regenerate, and restoring one's appearance is certainly not an issue. Now, come with me. Chapter 48. She is my long-lost sister. The three of them followed Lin Zun to the city gate. Lin Zun is now a renowned figure, having even saved the life of the governor. Thus the gatekeeper did not dare to impede his passage and allowed them to enter without hesitation. The four of them made their way smoothly to the Lin family villa. From this day forth, Xiao Cui and Xiao Hong shall live with us. Quickly prepare a set of clean and suitable garments for them, along with bathing water. The two maidservants were momentarily taken aback but promptly nodded, yes, young master. Everyone immediately set to work. After a thorough grooming and dressing, the trio underwent a remarkable transformation. The male guard, clad in the attire of the Lin family martial artists, appeared tall and formidable, exuding an aura of indomitable strength. The scars etched across his face, rather than detracting from his appearance, added an intriguing ruggedness to his masculine charm. The female guard donned the garments of a maidservant. Though a woman by birth, she radiated an undeniable spirit of valor. If one were to overlook the scars marring her visage, she could indeed be considered a petite beauty. What surprised Lin Zun the most was the little princess, whose delicate features resembled a finely sculpted jade figure, with bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with innocence, making her an utterly enchanting young girl. Her tendency to maintain a serious demeanor and sit gracefully like an adult only heightened her adorableness. Lin Zun truly wished to poke her plump face with his hand. However, he feared that such an act might be considered intrusive and that she would scold him as a pervert. At that moment, the little princess led the two of them before Lin Zun to bow in gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for your gracious hospitality." Lin Zun smiled and said, "Since you have arrived here, consider this place your home and reside here with peace of mind. I cannot vouch for other areas, but within this small plot of land, I can ensure your safety." "Thank you, young master." They bowed once more, displaying an admirable courtesy. At that moment, Lin Xiaofeng approached, inquiring, "Young Master Lin, who are they?" Lin Xiaofeng's enchanting gaze swiftly traversed the scene. She merely cast a cursory glance at the two guards, her surprise at their appearance fleeting, devoid of further commentary. However, upon setting her eyes on the young princess, she found herself utterly captivated. Never before had she encountered a girl of such exquisite beauty. Even during her own childhood, she felt herself overshadowed in comparison. Furthermore, the princess exuded an indescribable nobility, reminiscent of royalty. This was no ordinary girl. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiaofeng sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the young maiden, akin to the feeling of being usurped. "Ah, Miss Lin, you have arrived." Lin Zun exclaimed with a smile. "Young Master Lin, you have yet to answer my query. Who are they? Might you introduce me to them?" Lin Xiaofeng wore a radiant smile, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the little princess. The princess, having achieved mastery in her cultivation, possessed a heightened sensitivity and detected a subtle hint of hostility emanating from Lin Xiaofeng. She cast a glance at Lin Xiaofeng, then turned her eyes to Lin Zun. Pondering deeply within her heart, Lin Zun pointed to the two guards and smiled as he introduced them. "They are the martial guardians from my Lin family, named Zhang Long and Yu Hu, both possessing the formidable strength of marrow cleansing. They have come to pledge their allegiance to me." Lin Xiaofeng was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that the two martial artists casually dispatched from the Lin family possessed the power of marrow cleansing. However, considering Lin Zun's enigmatic background, it seemed rather reasonable. So it was a pleasure to meet two heroes. The two merely offered a brief salute, exuding an air of indifference. Regardless of their previous titles as imperial guards, the closest subjects to the emperor, they regarded everyone else, save for Lin Zun and the little princess, with disdain. Lin Xiaofeng remained unfazed, for masters are often imbued with a sense of pride. She turned her gaze towards the little princess. "This is she." Lin Zun pondered for a moment, then let out a helpless sigh and said, "She is my sister, separated from me for many years." "Sister?" Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. She glanced between the little princess and Lin Zun, utterly unable to discern any semblance of a sibling relationship between them. The little princess herself was equally taken aback. "When did I acquire an older brother? Did Father Emperor consent to this from beyond the grave? This is how it is." Lin Zun approached the little princess, affectionately ruffling her hair and gently pinching her cheek. After a brief moment, he sighed with a bittersweet smile and remarked, "My father was quite the libertine in his youth, entangled with numerous affairs and committing many reckless deeds. That is how my sister came to be. As she is a bastard and a daughter at that, my family has never acknowledged her. Now, having distanced myself from the Lin family, she remains my only blood relative. So I have taken her in to care for her. Isn't that right, dear sister?" "Brother," the little princess timidly called out, retreating behind Lin Zun, clutching his hand with an expression of deep attachment. Lin Zun silently admired her. Truly, she was a woman who had survived court intrigues. Her reactions were remarkably swift. So that was the case. Lin Zun's sister. Is she not to become his future sister-in-law? The animosity within Lin Xiaofeng dissipated instantly, and her gaze upon the little princess transformed into one of kindness. However, the young princess still felt a hint of trepidation. She did not step forward, but instead gazed curiously at Lin Xiaofeng with her doe-like eyes, and with a sweet, melodic voice, inquired, "Brother, is this sister-in-law?" Lin Zun was immediately unsettled. Aware of your quick reflexes, he did not expect such swiftness. "Before I had even introduced myself, you had already spoken. Are today's children so astute?" The word sister-in-law left Lin Xiaofeng utterly captivated. She was blushing profusely, her heart brimming with joy. And she stammered her introduction. "I am Lin Xiaofeng, the head of the Lin family here, and a good friend of your brother. I am not yet your sister-in-law." The little princess blinked her large eyes and asked, "Not yet, but will be in the future?" Lin Xiaofeng felt increasingly shy, at a loss for words. The little princess emerged from behind Lin Zun, displaying an adorable and charming smile, sweetly proclaiming, "Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Liang Lin Yuxiu, and I am 12 years old. Yuxiu. What a lovely name. Your sister-in-law has a beautiful name as well. Xiaofeng is as skillful and graceful as the mythical phoenix of the heavens. Is that so? Aha. Before long, the two young ladies were engaged in lively conversation, sharing laughter and growing as close as sisters. Lin Zun stared in astonishment. The little princess possessed an astonishing level of skill, within less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. She had managed to bamboozle Lin Xiaofeng into a state of foolishness. Could it be that all women emerging from the royal lineage are so enchanting? Or is it merely the little princess who is an anomaly? Under the relentless charm of the princess's affectionate address, Lin Xiaofeng had completely lost herself. Developing a profound admiration for the little princess, and expressed her intention to prepare a welcome banquet to honor her arrival and cleanse her of the dust of travel. After Lin Xiaofeng departed, the young princess regained her dignified composure and bowed her head to Lin Zun, saying, I beg your pardon for employing a few minor ruses to conceal my identity earlier. I hope you will not take offense, esteemed sir. Lin Zun affectionately caressed the little princess's head and her delicate face, saying, There is no need for apologies. You performed admirably just now. From this day forth, we shall refer to each other as siblings, for it is a more discreet arrangement. The little princess, with an impassive expression, replied, What you say, young Master Lin, is indeed so. However, it is inappropriate for men and women to engage in such familiarities. Might you kindly remove your hand from my face? It is rather disrespectful. Lin Zun remained obstinate, arguing fervently that while men and women indeed maintain a certain distance, it is perfectly normal for a brother to pinch his sister's face. And there is no need for concern. Little Princess, Chapter 49, 2 Supreme Cultivation Techniques. The little princess and her companion settled in this place. The following day, the little princess presented the meticulously organized Supreme Cultivation Technique. This is the royal family's great sun god scripture, which, once mastered, leads directly to the innate realm and possesses the power to scorch and boil the seas, a force to be reckoned with. However, acquiring this martial art is no simple feat. One must endure the excruciating pain of searing flames. Our royal family has possessed this martial art for 3 centuries. Yet fewer than 5 have successfully cultivated it. Let me take a look. Lin Zun took the manuscript and examined it earnestly. It was a remarkably comprehensive system of martial arts, encompassing techniques for training, combat, and cultivation. Among these, the cultivation method was paramount. To achieve success in one's practice, one must experience the essence of burning within the fierce flames, necessitating the infusion of fire into the body. However, as mortals of flesh and blood, being scorched by fire could lead to one's demise. Thus, the preservation of one's body is of utmost importance. The manuscript provided numerous steps for maintenance, along with secret elixirs to restore the body, ensuring the practitioner could continue their training. Yet, the agony of being engulfed in flames was inevitable. Consequently, few among the pampered nobility could endure such trials. This was indeed a supreme martial art, but Lin Zun still felt a sense of dissatisfaction and inquired, Is there a more formidable martial art that leads directly to the realm of Grandmaster or Martial Sage? The young princess widened her eyes in astonishment. Young sir, are you jesting? What kind of ultimate technique exists that leads directly to a Grandmaster or Martial Sage? Let alone Martial Sage, even to attain the title of Grandmaster, one must establish a sect and forge a new path. A Grandmaster is not simply achieved through cultivation. It is the result of traversing uncharted territory and creating an unparalleled martial art. Thus, the most advanced methods can only bring one to the innate realm. To become a Grandmaster, one must innovate their own techniques. If becoming a Grandmaster is so exceedingly challenging, one can only imagine the difficulty of reaching Martial Sage. Who is a transcendent being? Lin Zun felt a twinge of embarrassment, somewhat defeated by his own ignorance. However, his thick skin allowed him to brush it off. Subsequently, the little princess presented him with a supreme cultivation technique. Young master, this is the Celestial Star Sutra, a method for honing one's spiritual strength through the visualization of celestial bodies. I am currently practicing this technique as well. Once mastered, it will lead one directly to the realm of the manifested sage. Lin Zun observed earnestly, finally comprehending the essence of authentic cultivation methods. This particular mental discipline was characterized by its balanced and tranquil nature, exuding grandeur and elegance, seamlessly connecting to the Tao, rendering external malevolence ineffective. The prospect of succumbing to madness seemed nearly impossible, in stark contrast to the morbid scripture he had previously practiced, which invariably led one towards demise or perilous paths. He found himself torn. If given a choice, he would still opt for the morbid scripture, as its rapid cultivation suited him well, offering no significant side effects for one capable of traversing two realms. Furthermore, he sensed that the morbid scripture was not as simplistic as it appeared, possibly concealing deeper mysteries. With his limited cultivation level, he could only probe these secrets in the future. Indeed, dear princess, you have honored your promise, Lin Zun praised. As a daughter of the De Liang royal family, I am naturally committed to my word and steadfast in my actions. Moreover, residing under another's roof necessitates such awareness. The princess's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Lin Zun felt a stirring in his heart as he affectionately reached out to stroke her head, offering solace, little princess. Do not dwell in despair. In fact, if viewed from another perspective, this may not be such a misfortune after all. Though you once held the esteemed title of princess, residing within the opulent palace, indulging in the finest delicacies and adorning yourself in silks, your existence was devoid of freedom. Your marriage was not your own choice. Your education was constrained, friendships were dictated, and even your daily conduct was regulated. Every aspect of your life was meticulously orchestrated, akin to a marionette on strings. However, now you have broken free from those confines, no longer required to tread lightly and adhere strictly to prescribed norms. At least in my presence, you are liberated. I shall impose no restrictions upon you. You are free to pursue your desires and live the life you envision. Upon hearing these words, the little princess gazed into the distance, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. Subsequently, she bowed gracefully to Lin Zun, expressing, "Thank you, kind sir, for your comforting words. My heart feels much lighter." Lin Zun chuckled. That is precisely correct. However, at this moment, my primary focus is on vengeance and cultivation. The little princess perked up, gazing at Lin Zun with anticipation. Young master, you are now in your 20s and have already achieved the state of divine meditation, showcasing extraordinary talent. Could you possibly offer me some guidance? I would be immensely grateful. Lin Zun blinked in bewilderment. Is there really a need for instruction? Isn't it simply a matter of having a brain? The little princess was rendered speechless, yet her heart was pierced by 1,000 shards of sorrow. Compared to the young master, she indeed felt her own lack of talent. However, she possessed a sincere desire to learn, and once she had acquired the knowledge, she would be able to repay the young master. She earnestly implored him for his support. Lin Zun smiled wryly, expressing, "Indeed, I have little to impart to you. Although my cultivation level surpasses yours, my duration of practice is considerably shorter. I might unintentionally lead you astray." As Lin Zun remained silent, the little princess lowered her head despondently, her eyes misty and brimming with unshed tears. She lamented, "I understand. I am foolish and unworthy of your attention. I shall return to my cultivation and not disturb you any further." "You seem to be on the verge of tears," Lin Zun observed. The little princess lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears, and replied, "Of course, I am saddened by your rejection, but rest assured, I can manage my emotions. It is merely a matter of crying for a month, and I shall be fine." Lin Zun was left astounded. What a masterful tactic of retreating to advance, of conquering rigidity with softness. Truly, coming from the palace, she is adept at manipulation, a natural at playing the coquette. While you may indulge in your games, to direct them towards me is quite another matter. Lin Zun believed it was essential to give her a taste of reality. Do not be disheartened, my princess. The reason I have hesitated to speak is that I have never taught anyone before. I am uncertain of how to instruct you and fear I may hinder your progress. How about this? I shall practice here, and you can learn alongside me. Would that be agreeable? Thank you, kind sir, for your generosity. The young princess nodded with delight, and the tears in her eyes vanished as if carried away by the wind. The two sat facing each other in a cross-legged position. Lin Zun unfurled the Celestial Star Sutra, employing this profound technique to allow the young princess to fully experience the essence of cultivation, extracting valuable insights and lessons from it. He sat in a meditative pose, eyes closed, exuding tranquility akin to a statue, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. After a brief moment, a shadowy void materialized behind him, as if a black hole were poised to consume everything in its path. The young princess was taken aback. This was a celestial phenomenon. The Celestial Star Sutra possesses a remarkable characteristic. The deeper one comprehends this spiritual text, the swifter their cultivation progresses. Furthermore, it often manifests extraordinary phenomena, transforming the surroundings into a celestial tapestry of stars, truly exceptional. It had taken her an entire year to evoke a celestial phenomenon, earning her the title of a prodigious talent, much to the delight of her parents, who celebrated with a grand banquet, inviting all officials. Now, Lin Zun achieved this feat in the span of a mere tea break. What a marvel! Then, even more astonishing developments unfolded. The dark phenomenon behind Lin Zun began to shimmer with points of white light, flickering in and out of visibility like stars. This was indeed a stellar manifestation. The young princess marveled at this, as she had only just reached this level of cultivation herself, capable of manifesting 49 brilliant stars within her celestial phenomenon. It was undeniable that Lin Zun's talent incited a tinge of jealousy within her. However, she maintained a positive mindset, offering herself consolation, although the young man progressed swiftly. His realm was still beneath hers. After all, she had dedicated 4 years to reach this stage, while he still had a ways to go. Yet, it was not long before her smile faded. Chapter 50. The True Method of Cultivating the Great Sun Divine Illuminating Sutra. The number of stars within the phenomenon increased rapidly, soon surpassing 49 with apparent ease. The young princess observed in disbelief as the stars continued to multiply, ultimately reaching the celestial total of 365, the complete cycle of the heavens. She felt her defenses crumble. How could this happen so quickly? She had initially aspired to reach this level by the age of 20. Yet Lin Zun had effortlessly eclipsed her dreams. The young princess felt utterly disheartened, as though her aspirations had been tarnished. Perhaps it was time to set a new ambition? Nonetheless, she reassured herself that the subsequent stages were not so easily surmountable. Many remained stuck at this juncture. Even a genius like Lin Zun would surely falter here. This psychological struggle could be summarized thus: a simultaneous fear of both the brother's struggles and his triumphs. Just then, the stars behind Lin Zun began to whirl, forming a breathtakingly realistic celestial map. This was the manifestation of the Celestial Star Sutra. The young princess was utterly taken aback. She felt her defenses shatter completely. She could scarcely fathom whether she would ever reach such heights in her lifetime. The individual before her had achieved it in the blink of an eye. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Zun opened his eyes, expressing his admiration. Truly, the top-tier divine refinement method, the Celestial Star Sutra, is vast and profound. At present, I can only cultivate to this extent. I feel somewhat ashamed. Have you grasped it, young princess? The young princess numbly nodded. I have utterly failed to comprehend. Very well. Then let us train together from now on, complementing each other's strengths for mutual advancement. Suddenly, the young princess grew flustered. No need. I shall continue my cultivation alone. Lin Zun, perplexed, pondered. Why not together? I fear that my Tao heart may shatter under your influence, leading to an irreparable downfall. Farewell, my lord. The young princess hurriedly fled. Observing her flustered figure, Lin Zun chuckled softly and began to diligently study the Grand Sun Divine Reflection Sutra. The more he delved into it, the more he realized that this cultivation method was extraordinary. Simultaneously, he unearthed several issues. This technique, named the Grand Sun Divine Reflection Sutra, was evidently related to the sun. Yet, why was fire employed for cultivation? While utilizing fire proved effective, the accompanying side effects were severe, demanding one to endure the agony of being scorched by flames. The suffering was indescribable, for after the searing blaze, one's body would be left ravaged. Even with secret elixirs, restoration to its original state would be a daunting challenge. Only those who practice the refining of divine fetal breathing might possess the potential to mend all their injuries. However, how many among them truly existed? Lin Zun grew increasingly suspicious as he pondered the matter. He sensed that the technique was not meant to be practiced in this manner. It might have been altered by later generations. As for the reasons behind such modifications, they could be manifold. However, Lin Zun speculated that perhaps the method was exceedingly difficult to master, and without alterations, there would be little opportunity for any progress in cultivation. This led to another question: why is it that ordinary individuals are unable to practice it? Within Lin Zun, there exists a profound intuition that this cultivation method may not have been conceived by an ordinary master, but rather by a formidable sage who has achieved the state of sitting and forgetting. For once one attains this state, they can harness the energy of sunlight through their spiritual awareness. Is this not a far more secure and reliable approach to cultivation than direct manipulation of fire? Lin Zun immediately began his experiment. He projected his consciousness outward, capturing the particles of sunlight from the external environment and drawing them into his body. Diligently practicing according to the methods outlined in the Great Sun God illuminating scripture. Initially, he merely felt a gentle warmth, devoid of any other sensations. However, as the sunlight particles accumulated within him, they coalesced into a warm current coursing throughout his entire being. Wherever this current flowed, his cells became increasingly vibrant, and his metabolism accelerated, reminiscent of a surge induced by adrenaline. Simultaneously, his body took on a flushed hue, and beads of sweat began to rise. At that moment, it appeared that the sunlight particles within him had reached a state of saturation, poised to burst forth. Lin Zun could no longer contain himself and struck the stone slab beneath him with a powerful palm. With a resounding crash, the slab shattered, plunging deeper by 3 inches. Furthermore, the surrounding area of the slab darkened, exuding a sensation of being scorched and emitting billowing black smoke. Lin Zun was filled with immense delight. My intuition was indeed correct. This technique was devised by a venerable master of spirit refinement, harnessing sunlight particles for cultivation, rather than relying on fire. Moreover, this method possesses remarkable applications, allowing the accumulation of solar energy within the body, which can unleash a tremendous surge at critical moments, amplifying its potency manifold. Aha! Lin Zun was truly elated. This martial arts technique seemed to have been crafted exclusively for him. No. It should be said that it was designed for all practitioners devoted to the art of refining the spirit and achieving a state of tranquil oblivion. For a long time, this technique had been the exclusive possession of the imperial family of De Liang, accessible only to its direct descendants. They likely lacked practitioners of spirit refinement. Hence they failed to perceive the significance of this method, unwittingly granting him a remarkable advantage. Thus, Lin Zun promptly resolved to cultivate the Great Sun Divine Radiant Scripture. His training speed inexplicably surged by 30%. What originally required a month to achieve mastery of bone refinement was now anticipated to be accomplished a full 10 days earlier. Additionally, he made a startling discovery. He might soon become invincible among those of his own realm. Previously, he could enter a meditative state and project his consciousness, rendering him more than twice as powerful as an ordinary warrior of his level. Now, he could also accumulate solar energy within his body and unleash it in critical moments, further amplifying his strength exponentially. Calculating this, he realized his power had more than doubled. Such an increase in might could easily overwhelm opponents. What then? Of a strength that was twice as much? Was this truly the privilege of a transmigrator? He could only reassure himself with this thought, lest he become overly arrogant and lose his composure. As night swiftly descended, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse array of stars, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Due to the curfew in this otherworldly realm, tranquility soon enveloped the surroundings, marred only by the occasional bark of a dog or the crowing of a rooster. At that moment, Lin Zun sensed a stirring within him, prompting him to leave his courtyard and venture into the modest dwelling where he concealed his gold. There, he found a captivating woman clad in black awaiting him, who gracefully bent in a bow and greeted him with a smile. "Young Master Lin, it has been quite some time. Your charisma surpasses that of yesteryear. Miss Li, what brings you here again? Surely, you are not plotting something significant?" Lin Zun inquired directly. The woman before him was none other than Li Meier, a guardian of the Huangtian sect with whom he had previously transacted. Li Meier's expression turned grave. "I have not come to discuss anything of great consequence, but rather to issue a warning. You are in serious trouble." "What trouble?" he asked, puzzled. "Do you recall the blood replacement realm woman you killed at the porridge stand?" "Of course, I remember. What of it?" With a wry smile, Li Meier replied, "She was another guardian of our Huangtian sect, known as Sun Yang, and also the mistress of our venerable leader. You have slain her. Do you not see the magnitude of the problem at hand?" Lin Zun remained unperturbed. "She wishes to kill me. Thus, I must naturally eliminate her, regardless of her identity. You truly ought not to have killed her. Even driving her away would have sufficed. The leader has already received word and is exceedingly furious. An impending divine being, when enraged, is a terrifying force. Were it not for the absence of time, your situation would already be dire. Therefore, I have come primarily to advise you to conceal yourself swiftly, as long as the Green Mountains remain. One need not fear the absence of firewood." Chapter 51. With your abilities, do you truly think you can slay a half-step divine being? To hide? If the disparity in strength were significant, it would indeed be wise to retreat, yet the current circumstances may not warrant such caution. With his present prowess and various means at his disposal, even blood-swapping warriors cannot pose a threat to him. Although the leader of the Huangtian sect is on the verge of becoming divine, he is still in the realm of the physical. A single bullet could very well end his life. If one bullet is insufficient, then perhaps a few will suffice, given a little more time to develop. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to eliminate a divine being. Therefore, why should he hide? Thank you for your counsel. I have my own arrangements." Lin Zun replied coolly. Li Mei sighed in exasperation. "Young master, with your extraordinary talent, If you were to seek a secluded place to cultivate for a few decades, you could attain the divine state and stand on equal footing with him. Why persist in stubbornness and jeopardize yourself for fleeting notions of honor? Her concern for Lin Zun was genuine. Should he perish, her hope for vengeance would diminish. She was increasingly doubtful that the lecherous leader of the Huang Tian sect would assist her in confronting another divine being. Lin Zun asserted with unwavering conviction, "I have made my decision. There is no need for further persuasion." He then inquired, "By the way, what has the leader of the Huang Tian sect been occupied with lately? Surely it cannot be matters of divine manifestation? Aside from this, what else could there be?" Perhaps Lin Zun's resolute refusal had incited some ire within her, as her tone was laced with irritation. "When and where will he manifest divinity?" Li Meier, on high alert, retorted, "What is your interest in such inquiries?" Lin Zun smiled and remarked, "To refine the spirit and manifest the divine, ascending to the esteemed position of true Lord is a rare occurrence, happening only once in a century. As a young practitioner of spirit refinement, I naturally wish to witness this event and broaden my horizons." "Is that so?" Li Meier questioned with a hint of skepticism in her gaze. "Indeed, what other purpose could there be? Surely, it is not to eliminate him." Lin Zun replied with an earnest expression. "Eliminate him?" Li Meier scoffed, disbelief evident in her laughter. "With your current strength, you would stand no chance against him. Even a congenital expert would falter. His might surpasses your comprehension. Furthermore, once he successfully manifests, he will become even more formidable. There will be scarcely anyone capable of restraining him across the land. Given this, what do you have to fear? Simply inform me of the time and place of his manifestation. I long to witness the prowess of a divine being with my own eyes. It will undoubtedly inspire my own cultivation," Lin Zun urged. After a moment's contemplation, Li Meier replied, "The event should occur in approximately 2 months, certainly not exceeding 3. As for the location, it remains undecided. However, the manifestation cannot be concealed. With a little inquiry, you will surely discover the details." Lin Zun nodded. "In 2 months' time, he should be able to transcend into the realm of the out-of-body state, resulting in a monumental transformation of his strength. By then, if he were to deal with some formidable adversaries, he would not believe he could not vanquish them." After bidding farewell to Li Meier, Lin Zun returned to his bedroom at home. As time shifted, he found himself in the modern era. An overwhelming surge of resentment flooded in, once again filling his body to the brim. Lin Zun was filled with astonishment. "Ha. After several days of accumulation, the resentment within me has reached sufficient levels." He promptly settled into a meditative posture, refining the resentment to enhance his cultivation. Resentment, -900, 000. Lin Zun finally took a small step forward, reaching the 9th level of sitting forgetfulness. Upon attaining this realm, his consciousness expanded outward, covering an area of 450 zhang, equivalent to nearly 1,500 meters. This signifies that his sniping range has greatly increased. Within this distance, armed with his Barret, he could eliminate anyone at will. As long as they had not attained innate power, they would fall victim to his marksmanship. The 9th level of sitting forgetfulness also indicates that he is but a step away from the out-of-body realm. This step represents a transformation from mortal to demigod. Once he crosses this threshold, even without a weapon in hand, he would become a formidable force that could not be overlooked. Having acquired top-tier martial arts and having made a breakthrough in the realm of refining the spirit, Lin Zun was in high spirits. It was time to present a gift. He couldn't keep Brother Yi waiting any longer. The following day, Lin Zun hosted a banquet for Yi Qing in a private room at the Golden Hotel. He arrived early that day. Upon seeing Lin Zun, Yi Qing excitedly inquired, "Brother Lin, have you truly brought the wine?" Lin Zun burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Of course. How could I ever deceive my dear brother with such trivial matters? Behold, what is this?" Lin Zun handed over the wine jar, and Yi Qing eagerly accepted it, promptly unscrewing the lid and taking a deep inhalation. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Indeed, this is the very wine. Moreover, it possesses an even more intense aroma than before. Its effects must surely be enhanced." Qian Xiaoshui, feeling a tinge of envy, interjected, "Of course it's more effective. Brother Lin specifically instructed that you are a martial artist. Thus they added a substantial amount of potent ingredients to make it more nourishing. This wine is truly one of a kind. I am not even worthy to partake in it. Is that so? Thank you, my young friend." Yi Qing responded with hearty laughter. He then placed the wine beside him as if it were a treasured possession and called out, "It's getting late. Let us all take our seats and enjoy a meal. Brother Lin, how much does this wine cost? I shall transfer the payment to you later." Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "No need for payment. Consider it my gift to you, dear brother." Yiqing sighed in discontent, replying, Lin, my dear brother, if you could assist me in procuring some wine, I would feel I've already received an immense favor. And it would be remiss of me to impose further upon your generosity. He had indeed sought such health wines before, given his status and background. Acquiring a health wine should not have posed a challenge. Yet, strangely, he found himself unable to locate even a substitute. Thus, he came to a profound realization. This wine was truly one of a kind, exceedingly difficult to obtain even with money. Brother Lin undoubtedly invested considerable sums of money and forged numerous connections for this wine. For these individuals, monetary matters are easily calculable. Yet the debts of gratitude are challenging to settle. While he may struggle to quantify the debts of affection, he is resolute in ensuring that his brother does not suffer any financial loss. Otherwise, future dealings may become arduous, and true brotherhood would falter. Brother, name your price, otherwise I cannot dare to accept this wine, Yiqing articulated, gently nudging the bottle towards Lin Zun, despite the reluctance evident in his eyes. Lin Zun inwardly praised Yiqing for being a gentleman of great understanding and principle. Such a person is truly worthy of deep friendship. The primary ingredient of this wine is a ginseng, sourced from the depths of the mountains, approximately 30 years old. If you insist on paying, then let it be based on the value of this ginseng. A sum of 300,000 will suffice. Yiqing chuckled in agreement. Now that is more like it. With the matter settled, everyone joyfully indulged in the wine. Lin Zun seizes the opportunity to extend an invitation. Brother Yi, our short drama has achieved remarkable success. We are hosting a celebration banquet tomorrow. Would you do us the honor of attending? Yiqing, taken aback, looks up in surprise. So soon? I recall that your short drama was launched only 20 days ago. How is it that you are already holding a celebration? Qian Xiaoshui replies with pride. It is because our short drama's revenue has surpassed 100 million. This is a milestone achievement. Hence we wish to seize the moment to hold a celebration and uplift our spirits. Yiqing furrows his brow, troubled. Tomorrow? I have an important dinner engagement. Where will you be hosting the celebration? Right here, but in another private room, Lin Zun informs him. Yiqing relaxes his brow and smiles. No problem. I will also be dining here tomorrow, so I shall make time to join you for a few drinks. Lin Zun laughed heartily. Thank you, Brother Yi, for your kindness. Thus, the matter has been joyously settled. Chapter 52. Celebration Banquet. The beautiful director arrives. The following day, at the Golden Splendor Hotel, in the Hall of Abundant Treasures, the crew and all key actors of the Dragon King Returns, Blood Revenge Part 2 were invited to a celebratory banquet. Everyone was dressed to the nines, gathered together to crack golden eggs, distribute sweet candies, and raise their glasses in unison. Congratulations to our boss for the tremendous success of the short drama. As the star of the celebration, Qian Xiaoshui was elated, downing his drink in one gulp. He then took to the stage, fervently delivering a speech. Our Dragon King Returns, Blood Revenge Part 2, has, to date, surpassed 100 million in revenue, becoming this year's blockbuster short drama. All of this is thanks to everyone's unwavering support and hard work, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you. I hope everyone enjoys good food, good drinks, and good fun tonight. Furthermore, I have prepared generous red envelopes for everyone, each containing at least 10,000 yuan. Everyone will receive one. I wish for you all to return home intoxicated with joy and laden with rewards. Thank you, boss. The crowd erupted in applause, their excitement palpable. All right. I shall refrain from saying more. Feel free to enjoy yourselves without regard for me. Though he encouraged a casual atmosphere, Qian Xiaoshui found himself anything but at ease. As everyone approached him to toast, he embraced the merriment, accepting every drink with enthusiasm and soon found his face flushed with exhilaration. Lin Zun leisurely savored his meal below, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he observed the lively scene around him, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. After all, in this otherworldly realm, he was perpetually engaged in cultivation or combat, scarcely afforded a moment's respite. Only here could he momentarily set aside his anxieties and indulge in a brief respite. At that moment, Qiao Weiwei approached, playfully nudging Lin Zun with her delicate arm. Why do you appear so discontent? You are now the star of this year's trending short drama. Although not the lead, everyone knows that this series gained its popularity thanks to you. You are truly in the limelight now. If you were to open a Weibo account, your followers would undoubtedly exceed 1 million, and they would be enviable active fans. Lin Zun cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, what is there to be joyous about? Although I have gained notoriety, my fans are all detractors, each one wishing for my downfall, forcing me to don a mask every time I step outside. Qiao Weiwei burst into laughter, exclaiming, Even negative fame is still fame. Many aspire to be in the limelight but lack the fortune to do so. Have you considered venturing into the industry? As an experienced individual, I could guide you. Lin Zun chuckled at her. You're all muddled up. How can you lead me? Xiao Weiwei, feeling defensive, placed her hands on her hips and retorted. Do not judge me through a distorted lens. I may have been obscure in the past, but thanks to my role as the campus belle in the drama, I have regained my popularity. I am inundated with offers for roles and numerous advertisements are seeking me. I can now consider myself a third or fourth tier star. Impressive, right? Lin Zun promptly raised his glass in salute, exclaiming, impressive. Congratulations on your well-deserved success, superstar. Thank you. Xiao Weiwei replied with a beaming smile as she sipped her drink. She continued, in fact, I am here on behalf of someone else. I have a friend who works as a manager, and she holds you in high regard. She is interested in signing you as an artist and would like to know if you might be interested. Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for that. Acting is merely a hobby of mine. I have no desire to pursue it as a profession. Besides, how much can one truly earn as an artist? I'd rather engage in something more casual. Xiao Weiwei clenched her fists in anger and retorted, how infuriating. I absolutely detest pretentious individuals, especially those who possess both talent and arrogance. Let me make myself clear. If you continue to act this way, you will lose me forever. Lin Zun smiled calmly and said, if there is another opportunity, I shall seek you out again. Xiao Weiwei's expression shifted immediately, and with a playful laugh, she replied, then you shall be my eternal good friend. Isn't it merely a matter of putting on a facade? What is the big deal? One ought to indulge in pretense while young. Brother Lin, are you thirsty? Would you like a drink? Allow me to pour it for you. Lin Zun expressed his dissatisfaction. Merely pouring wine is insufficient. What else do you wish for me to do? Lin Zun reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, I've been practicing martial arts lately, and my shoulder has become a bit sore. Could you please give me a massage? Xiao Weiwei widened her eyes in astonishment and replied, don't take advantage of the situation. Lin Zun cast a sidelong glance. So, will you press or not? I will. Xiao Weiwei stepped behind Lin Zun, gripping his shoulders as she began to apply pressure. Though her strength was somewhat gentle, Lin Zun found great pleasure in it. As she massaged him, Xiao Weiwei hummed, let me make this clear. My act of massaging you is solely a gesture of gratitude for the hand you extended to me back then, allowing me to rise once more. Do not mistake my intentions. Lin Zun nodded with a smile, saying, rest assured, I will not misunderstand. I know you are simply craving my presence. Just then, the door swung open with a loud bang. A long-legged woman wearing a baseball cap stormed in with great urgency. Is this the celebration for the Dragon King's triumphant return? Has Lin Zun arrived? Where is he? Everyone was taken aback. Who is this woman? Why is she searching for Lin Zun the moment she enters? Though silent, all eyes instinctively turned towards Lin Zun. Lin Zun himself was equally perplexed. Who is this woman? And why had she come to seek him out? Could she be an ardent critic coming to confront him? Yet, he sensed that this was unlikely, for she did not emanate any hostility. Meanwhile, Xiao Weiwei, standing behind Lin Zun, felt a peculiar familiarity with the woman before her, though she struggled to recall from where. The woman also noticed Lin Zun, and her eyes lit up as she rushed towards him. At that moment, Lin Zun finally discerned her features, a perfectly oval face with strikingly prominent features that exuded elegance. Although she wore no makeup, her skin was flawless, embodying the essence of a natural beauty that could easily transform into a stunning vision with the slightest adornment. However, what captivated attention the most were her long, slender legs clad in blue jeans, appearing both elongated and proportionate, a quintessential example of enviable legs. With such length, she reached Lin Zun in just 2 or 3 strides. Exclaiming excitedly, Lin Zun, I finally found you. Lin Zun furrowed his brow and inquired, my dear lady, who might you be? Do we have the pleasure of acquaintance? What brings you to me? Of course I have a reason to seek you, she replied. I have watched all the short dramas you have performed in, and I must say you have brilliantly portrayed the formidable character of Zhao Wudi. I am truly fond of your work. Your striking presence and exceptional acting talent are wasted on short dramas. Come, join me in filming. I have a role that would suit you perfectly. At that moment, the captivating lady tapped her forehead, a look of embarrassment crossing her face as she extended her hand with a smile. I apologize for my earlier excitement. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I am Qin Mingwei, a film director. It is a pleasure to meet you. A pleasure indeed. Lin Zun, with a bewildered expression, shook hands with her. To be honest, he remained utterly perplexed. While he was savoring his meal, sipping wine, and relishing the massage service from a beautiful woman, suddenly, A stunning director appeared out of nowhere, calling him to act in a film. Who wouldn't be bewildered in such a situation? Lin Zun tactfully declined, saying, "Director Qin, I currently have some matters to attend to. Perhaps we could exchange contact information and discuss this later." Qin Mingwei seemed to perceive Lin Zun's intentions. With a wave of her hand, she insisted, "There's no need to wait until later. Let's talk now. I'm quite hungry, so we can chat while we eat." With that, she took a seat and requested a pair of chopsticks from those nearby. Lin Zun was rendered speechless. "You truly are quite audacious, aren't you? Surely, you aren't here merely to indulge in free food and drink?" Chapter 53, The Apex of the Industry. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the air. "Is that not Director Qin? What a bold move to crash someone else's celebration without even inquiring if your presence is welcome. As expected, your brazen nature remains unchanged." Qin Mingyue's expression stiffened as she turned to see Yu Qing gazing at her with a teasing smile, causing her demeanor to shift uncomfortably. With a huff of displeasure, she retorted, "Yu Qing, what brings you here?" Yu Qing strolled in with a cheerful grin. "I am an old friend of Lin Zun and Qin Xiaoshuai. They invited me to their celebration. How could I possibly refuse?" Qin Mingyue's gaze flitted between Yi Qing and Lin Zun, her surprise evident. "So you two are acquainted?" Yi Qing and Lin Zun exchanged knowing glances, sharing a subtle nod of acknowledgement. "Your presence is quite the unfortunate omen. It has entirely diminished my appetite." Qin Mingwei scoffed at Yi Qing before turning to Lin Zun, pulling out her phone. "Let us exchange contact information. We can connect later." Lin Zun gazed at Yu Qing, who nodded in agreement. Consequently, both parties exchanged WeChat contacts. "Farewell, let us meet again another day." Qin Mingwei waved her phone and then hastily exited the banquet hall. Much like her arrival, Lin Zun gazed at Yu Qing in confusion. Yu Qing, with a wry smile, settled down and raised his glass to clink with Lin Zun's. Then remarked, "She is an old friend of mine. We grew up together in the same courtyard. From a young age, she has always been quite impulsive, speaking and acting without much consideration for others. Nonetheless, she possesses a good heart and is loyal to her friends, always ready to help when needed. In the past, our parents even hoped to bring us together due to our similar ages, but there was no spark between us. I am drawn to gentle, kind-hearted women who can tend to the home and serve me a warm meal upon my return. In contrast, she is a career-driven woman, so engrossed in her work that she neglects her household. Out of fear of my persistence, she adopts a rather brusque demeanor whenever we meet, tinged with hostility." Lin Zun was taken aback. So what is the story with this director? She relished the role of a director. Filmmaking was her ardent pursuit. To this end, she enrolled in the directing department of an art academy and began her cinematic journey even before graduation. Quite impressive. What films has she created? Lin Zun's curiosity was piqued. Yi Qing raised 3 fingers. So far, she has directed a total of 3 films: The Legend of the Swordsman, Tomorrow's Arrival, and a refreshing romantic film titled The Promised Commitment. Lin Zun appeared utterly bewildered. Why have I never heard of this? Yu Qing slapped his thigh and chuckled. It is precisely because you haven't heard of it that it makes sense. All 3 of these films flopped spectacularly, leaving not even a ripple. Thus, she possesses an elegant moniker within the industry. What is it? The industry's Crimson Crane. It appears stunningly beautiful but is, in truth, exceedingly venomous. Those who collaborate with her meet their demise. Yu Qing sighed with resignation. The quality of the film she produced is commendable, yet their box office performance is dismal, leading investors to suffer immense losses. Furthermore, the actors who have partnered with her seem to be under a curse. Either they face scandal, experience a downfall, or find themselves imprisoned. Very few emerge unscathed. Hence, this title came to be. Lin Zun shook his head and sighed. The title Crimson of the Crane's Crown is truly apartment. "Oh, I finally remember who she is," Xiao Weiwei exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Everyone turned to look at her. With a hint of trepidation, Xiao Weiwei continued, "I always thought she looked familiar. It turns out I once auditioned for her production. Fortunately, I wasn't selected at the time. Otherwise, it would have been a complete disaster. Sometimes I even wonder if my audition was the reason for my misfortune. Perhaps it truly was." Yu Qing patted Lin Zun on the shoulder, saying, "My friend, it is what it is. You must exercise caution while engaging with her. It is best to remain just friends. If she tries to coax you into acting, absolutely do not agree. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you." Xiao Weiwei wholeheartedly concurred. Yes, never agree. Such matters are quite ominous. It is better to believe in their existence than to dismiss them. Lin Zun nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude for his brother's reminder. At that moment, Qin Xiaoshuai approached, playfully winking at Yu Qing, and teasingly inquired, "Brother Yi, how come you were so well informed about her affairs?" You even remember the titles of her flop films, yet you claim to have no interest in her? Just admit it. Yi Qing shot a glare at Qian Xiaoshuai, replying with irritation, "Do you think I wish to remember every detail? I'll tell you why. I am one of her investors. I funded all 3 of her films. Caught up in her charm, I impulsively invested 5 million, and to this day, I have not seen a single cent returned. Reflecting on it now, my heart still aches." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Over 5 million. Not a single penny returned. How tragic. Lin Zun compassionately patted Yu Qing's shoulder and poured him a glass of wine, their unspoken understanding lingering in the air. 2 hours later, the celebration came to a close, and Lin Zun returned home. He intended to take a bath before traversing to another realm when his phone chimed. A message had arrived. Upon checking, he discovered it was from the recently acquainted Qin Mingwei. "Qin Mingwei, Mr. Lin, do you have some free time in the next few days? I have a rather excellent movie script and would like to discuss it with you." Lin Zun recalled Yi Qing's words and replied, "I apologize, but I have no interest in filmmaking. Perhaps you should seek someone more suitable." Qin Mingwei then inquired, "Then why do you engage in short dramas?" Lin Zun, out of sheer interest, acting is indeed quite fascinating. However, I would not wish to pursue it as a profession. After a while, she remained silent. Lin Zun took a bath, and as soon as he emerged, the other party called him directly. Lin Zun answered the call effortlessly, and within it came the frantic voice of Qin Mingwei. "Mr. Lin, did that scoundrel Yi Qing say something to you?" Lin Zun blurted out, "That's not true." "Missy Ding Dong," Qin Mingwei retorted with a sneer. "Ha, I knew it all along. He has been speaking ill of me behind my back." Lin Zun awkwardly attempted to clarify, that was not his assertion. Rather, it was my own discovery. "Miss Qin, please do not misjudge a good person." "Very well. Let us consider it as your own finding." Qin Mingwei spoke earnestly into the phone. "Mr. Lin, I must admit my previous conduct was indeed lacking. My judgment in selecting scripts and actors was not up to par. However, I have since reflected on my experiences, and I am confident in my ability to produce an excellent film. Moreover, I hold you in high regard and believe there is potential for collaboration between us. Let us arrange a meeting to discuss the script. If you still disagree at that time, I shall not trouble you further." Lin Zun pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. After all, no matter how one might argue, the other party was a friend of Yi Qing, and such a courtesy must be extended. Furthermore, he sought to explore a new market. While short dramas were currently all the rage, films and television series remained the predominant mediums, attracting the largest audiences. In order to gather more resentment, it was inevitable that he would eventually step into this industry. Now that an opportunity to engage with cinema presented itself, it was only prudent for him to familiarize himself in preparation for the future. Chapter 54. A new role in film. I shall terrify you. The two arranged to meet at the Phoenix Tea House. Qin Mingwei had reserved a tranquil tea room there, and upon their initial meeting, she promptly presented Lin Zun with a script. "Take a look at this while I prepare some tea," she said, bustling about in a somewhat flustered manner, clearly not accustomed to this task. Although she was inexperienced, her eagerness was evident. She was determined to take on this endeavor with a touch of whimsy. Lin Zun paid her no heed, his gaze fixed upon the script. The title of this composition was The Feathered Serpent, a narrative interwoven with elements of mythology, suspense, and adventure. The backdrop unfolds as follows. It is said that long ago, there existed a formidable serpent demon, capable of summoning winds and rains. Consequently, an ancient tribe revered it as the feathered serpent, praying day and night with utmost devotion. However, the serpent's tyranny grew unbearable as it consumed countless lives daily. In desperation, the tribe united all their warriors to vanquish it and bind it in eternal confinement. Yet, the legend of the feathered serpent endured, with whispers that its blood could cure ailments and bestow immortality. Millennia later, 2 expedition teams emerged, driven by the quest to locate the feathered serpent, plunging into the primordial jungle. Naturally, a rivalry ensued, marked by gunfire, betrayal, life and death pursuits, and even a hint of allure that might captivate the most jaded of hearts. Ultimately, it was the protagonist's expedition that triumphed, defeating the awakened feathered serpent. At this moment, Qin Mingwei had prepared the tea, offering a cup with eager anticipation as she inquired, "How does the script fare?" Lin Zun curled his lip, expressing disdain. "It's exceedingly cliché." Qin Mingwei pouted. "The narrative indeed leans towards the conventional. However, if executed well, it is bound to yield returns. My previous films were far too avant-garde, resulting in audiences being unresponsive. I have come to realize that a touch of commonality is preferable. A more commercial approach to filmmaking is essential. While the film may be mediocre, it can still achieve box office success." This script amalgamates various elements: mythology, suspense, adventure, action, humor, and romance, each of which is currently trending in the cinematic realm. With proper execution, even modest earnings are achievable. Lin Zun nodded in agreement. Want it not to overestimate the audience. Their tastes are rather pedestrian. They seek the same few elements. As long as we bring in a few handsome men and beautiful women, sprinkle in some romantic tension, and add a dash of acting prowess, the box office will surely thrive. This is the undeniable power of the seasoned audience. When they unite, they can create miraculous box office phenomena. Noticing Lin Zun's attentive demeanor, Qin Mingwei continued, in this film, the protagonist is a descendant of ancient martial arts. This necessitates that the actor portraying the lead must be tall, handsome, proficient in martial arts, and possess an innate aura of mastery. I have auditioned numerous candidates, but none were suitable until I laid eyes on you. Your portrayal of the Zhao family's patriarch, Zhao Wudi, exudes charm, coldness, dominance, and invincibility, precisely the image I envisioned for the protagonist. Furthermore, I learned from Yi Qing that you possess martial arts skills, which is even more favorable. Therefore, I wish to extend an invitation for you to assume the lead role. Lin Zun immediately shook his head upon hearing this. Forget it, you should seek someone more competent. Qin Mingwei, feeling anxious, asked, why? Is it because of my reputation? No. He replied, it's mainly because I do not wish to play the lead role. Lin Zun smiled wryly and remarked, I have already stated that acting is merely a hobby for me, something I engage in occasionally, and it will not consume my time. If you wish for me to play the lead role, that would require 2 to 3 months of commitment, and I simply do not have that luxury. Qin Mingwei replied, it won't take that long. In fact, I have already assembled the crew. If all goes smoothly, we could wrap up in a month. I cannot spare even a month. I genuinely lack the time. The remuneration is negotiable. However, I am not in need of money. Lin Zun placed a set of keys on the table. Upon seeing the key to the Bentley, Qin Mingwei realized that money could not sway Lin Zun. Yet she remained unwilling to concede. Is there truly no possibility for collaboration? It is not entirely out of the question. I am quite intrigued by a particular role. Which role? The feathered serpent. Qin Mingwei was taken aback. What? You wish to portray the feathered serpent? Lin Zun smiled and nodded. The reason he chose this role was that it perfectly aligned with his aspirations. Firstly, this character is the principal antagonist in the film. A formidable villain whose screen time is limited, with all scenes shot in the studio, allowing for a swift completion in just a day or two. Secondly, this character embodies malevolence and brutality. If portrayed effectively, he would undoubtedly leave a profound and lasting impression on the audience. By then, would there not be a surge of resentment? Thirdly, he recognized the necessity for a transformation, a shift in his acting trajectory. His previous portrayal as the Zhao family patriarch had alienated many detractors, who had become astute and wary. Deceiving them into engagement once more would not be an easy feat. Thus, he needed to pivot to a different genre, perhaps even a new market, to continue captivating his fans. This time, I shan't require your submission. Instead, I aim to instill fear within you. Surprised, are you? Just the thought of it filled him with a slight thrill. Yet, this was a villain. Opportunities for his appearance were scarce, offering little room for expression, as Qin Mingwei remarked. She still hoped Lin Zun would take on the lead role. Lin Zun retorted, who says there is no room for performance? If portrayed well, it will undoubtedly become an unforgettable classic role. Just look at Teacher Li's portrayal of Rong Momo. Her needle-piercing scenes have haunted the childhoods of countless individuals, lingering in memories for the past 20 years, even though it ultimately proved she did not target the wrong person. Qin Mingwei interjected, and what about that domestic abuser who warned not to speak to strangers? His image of violently assaulting his wife has become a nightmare for many women. I too wish to try my hand at creating a similarly iconic character. Qin Mingwei eyed Lin Zun with suspicion, sensing ulterior motives. Then let us give it a go, she declared, her hands resting on her abdomen, gazing intently at Lin Zun. Although this role may not require much acting skill, I am still curious to see what level of performance you can achieve. Just watch me, he replied confidently. Lin Zun turned his head and locked eyes with Qin Mingwei, his gaze narrowing slightly as an overwhelming aura of menace emanated from him. He had taken the lives of over 100 individuals in the other realm, and his bloodlust was already considerable. Coupled with his formidable mental strength, he could almost solidify his killing intent, causing it to permeate the air. Qin Mingwei was instantly struck with terror, her face draining of color as she screamed, "Ah, don't come any closer." Her shriek reverberated throughout the tea house. The staff rushed in, only to discover it was a misunderstanding, and they retreated. Observing the pale-faced and panting Qin Mingwei, Lin Zun smirked with satisfaction. So, how do you like that? Enraged, Qin Mingyue seized a cushion and hurled it at him. How dare you? I'll make you pay? Chapter 55. Investing in a film. She must not have it too easy. Ultimately, Lin Zun agreed to play the role of Quetzalcoatl for free, which prompted Qin Mingyue to relent. In truth, Lin Zun was not particularly interested in the modest remuneration. He primarily sought to ascertain whether he could evoke a substantial amount of resentment through the character of Quetzalcoatl. When does filming commence? When will it wrap up? And when can it be released? Lin Zun inquired about his most pressing concerns. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mingyue replied, Originally, with you in the lead role, we could have started shooting tomorrow. However, now I need to find someone else, which will take 3 to 4 days. This is a small-scale web film, and it will take about a month to shoot. The post-production will require 12 months, and it will be ready for release in 3 months. Lin Zun expressed his dissatisfaction after listening. 3 months? Such a lengthy duration. He mentioned that he usually produces a short film every month. If they were to expedite the process, working overtime would make it feasible to complete a project within a week. Now, he was being asked to wait 3 months, which felt excessively prolonged. He lacked the patience for such a wait. Qin Mingyue rolled her eyes in response. There's nothing we can do. I wish it could be faster too. But the budget is insufficient. The team lacks motivation to work. If only there were more funds, we could certainly expedite the process. Lin Zun inquired, What is the total investment for your film? Qin Mingyue raised 3 fingers and replied, 3 million, 1.5 million for filming, 1 million for post-production, and an additional 500,000 allocated for promotional expenses. Lin Zun furrowed his brow. Is this all? In his recollection, films typically commanded investments in the tens of millions or even over 100 million. Even the most modest productions generally breezed past the 10 million mark. The most notorious example was a weight loss film that boasted no special effects or technical prowess, yet audaciously claimed an investment exceeding 300 million. A film with only 3 million seems rather paltry. It is beyond imagination. Qin Mingyue smiled helplessly. I too yearn for a larger budget. In the past, securing tens of millions in investments was quite feasible. However, ever since the title of Crimson-Crested Red was bestowed upon me, potential investors have been reluctant to support my endeavors. This 3 million was painstakingly saved through frugality. Should I fail again, I shall be forced to return and inherit a vast fortune. Just listen to that. How pitiable. Lin Zun was filled with an impulse to assist her in realizing her dreams. He could not allow her to live too comfortably. If I invest in your film, can the production proceed at a quicker pace? Qin Mingyue was taken aback, her eyes sparkling with surprise. The individual before her was undoubtedly affluent. The extent of his wealth remained a mystery to her, yet someone who could casually produce a Bentley car key must possess assets in the millions. Surely, a sum of 1 or 200,000 would not pose a problem. Clearing her throat, Qin Mingyue promptly straightened her posture, adopting a serious demeanor as she stated, Mr. Lin, should you wish to invest, we can certainly expedite the filming process while simultaneously enhancing its quality. However, the amount we require is not insignificant. Lin Zun raised a finger. 1 million. Qin Mingyue's eyes brightened. Then we can advance the release by half a month. Add another 1 million. Qin Mingyue's eyes gleamed. I can push it forward by a month. Another 100,000. Qin Mingyue's eyes sparkled brilliantly. Esteemed one, I can hasten it by another 10 days. It will definitely premiere within 50 days. As Lin Zun appeared ready to offer more, Qin Mingyue grew anxious and promptly pressed his hand down. Enough, enough. No more additions. This is already my utmost limit. It cannot be expedited further without compromising the quality of the film. Esteemed one, I beseech you to grant me mercy. Lin Zun came to a halt. Very well, let us proceed with 3 million. However, I hope to see it released within 50 days. Qin Mingyue immediately saluted. I assure you, the task will be accomplished. Following this, the two discussed various details of their collaboration, subsequently signing the contract. And Lin Zun transferred the funds. As Qin Mingyue observed the influx of money in her account, her joy was palpable, and she clasped Lin Zun's hand tightly. Mr. Lin, it is truly delightful to collaborate with you. Unlike Yi Qing and his group, who are so miserly, requesting a mere 1 or 2 million from them feels akin to demanding their very lives. Such behavior is hardly manly. Lin Zun secretly chuckled to himself. Having already swindled millions from others, who would dare to invest further? Only someone like him, with an abundance of wealth, would seek to exchange money for efficiency. He was exceedingly curious about the amount of resentment he would garner once the image of the feathered serpent god he had crafted made its debut. Hereas to a pleasant collaboration, he mused. Feel free to contact me by phone if necessary. Qin Mingwei dashed off in a flurry, not wishing to waste a moment. By afternoon, Yu Qing's call came through, his voice laden with reproach. Lin, my dear brother, I must ask, what on earth possessed you to get involved with that woman? Qin Mingwei, not only are you acting with her, but you've also invested money. This is sheer madness. Lin Zun understood that the other party was expressing concern and chuckled. I primarily wish to test the waters, for I shall inevitably step into the film industry. But you should refrain from collaborating with her. She is the industry's top talent, and anyone who crosses her path ultimately meets their demise. Lin Zun chuckled. It's no problem, merely 3 million. I've already recouped that from the short films. Primarily, I believe in Qin Mingwei. She is diligent and responsible, so I choose to support her. Furthermore, I hold a firm conviction in this film. All right, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Just be less reckless next time. Yu Qing mentioned as they discussed the medicinal wine, remarking on its remarkable effects that had significantly enhanced his abilities. He promised to assist Lin Zun in acquiring more in the future, to which Lin Zun readily agreed. Subsequently, Qin Xiaoshui, Qiao Weiwei, and others called, expressing concern regarding his collaboration with Qin Mingwei, worried that he might squander his investment, and they urged him to reconsider. However, Lin Zun skillfully deflected their worries. To them, money held paramount importance, yet for him, strength was the true priority. Trading money for power was worth it. Brother Lin, when are you free in the next few days? The third installment of Dragon King Returns to Avenge is about to commence filming. Qin Xiaoshui inquired over the phone. Indeed, the third part of Dragon King Returns to Avenge was set to begin production. Although the first 2 installments had left many in dire straits, the audience would likely be more discerning this time. Nonetheless, with the success of the second installment, Qin Xiaoshui swiftly organized a writing team and assembled the crew. The storyline unfolded as follows. Due to the tyrannical actions of the Zhao family patriarch, who had committed numerous heinous deeds, 3 exceptionally gifted young individuals united to form the strongest protagonist group to confront him. Naturally, the conclusion remained unchanged, as they were ultimately suppressed by the Zhao family patriarch. Subsequently, these 3 were transformed into women by the patriarch's devious machinations and forcibly included in his harem. Upon hearing this plot, Lin Zun nearly suffered an aneurysm. What an absurd and melodramatic storyline. How could anyone conceive such a thing? It must have been a desperate web novelist seeking a paycheck. In that moment, Lin Zun contemplated confronting the screenwriter. However, upon reflection, he realized that if he was nearly driven to madness, the audience would surely be infuriated as well. What immense resentment would arise from such a tale? Thus, he quickly regained his composure. Moreover, with Qin Xiaoshui's assurance to invite 3 beautiful actresses to cameo in the transformed state, he agreed. Xiaoshui, I am available in the next couple of days. Feel free to arrange it. All right, Brother Lin. Let's schedule for tomorrow. The scenes are straightforward, and we should finish filming in a single day. Then, as was customary, Lin Zun traversed back to the other world. At that moment, dawn broke, the sunlight warm and inviting, the air neither dry nor humid, with a gentle breeze wafting, marking the finest hour of the day. Yet, he received disheartening news. The southwestern border had fallen. Chapter 56. The Southwest Falls. Nation unites to defend. The Southwest has fallen already? Lin Zun felt a wave of disorientation. He was aware that under the covert machinations of the Huan Tian sect's leader, the border would eventually succumb. Yet he had not anticipated such rapidity. Indeed, Lin Xiaofeng spoke gravely. We have just received news that 2 nights ago, a mysterious fog suddenly enveloped the southwest fortress. This fog is toxic, causing the soldiers to suffer from dizziness and extreme fatigue. The Great Liang army seized this opportunity to capture the fortress, advancing relentlessly, pillaging and committing atrocities. If the court does not dispatch troops to intervene soon, within a week's time, they will reach our doorstep. Alas, what shall we do? The crowd began to frown in distress. Should we flee? Before the Great Liang army arrives, we could escape far away. Is it possible to escape? Under heaven. Where can we find a safe haven? Moreover, if we leave, we would become refugees. Would any other place accept us? I believe we should defend the city and hold on until the court sends reinforcements to rescue us. Everyone was at a loss, unable to reach a consensus. Lin Zun lowered his head and inquired of Lin Xiaofeng, is the escape route prepared? Lin Xiaofeng nodded slightly, saying, I have long been prepared. However, unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to depart. Lin Zun expressed his understanding. The Lin family's fortune amounts to several 100,000 taels, with the majority of their assets tied up in real estate and farmland. To leave would be tantamount to relinquishing these valuable resources. Who could bear such a loss? Furthermore, the Lin family comprises thousands of individuals, most of whom are ordinary folk. Departing would be akin to abandoning them. Who could bear such a burden? Yet, staying could lead to utter ruin. As the head of the family, Lin Xiaofeng finds herself in a most difficult predicament. Lin Zun was reluctant to leave. He had only just established himself here. Leaving would mean starting anew. At that moment, the old steward entered and respectfully announced, "Miss, young Master Lin. The governor wishes to invite you both to the yamen for a discussion." Half a stick of incense later, they arrived at the governor's office. The heads of several other families had also gathered, their expressions grim, clearly aware of the dire situation at the border. Governor Lu Tianbao entered, looking even more troubled. His brow furrowed and his demeanor listless, as if he had not slept a wink throughout the night. After greeting everyone, he got straight to the point. "You esteemed heads of families are likely aware of the situation at the border. I shall be brief. I hope that all of you can set aside past grievances and unite to defend the city. For if the city falls, it will be our demise." The forces of the Daliang army were advancing. Everyone present could flee, except for him, the governor. Should he attempt to escape, he would face severe punishment, potentially endangering his family as well. Thus, he implored everyone to stand together in defense of the city, as it was their only hope for survival. Head of the Li family clasped his hands and stated, "The governor speaks truthfully. What we must do now is unite and defend the city. By combining our strengths, we may yet hold this ground. If we can endure for a few more days, the imperial troops will arrive, and we shall be saved." Head of the Han family added, "Indeed, we must defend the city. The outside world is chaotic. Fleeing may not lead to a favorable outcome. Remaining within the city still offers a glimmer of hope. We are not without the means to fight. Defend the city. We must defend the city." Those who had ascended to the position of family head possessed a modicum of insight. While fleeing might offer a chance at survival, it would mean relinquishing their hard-earned legacy, cultivated over decades or even centuries. Who could bear to let go? At the very least, they ought to remain and fight with all their might before considering retreat. With the support of the family heads, the governor breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lin Zun. "Young Master Lin, you." Lin Zun smiled and said, "As a native of Qinghe Prefecture, it is only natural for me to remain and defend the city." The governor chuckled lightly, "With young Master Lin here, our city gate should be as steadfast as Mount Tai, unshakable." The others also breathed a sigh of relief, their brows unfurling in tranquility. Lin Zun is undoubtedly the foremost master of Qinghe Prefecture, having slain more than a dozen experts in the art of cleansing marrow, and even one formidable blood-reforming warrior, with achievements that are well documented. Although he relies on the might of his weapon, the impact of his prowess remains unquestionable. With his presence, the defense of the city should be significantly more manageable. The governor, with hands clasped, expressed gratitude on behalf of the people of Qinghe Prefecture, thanking young Master Lin and the assembled heroes. Yet, a pressing issue loomed. What shall be done about the refugees outside the city? Silence enveloped the crowd. A few moments passed before someone muttered, "What else can we do? We are barely managing our own affairs. They must fend for themselves." Indeed, at such a critical juncture, there was little room for compassion. Most chose to abandon the refugees outside, prioritizing their own survival. The governor opened his mouth to speak, but upon witnessing the resolute expressions of the crowd, he swallowed his words. "I, however, believe they should be allowed entry into the city." "Young Master Lin." The governor looked at Lin Zun with astonishment, for those very words had just escaped his lips. Lin Zun continued, "What shall we do if we allow the refugees to remain outside, exposed to the enemy's slaughter, thereby undermining our morale? What if they harbor resentment and turn their allegiance to the Daliang army? What then?" The crowd exchanged glances, some appearing at a loss. Thus, at this juncture, keeping the refugees outside the city was not a prudent choice. It would be far better to allow them entry. This would not only win the support of the populace, but also enable them to contribute to the city's defense, alleviating our burden significantly. However, our food supplies are rather insufficient. Lin Zun waved his hand and said, "We do not need to sustain ourselves indefinitely. It suffices to hold out for 10 to 15 days. By that time, the court will surely realize the situation and dispatch troops for support. The army of Daliang, unable to procure sustenance, will naturally retreat." The prefect smacked his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, "What young Master Lin suggests is indeed wise." I was still hesitant, but your words have illuminated my mind. We shall proceed as you advise. No one voiced any dissent, for they could not conceive of a more effective strategy than that proposed by Lin Zun, unless they resorted to the extreme measure of annihilating all the refugees. This was their only viable course of action. Having reached a decision, they all returned to their respective homes to prepare for the impending conflict. Lin Zun returned home to make preparations. Upon arriving, he discovered the little princess lingering at his doorstep, her small face displaying a mixture of confusion and fear. Lin Zun gestured. "Is there something you wish to convey, my little princess?" The princess, with delicate steps, approached him. Just as she was about to speak, she realized her manners were lacking. Swiftly, she bowed respectfully before timidly uttering, "Master Lin, I am aware of the matters concerning the border. Will you entrust me to others?" Lin Zun was taken aback. "Why do you say that?" The little princess, with a face full of despondency, replied, "Because this conflict has arisen because of me. Only by surrendering myself can the wrath of the great Liang be appeased, halting the war and alleviating the suffering of the people." Lin Zun was both amused and exasperated. "So this is what you've been worried about? Your thoughts are overly simplistic. Handing you over would serve no purpose. Why not?" The little princess looked up in surprise. Chapter 57. The Battle at the City Gates, the ferocious advance of the Deliang army. Initially, the conflict was indeed sparked by you, but that is no longer the case. The borders are compromised, and the Deliang forces have infiltrated. This is an opportune moment for them to achieve glory. What they seek now are military exploits, not you. Even if you were to be surrendered, it would not halt their advance, so spare yourself the unnecessary worry. The little princess's eyes brightened. "So it truly is not because of me?" "Certainly not because of you. You are merely a catalyst. Whether you are present or absent has no bearing on the current state of war." In addition to the Deliang army, he was also aware of a certain Huang Tian cult leader stirring trouble from the shadows. This individual has no desire for peace, and thus, it will remain elusive. Enough of these thoughts. Do not dwell on them any longer. Lin Zun lowered his head, gently caressing the little princess's delicate head. His voice imbued with tenderness. "You are no longer the princess of the great Liang. You are now my sister, Lin Zun. I shall never relinquish you. Not even if the heavens themselves demand it. Remain here in peace. I shall take care of everything else, so there is no need for you to worry." Observing Lin Zun's earnest expression and listening to his heartwarming words, the little princess felt a peculiar warmth rising within her, a sensation she had never experienced with her father, mother, or siblings. It was a soft, tingling comfort that enveloped her, leaving her somewhat enchanted. Upon regaining her composure, she realized that Lin Zun was gazing intently at her. The little princess's cheeks flushed crimson, and an unexpected shyness surged within her, making her feel an overwhelming urge to flee. "Then, I shall return to my cultivation." Lin Zun waved his hand and said, "Go ahead. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Although I have only recently studied the celestial movements, I should be able to guide you without any issue." "All right, I understand. Goodbye." The little princess hurriedly ran off. It was only when she reached her room and closed the door that she finally breathed a sigh of relief, though she felt a pang of melancholy. At that moment, the entire Qinghe prefecture sprang into action. The streets were cleared to create space, and the city gates were opened to allow refugees to enter. Simultaneously, all the grain and supplies from outside the city were moved inside, ensuring that the Deliang army would not benefit from them. Within the city, the walls were reinforced. Weapons were forged, and militia were trained. In essence, it was a thorough preparation for the impending conflict. 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, an official rider galloped into the city in a state of panic, exclaiming, "The Deliang army has arrived." Lin Zun, along with the provincial governor and others, ascended the city gate to gaze into the distance, where they beheld a troop of cavalry emerging from the nearby forest. Their numbers were considerable, approximately 500. All clad in black armor, with their steeds similarly adorned. They thundered along the official road, raising a cloud of dust. "This must be the Xianyuan troops of the Great Liang." A man dressed as a secretary spoke up. "The Xianyuan troops are the elite cavalry of Great Liang, numbering no more than 5,000. Each soldier possesses strength above the level of strong tendons, and they don black iron armor that only those who have undergone bone forging can withstand. Their horses are not ordinary. They ride the unique black wind steeds of Great Liang, which are 30% larger than typical horses, capable of astonishing speeds and remarkable endurance. Able to carry a rider 300 miles in a day. They typically operate in units of 500, easily capable of crushing a 5,000-strong infantry formation. A cavalry force that instills fear upon the battlefield. As he continued his introduction, the faces of the onlookers grew increasingly grave. At that moment, the black-armored soldiers approached, halting about 50 paces from the city gate, gazing intently at it. The commanding general, a towering figure of 7 feet with a square face, dark complexion, and a thick beard, rode forth slowly on his horse, bellowing with great authority, "I am Pan Yu, the vanguard commander of the Xianyuan troops. You would do well to open the city gates and bow in submission. Otherwise, the day we breach the city shall also be the day of your demise." The echo of his declaration was met with a chorus of agreement from his subordinates, their voices thunderous and filled with murderous intent. The expressions of those at the city gate grew even more somber, for they discerned the might behind those voices. The leading commander, Pan Yu, astonishingly possessed blood-changing strength. With over a dozen under his command at the level of marrow cleansing and more than 50 at the level of organ refining, the rest were all above the level of strong tendons. Such a small unit could easily lay waste to their Qinghe prefecture. The reputation of the Xianyuan troops was indeed well-deserved. Could we possibly defend this city? A wave of unease washed over them, deepening their confusion and fear for the future. The governor felt the same trepidation. Though fear gripped him, he summoned the courage to step forward, proclaiming, "I am Lu Tianbao, the governor of Qinghe prefecture. You, the troops of Great Liang, have intruded upon the territory of Dasong. Considering that you have not yet harmed anyone, retreat at once, and I shall overlook this matter. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves with no path of return." The Xianyuan soldiers exchanged glances before erupting into laughter, seemingly mocking the governor's audacity. "Oh, it seems you are unwilling to negotiate?" Pan Yu exclaimed, vigorously raising his spear and calling out, "Where are the 10 vanguard generals?" 10 marrow-cleansing warriors stepped forth from the ranks of cavalry, dismounting and standing before Pan Yu with cupped hands, declaring in unison, "We are here." Pan Yu raised his spear, pointing toward the distant city gate, commanding loudly, "Now, I order you to ascend the city tower, open the gates, and let our forces enter the city to annihilate Qinghe prefecture." "We obey the command." They turned and charged fiercely toward the city gate. The battle commenced, and the governor, in a panic, hid behind Lin Zun, shouting, "They are coming. Quickly, shoot arrows. Shoot them down." Arrows fell like rain, and stones were hurled from the gate. Yet, neither the arrows nor the stones caused any harm to the 10 generals. They barely even bothered to evade, advancing resolutely. Pan Yu laughed boisterously. A mere rain of arrows cannot possibly threaten the 10 vanguard generals. Not only are they clad in black armor, but they have also trained in protective arts, rendering them impervious to blades and arrows. The moment they reach the city gate, it shall be your end. His words struck a blow to the morale of the defenders. The governor, now more frantic than ever, exclaimed, "What shall we do?" He involuntarily glanced at Lin Zun, for in this dire situation, he seemed to be the only one capable of resolving their predicament. Lin Zun did not disappoint anyone. With a calm smile, he reassured, "Governor, do not fret. There is no need for haste. While these 10 individuals may appear formidable, many have perished at my hands before. Grant me but 10 breaths of time, and I shall ensure they leave with no hope of return." "Is that truly so?" the governor inquired, his eyes filled with anticipation. "When have I ever let you down?" Lin Zun, like a magician, suddenly produced 2 desert eagles in his hands. The resounding gunfire echoed across the heavens and the earth. Then, amidst the maniacal laughter of Pan Yu, he witnessed the figures of the 10 vanguard generals rushing towards the city gate tremble violently before collapsing one after another, blood streaming from their heads and staining the ground crimson. What has happened to them? Could they be dead? A wave of panic swept through the Xuanjia soldiers. Their eyes filled with horror. Even the steeds beneath them grew restless, pawing at the ground and attempting to retreat. Meanwhile, those on the city tower gazed at Lin Zun with expressions of profound reverence. Although it was not their first encounter with Lin Zun's prowess, each display left them utterly astounded. 10 masters of the Shisui realm, clad in Xian armor and practicing protective arts, had been felled in an instant. A sight that sent chills down their spines and raised the hairs on the back of their necks. Lin Zun exhaled softly into the slightly heated barrel of his weapon, offering a faint smile. "Rest assured, my lords, with my presence, they shall not dare to cross the threshold." "Thank you, young Master Lin." The assembly responded in unison. Their trepidation alleviated, and laughter began to ripple through the crowd. At that moment, Pan Yu's gaze fell upon Lin Zun atop the city tower, as well as the peculiar weapon he wielded. Just moments ago, his elite vanguard, the 10 champions, had perished at this man's hands, struck down from a distance by that strange armament. Witnessing the lifeless forms of his once loyal commanders, Pan Yu felt a pang of anguish deep within. These were his trusted subordinates, painstakingly cultivated over the years, who had contributed immeasurably to his successes. Now, they lay slain without ever having faced the enemy. What an immense loss. Even if he were to breach the defenses of Qinghe Prefecture, he could not compensate for this tragedy. Upon his return, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the general. Consumed by these thoughts, his anger surged. He pointed vehemently at Lin Zun on the tower and bellowed, "Archers, loose your arrows. Strike down the man above and avenge our fallen 10 champions." "Yes, Commander." The elite Xuanjia soldiers, specially trained for such endeavors, swiftly retrieved their bows. Aiming at the figure on the tower, the governor, in a state of alarm, shouted, "Shield bearers, advance." "Yes, my lord." With a flurry of arrows raining down. This time they ascended from outside the city towards the tower. As the principal architect behind the demise of the 10 vanguard generals, Lin Zun became the target of relentless arrow assaults. Out of the 10 arrows, 7 or 8 were aimed directly at his head, forming a dense barrage. "Young Master Lin, seek refuge for the time being," the governor urged from beneath his shield. Lin Zun chuckled lightly. "It matters not. These arrows pose no threat to me." Under the aegis of his divine perception, he could discern the trajectory of each arrow with utmost clarity, enabling him to evade them with remarkable ease. Of course, mere evasion was not in his nature. His ethos was one of relentless aggression, attack, attack, and attack again. He believed in offense over defense, pursuing the annihilation of his adversaries without relent. He opened a large box beside him and retrieved a firearm, a M5 submachine gun, a weapon meticulously chosen for the battlefield. With an effective range of 150 to 200 meters and a theoretical firing rate of 800 rounds per minute, it was a formidable instrument of destruction. Utilizing it against ancient cavalry was akin to a dimensional strike. "You shoot at me, and I shall return the favor. Come, let us inflict mutual harm." Lin Zun wielded a submachine gun, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the city below. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries as the soldiers clad in dark armor fell victim to the onslaught. Each bullet found its mark, striking the head, whether piercing the eye, the nose, or the mouth. These were the most vulnerable points of the human body, impervious to the protection of armor. In a mere flurry of bullets, over 90 lives were either extinguished or grievously harmed, with scarcely a single shot wasted. Pan Yu watched in agony, his heart racing with despair. "Quick, take cover. You must take cover." Alas, could they truly evade such fate? Lin Zun had reloaded his magazine and continued the second round of gunfire. The sound of rapid shots echoed as he claimed yet another group of lives. The onlookers atop the city tower regarded Lin Zun with profound admiration. Observing the formidable Xuanjia soldiers below, they seemed like mere chives in his capable hands, effortlessly dispatched in the blink of an eye. At this rate, it would not take long before every last one of the Xuanjia soldiers perished. The prowess of young Master Lin is truly beyond our reach. With young Master Lin present, we can rest assured. Meanwhile, Pan Yu below the tower was seething with rage. After leading his troops through arduous days and nights to reach this point, he found that half of his men lay dead before even breaching the city gates. If this continued, he would have no choice but to end his own life to avoid the humiliation of returning in disgrace. "Alas, I shall have my vengeance." Pan Yu mounted his horse, intent on tearing Lin Zun to shreds. Lin Zun swiftly extended the submachine gun in his hand to Lin Xiaofeng. "You shall confront the cavalry, while I shall take down Pan Yu." Lin Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, but then she excitedly seized the submachine gun. "No problem, just watch." After a brief exploration, she began to fire with a rapid succession of shots. Lin Zun then lifted his most cherished barret. "Commander Pan Yu, I shall escort you on your journey." With a resounding bang, the bullet was unleashed. Sensing the impending danger, Pan Yu swiftly evaded. Bang, bang. Lin Zun fired several shots in quick succession, sealing off all avenues of escape for his opponent. Pan Yu could no longer evade. Vibrant blood blossomed from his body, an exquisite and striking spectacle. Even the seemingly impenetrable armor he wore bore several punctures. His steed, too, was struck, collapsing to the ground with a mournful cry. "Ah, what manner of weapon is this? So terrifying." Pan Yu fell to the earth, his face a mask of horror. Although he had traversed many lands and witnessed countless wonders, he had never encountered such a fearsome instrument capable of delivering death from dozens of yards away with such swiftness, even with the strength to rejuvenate his blood. Evasion was futile. The weapon's power was astonishing. It pierced through his armor with ease. As long as this man remained, wielding that dreadful weapon, victory was beyond his grasp. A singular thought consumed him: escape. As long as the Green Mountains stand, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Soldiers, do not cling to the battle. Retreat at once. He forsook his faltering steed and fled in disarray. Lin Zun opened fire in pursuit. Bang, bang, bang. Others may flee, but Pan Yu must remain. Not even the arrival of Jesus would suffice, I assert. Under such a ferocious assault, Commander Pan Yu ultimately could not withstand the onslaught, falling victim to Lin Zun's gunfire. Although Lin Xiaofeng's accuracy may not surpass that of Lin Zun, she has nonetheless made significant achievements. Among the remaining soldiers, only a few dozen managed to escape. Lin Zun fired his weapon from the rear. He died beneath the barret, receiving a fate akin to that of your commander. Thus, you may consider your demise to be just. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 59. The enemy is formidable, preparing for the refinement of the divine. After a brief interval, Lin Zun lowered his firearm. Young Master Lin, what is the situation? Inquired Governor Lu Tianbao on behalf of the assembly, his voice laden with anticipation. Lin Zun smiled faintly. The enemy has been completely annihilated. We can now open the city gates, clear the battlefield, and collect the spoils of war. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. We have won. We have triumphed. We have defended Qinghe Prefecture. We are safe. After the excitement subsided, the governor led the assembly to stand in neat formation before Lin Zun, respectfully bowing and expressing, "Thank you, young Master Lin." Lin Zun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, head held high, graciously accepting the sentiments of the crowd. Lin Xiaofeng stood beside Lin Zun, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him, brimming with admiration and affection. In the distance, the little princess, Liang Yuxiu, leaned against the door, secretly observing Lin Zun's imposing figure. Her eyes momentarily lost in thought. With the war now concluded, everyone set about the task of clearing the battlefield. The soldiers of Daliang had their belongings stripped away, and the bodies were piled together for cremation. Wealth was gathered to reward those deserving, while the removed armor and weapons were handed over to the authorities. These items were deemed strategic resources, forbidden for private ownership. However, the court highly valued them, and donations would surely be met with official commendation. As for the war horses, the deceased steeds were divided among the people for consumption, while the living ones were also to be distributed accordingly. Lin Zun's contributions were paramount, earning him the most steeds. However, he did not require such a multitude. After retaining a few for himself, he generously bestowed several upon the local aristocratic families, who subsequently compensated him in currency. It was not feasible for him to claim all the horses, as he also left behind several dozen to be returned to the governor for reporting purposes. This practice appeared to be a common occurrence among them, executed with remarkable proficiency. Lin Zun gazed in astonishment, openly expressing his newfound knowledge. After a day filled with activity, the night deepened. At the Ascending Immortal Pavilion, Governor Lu Tianbao hosted a celebratory banquet, inviting Lin Zun and various esteemed heads of families. Amidst the feast, he radiantly declared, "Today, I am truly elated. The arrival of the Xuanjia soldiers from the Great Liang left me anticipating destruction and despair, fully prepared for sacrifice. Yet, to my astonishment, young Master Lin single-handedly turned the tide, vanquishing the entire Xuanjia army and preserving our Qinghe Prefecture. He is a benefactor to all of us present, as well as to every citizen of Qinghe Prefecture. Let us raise our glasses together in honor of young Master Lin." Upon hearing this, everyone lifted their cups high. "To young Master Lin, please." Lin Zun rose to return the gesture. "Your Excellency, you are too gracious. Let us all be courteous, please." As several cups of wine were consumed, the banquet grew lively. After all, they had just achieved a significant victory, and it was the perfect moment for elation. Even if there had been previous grievances, they could now be set aside, clinking their glasses and sharing casual conversation. Though we have triumphed in this battle, we must remain vigilant. The governor seized the opportunity to speak. According to the latest intelligence I have received, the Xuanjia soldiers are merely the vanguard, primarily tasked with reconnaissance. The main forces are still behind, and we are yet to face a formidable confrontation. The head of the Han family let out a hearty laugh. What is there to fear? As long as young Master Lin is with us, our Qinghe Prefecture will be as solid as a fortress. Indeed, with young Master Lin here, our victory is assured. Having witnessed Lin Zun's invincible prowess on the battlefield, where he could slay gods and Buddhas alike, everyone felt greatly reassured and spoke of the matter with ease, seemingly unperturbed by the looming threat. Yet, what if there are innate warriors among the ranks? Someone interjected, dousing the atmosphere with cold water. Laughter faded away. Though Lin Zun wielded a divine spear with great strength, he had never faced an innate warrior. The balance of power remained uncertain in their minds. However, they had heard tales of the formidable might of innate martial artists since childhood. They were no longer considered mere mortals, but rather deities walking the earth, without comparable strength. Inflicting harm upon them would prove exceedingly difficult. Young Master Lin, can we win? This is a concern that need not trouble anyone. The governor chuckled and remarked, "The innate capabilities of Daliang have already been hindered by our dynasty's own. Therefore, they can only send forth formidable warriors at the blood exchange realm. though their numbers will undoubtedly be substantial, necessitating our continued vigilance. The governor's words resonated deeply. Everyone nodded in agreement, resuming their revelry with wine and dishes, engaging in laughter and lively conversation. Despite the prevailing optimism, a sense of foreboding lingered within Lin Zun's heart. The next time the Daliang army approaches, they may not be so easily dealt with. Even if he wields a firearm, it may not suffice. Others might label him as an alarmist. Yet as one who has achieved mastery and spirit refinement, Lin Zun chooses to trust his instincts. It is imperative to elevate his strength without delay. Lin Zun pondered deeply. At present, he identified 3 primary avenues for enhancing his strength. The first was martial arts. However, he felt exceedingly inadequate in this regard. Currently, he was merely at the bone-forging stage, and any significant improvement within a short time frame seemed implausible, thus rendering this path unfeasible. The second option involved weaponry. For the moment, this avenue was also inaccessible to him, as the firearm in his possession was already formidable. To acquire more powerful firearms, he would have to consider artillery or grenades. Yet, such items were not available for purchase in Siam, nor could they be found on the black market due to stringent regulations. The third option was the refinement of spirit. This presented the greatest hope. He was but a step away from the realm of astral projection. With a single stride forward, a brand new world would unfold before him. Even when confronted by innate martial artists, he would be capable of engaging them in a contest. Lin Zun returned to the modern world, realizing that the accumulation of resentment was insufficient, and he was still some distance away from achieving his goal. Perhaps in 10 days to half a month it would suffice. But he could not afford to wait that long. Consequently, he dialed Qian Xiaoshui. Once the call connected, Lin Zun straightforwardly inquired, "Are there any free channels for the first and second parts of Dragon King's return?" Without hesitation, Qian Xiaoshui replied, "Of course not. These 2 short dramas still hold considerable potential, especially the second part. Therefore, I plan to release them on free channels in about a month to reap some profit." Lin Zuindao declared, "There is no need to wait any longer. Initiate the free channel immediately." The short dramas are primarily categorized into 2 channels, paid and free. While the paid viewers are numerous, those who opt for the free option far exceed them. Once his 2 short dramas are made available on the free channel, it is inevitable that a considerable audience will flock to them. Consequently, his grievances are bound to surge once more, and the prospect of transcending into a higher state of being will become attainable. However, on the other end of the line, Qian Xiaoshui grew anxious. "Brother, this is too rushed. If we launch the free channel now, we will lose out on several million." "It's merely a few million," Lin reassured him. "Just follow my instructions, and I will ensure that the lost profits are recouped." Qian Xiaoshui on the other end of the call felt somewhat bewildered. What urgency possesses Brother Lin that he cannot afford to wait even a month or 2? Such haste reveals no tangible benefits. Though perplexed, Qian Xiaoshui harbors an indistinct intuition that this matter holds great significance for Brother Lin, and he cannot afford to let him down. Thus, Qian Xiaoshui composed himself and replied with a smile, "Brother, your words are rather distant. Is it merely a matter of earning a little less? It is of no great consequence. Since you require it, I shall attend to the matter at once. Await my favorable news." "Very well, I appreciate your efforts." Chapter 60. The spirit of alchemy emerges. At that moment, it remains a mystery how Qian Xiaoshui orchestrated events. Yet merely 6 hours later, Lin Zun felt an overwhelming wave of resentment crashing upon him. Lin Zun was filled with immense joy. Indeed, just like this, in but a day, I shall take a momentous step forward. In a vast expanse, 150 miles from Qinghe Prefecture, a formidable army of 3,000 was stationed. Surrounding the troops were numerous flags emblazoned with a prominent character for Liang. Clearly, this was the Liang army that had intruded upon the territory of the great Song Kingdom. They had pillaged and ravaged their way through, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter that instilled fear in all who beheld them. Yet, this unruly army now remained steadfastly stationed around a grand tent. Inside the tent stood a tall, unassuming man clad in general's attire, his hair graying, eyes closed in meditation. A faint white light radiated from him, enveloping him like armor. He was Zhao Tianyu, the Liang general responsible for the assault on the Great Song. At that moment, a messenger announced from outside, "General, Commander Ding Lan has urgent news." Zhao Tianyu, still with eyes closed, responded, "Let him enter." "Yes, General." As the tent flap was drawn aside, a young man in armor strode in confidently. Upon seeing the faint white glow surrounding Zhao Tianyu, he was taken aback. "General, have you already entered the innate realm?" Zhao Tianyu dissipated his energy, the glow fading as he opened his eyes and smiled wryly. It is not so simple. 18 years have passed since I reached the peak of blood transformation. Throughout these years, I have diligently practiced without a single day of idleness. Yet I have still not taken that final step. I am ashamed. But what of the innate energy surrounding you? Ding Lan inquired, puzzled. Any warrior who reaches the innate realm naturally exudes innate energy, a formidable force that protects the body and can repel enemies. Truly a hallmark of innate warriors, Zhao Tianyu explained. As is well known, to ascend to the innate realm, one must open the innate bridges of the spine, namely the Ren and Du meridians. To connect with the heavens and become a lofty, innate warrior, both must be opened. One alone is insufficient. Although I have remained stagnant over the years, I have fortuitously opened one meridian, allowing for a minuscule amount of innate energy to form within me. However, it is too weak to emanate outward. As you have just witnessed. I see, that is indeed impressive, Ding Lan exclaimed, his face a mask of envy. You have at least taken half a step forward. With the innate realm within reach, surpassing ordinary blood transformation warriors. I do not know when I will reach such a state. Perhaps I shall never have hope in this lifetime. Half a step is of no use. Without entering the innate realm, one remains a mere insect. Zhao Tianyu waved his hand dismissively, his gaze turning serious as he regarded Ding Lan. You have come to me with important matters. What is it? Ding Lan's expression grew grave. Yesterday, Commander Pan Yu led 500 armored cavalry to clear a path to Qinghe Prefecture, yet there has been no word from them since. I suspect they may be in trouble. Zhao Tianyu furrowed his brow. Still no news from them? Indeed, not a single word. Ding Lan replied, his demeanor tense. Even the scouts ahead have vanished without a trace. Thus, I suspect they have encountered misfortune. For Commander Pan Yu to fail to send word indicates they may have faced a formidable foe. Do you think they encountered an innate warrior? Absolutely not, Zhao Tianyu declared resolutely. If the Great Song could deploy additional innate warriors, they would assuredly be sent to the main battlefield, where the stakes are high and the outcome of our nations hangs in the balance. To remain here would be a gross misallocation of resources. So you mean? Ding Lan pondered. They must have fallen into an ambush set by the Great Song forces. Zhao Tianyu's eyes darkened with concern. Pan Yu is no weakling, and the armored troops he commands are elite. To capture them all would require at least 10,000 troops, with blood transformation warriors not weaker than Pan Yu among them. It appears the Great Song Court has responded swiftly, their forces already mobilizing. Ding Lan was agitated. What shall we do now? Withdraw? We cannot retreat. Zhao Tianyu turned to face him, stating firmly, those innate predecessors are already holding back the Great Song's innate warriors for us. If we withdraw, we would render their efforts futile and incur their wrath. Moreover, His Majesty is in his prime, filled with ambition for expansion. A retreat would surely invite his punishment. Thus, we must forge ahead. Ding Lan grimaced, but we are outnumbered. Do not fret. Zhao Tianyu waved his hand. All that I have deduced is based on speculation. The true situation remains unclear. We must not lose our composure. For now, I require you to undertake several tasks. Please command, General. Ding Lan bowed respectfully. First, dispatch scouts and spies. No matter the means, ascertain the true situation of Qinghe Prefecture. Second, as we are short on troops, recall forces from other locations. Third, after Zhao Tianyu finished issuing his orders, Ding Lan accepted and departed. Watching him leave, Zhao Tianyu murmured, I hope all goes smoothly. This battle was of tremendous significance to him. Not only was he under pressure from above to secure victory, but he also sought to gain immense merit from this conflict, hoping to exchange it for a divine elixir that would enable him to break through to the innate realm. Thus, in this battle, he could only allow for victory, not defeat. A day later, Commander Ding Lan returned, elated, bearing good news. General, I sacrificed the lives of over a dozen spies. But I've finally uncovered the truth about Qinghe Prefecture. There is no great army present. It all hinges on one individual. This person is named Lin Zun. Though his strength is lacking, he wields a terrifying weapon capable of claiming lives from dozens of paces away with lightning speed, making it nearly impossible to defend against. He was the one who killed Commander Pan and the armored troops. If we can eliminate this individual, Qinghe Prefecture will surely fall. Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. Is that true? Absolutely certain? Without a doubt, I would not deceive you, General. Ding Lan insisted urgently. Zhao Tianyu exclaimed, excellent. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Have you prepared everything I asked for? All is ready, General. Zhao Tianyu stepped out of the tent, gazing toward the direction of Qinghe Prefecture, brimming with vigor. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, let us march north. By this time tomorrow, I shall see Qinghe Prefecture in ruins with not a single soul left. Meanwhile, in the modern world, Lin Zun felt an overwhelming surge of resentment flooding within him, his eyes lighting up. At last, it is full. The time for spirit extraction has come. Lin Zun swiftly settled into a meditative posture, channeling the surging resentment that enveloped him. The resentment surged to an astonishing -1,000,000. With a thunderous roar, akin to the creation of the universe itself, his mind erupted. In that fleeting moment, Lin Zun felt as though he transcended his physical form, breaking free from all constraints, and took a momentous step forward. The spirit was liberated. A translucent figure, an exact replica of Lin Zun, emerged from within him. Floating and undulating in the air, exuding an aura of majesty akin to that of a deity. This figure was his primordial spirit, a synthesis of his soul, consciousness, thoughts, and will. The refinement of the spirit was fundamentally about nurturing this primordial essence. This essence represented the essence of his being, the most complete manifestation of himself. One must not underestimate this seemingly diminutive primordial spirit. It is the form most intimately connected to nature and the closest to the Tao, a superlative energy entity. It possesses no weight, allowing it to traverse the air with ease and at remarkable speed, due to its profound connection to nature. The power it wields in this liberated state is enhanced by 30%. Furthermore, it grants the bearer an additional life, even if the physical body is destroyed. As long as the primordial spirit endures, one may reincarnate or even seize another body to live anew. At this moment, the primordial spirit opened its eyes, curiously gazing down at the corporeal form below. Observing oneself from this perspective was indeed a marvel. Previously, he had only seen himself through mirrors, acutely aware of his vitality. Now, viewing himself through the eyes of another, he perceived a chilling stillness, as if he had succumbed to death, rendered motionless, a mere corpse. After a brief sojourn in the realm of his primordial spirit, Lin Zun returned to his corporeal form. The newly refined primordial spirit is exceedingly fragile. Even a gentle breeze or the warm rays of the sun can inflict harm upon it. Consequently, many practitioners of spirit projection only allow their spirits to venture forth during the night. Thus, the primordial spirit is often referred to as the Yin spirit. It is only upon reaching the stage of divine manifestation that one's primordial spirit can traverse the mortal realm without fear of danger. Upon the return of his spirit, Lin Zun opened his eyes. With a subtle gesture of his hand, a gust of wind surged through the previously stagnant room, scattering the white papers upon the table. He then pointed towards the water kettle, causing the water within to swiftly vanish, while the room became enveloped in a thick mist reminiscent of ethereal clouds and vibrant hues, shrouded in a dreamy haze. Subsequently, with a flick of his wrist, the mist condensed into droplets that cascaded from the air, dampening the floor beneath. Lin Zun's face radiated with joy. This is the extraordinary power of an enlightened being. His primordial spirit grew stronger, and his divine consciousness expanded, allowing him not only to manipulate the energy particles in the air, but also to control minute substances such as air and water vapor, causing them to move, forming winds, transforming into mist, and precipitating rain. At this moment, he realized his own limitations, as he could only govern the motion of localized tiny particles. However, once he becomes more powerful and broadens his range of control, wouldn't he then be able to summon winds and call forth rain? At this point, Lin Zun deeply comprehended why those who have transcended to the realm of the divine are revered as true immortals or semi-immortals. Their ability to command the elements, alter local weather, and influence agricultural yields is awe-inspiring. In ancient times, the common folk relied heavily on the whims of nature for sustenance. With such a weather-controlling immortal among them, who would not show reverence? Then, Lin Zun gently tapped a nearby cup. To his astonishment, the cup floated effortlessly, soaring about the room in accordance with his will. This was not mere telekinesis, but a form of spirit attachment, a technique of transcending the physical realm. When Lin Zun had touched the cup, he imparted a trace of his soul's energy to it. Consequently, the cup became perceived by his primordial spirit as an extension of his own body, allowing for seamless manipulation as if it were part of him. As long as it remained within the bounds of his divine consciousness, the cup could move at his command. The strength of a transcendent being often stems from this ability. Imagine if instead of a cup, he were to attach his spirit to a sword that could fly, one capable of severing the head of an adversary from 1,000 meters away. Who could stand against such a force? Of course, not everything can be imbued with spirit attachment. Ideally, The object should possess some degree of sentience for optimal results. For instance, the roots of trees, the antlers and bones of animals, jade, and various rare treasures from nature yield better effects. Quality is also essential. If the object is too heavy, it cannot be moved. At Lin Zun's current level of cultivation, he can only control items weighing no more than 10 pounds. The quantity is unlimited, but the total weight must not exceed 10 pounds. Otherwise, he risks losing control. Lin Zun swayed slightly, and in his grasp appeared 4 desert eagles. He contemplated imbuing these firearms with spiritual energy. However, each desert eagle weighed approximately 2 kilograms. Thus he could only enhance 2 of them. As he executed his intentions, 2 desert eagles soared into the air, completing a graceful arc before descending before him. Their barrels pointed ominously forward. With but a thought, these 2 weapons could unleash their fury, annihilating any adversaries that dared to confront him. Henceforth, these firearms could be regarded as magical artifacts. Items infused with spiritual energy by a true practitioner are referred to as magical artifacts. As more magical artifacts are enhanced, they have the potential to evolve into magical treasures, wielding even greater power. Consequently, adept practitioners often select materials imbued with spirituality, such as jade or peach wood, to serve as magical artifacts, nurturing them over time into formidable treasures. Yet, Lin Zun was different. His singular pursuit was power, and thus he opted for firearms. In this manner, he commanded 4 guns, 2 in hand and 2 in the air. The 2 desert eagles could already cause considerable disarray among blood-changing warriors. What might 4 achieve? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Zun's strength had ascended another notch. Bullets, too, could be imbued with spiritual energy. Lin Zun pondered the possibility that the bullets he fired could injure blood-swapping warriors. What if he were to imbue them with spirit? To allow them to soar even faster? To enable them to curve midair? Just the thought of it filled Lin Zun with immense excitement. Lin Zun swiftly took action, retrieving 10 bullets, each imbued with spiritual energy, transforming them into magical artifacts. He then ventured into the other world and aimed at a colossal tree 10 zhang away, firing a shot. The bullet surged forth with a resounding bang. Under his mastery, the bullet not only exited the barrel but continued to accelerate. The initial velocity of the Desert Eagle's bullet was 400 meters per second. However, under his command, it astonishingly increased to 800 meters per second, nearly matching that of a Barrett rifle. If the distance were greater, it could have accelerated even further. The bullet struck the massive tree, piercing a hole through it, and eventually embedding itself into the wall behind. Goodness! Lin Zun exclaimed in astonishment. The power of that shot was already comparable to that of a Barrett. Moreover, he could simultaneously control 4 Desert Eagles, effectively wielding the might of 4 Barretts against his foes. What martial artist could withstand such an onslaught? Contemplating further, he pondered the implications of imbuing Barrett bullets with spiritual energy. Lin Zun dared not contemplate further, yet his heart swelled with unparalleled excitement. Chapter 62. For every citizen of mine you slay, I shall take the life of one of yours. At that moment, Xiao Chui rushed over in a flurry. Young master, the governor has sent word that the Daliang army is approaching once more, and he requests your assistance at the city gates. Lin Zun nodded and replied, no problem. I shall arrive shortly. With the elevation of his divine cultivation to the realm of an out-of-body true being, the sense of crisis that once lingered in Lin Zun's heart had dissipated. The Daliang army had arrived, providing an opportune moment to test his newly acquired strength. Lin Zun returned to his room, lifting 2 boxes as he made his way outside. The little princess arrived at the doorway, her expression tinged with concern as she implored, Brother Lin, please ensure your safe return. Lin Zun gently patted her small head, reassuring her, rest assured, as long as the innate forces do not intervene. The mere army of the great Liang poses no threat to me. Remain at home with peace of mind. I shall return swiftly. The little princess waved delicately in farewell. Upon exiting, Lin Xiaofeng also arrived, and the 2 of them took a carriage towards the city gate. Governor Lu Tianbao had been waiting anxiously at the city gate. Upon seeing Lin Zun approach with a spear in hand, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and greeted him with a smile. Young Master Lin, you have finally arrived. Governor, what is the current situation? Lin Zun inquired. The governor, his expression grave, replied, I have just received word that the great Liang army is approaching once more, this time in significant numbers, approximately 10,000 strong, currently positioned 10 miles outside the city. They shall arrive within the hour. It seems they are indeed well prepared. Lin Zun remarked confidently. However, rest assured, Governor, I shall ensure they come with intentions but leave with none. But they number 10,000. The governor exclaimed, fear evident in his voice. Lin Zun smiled calmly and remarked, sometimes, the number of people does not determine victory or defeat. After reassuring the governor, he opened the box and proceeded to imbue the bullets with spiritual energy. Preparing for the impending battle, other clan leaders also arrived with their martial artists, united in purpose, ready to confront the imminent war. An hour swiftly passed, and the army of De Liang finally reached the city gates. Although they numbered only 10,000, which seemed few, their sheer presence was overwhelming. A vast sea of humanity amassed, causing a shiver down the spine of those who beheld it. Moreover, these were seasoned warriors. Having slaughtered their way from the border to this point, their garments soaked in the stench of blood, their murderous aura seemingly dispersing the clouds above. On the city tower, some individuals felt fear. Could we withstand such a formidable force? Fear not. With young Master Lin here, we shall prevail. Yet, they were elite troops, within a week. They had seized Qinghe Prefecture, and the ordinary city walls would hardly be a barrier. Doubts began to creep in, as many continued to voice their concerns. They involuntarily cast glances at Lin Zun, finding solace in his composed demeanor. With young Master Lin present, there was surely no cause for alarm. The onlookers observed the De Liang army, and in turn, the De Liang army scrutinized the reactions of those on the city walls. General Zhao Tianyu, astride a magnificent black steed, swept his keen gaze over the defenders, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Among these individuals, none posed a threat to him. His interest peaked only when he laid eyes on Lin Zun, but his disappointment deepened. He had expected a formidable opponent, only to find merely a novice in cultivation. Despite possessing divine weaponry, it would be of no consequence against him. Though he was not innate, he radiated formidable energy, making it nearly impossible for ordinary weapons to harm him. Victory in this battle seemed assured. With this thought, he urged his horse forward a few paces and proclaimed, I am General Zhao Tianyu of De Liang, dispatched to conquer Ditsong. You would do well to open the city gates and kneel in submission before us. Furthermore, surrender Lin Zun for punishment. Otherwise, when the city falls, it shall be your demise. His voice boomed, clearly audible even from 50 paces away, inciting chaos among the defenders. The governor, terrified, mustered his courage and retorted, silence. You are mere barbarian invaders, and it is already a transgression to invade Ditsong. To demand our submission is nothing short of a delusion. I declare today that even at the cost of our lives, neither I nor the citizens of Qinghe Prefecture will bow to you. Well said. The crowd erupted in applause, their morale bolstered. However, General Zhao Tianyu merely smiled faintly. An ant attempting to shake a tree, unaware of its own insignificance. With a casual wave, he commanded, attack the city. Yes, General. The De Liang army did not advance directly. Instead, they parted to reveal a path through which countless ragged, emaciated citizens emerged, bearing siege equipment. Driven forth towards the city walls, the defenders were horrified. These are our people. They could hardly believe that their own citizens were being driven to assault the city. A brutal tactic meant to incite internal strife. What shall we do? Seeing this, General Zhao Tianyu chuckled lightly. Though he was confident of victory, he opted for this cruel method to demoralize the enemy while simultaneously depleting their strength, two objectives achieved with one strategy. Hurry them along. We must seize Qinghe Prefecture before nightfall. Yes, General. A centurion rode forth, mercilessly whipping those who lagged behind, bellowing, move faster. One more moment of hesitation, and you will feel the consequences. After delivering several lashes, one victim lay motionless, bleeding on the ground. A young man knelt, pleading, General, please, do not harm him. My father has but one breath left. The centurion cracked his whip again. Stop feigning pity. Move, or you shall share his fate. Under such violent coercion, the citizens quickened their pace. The defenders watched in horror, their hearts filled with rage. How despicable! These fiends are worse than beasts. At that moment, the most rational response would have been to disregard the lives of the attacking citizens, yet the governor found himself unable to make that decision. For these besieging citizens were undoubtedly his own, the very people he governed. To turn against them was beyond his capacity. He turned to Lin Zun with desperation. Young Master Lin. Lin Zun's eyes blazed with fury. This was his first encounter with such brutality. The common folk had already suffered enough, and now they were being driven like cattle by those in power, used as tools to fulfill their ambitions. His wrath surged within him. Suppressing his anger, he declared, Fear not, my friends. We shall save the people and vanquish the enemy. Once they approach the city walls, I shall strike. Ensuring the De Liang army's return is impossible. As the thousands of besieging citizens gradually approached the city walls, they distanced themselves from the De Liang army. Lin Zun no longer needed to hold back. He brandished his submachine gun, unleashing a torrent of fire. His target was the soldiers of De Liang, who were driving the civilians behind the city walls. In the wake of a barrage of bullets, they were swiftly dispatched. A cheer erupted from the crowd on the city walls. Young Master Lin, what remarkable skill. In the distance, General Zhao Tianyu's gaze sharpened. This weapon indeed possessed extraordinary capabilities, akin to a rain of arrows. Any martial artist beneath the realm of cleansing marrow struck by it would surely perish, rendering it a formidable weapon on the battlefield. It appears I must take action to eliminate this individual, for once he is dealt with, the city wall shall crumble. Yet, at that moment, Lin Zun drew forth 2 desert eagles, a cold smile playing on his lips as he aimed at the distant De Liang troops. You kill my people, and I shall take your lives. Zhao Tianyu felt an uneasy premonition rise within him as he beheld the ominous black mouths of the guns. Chapter 63. The Annihilation of De Liang's Generals, an Unmatched Divine Might. Bang! Lin Zun fired a shot. A young commander to Zhao Tianyu's left was struck in the forehead, tumbling from his horse. Zhao Tianyu, taken aback, exclaimed, Commander Ding, what has happened to you? The unfortunate victim, Commander Ding Lan, had long been an unwavering companion, possessing the strength of blood transformation. Although he had only recently attained this realm, his prowess was formidable. To Zhao Tianyu's astonishment, after being shot, he fell from his steed. The general swiftly dismounted to aid Ding Lan, only to discover a gaping hole in his forehead. With blood and brain matter oozing forth, he had already succumbed to death. Bang! Lin Zun fired once more. The commander on Zhao Tianyu's right fell from his horse. Commander Wang, what has happened to you? Zhao Tianyu rushed over to inspect, only to discover that he too had been struck in the forehead, lifeless. Oh no! Zhao Tianyu clutched his chest in despair, overwhelmed by grief. These 2 men had been his most trusted confidants, bound by a profound camaraderie. He never imagined they would perish in the blink of an eye. With no time to mourn, he realized Lin Zun had fired again. Commander Qian, be cautious. He dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Commander Qian, wielding a large cleaver to intercept the oncoming bullet. To his astonishment, the projectile veered unexpectedly, circumventing his defense. Thud. The commander behind him was struck, collapsing lifelessly. Zhao Tianyu stood in bewilderment, utterly at a loss as to why such calamity had befallen them. Lin Zun burst into triumphant laughter, for he had imbued the bullets with spirit, rendering them under his command. He could make them curve at will, accelerate as desired, and strike any target he chose. With a mere pull of the trigger, the mark was guaranteed. No obstruction could thwart their path. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Zun continued to fire. The generals of the Great Liang army fell one by one, succumbing to their wounds. Zhao Tianyu desperately attempted to intervene. Yet his efforts were in vain as he could only watch helplessly as his comrades perished before his eyes. In a mere moment, all the mid-level commanders of the Great Liang army had been slain. On the city tower, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. Could it be that young Master Lin had single-handedly decimated the commanders of the Great Liang army? Even the blood warriors were taken down with a single shot? Surely, this cannot be a mere figment of our imagination. A junior official leaned towards the governor and whispered, I sense that young Master Lin seems even more formidable than before. The governor clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, This is wonderful news, indeed. With young Master Lin on our side, we are safe and sound. Our Qinghe prefecture can rest easy. At that moment, chaos ensued among the Great Liang troops, their mid-level commanders wiped out. Had it not been for the presence of the general, they might have fled in terror. All eyes turned towards General Zhao Tianyu, awaiting his command. However, Zhao Tianyu stood amidst a sea of corpses, engulfed in silence, utterly speechless, gazing upon the familiar faces that had now become lifeless. His hands and feet grew cold with despair. These were his comrades, brothers in arms who had fought alongside him for over a decade. Their sudden demise before him left him powerless and heartbroken. Anger surged within him. He loathed himself. He despised his own impotence. But most of all, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for one individual, Lin Zun. I shall kill you. Zhao Tianyu's eyes burned with fury as he grasped a 5-foot-long machete in one hand. His feet planted firmly on the ground, radiating an overwhelming aura of vengeance as he charged towards the city gate. Now it is your turn. Let us embark on this journey together. So I have a companion. Lin Zun smiled faintly, aiming both guns at Zhao Tianyu. The sound of gunfire echoed as Zhao Tianyu was already aware of the weapon's formidable power, realizing there was no escape. A faint glow emanated from his body. Not a single bullet went to waste, striking him relentlessly. However, these projectiles merely dulled the brilliance of his aura. leaving Zhao Tianyu unscathed as he continued his descent towards the city gates. Lin Zun was astonished. What was the source of the light surrounding him? How could he remain unscathed despite being shot? It must be the innate vital energy. Lin Xiaofeng elucidates. The innate vigor, a distinctive ability possessed by congenital martial artists, allows them to repel foes and serve as a formidable defense. Just now, he employed this vigor to counter your bullets. Lin Zun was taken aback. So, are you saying that Zhao Tianyu has already become an innate martial artist? Lin Xiaofeng furrowed her brow, pondering. His speed is likely only slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. If he were truly innate, he would appear before us in the blink of an eye, leaving us no opportunity to fire. Miss Lin, your words resonate profoundly. With the Desert Eagle proving ineffective, Lin Zun retrieved his cherished Barrett sniper rifle. You possess innate vital energy, do you? You believe you can withstand it? Then I shall utilize the Barrett to shatter your shell. With a resounding bang, Lin Zun pulled the trigger. As Zhao Tianyu sprinted forward, an alarm blared in his mind. Danger. Extreme peril. He immediately summoned every ounce of his innate vital energy. The bullet, propelled with lightning speed, hurtled towards Zhao Tianyu's body. With a sickening thud, it penetrated. The thin layer of vital energy surrounding him was utterly insufficient. The bullet struck his heart, creating a gaping wound from which blood erupted. Ah! He cried out in agony, clutching his bleeding chest as he came to a halt. Lin Zun was exceedingly pleased. Truly, it was the Barrett bullet. After being infused with spirit, its power had intensified. Unless one was a genuine innate warrior, anyone who dared to confront it would surely meet their demise. Lin Zun fired another shot. With a soft thud, Zhao Tianyu was struck once more. This time in the right chest, the bullet piercing through once again. Ah! Lin Zun fired continuously. In the blink of an eye, he turned Zhao Tianyu into a sieve. With a lingering gaze directed at Lin Zun atop the city tower, he slowly succumbed to the ground, lifeblood spilling profusely. The soldiers of the Great Liang army, witnessing this harrowing scene, were struck with terror. The general is dead. We must flee at once. If we do not escape, we shall lose our lives, they cried. In a frantic rush, they turned to flee, shedding armor in their desperate bid for survival. On the city walls, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. We have triumphed. We have emerged victorious. We have defended Qinghe Prefecture. Lin Zun holstered his weapon and addressed the excited crowd with a smile. Esteemed friends, allow me a moment of your attention. The enemy commanders have all been vanquished, and their soldiers are in disarray. Keeping them alive would ultimately lead to calamity. It would be far better to seize this opportunity and eliminate them entirely. What say you? The crowd was greatly stirred. Among them, a master of the marrow cleansing technique exclaimed passionately, "What young Master Lin says is entirely correct. I have hardly exerted myself in this battle and have felt a sense of guilt. Now is the perfect moment to dampen their spirits. Indeed, count me in. If I cannot engage on the battlefield, I shall take my pleasure here. Brothers, the time to achieve glory is now." The governor, too, was filled with fervor and shouted towards the city gates, "Open the gates. Pursue the Great Liang." The gates swung wide open, and an impressive throng of warriors surged forth. They returned only after a night of relentless pursuit. Judging by the smiles on their faces, it was evident that they had reaped significant rewards. Lin Zun did not pursue the hunt for his enemies. Firstly, he lacked the leisure to do so, and secondly, all the generals of the Daliang army had fallen at his hands, rendering their possessions automatically his own. While he savored the fruits of his labor, he believed in sharing the spoils with others. Through these two fierce battles, Lin Zun expended a considerable amount of ammunition, yet he also accrued a significant fortune. He estimated a modest profit of approximately 50,000 taels of silver. This reflection stirred deep emotions within him. It was no wonder that throughout history, many have been drawn to war, for it presents ample opportunity for wealth. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, the harder one strives, the greater the rewards. After 3 days of such reflections, the imperial court finally took notice, dispatching a substantial force to various regions to maintain stability, prompting the Daliang army to commence their retreat. "Young Master Lin," the governor announced, "I have reported the situation of our Qinghe Prefecture. Your valorous performance in safeguarding the peace has earned you the court's commendation. However, as the conflict has not yet concluded, the rewards have yet to be dispersed and will require some time." The governor paid a visit to convey the latest developments from the imperial court to Lin Zun. Lin Zun remained indifferent to this matter. His actions were not motivated by the desire for imperial accolades, nor were they aimed at attaining nobility or official titles. Rather, they were driven by a need to honor his own conscience. Now that the affair was settled, he could relax and resume his cultivation, striving to reach the pinnacle of excellence. Cheers. Lin Zun let out a low growl, propelling himself upward with a powerful kick of his legs, soaring more than 2 meters into the air. In a breathtaking display, he executed a complete 360-degree turn and forcefully struck a tree branch as thick as an arm with his foot, snapping it asunder. He then descended gracefully, landing with a decisive elbow strike upon 4 pieces of green bricks. A series of sharp cracks resonated as these bricks, as solid as bone, shattered into fragments. Young Master Lin, proceed. Lin Xiaofeng hurled a stone ball towards him. This stone, comparable in size to a wine vat and weighing around 300 pounds, would have crushed an ordinary person. However, Lin Zun remained unfazed. He extended his hand to meet it, employing the principles of Tai Chi to absorb the impact. Cradling the stone against his chest, he then began to sway, allowing the stone to rotate within his embrace, preventing it from touching the ground. Initially, Lin Zun appeared to struggle slightly, yet gradually he steadied himself. After a minute, a thunderous roar erupted. Lin Zun removed the stone, causing the spherical rock to tumble to the ground, where it created a small crater upon impact. Lin Xiaofeng approached with applause, exclaiming joyfully, "Congratulations, young Master Lin, on the remarkable success in bone forging." Lin Zun gently wiped the sweat from his body with a towel and smiled. "Indeed, after 2 months of diligent effort, I have finally succeeded. My bones are as solid as iron, and my strength has reached a remarkable 1,000 pounds. However, Lin Xiaofeng interjected, not merely 1,000 pounds. For an ordinary bone forging practitioner, achieving such strength typically caps at 800 to 1,000 pounds. Yet, the way I just observed you effortlessly manipulating the stone sphere suggests you possess no less than 200 pounds of strength. Young Master Lin, your extraordinary talent in refining the spirit is matched only by your exceptional prowess in martial arts." Lin Zun secretly smiled, not due to any innate talent for martial arts, but rather because he later practiced the supreme technique, the Great Sun Divine Illumination Scripture. Through this transformative training, he reinforced his sinews and bones, resulting in a prowess that vastly exceeded that of ordinary martial artists. If he were to enter a meditative state and unleash the offensive techniques of the Great Sun Divine Illumination Scripture, even the most seasoned practitioners of internal cultivation would find themselves no match for him. Setting aside his weaponry and mastery of spiritual refinement, he had acquired yet another skill for self-preservation. Now, it was time to refine his internal essence. This particular realm had posed challenges for many, with numerous aspects requiring careful attention. Young Master Lin, please listen attentively, as I shall impart my methods and experiences of internal refinement to you. Thank you, Miss Lin. Lin Zun approached with a humble spirit, eager to learn. Although he possessed a top-tier cultivation technique, the experiences of others held greater significance, allowing him to avoid numerous detours. After his studies, Lin Zun returned to validate his own cultivation method, pondering it deeply. Ultimately, he concluded that this realm of cultivation posed little challenge for him. Within 3 months, he could attain a substantial mastery of the technique. Thus, Lin Zun entered a state of cultivation once more. Fortuitously, the 2 short dramas available through free channels once again bestowed upon him a wealth of resentment, an impressive -2 million resentment points. This advancement propelled him a small step forward. With the second layer of the out-of-body stage, his primordial spirit had significantly strengthened. Once merely the size of a fist, it had now grown to the size of 2 fists, becoming more solid. When he reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, it would develop to mirror his own physical form, enabling him to attempt manifesting his divine presence. The breakthrough in the realm of spirit refinement brought him the greatest advantage of enhanced power. Previously, he could only infuse 10 gene of materials with his spirit. Now, this had increased to 30 gene. This meant he could control a greater number of firearms. In terms of Desert Eagles, he could manage 7 simultaneously, in addition to the 2 in his hands, resulting in a total of 9. The potential lethality of this was truly astonishing. Moreover, his divine sense had expanded, now covering a radius of 2,000 meters. As long as he had sufficient ammunition, he could single-handedly confront thousands of troops. Even innate warriors were not beyond his reach. However, despite this newfound power, he still felt uncertain about facing innate warriors. After all, such formidable beings were extraordinarily powerful. Legends spoke of their ability to leap 100 feet, cleave mountains with a single strike, and shatter city walls with a punch. Their defenses were formidable, impervious even to crossbow bolts, comparable to human-shaped missiles. Lin Zun currently lacks even missiles. How can he fight? Therefore, I cannot afford to be arrogant just yet. I shall continue my cultivation, for there will come a day when I will surpass them. Lin Zun encouraged himself. Just as he was about to resume his training, he noticed an acquaintance swiftly approaching him. Lin Zun stepped out of the courtyard and ventured into a dimly lit alley. In the distance, Li Mei stood poised on the eaves, swiftly making her way towards his courtyard. Upon catching sight of Lin Zun, she was momentarily startled, swiftly altering her course, and gracefully descended before him like a drifting willow catkin. Lin Zun smiled and said, "Miss Li, it has been a long time. What brings you to seek me this time?" Li Mei, astonished, examined Lin Zun from head to toe and inquired, "Master Lin, have you perhaps achieved another breakthrough in your cultivation? Otherwise, how could you have sensed my presence so swiftly?" "Nay, it is merely a coincidence that I happen to be wandering about," Lin Zun replied nonchalantly. He would never willingly disclose his true prowess, for he had numerous adversaries lurking in the shadows. General Wang Zhantian and his son from Qingzhou, the soon-to-manifest lord of the Huangtian sect, and the emperor of the great Liang who held a grudge due to the little princess. Each of these foes possessed either immense strength or boundless power. He needed to conceal his abilities, biding his time to deliver a surprise when it mattered most. At the very least, he aimed to eliminate one of them before revealing his true strength. Is that so? Li Mei regarded Lin Zun with suspicion, sensing that he was not speaking the truth. There was something amiss with this fellow. "Miss Li, do enlighten me about your purpose in visiting," he urged. Chapter 65. The Lord of Huangtian to manifest early, assuming the form of the feathered serpent. "Master Lin," Li Mei continued, "I have come primarily to inform you that our sect's leader will be manifesting his divine powers next month. Should you wish to witness this event, you must prepare in advance." Lin Zun expressed his astonishment. Was it not stated that it would be 2 months later? According to the original plan, that was indeed the case. However, circumstances have changed, necessitating an earlier timeline. Why is that? Is it not because of you? Me? Lin Zun was taken aback as he pointed at himself. Li Mei cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "Is it not due to your earlier display of prowess on the city walls, where you vanquished the Daliang army? The Disong forces seized the opportunity to pursue relentlessly, resulting in the disarray and retreat of the Daliang troops. The situation has become exceedingly unfavorable for our sect. The sect leader is concerned about the potential failure of the divine manifestation and has opted to expedite matters." "Ah, now I understand," Lin Zun nodded, realizing that he was indeed implicated in this predicament. The leader of the Huangtian sect had initially intended to leverage the chaos of war to capture the court's attention, thereby seizing the opportunity to expand the sect and amass 1,000,000 incense offerings for divine refinement and manifestation. However, his interference had turned the tides against Daliang. Once the Daliang issue was resolved, the court would swiftly redirect its focus towards him. Thus, the timing for the divine manifestation had to be advanced. Li Mei further advised, "Young Master Lin, you have already thwarted the leader's plans twice. He harbors deep resentment towards you. Should the divine manifestation succeed, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. It would be prudent for you to conceal yourself for the time being, as long as the Green Hills remain. One need not fear a lack of firewood." Lin Zun once again expressed his gratitude for Li Mei's kindness. "In the past, when I was unable to leave my corporeal form, you advised me to hide. Now that I have transcended, you still suggest I conceal myself. Does that not render my transcendence futile? However, to contend with the leader of the Huangtian sect, we must devise a long-term strategy. The opponent is a master on the verge of enlightenment, and although I am of a similar realm, he has immersed himself in this level for many years, undoubtedly possessing a deeper foundation and more diverse techniques. Conventional methods will prove ineffective against him. Even if I wield a firearm, it seems of little use. I may be discovered the moment I draw near. It appears I must acquire something more formidable." Lin Zun contemplated artillery, various forms of it, such as rocket launchers, howitzers, cannons, and mortars. These instruments of destruction possess the capability to kill from afar, exhibiting astounding power. A single round can obliterate a house. Moreover, these projectiles are often fired in rapid succession, delivering a barrage of overwhelming firepower. Lin Zun could hardly believe it. Under such a relentless barrage of attacks, one could hardly survive. However, this conventional means would undoubtedly be unattainable. As for unconventional methods, acquiring one would likely prove equally challenging. This time, he had no intention of purchasing it. In the Shan state of southwest Huaxia, where warlords held sway and battles were frequent, He refused to believe that artillery was absent. Although the region was fraught with chaos and peril, he had already transcended to a higher realm. What harm could there be in venturing forth? Lin Zun refrained from taking impulsive actions and first sought to investigate the situation online. Furthermore, he dedicated time to learn the proper use of artillery shells. After all, it would be rather comical if he were to obtain the shells only to be unable to utilize them properly and end up harming himself. At that moment, Qin Mingyue sent a message via WeChat. Your scenes are about to commence. Filming begins in a couple of days. When will you be available to come over? Lin Zun pondered for a moment and replied, So soon? Hasn't it just begun? Qin Mingyue responded, Isn't this what you requested, boss? You wish for a swift release. So I must prioritize filming your scenes first, followed by the special effects. All of this requires time. Lin Zun suddenly realized that throughout the entire film, he was the one who required the most special effects. Therefore, it would be prudent to film his scenes first, allowing ample time to dedicate to the visual effects. Lin Zun, no problem. I have free time these 2 days. Qin Mingyue, then let us meet tomorrow. I will send you the time and place later. Let us not miss each other. On the second day, Lin Zun arrived at the studio and encountered Qin Mingyue. She appeared radiant, bustling about early in the morning, directing the camera positions while also coaching the young actors. Upon spotting Lin Zun, her eyes lit up, and with her long legs, she swiftly approached him in just a few strides, playfully patting his shoulder like a friend. Good morning, wealthy patron. Lin Zun furrowed his brows, remarking, This title is rather cliché. Could we perhaps choose another? Then what would you prefer I call you, dear benefactor? Lin Zun, with utmost seriousness, remarked, This title is acceptable. However, it would be even better if you could omit the first 2 characters. Go to hell. You're taking advantage of me. Qin Mingyue retaliated with a punch. The entire crew turned their curious gazes towards them. Who is this man, daring enough to publicly tease Director Qin? Yet, it seemed that Director Qin was not angered at all. Come, everyone gather around. I wish to introduce someone. Qin Mingyue exclaimed, clapping her hands loudly. The crowd promptly assembled. Pointing at Lin Zun, Qin Mingyue introduced, This handsome gentleman before you is none other than the principal investor of our film, as well as the illustrious actor portraying the feathered serpent god, Lin Zun. Let us give him a warm round of applause. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. No one had anticipated that their esteemed investor would be so youthful and strikingly handsome. Even more surprising was the revelation that he was indeed the embodiment of the feathered serpent god. Lin Zun greeted them with a warm smile. At that moment, a young actor, captivated by Lin Zun's striking beauty, nervously spoke up, Hello, Mr. Lin. Although this is our first encounter, you seem remarkably familiar. I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. Another actor chimed in. Now that you mention it, I too find you quite recognizable. Indeed, echoed a third. I sense a familiarity, and my knees seem to ache a bit. Qin Mingyue burst into laughter. Of course you find him familiar. Let me enlighten you. He is the one who portrayed the ancestor of the Zhao family in the short drama The Dragon King's Return to Avenge. It all makes sense now, doesn't it? The crowd suddenly understood. So that's who he is. No wonder he looks so familiar. Yes, it's no surprise that upon seeing him, my knees began to twinge. Mr. Lin, I truly admire the characters you've portrayed. Would you be so kind as to give me your autograph? The gathering consisted of aspiring young actors, most of whom were relatively unknown, while Lin Zun stood out as a prominent figure among them. Hence, their excitement upon seeing him was palpable. Qin Mingyue swiftly ushered them away. All right, enough of this. We need to prepare for the shoot. You all go rehearse your lines, while I take our esteemed producer for makeup. Lin Zun corrected. You just said 2 extra words. Are you trying to provoke me? Hurry and follow me. Lin Zun was ushered into the dressing room for makeup. An hour later, the makeup was complete. Lin Zun gazed into the mirror, and the first impression the makeup imparted was one of exquisite beauty. His visage had been adorned with a layer of white foundation, softening the angles of his features, while flecks of luminescence danced upon his skin. Observing his facial contours alone, one could easily mistake him for a woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that. The second impression this makeup left was one of enchantment. His lips were painted a deep blue, his eyebrows similarly tinted, and atop his head rested a cascade of blue wig, flowing like a waterfall. Moreover, he adorned a serpent-shaped crown, and the exposed areas of his neck and arms were embellished with scales reminiscent of serpents. The overall effect rendered him androgynous, a captivating blend of beauty and allure. Chapter 66. The Fiery Fury of the Feathered Serpent. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Qin Mingyue stood behind Lin Zun, patting his shoulder with a smile. Clearly pleased with the makeup design she had crafted specifically for him. Lin Zun gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "It looks quite good. The aesthetics are on point. Of course, my years of experience as a director have not been in vain. Now, let us prepare to commence filming. Allow me to share some insights about the play with you." Lin Zun's role is rather straightforward. He awakens from the coffin that seals him and then engages in a fierce battle with the protagonists who have arrived. Throughout this process, he utters not a single word, for he is the feathered serpent god, an ancient deity who scorns communication with mortals. There are no complex action sequences required. A mere wave of his hand, a few evasive movements, or a spin while suspended on wires suffices, with the remainder left to special effects. Thus, the expressiveness of your gaze is of utmost importance. All your emotions, such as anger, fury, and disdain, must be conveyed through your eyes. Moreover, there is the element of murderous intent. Qin Mingwei became animated. Your aura of menace is truly unparalleled. I have scoured the entire entertainment industry and found no one like you. Therefore, you must showcase this well. It is the highlight of our film. Lin Zun nodded. Very well, no problem. Just recently, I eliminated a few hundred individuals. And the atmosphere is thick with the aura of slaughter, ensuring that you will experience it thoroughly. However, I am feeling a bit uneasy at the moment. Could you possibly demonstrate it for me? Of course, it is no trouble at all. Lin Zun's gaze sharpened, and then he commanded with a fierce glare, "Kneel." Qin Mingyue fell to her knees before Lin Zun with a thud, her mind swirling with questions. Lin Zun quickly apologized. "I am sincerely sorry. I was accustomed to performing that way." Qin Mingyue, initially filled with trepidation, soon expressed her excitement. "It is perfectly fine. This is precisely the effect I desire. Just perform like that later." Lin Zun awkwardly remarked, "I am aware, but could you please stand up to speak?" Qin Mingyue replied, "Once all preparations are complete, we shall commence filming. Initially, there will be a series of simple shots to help Lin Zun acclimate. For instance, a scene where he awakens from the coffin, slowly opening his eyes. Another scene depicts him standing upon the altar, facing away from the multitude. Lin Zun's performance was truly commendable. Qin Mingyue secretly applauded, exclaiming how splendid it was. He portrayed the image of a deity, noble, proud, and imperious, with remarkable finesse. He was undoubtedly a natural talent for acting. Had Lin Zun been privy to her thoughts, he would have informed her that it was far from mere acting. As an extraordinary being, he embodied a deity traversing the mortal realm. Even if the feathered serpent god himself were to appear, he might very well be vanquished by Lin Zun. The next scene was pivotal, as the main cast prepared to confront the feathered serpent god. Follow the instructions I just provided. Ensure your movements and positions are precise. Qin Mingyue instructed. Understood, Director Qin. The ensemble responded in unison. That is good to hear. Additionally, Qin Mingyue contemplated before adding, "Be prepared. Do not let fear overwhelm you." The main cast was left bewildered by her words. What could possibly frighten them? However, they soon comprehended the essence of Qin Mingyue's caution. As she called out action, Lin Zun's gaze swiftly turned cold and indifferent, an aura of terrifying murderous intent sweeping through the surroundings. The entire crew was affected, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The main cast felt the most impact, unable to stand, collapsing onto the ground, their faces as pale as parchment. What a terrifying aura of murder. Is this truly something a human can portray? I lack even the courage to draw my sword against him. Qin Mingyue called for a halt. Clearly, the earlier performance of the main cast had not met her expectations. Lin Zun retracted his murderous aura, and Qin Mingyue rushed over, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you all? Why aren't you taking action? You simply collapsed, not moving an inch. How can this performance continue?" Director Qin, it's primarily that Lin's gaze was utterly terrifying. The moment he looked at me, I felt all my strength drain away. Indeed, that stare is truly fearsome, even more so than my spouse. Director Qin, could we possibly take a moment to regroup? Qin Mingyue understood that this situation could not be blamed on the actors. She decided to allow them a brief respite before resuming. However, after several attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. Lin Zun took the initiative to propose reducing the intensity of his aura of menace so that the film could proceed smoothly. However, Qin Mingyue disagreed vehemently. A remarkable film must possess memorable elements that linger in the minds of the audience, providing it with the potential for great commercial success. You are my selling point, and thus, I cannot permit you to underperform. Ultimately, they resorted to a shot-by-shot approach for filming. This meant that Lin Zun and the main cast were filmed in separate frames. Lin Zun performed his scenes independently, while the main cast did the same. with no interference between them. In the end, the footage would be edited together to create a cohesive sequence. Thus, the filming proceeded successfully. After that day's shoot, Lin Zun felt invigorated and utterly unwearied. In contrast, the crew members were all exhausted and panting heavily, for working under Lin Zun's oppressive aura was incredibly taxing. Akin to stepping into an industrial park on the southwestern border, where one constantly feared for their very livelihood. Mr. Lin, how is your acting so exceptional? That aura of menace feels utterly authentic, someone inquired. Just kill a few more people. This was the truth. However, the truth often remains unspoken. And so Lin Zun offered a piece of motivational wisdom. Practice makes perfect. Observe, train, and reflect. Realization dawned upon the others. At that moment, Lin Zun received a WeChat message. Xiao Weiwei, are you filming at the movie base? Lin Zun, how do you know? Xiao Weiwei, I am also filming here. I believe I just saw you. Do you have a moment? Could you do me a favor? Lin Zun, what is it that keeps you so occupied? Xiao Weiwei, the investor of my film is relentlessly pursuing me, like an incessant adhesive plaster. No matter how I try, I cannot shake him off. This evening, he has even invited me to dinner, along with the entire crew, under the pretext of discussing the film. I find it difficult to decline. Could you possibly pretend to be my boyfriend to dissuade him? Lin Zun, beautiful lady, this tactic is rather outdated. If you wish to pursue me, simply express it directly without beating around the bush. Xiao Weiwei, what are you talking about? I am speaking the truth. Clenching fist. Lin Zun, then why is it me? Can't you find someone else? Xiao Weiwei, no one else will do. Lin Zun, why? Are you feeling shy? Xiao Weiwei, what are you daydreaming about? Among all the people I know, you hold the most power and influence, so you shouldn't fear him. Moreover, you possess a kind heart and are always eager to help others. The most crucial aspect is that you are so handsome. Lin Zun, Xiao Weiwei, please do me this favor, and in return, I shall prepare a sumptuous feast to reward you. I beg of you. The little cat rolls on the ground in a plea for help. Lin Zun, alas, I truly find myself at a loss with you. As Brother Jie removes his glasses. Lin Zun, time, location. Chapter 67. Young lady, please exercise restraint. I sell my art, not my body. As Lin Zun stepped out of the film studio, he immediately spotted Xiao Weiwei. She was adorned in a sun hat, sunglasses, and a mask, her long sleeves offering complete protection, presenting a fully armed appearance. Nevertheless, Lin Zun recognized her at once, for her skin was exceptionally fair, glowing amidst the crowd and drawing numerous gazes. She noticed Lin Zun as well. Although he too wore a mask, she still recognized him and excitedly waved her hand. Over here. I am here. Lin Zun approached with a beaming smile. The two stood side by side, a perfect match of talent and beauty, drawing considerable attention. Xiao Weiwei gestured towards the nearby hotel and whispered, we dine there. The owner and the crew members have already gone up. I stayed behind to wait for you. Please make your performance more convincing later, and avoid any blunders. Lin Zun made a gesture indicating 0K. No problem, I am a professional. All right. Now place your hand on my waist. Lin Zun's expression instantly changed. Miss, please maintain your dignity. I offer my talents, not my body. Xiao Weiwei lightly punched him. Her voice laced with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? Those people may be watching us from upstairs. So we must commence our performance immediately and not let them see through our act. Lin Zun, skeptical, asked, really? Do you have no ulterior motives? Xiao Weiwei retorted with indignation. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for, you big man? With the conversation reaching such a critical point, Lin Zun, if he hesitated any longer, would not be acting like a true gentleman. He extended his hand, gently resting it upon Xiao Weiwei's soft, slender waist, and then pulled her towards him. Xiao Weiwei's entire body leaned in like a doll, her complexion slightly flushed, and her body trembled ever so slightly. Lin Zun felt somewhat speechless. This woman was truly sensitive. Just a gentle touch could elicit such a reaction. How would they continue to act in the future? Noting the peculiar gaze from Lin Zun, Xiao Weiwei's face flushed even deeper. Fortunately, her mask concealed her embarrassment. Lowering her head, she shyly suggested, let us hurry upstairs. All right. The two of them then proceeded into the hotel, resembling a couple. Under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at an opulent private room. Lin Zun surveyed the room and observed that the round table was nearly filled with young individuals who appeared somewhat reserved, engaging in little conversation. These must be members of the production crew, although Lin Zun did not know them personally. He had seen them around the film base and had mentally noted their presence in a single sweep of his consciousness. In the entire private room, only one middle-aged man with a balding head and a beer belly was animatedly holding forth, his words flying from his lips. This individual was likely an investor, for such is the demeanor of those who finance projects. Upon their entrance, all eyes instinctively turned towards them. Xiao Weiwei and Lin Zun simultaneously removed their masks. Then, with a hint of shyness and sweetness, Xiao Weiwei embraced Lin Zun's arm and introduced him to the group. "This is my boyfriend, Lin Zun. We had planned to watch a movie together today, but a last-minute dinner engagement came up, and I didn't want to break our plans, so I brought him along." The crowd stared in astonishment at Lin Zun, before their gazes collectively shifted towards the bald middle-aged man, whose expression darkened visibly, almost in real time. Lin Zun was accustomed to such scenes. He smiled naturally and said, "Hello everyone, I am Lin Zun, Xiao Weiwei's boyfriend. I've been quite busy lately and haven't had the chance to visit the set. I truly appreciate all of your care." The bald man clapped his hands, a forced smile on his face, and said, "Welcome, very welcome. Please, both of you take a seat." Lin Zun, with remarkable composure, expressed his gratitude and led Xiao Weiwei to 2 vacant seats. Exhibiting utmost gentlemanly manners, he graciously pulled out a chair for Xiao Weiwei to sit first before taking his own seat. Subsequently, Xiao Weiwei introduced Lin Zun to the others. Lin Zun's foresight proved accurate. The bald, beer-bellied man was indeed the investor, surnamed Jean Fulai. He had originally made his fortune as a contractor, later amassing a wealth exceeding 100 million through project bids. However, with the current downturn in real estate, he ventured into investing in film projects. The others present were merely crew members, lacking any notable fame. Thus I shall refrain from further introductions, as he beheld the woman he coveted most. Engaging intimately with a strikingly handsome man, Jean Fulai felt a surge of discomfort and jealousy. He inquired, "Mr. Lin, you are truly a promising young talent. Where do you hold your esteemed position?" This question was laced with a subtle trap. By asking where he held his position, it elevated Lin Zun's status, making it difficult for him to respond modestly. For a young man with a strong sense of vanity, the tendency would be to boast. Yet, the compliment about his youth served as a veiled reminder that his abilities and status might not align. A poorly crafted response could leave him vulnerable to ridicule. In response, Lin Zun merely smiled, exuding calmness as he replied, "I am currently unemployed." "What? You have no job?" Jean Fulai's voice rose several decibels in surprise. Xiao Weiwei, flustered, interjected, "My boyfriend is only 20. It is perfectly normal for him not to have a job. Besides, he is not truly without work. He is an actor, performing in short plays and the like, and quite renowned." "Oh, I had no idea, Mr. Lin, that you are an actor. Yet, I cannot recall any roles you have played," Jean Fulai remarked, furrowing his brow in skepticism. Lin Zun waved his hand dismissively, remarking that they were merely insignificant figures, unworthy of mention. "Is that so?" Jean Fu glanced at Xiao Weiwei and spoke with a provocative tone. "However, Weiwei claims that you are quite renowned." Weiwei is young and naive. She might have been easily swayed by a few words. Yet, I, as her friend, cannot take this lightly. Lin Zun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Very well, let me assist you in recollecting. Perhaps it will jog your memory." Jean Fulai, taken aback, leaned back in astonishment. "Oh, how do you intend to help me remember?" Lin Zun fixed his gaze upon Jean Fulai, his eyes narrowing as he bellowed, "Kneel." Jean Fulai, his corpulent form quivering, surprisingly pushed aside the chair behind him and fell to his knees with a thud. Jean Fulai, bewildered, murmured, "Huh?" The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow!" Amidst the collective shock, Jean Fulai found himself engulfed in confusion. "Who am I? Where am I? Why am I kneeling before him?" Those nearby hurried to assist Jean Fulai to his feet. Lin Zun seized the opportunity to inquire, "General Jean, have you recalled anything?" Jean Fulai replied awkwardly, "I still cannot seem to remember." Lin Zun felt a surge of excitement. "Allow me to help you recall." Jean Fulai was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. No. There's no need. I'll check it myself later. No trouble for you." At that moment, Xiao Weiwei's explanation finally arrived. "My boyfriend is indeed an actor. He plays the role of the Zhao family's ancestor in this year's most popular short drama, The Return of the Dragon King. The villain who often commands others to kneel with just a single punch." Everyone suddenly understood. So it's him. No wonder he seemed so familiar. In this short drama, The character of the Zhao family's ancestor left a profound impression on me. He made me kneel over a dozen times. I wasn't even that enthusiastic during grave visits. Wei, did you fall in love through acting? Upon learning that Lin Zun was a renowned actor, the atmosphere became lively. Only Jean Fulai's gaze towards Lin Zun turned wary. This fellow seems a bit sinister. He won't be easy to deal with. Chapter 68. It's all right. I won't accuse you of harassment. I never imagined Mr. Lin would already be so famous. My ignorance is truly regrettable. I shall drink to that. Jean Fulai raised his glass and, after taking a sip, casually remarked, Mr. Lin, since you have achieved such fame, your remuneration must be quite substantial, right? Please don't misunderstand. My inquiry holds no ulterior motives. I merely wish to gauge the market, as I too have entered this industry and seek references for future investments. Truthfully, he was well aware that the pay for short drama actors was not particularly high. Ordinary extras earned about 100 a day, working over 12 hours with hardly any time to rest. Regular leads might earn a bit more, around 1,000 to 3,000 a day. More recognized short drama actors could earn between 800 to 10,000 a day, rarely exceeding 20,000. Comparatively, this remuneration paled in comparison to that of actors in the entertainment industry. His intention in asking was to coax Lin Zun into revealing his shortcomings, aiming to ridicule him and elevate his own status. Look, after all that hard work, you only earn around 100,000. Meanwhile, I casually invest over 1 million. Even tens of millions. Doesn't that make me far more impressive than a minor actor like you? Confronted by Jean Fulai's cunning gaze, Lin Zun blinked in confusion. Remuneration? I don't have any. What do you mean you don't? Jean Fulai questioned. Acting always comes with compensation. Seated beside him, Qiao Weiwei embraced Lin Zun's arm and chimed in with a smile. Mr. Jean, my man truly has no remuneration. The company that produced that short drama belongs to his brother, and he holds shares in the company, so he performed for free. Jean Fulai enlightened. Ah, that makes sense. He must have earned quite a bit then. Indeed, he garnered a substantial profit. Chimed in a young director nearby. I've been following that short drama. It exploded upon market release, receiving rave reviews and countless views. To date, the combined revenue of both parts of the series has approached 200 million. Jean Fulai was astonished. A mere short drama has managed to earn so much? Lin Zun humbly remarked, it's not that significant. Mr. Jean, as a businessman, you should recognize that cash flow and profit are two distinct matters. There are times when cash flow is robust, yet the profit may not necessarily be high. Our short drama operates similarly. Most of the revenue is allocated towards promotion and marketing, which are expenses and costs that must be deducted. Ultimately, we have only earned 40 million. From this amount, taxes, salaries, rent, and various other expenses must be paid, leaving us with merely 30 million. Consequently, after sharing with my brothers, my personal earnings amount to just 15 million. Jean Fulai could not help but feel moved, exclaiming, that is still a considerable sum. Having previously worked in construction, he had tirelessly run about, earning only 15 million after years of hard work. In contrast, Lin Zun seemed to have earned the same amount in merely 2 months by shooting 2 short dramas, which made Jean Fulai feel a pang of jealousy, who claimed that short drama actors do not earn a fortune. If anyone dares to say so, I shall not hesitate to confront them. If Jean Fulai was astonished, what of the others? They had merely regarded Lin Zun as a moderately famous actor, never imagining he was, in fact, a wealthy magnate, having become a millionaire through just 2 short dramas. Mr. Lin, you are truly remarkable. In comparison, I feel as if I have lived like a dog. Amidst the crowd's praises, Lin Zun remained grounded, displaying an air of composure and indifference to fame and fortune. You are also easily dazzled by just over 10 million. If I were to reveal my entire fortune, I wonder how you would react? Wait a moment. Xiaowei, what kind of gaze is that? Your performance is somewhat exaggerated. Jean Fulai observed the crowd's obsequious expressions, then turned to see the woman he admired looking at Lin Zun with awe. Feeling somewhat defeated, he scratched his nose, sensing that he was at a disadvantage. This rival, not only younger and more handsome but also affluent, was difficult to compete with. However, he reassured himself that he was a seasoned entrepreneur, capable of bearing both gains and losses. Lifting his glass, he solemnly declared, Mr. Lin, you truly possess remarkable talent at such a young age. I, Jean, hold the utmost admiration for individuals like you. Allow me to toast to you. Lin Zun also raised his glass, saying to you, Mr. Jean. After finishing his drink, Jean Fulai toasted once more. I was blind to your greatness earlier. Allow me to raise another glass to you. Lin Zun raised his glass once more, saying, Mr. Jin, a toast to you. After finishing, he poured another cup. Thus, one cup followed another, with Jin Fulai always finding a reason to drink. Gritting his teeth in silence, he thought, if I cannot outdo you, I shall drink you under the table. I refuse to believe that this fresh-faced newcomer can surpass me, a seasoned veteran of the drinking scene. Lin Zun, ever welcoming, was a transcendent being, a master of bone forging. Such trivial libations posed no challenge to him. By the end of the revelry, Lin Zun remained unperturbed. While Jin Fulai was thoroughly intoxicated, his face flushed and his eyes sparkling with dazed brilliance. He swayed unsteadily, waving his hand, exclaiming, I am inebriated. I can drink no more. Lin Zun provocatively remarked, Mr. Jin, are you not up to the challenge? How can a man falter in such matters? Jin Fuk, unexpectedly stirred by the taunt, lifted his chin and bellowed, Lin Zun, let us continue our drinking. If I cannot incapacitate you today, I shall take your surname. With a resounding clink, they downed 2 more bottles of white liquor, until finally, Jin Fuk could no longer endure and collapsed onto the table, rendered unconscious. With the prominent investor now incapacitated, the gathering naturally came to an end. Moments later, Lin Zun and Xiao Weiwei strolled along the desolate and tranquil street, attempting to dissipate the lingering scent of alcohol. Suddenly, Xiao Weiwei halted, turned to gaze at Lin Zun's face, and earnestly expressed, Lin Zun, I truly appreciate your support today. From this year onward, he should no longer trouble me. Lin Zun smiled faintly and said, for me, it is a trivial matter. If he remains unrepentant, just let me know, and I shall impart a small lesson that will ensure he remembers it for a lifetime, never daring to approach you again. Xiao Weiwei expressed her gratitude once more, lowering her head as she continued forward, a hint of melancholy in her tone as she remarked, the entertainment industry is precisely like this. Those investors either seek wealth or desire allure. In the past, I was unwilling to compromise, which led to my swift decline. Now that I have regained my popularity, they have once again set their sights on me. It is exceedingly difficult for a woman to navigate this path. Lin Zun felt a pang of compassion and sighed, Weiwei, you must have endured considerable hardships over the years, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Weiwei's heart ached, and she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. She was not afraid of hardship. What she dreaded was the lack of understanding that often accompanied it. At that moment, Lin Zun halted, gazing at Xiao Weiwei earnestly, and said, if you truly feel like crying, then let it out. My shoulder is here for you to lean on. A wave of emotion washed over Xiao Weiwei. Despite his usual frivolity, this man proved to be reliable in critical moments. Should I embrace him? Even if just for a moment? After a brief pause, Lin Zun added with a grin, it's all right. I promise I won't accuse you of harassment. Just go to hell. Xiao Weiwei retorted, playfully striking him with a fist. Then, with a smile blossoming on her lips, she boldly leaped into his arms. Lin Zun felt the soft warmth of jade in his embrace, momentarily stunned. What was intended as a mere jest had unexpectedly turned into a genuine embrace. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from within his arms. Don't move. I am so tired. Allow me to rest for a while. And do not overthink it. This is merely a hug between friends. Lin Zun smiled reassuringly, rest assured, I won't misunderstand. With a firm embrace, the two held each other tightly. Chapter 69. I am to portray Xiao Weiwei's father. Initially, it was thought that the matter concerning Jin Fulai had come to a close. However, the following day, Xiao Weiwei called to inform him that Jin Fulai had torn up the contract and withdrawn his investment. Lin Zun was somewhat bewildered. Could it possibly be because of us? On the other end of the line, Xiao Weiwei sighed with resignation. Indeed, it is due to our circumstances. This morning, when he came to withdraw his investment, he candidly stated that he had invested in this production solely to pursue me. With no hope left, it is only natural for him to retract his funds. Furthermore, after hearing about your recent success in the short drama market, he is eager to try his hand at it as well. A significant player in the industry. Yet he cannot handle the game. Lin Zun cursed inwardly. Xiao Weiwei forced a smile. Yes, who would have imagined he would be so direct? Not even putting on a facade. Now, with the funds withdrawn, the entire production has come to a standstill. In fact, I called for another reason. Hoping you might consider taking over this project. Huh? You want me to invest? Lin Zun was taken aback. Xiao Weiwei quickly interjected. Listen to me. I have read the script, and it is truly remarkable, with a plot full of twists and turns that captivates the heart. This is why I chose to participate in this web series. Moreover, since joining the crew, I have found that everyone involved is dedicated to their craft. The actors are diligently perfecting their roles, while the screenwriters work tirelessly to refine the storyline and dialogue. The director is the most burdened, meticulously overseeing every detail. Working from dawn until dusk, practically living at the studio. This is an exceptionally excellent web series. If you invest in it, not only will you avoid losses, but you will also have the potential to earn substantial profits. Lin Zun appeared contemplative. Please provide me with a brief overview of the storyline. This is a 16-episode online crime drama entitled The Net Titans, which revolves around 3 protagonists solving cases together. Among them, Xiao Weiwei plays the role of a female forensic expert, while the other 2 young actors portray brilliant detectives. This series is devoid of romantic entanglements, focusing solely on the intricacies of crime solving, rendering it quite intense. The narrative begins with the female forensic expert, who, in her childhood, experienced the abrupt disappearance of her mother, leaving no trace behind, a haunting regret that has lingered throughout her life. Driven by the desire to uncover her mother's fate, whether alive or deceased, she dedicates herself to her studies and eventually becomes a forensic expert, leveraging her connections within the police force to investigate the matter. After an exhaustive inquiry, she discovers the heart-wrenching truth: her mother has perished at the hands of her father. Overwhelmed by the betrayal of her mother's infidelity, her father, who had harbored deep affection for her, succumbed to irrationality and committed the unthinkable act of murder, subsequently concealing the evidence with meticulous care. For years, he managed to keep this dark secret hidden until ultimately it is unraveled by his own daughter. This web series masterfully weaves together elements of crime, love, familial bonds, and betrayal, creating a narrative that is both tumultuous and captivating. Lin Zun, after hearing this, found himself immensely intrigued. He expressed a desire to explore further, but insisted on reviewing the actual script first. Approximately an hour later, Lin Zun arrived at the set of The Net Titans. Perhaps due to Jean Fulai's recent withdrawal of funding, the cast and crew appeared despondent, lacking the enthusiasm to continue filming. At that moment, Xiao Weiwei entered alongside Lin Zun. Curious glances were exchanged among the crew, and the director inquired, "Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" With a smile, Xiao Weiwei replied, "Director Wang, I just shared a brief synopsis of our show with Lin Zun, and he expressed great interest. Hence, he came to take a look. Should he find it satisfactory, he may consider investing." The director's eyes lit up with excitement, his breath quickening as he exclaimed, "Really? Mr. Lin, are you willing to invest in our production?" All present turned their hopeful gazes towards him. Lin Zun stated directly, "Let me first review the script. If it is satisfactory, I shall consider taking it on." "Certainly. Please come in. I will fetch the script for you right away." Moments later, Lin Zun received the script and began to peruse it swiftly. The storyline aligned closely with what Xiao Weiwei had described. It exhibited a coherent logic, meticulously crafted dialogue, and an emotionally gripping narrative. A truly commendable script. Provided the production team executes it properly, generating profit should pose no challenge. Indeed, this script is impressive. I am willing to invest. "Really?" the director exclaimed with excitement, springing up and firmly grasping Lin Zun's hand. "I cannot express enough gratitude, Mr. Lin. You have rendered us a tremendous service." "Thank you. We are immensely grateful." Lin Zun smiled gently. "Hold your gratitude for a moment. I have a request." "What request? Speak." The director's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This web series was of paramount importance to him, a work he had meticulously crafted with great care. He would not allow anyone to meddle with it. If the request involved trivial matters, he could acquiesce. However, should it impact the quality of the series, he would not yield. Lin Zun then stated, "My request is to portray Xiao Weiwei's father." Xiao Weiwei responded, My apologies, I misspoke just now." Lin Zun clarified, "I wish to portray the father of the female forensic doctor in the play, depicting his youthful appearance." The director blinked in confusion. "Why would you choose to play this role? It has very little screen time and limited scope for performance. It is rather neglected, akin to being unloved by both grandmother and uncle. If you must choose, you should select a principal character." However, when he glanced at Xiao Weiwei beside him, he seemed to grasp the sentiment. The youth of today are all about flair. He felt somewhat out of touch with the times. In truth, he already had a candidate in mind for the role of the young father. Nonetheless, since this was a request from the financial backer, a compromise could certainly be made. Given that the character's screen time was minimal, with only a few fleeting moments, it would not compromise the quality of the film. The director asserted emphatically, "No problem. Lin Zun smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Let us wish for a pleasant collaboration." Following this, they proceeded to sign the contract and transfer the funds. The total investment for this web series amounted to 6 million, of which Lin Zun acquired Jean Fulai's share, contributing 4 million. Lin Zun was quite straightforward. He immediately transferred the funds upon signing the contract. The members of the crew were overjoyed, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Wei, thank you so much. We are truly grateful for your efforts in securing the investment. Our production has been revived. They clearly attributed the credit to Qiao Wei. As Lin Zun was her boyfriend, Qiao Wei remained silent, yet her heart brimmed with joy. She shyly nudged Lin Zun with her fair arm, lowering her head and softly inquiring, "Surely, your actions are not solely for my sake, are they?" Lin Zun blinked. "What do you think?" In truth, his investment in this drama was primarily motivated by the character of the forensic father. Upon encountering this role, he was reminded of the protagonist in Don't Talk to Strangers, who was equally wrathful and brutal, having cruelly murdered his own wife. From that moment onward, this character became a nightmare for all women, lingering in memory for 2 decades. Was this not the role he had yearned for? If portrayed well, would not the resentment come flooding in? However, Qiao Wei clearly misunderstood, casting a charming glance at Lin Zun before bashfully retreating. Chapter 70. Journey to Shizhou to slay the lord of the Huantian sect. Once he had concluded his affairs in the real world, Lin Zun swiftly returned to the other realm. During this period, he had been attentive to the external circumstances. The imperial army had arrived, commencing the eradication of the Great Liang army within the territory. The Great Liang army retreated in an orderly fashion, yet they left behind devastation. Numerous cities had fallen, their riches plundered, and countless citizens displaced, becoming a burden to the court. To speak of his own Qingzhou, nearly half of its land had succumbed, with over 1 million people losing their homes and becoming refugees. Yet, Qingzhou was not the most severely affected. The neighboring Shizhou, closest to the border, had fallen entirely. 80% of its populace had been plunged into poverty overnight, with refugees numbering as high as 3 million. Amidst the dire poverty and uncertainty, instances of cannibalism had occurred. Tragedies of humanity unfolded one after another. In response, Lin Zun could only sigh in resignation. The 3 brief words recorded in history bore a weighty significance in the context of the times. Thus, the lord of the Huantian sect would likely gather followers in Shizhou, manifesting divine presence. If the lord of the Huantian sect sought to walk the path of the divine, he would require a multitude of believers. The more wretched the lives of the followers, the greater their need for faith, and the more devout their belief would become. His previous interference in the wars between the 2 nations was motivated by this very purpose. With the abundance of disaster-stricken individuals in Shizhou, there would naturally be a greater number of believers. Hence, it can be reasonably inferred that he would most likely manifest there, ascending to the position of true lord. It was time for a long journey. Although Shizhou was nearby, it still lay 600 or 700 miles from his location in Qinghe Prefecture. Even on horseback, it would take him 2 days to reach there. Upon arriving in Shizhou, he would need to locate his stronghold and make some covert arrangements, all of which required time. Lin Zun pondered for a moment and decided to set off immediately. Thus, he bid farewell to Lin Xiaofeng, the little princess, and others. Lin Xiaofeng expressed her deep concern. "Young Master Lin, why must you leave now? The outside world is fraught with chaos and turmoil, rendering any destination unsafe. It would be wiser to wait a while longer until the situation stabilizes before embarking on your journey." The young princess nodded vigorously, in complete agreement. Lin Zun smiled and said, "I cannot afford to remain idle. I have an adversary, and I have just learned of his whereabouts. He is hiding in Shizhou. I must go and confront him immediately, for I cannot predict when the opportunity may arise again. As for my safety, you need not worry. With a firearm in hand, there is no one who can match me, save for those of innate strength." The 2 women, considering this, felt a sense of reassurance. Lin Xiaofeng nodded and said, "Very well, young Master Lin. The sooner you depart, the sooner you shall return. I shall instruct my servants to prepare the carriage and provisions at once." Lin Zun waved his hand and said, "There is no need to prepare anything for me. A single person and a horse are sufficient." Lin Xiaofeng was taken aback. "How can this be? Young Master Lin, your journey to Shizhou involves over 1,000 miles of arduous travel, and it would be quite difficult without a few attendants to assist you. I truly do not require assistance. I am more than capable of managing on my own. There is nothing that can prove too challenging for me," he replied. His primary objective was to make haste, and should he grow weary, he could effortlessly retreat to the modern world for respite. Such freedom and ease. Having companions would only complicate matters. At that moment, Lin Zun lowered his head, gently caressing the little princess's head, and spoke softly. During my absence, you must take good care of yourself. Should you need anything, seek out Miss Lin. She will undoubtedly assist you. Lin Zun produced a firearm and placed it into the hands of the young princess. Take this gun for your protection, he instructed. It was merely an ordinary M9 pistol. His reluctance to provide a more powerful weapon stemmed not from a lack of willingness, but rather from the overwhelming recoil of larger firearms, which the petite princess would struggle to manage, potentially causing her harm. This compact pistol was perfectly suited to confront martial artists of the refining dirt level and below. As for those above that level, her 2 guards would be entrusted to handle them. Thank you, brother. The young princess grasped the pistol tightly, her heart swelling with joy. She understood that Lin Zun's gesture signified her acceptance as one of his own. Very well, this shall suffice. Lin Zun mounted his horse and waved goodbye to the 2 women, assuring them, rest assured, if all goes well, I shall return in a fortnight. The 2 women reluctantly waved their farewells, exclaiming, take care, brother. Wishing you a smooth journey. Once beyond the city gates, Lin Zun commenced a furious gallop, continuing through the night, covering over 100 miles before finally coming to a halt. Lin Zun dismounted and addressed the magnificent steed before him. Remain here and make yourself comfortable. You may graze or rest as you wish. I shall return to seek you at dawn. The horse let out a long whinny and nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Zun was unconcerned about its inability to comprehend. For this horse had been meticulously chosen by him. Not only was it tall and mighty, but it also possessed a remarkable degree of intelligence, understanding nearly all the tasks he assigned. Lin Zun turned around and returned to the modern world, carrying a large bag of horse feed to nourish his steed. Subsequently, he traversed back to the contemporary realm, with luggage in tow, making his way to the airport before boarding a flight to Yunnan province. His destination was Shan State, which shares a border with Yunnan. He intended to clandestinely cross into Shan State and procure some weaponry from the local warlords. The journey from his home to the airport, and then from the airport to Yunnan, consumed over 6 hours of Lin Zun's time. Upon arrival, he promptly sought a hotel to rest before donning his attire for the otherworldly journey and continuing on his path. This routine persisted for 2 consecutive days. At this juncture, Lin Zun had already entered the territory of Shizhou. The landscape was truly desolate, with numerous remnants of dilapidated walls and shattered roofs, rendering a complete house virtually unseen. Along the way, he encountered many displaced individuals, their faces covered in dirt and their stomachs growling with hunger. They gazed at Lin Zun's magnificent steed with glimmering eyes, swallowing hard, their desires palpable. Yet, they refrained from making a move, as the horse was evidently owned. To ride such a horse through the streets would imply either immense wealth or formidable prowess. Nonetheless, some remained undeterred. A dozen robust men approached, wielding farming tools, positioning themselves before Lin Zun. One among them, towering at 8 feet, was particularly intimidating. He stared at the horse, swallowing hard, and implored, my lord. We have not eaten for over 10 days. Our hunger is unbearable. If you leave the horse with us, we shall not trouble you. Lin Zun spoke expressionlessly. Kneel. Thud. Thud. The sturdy farmers, lacking in mental fortitude and physically exhausted, promptly fell to their knees. They realized they had offended the wrong person and immediately bowed in supplication. My lord, we were mistaken. We beseech you to spare us. We were driven to this desperate act by our overwhelming hunger. We sincerely apologize. However, while they might escape the ultimate punishment, the lesser transgressions were inescapable. Lin Zun, with an impassive expression, drew his firearm and discharged a single shot. The deafening crack of the gunfire instantaneously severed one of the ears of the farmers. Ah, my ear. It's bleeding. They wailed, their eyes filled with terror. Lin Zun put away his gun and uttered a single word. Leave. Yes, yes, we will leave immediately. They covered their injured ears and fled in a panic. This action instilled fear in many who were eager to make a move. They gazed at Lin Zun with reverence, keeping their distance. Lin Zun continued his journey while extending his divine consciousness in search of the whereabouts of the Huang Tian sect. Ah, found it. Chapter 71. Smuggling into Shan State. Borrowing weapons from warlords. He perceived through his divine awareness a concealed valley where a group of emaciated villagers were reverently worshipping a stone statue, which depicted none other than the god of Huang Tian, the leader of the Huang Tian sect himself. After their prayers, they formed a queue, clutching small bowls to receive their porridge. The one distributing the porridge was a martial artist who proclaimed loudly, "Dear elders and fellow villagers, this porridge is a gift from the god of Huang Tian. He witnesses the sufferings of humanity and, out of compassion, has used his great powers to conjure rice, allowing you to fill your bellies. Therefore, when you kneel and worship, be sincere. Otherwise, there will be no porridge for you. Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand," they replied, gazing at the steaming porridge, swallowing their saliva quietly. After finishing their meal, they once again knelt devoutly before the statue, murmuring the words of their prayers. The better they performed their worship, the more porridge they would receive. At that moment, another martial artist approached and inquired softly, "How many more days can the food last?" The one distributing the porridge responded, "If we ration it carefully, it can last for another 10 days. That won't be necessary. A week will suffice. After a week, the leader will have accomplished his mission, and we need not concern ourselves with the fates of these people. Indeed, then I shall gather more individuals." Lin Zun captured the crucial information. Within a week, the Lord of the Yellow Heaven would undoubtedly reveal his divine presence. Lin Zun refrained from intruding and continued his journey. Subsequently, he discovered several strongholds of the Huang Tian sect. After eavesdropping and consolidating all the information, he finally gleaned what he most desired to know. The sect leader would hold a grand sacrificial ceremony at Yinshan in 5 days, gathering a multitude of incense offerings to summon divine manifestations. However, gaining access to Yinshan proved to be a formidable challenge, as all routes leading there had been sealed off, ensuring that any attempt to enter would inevitably alert the Huangtian sect. At that moment, a familiar yet perplexed voice reached his ears. "Lin Gongzi?" It was Li Meier, who had detected him through his previous mental scan. "Please hold on. I shall come to you shortly." In the span of a TS brewing time, Lin Zun encountered Li Meier riding towards him. She got straight to the point. "Lin Gongzi, are you here to witness the sect leader's divine manifestation?" "Indeed. But I have heard that the roads to Yinshan are all blocked. Gaining entry seems quite difficult," Lin Zun replied with a wry smile. Li Meier harbored suspicions regarding the purity of Lin Zun's intentions. However, upon scrutinizing him further, she realized her doubts might have been unwarranted. He traveled light, devoid of any attendants or formidable weapons that could threaten even a blood-exchanging expert. What could he possibly intend? "Lin Gongzi, then you shall accompany me inside. However, you must exercise utmost caution, conceal your presence, and refrain from projecting your consciousness. Should the sect leader become aware of your presence, I would be unable to assist you." Fortune favored him as Lin Zun joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Miss Li." The two rode side by side. To avoid recognition, Lin Zun donned a black cloak that obscured his entire face. Given Li Meier's high status within the Huangtian sect, she was considered second only to the leader, and thus, the guards at the blockade permitted their passage with merely a glance. Consequently, Lin Zun smoothly infiltrated Yinshan. They then ascended to a secluded hilltop. Li Meier pointed towards a mountain 30 miles away, stating, "In 5 days, the sect leader will hold the sacrificial ceremony at the foot of that mountain. The area is heavily guarded, with thorough checks for entrance. Even I cannot escort you past this point. Furthermore, the sect leader places immense importance on this event and frequently scans the surroundings with his consciousness. Should a stranger appear, he will undoubtedly detect them. Therefore, Lin Gongzi, it would be prudent for you to remain here and observe from a distance. Also, once the ceremony concludes, you must leave promptly without delay. This is imperative." Lin Zun clasped his hands, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Li, I understand. Young Master Lin, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Forgive my absence." With that, Li Meier hurriedly departed. Lin Zun observed her retreating figure and discreetly shifted to another hilltop. "Master Huang, I am temporarily leaving, but in 5 days, I shall return with a tremendous surprise for you." Lin Zun turned his body and returned to the modern era. At this moment, he found himself at the border of Yunnan province, with the Shan state not far ahead, separated from him by an electrified fence. Crossing this barrier would grant him passage into Shan state. The night was quiet, an opportune moment for clandestine transit. Lin Zun donned a simple, unremarkable outfit, adjusted his cap and mask, and, after scanning the area with his keen senses to ensure there were no onlookers or surveillance, he sprinted forward with remarkable speed. Accelerating swiftly, he reached the electrified fence and leaped powerfully into the air. His body soared gracefully, achieving a height of nearly 2 meters as he cleared the fence effortlessly. The crossing was successful. Now, the next step awaited. Lin Zun slightly discerned the direction and then sprinted forth with the swiftness of a cheetah. As dawn broke, he finally beheld a town. According to the map, this was the northern region of Shan, yet it was dominated by 5 warlord factions. The closest among them was the Vaman United Army, boasting a total strength of approximately 15,000 troops, engaging in all manner of illicit enterprises. If I wished to acquire artillery, targeting them would be most prudent. At that moment, a young man with dark skin, clad in flip-flops, emerged on a motorcycle. Upon spotting Lin Zun by the roadside, he appeared quite astonished. As he prepared to pass by, he circled back and halted before Lin Zun, awkwardly articulating in Mandarin. "What is your surname, sir? You must be from out of town, for I have not seen you before." Many here converse in Mandarin, as their ancestors hailed from Huaxia. Lin Zun revealed a warm smile, saying, "You are not mistaken. I am indeed not from here. I hail from Huaxia and have a passion for hiking, exploring the beauty of various landscapes. Before I knew it, I found myself here." "Did you come here alone?" he asked, his face filled with astonishment. Lin Zun nodded. "You are indeed quite audacious." The young man with dark skin exclaimed exaggeratedly, "I must inform you that this place is fraught with peril. Numerous parks around here are notorious for abducting individuals for fraudulent schemes. Those who defy them may find themselves subjected to dire consequences. They particularly relish capturing foreigners like yourself. So it would be prudent for you to depart from here swiftly." Lin Zun shook his head and said, "I am not afraid. I have practiced some martial arts." "So, he is quite skilled. Now I can rest easy." The young man with dark skin patted the motorcycle's head, revealing a sincere smile, and enthusiastically offered, "Where would you like to go? I can take you for a ride. I am uncertain where to go. Take me wherever you find interesting, please." "Thank you." "No need for thanks. We are like family from 100 years ago." Lin Zun mounted the motorcycle, whisked away by the youth with dark skin. 20 minutes later, he found himself before a dilapidated bus by the roadside. A group of nonchalant youths with disheveled hair lingered nearby, leisurely smoking as they waited. Only perking up upon the arrival of Lin Zun and his companion. 2 of them approached, brandishing firearms, and pointed them menacingly at Lin Zun's head. "Get down. Don't waste time, or I'll put a bullet through you." Chapter 72. Who was actually kidnapping whom? The dark-skinned youth turned around, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Surprised, aren't you? I'm with them. I plan to sell you off to the district." "Unexpected, isn't it? Delightful, perhaps?" Lin Zun let out a sigh. "I had noticed it long ago. Otherwise, why would I bother with you?" The young man with dark skin was taken aback. "Huh? What do you mean?" "That is precisely my point." Lin Zun swiftly struck, delivering a lethal blow with his blade to the necks of the 2 armed youths, toppling them to the ground and seizing their firearms. The dark-skinned youth, overwhelmed with panic, attempted to flee, only to be felled by a single punch from Lin Zun. Subsequently, wielding the gun, Lin Zun fired several rounds, mercilessly eliminating the bewildered group of yellow-haired youths in the distance. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the dark-skinned youth regained his composure, he discovered that the chaos had subsided. Only 3 individuals remained alive, the dark-skinned youth and the 2 armed youths, all of whom were paralyzed with fear, kneeling and pleading for mercy. "Brother, let us speak amicably." Lin Zun, towering over them, aimed his gun at the heads of the 3 individuals. "I have a matter to trouble you with. I wish to reach the headquarters of the Varman United Army, but I am unfamiliar with the way. Can you guide me there?" One of the armed youths, trembling with fear, replied, "I do not know the way either." "Then you are of no use to me." With a resounding gunshot, Lin Zun executed the armed youth without hesitation. The remaining 2, paralyzed with terror, cried out in desperation, "I know the way. I know the way. Please do not kill me. Please." Lin Zun turned around, his tone frigid as he inquired, "Are you certain?" "Those who utter falsehoods shall meet their demise." The young man with dark skin fell to his knees, pleading desperately, "I truly know. I want to accompany the manager to that place. I have even seen General Vaman from a distance." Another individual fervently nodded in agreement. Lin Zun discerned the truth in the words of the young man with dark skin, while recognizing the falsehood of another's claims. However, it mattered little. Both held their own value and could be disposed of once their utility was exhausted. "Get in the vehicle. We depart immediately. Furthermore, bring those corpses aboard and ensure this place is thoroughly cleansed, leaving no trace." Yes, I will take care of it right away." Once everything was in order, the group set off in the bus. The driver, the dark-skinned youth, was filled with regret, wishing he had never provoked this individual. He had mistaken a seemingly harmless lamb for a ferocious wolf, who showed no mercy in his deadly pursuits, having slaughtered his men upon their initial encounter. Have I reaped the consequences of my numerous misdeeds? Meanwhile, another person seated at the back of the vehicle was equally filled with remorse, pondering, what have I done to deserve this? Was it not merely business as usual? Why must I endure such an unwarranted calamity? Lin Zun sat in the passenger seat and inquired, how much longer until we arrive? The young man with dark skin replied nervously, if all goes well. We should reach our destination by nightfall. Lin Zun furrowed his brows. Has it really been so long? The dark-skinned youth was taken aback and hurriedly clarified. The roads here are rather treacherous, and we can only maintain a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Please make haste, and if you grow weary, we shall take turns. Thus, they continued their journey until noon, when the stomachs of the dark-skinned youth and the yellow-haired boy began to rumble. Lin Zun glanced over, and the young man with dark skin, wearing a pained expression, said, we haven't eaten much this entire morning. Our stomachs are quite empty. Could we perhaps have a bite to eat before continuing our journey? The young man with yellow hair sitting in the back nodded vigorously in agreement. Lin Zun chuckled. Of course, there is no problem. Only when one is well fed can one have the strength to embark on a journey. However, they sensed an ominous undertone in his words. The bus gradually came to a halt in a small town, 2 kilometers away, where vendors were selling sweet potatoes and eggs by the roadside. Lin Zun instructed them to procure some for a makeshift meal. Yet, an unforeseen incident occurred. An elderly man, in his 50s or 60s, strolled leisurely along the road, clad in flip-flops and fanning himself. He was astonished to see the young man with dark skin on the bus and approached with curiosity, asking Ague, what brings you here? The young man, taken aback, glanced nervously at Lin Zun, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. It was the yellow-haired youth who reacted swiftly, exclaiming, we have some matters to attend to in the city. The old man nodded in understanding, but then his expression shifted as he furrowed his brow. Why is there a smell of blood coming from your vehicle? The yellow-haired youth quickly replied, we had a bit of trouble with some unruly piglets during our delivery today, which resulted in a minor mishap. We haven't cleaned the vehicle yet. The old man's expression relaxed. Ah, I see. If the piglets misbehave, they ought to be disciplined. Otherwise, they will only cause more trouble in the future. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Zun, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Who is this young man? I have never seen him before. Lin Zun smiled warmly as he introduced himself. Hello, sir. I am the new colleague of these two, accompanying them on official business. Indeed. Indeed. The other two chuckled awkwardly in agreement. The dark-skinned youth hurriedly added, Sir, it's getting late. We must continue our journey. Farewell. Wait a moment. The old man turned back to his home and returned with several ears of corn for the group. This is freshly cooked. Please take it with you to enjoy on your journey. Lin Zun lowered his head to accept it, expressing his gratitude with a simple thank you. The elder, pleased, turned to admonish the young man with dark skin. Look how polite he is. Take a lesson from him. The young man nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the truth of the elder's words. After all, those lacking in courtesy had all perished. The vehicle set off once more. Lin Zun munched on an ear of corn and remarked, It seems your uncle was no stranger to unsavory deeds in his youth. You are like this. And so are your elders. Your entire family is corrupt to the core. Were it not for pressing matters at hand, I would have considered putting an end to him myself. The two young men, clad in dark attire, were drenched in sweat, terrified by his menacing demeanor. How could this individual possess such a bloodthirsty disposition? The journey ahead was relatively smooth, and by nightfall, they reached the outskirts of the Vaman base. It was an immense and opulent estate, yet heavily guarded, with armed soldiers patrolling the vicinity. They could only observe from a distance, too fearful to approach. It was here that the manager and I first encountered General Vaman. If you seek the headquarters of the Vaman coalition, I can think of no other place but this. The young man in dark clothing stated. Lin Zun nodded slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, he had already discerned the weapon he desired through his spiritual perception. However, acquiring these armaments would prove to be no simple task. The armed forces here numbered as many as 3,000, supplemented by a plethora of high-tech equipment that monitored the area around the clock, rendering silent infiltration impossible. Thus, he was left with no choice. Shall we depart now? The two youths, clad in dark attire, gazed eagerly at Lin Zun, their hearts brimming with both longing and trepidation. Lin Zun displayed a warm smile. Of course. Once I alight from the vehicle, you may depart. The two individuals rejoiced. Thank you. Thank you. Do you require my assistance in escorting you? The pair hastily shook their heads. No need for that. Please attend to your own matters. Very well then. Lin Zun alighted from the vehicle, and the two of them swiftly sped away, their pace as rapid as it could possibly be. Lin Zun slowly drew out the Desert Eagle. "Allow me to escort you a little further," he remarked, before firing a shot towards the bus behind him. The bullet struck the bus's fuel tank perfectly. With a thunderous explosion, the entire bus was engulfed in flames, illuminating the sky. Chapter 73, The Moment of the Hunt. The immense commotion startled the nearby manor, prompting a contingent of armed soldiers to rush over. Lin Zun fired his weapon, swiftly resolving the situation in a single encounter. Following that, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the manor before him. The bullets appeared to possess a mind of their own, skillfully disabling all surveillance equipment and lighting systems within, plunging the estate into darkness. The shrill, urgent sound of alarms blared forth, echoing through the night. A cold, piercing smile appeared on Lin Zun's face. The moment of the hunt had arrived. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets soared over the high walls, targeting the armed soldiers within the estate. Blood-curdling screams erupted in succession. The soldiers, unaware of their assailants, perished in a haze of confusion. Deep within the estate, in the most opulent villa, a corpulent man with sallow skin awakened from the embrace of two women. He donned a simple jacket, secured his gun at his waist, and stepped outside, bellowing, "What is happening? Why can't anyone sleep soundly at this hour? General, we are under attack." The soldiers surrounding him stammered, visibly shaken. The general continued to admonish, "I am aware we are under attack. I wish to know the identity of our assailants and their numbers. We do not know the nature of this fierce enemy." Useless. The general cursed again. He was ready to take command and strategize, but as he surveyed the oppressive darkness and listened to the continuous screams, unease began to gnaw at his heart. It felt as if the night itself was consuming him, and he hesitated to step further outside. At that moment, a small contingent of armed troops rushed in, led by his trusted confidant, Darawa, a formidable warrior known for his lethal prowess, having claimed the lives of countless foes, earning him the title of God of Death. Yet today, he bore a visage of fear. "General, the enemy is ferocious, and their firepower is overwhelming. It would be prudent for us to retreat immediately." Without hesitation, the general nodded. "Let us depart." He was a rational man. And if even the God of Death deemed retreat necessary, there was no question of staying. As they moved, he inquired, "Which faction is responsible? How many are there? How did they infiltrate without our knowledge?" "General, I do not know." "What? You do not know either?" The general's anger flared. They had breached their stronghold. And yet he remained in the dark? "What use are you then? Has the decadence of these years dulled your senses?" "General, I truly do not know. To this point, we have not seen a single enemy," Darawa exclaimed, panic etched across his face. "When the alarm sounded, I rushed to provide support. But upon arrival, there was no enemy in sight, only the sound of gunfire, and our soldiers fell one after another, all shot in the forehead. I searched for ages but could not discern the source of the bullets. I suspect we are facing a ghost." "Absurd. Nonsense. How could there be ghosts in this world?" The general retorted angrily. "If there were, I would have long since perished. They must be employing some advanced weaponry. For now, we must retreat to a secure location and later seek retribution." Yes, the general is right. Let us hasten." Just then, distant gunfire erupted, followed by the anguished cries of soldiers collapsing behind them. Darawa's complexion turned ashen. He is pursuing us." "Who is he?" the general queried, perplexed. "Of course, the ghost. He is upon us." Darawa trembled in terror, abandoning the general to flee on his own. "Humph. Where in this world are there ghosts?" The general remained skeptical, yet quickened his pace. As the leader of the armed forces, he would not recklessly confront danger. Preserving his life was paramount for any future resurgence or vengeance. But at that moment, 2 bullets flew through the air, claiming him and his confidant simultaneously. Under the barrage of gunfire, all lives are rendered equal. No matter how immense one's power, it ultimately succumbs to a single bullet. Gradually, the sound of gunfire waned, and the dark estate fell into silence. Lin Zun surveyed the surroundings with his divine awareness several times, ensuring that no hidden threats remained before sheathing his weapon and proceeding inside. The journey felt akin to returning home as he adeptly navigated through the corridors and passageways, arriving at a stark white edifice. This was the ammunition depot of the Vaman armed forces. Certainly, it was merely one of several, yet it held paramount significance. Lin Zun fired several shots at the door, shattering the lock before stepping inside. The first sight that greeted him was an array of firearms, including assault rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, shotguns, and machine guns, over 100 in total, all adorning the walls, with boxes upon boxes of ammunition strewn across the floor. However, these were not what Lin Zun sought most fervently. He pressed onward, For the weapon he truly needed lay deeper within, the Type 60 three-toed rocket launcher. Lin Zun joyfully lifted a rocket launcher. Its formidable firepower boasts a lethal radius exceeding 10 meters. With a maximum flight velocity of 370 meters per second and a range surpassing 8 kilometers, it is both lightweight and convenient for individual carry. Subsequently, Lin Zun grasped a larger weapon, the Type 11 sniper howitzer. This artillery, designed specifically for armor penetration, achieves an initial velocity of up to 450 meters per second. With a maximum range of 2,500 meters, a lethality radius of 7 meters, and an armor-piercing depth of 80 millimeters, Lin Zun set aside the grenade launcher and picked up another weapon, the M224 mortar. With an initial muzzle velocity of 230 meters per second, it boasts a maximum range of nearly 3,500 meters and a lethal radius exceeding 10 meters. Furthermore, it is remarkably portable and can be operated by a single individual with ease. Lin Zun meticulously examined each weapon as if they were treasured possessions. Among them, there were around 20 artillery barrels and over 100 shells, along with several grenades. Although these were merely small projectiles compared to those of great powers, they were more than sufficient for Lin Zun's needs. Moreover, these arms were perfectly suited for his use. Subsequently, Lin Zun busied himself with the swift transfer of these munitions to another realm, ensuring that no external firearms or ammunition were overlooked. Despite the complications involved, he felt an immense sense of joy. In my lifetime, I have never engaged in such a bountiful battle. If only Li Yunlong were to learn of this, he would be envious beyond measure. I refuse to believe that a barrage of these shells wouldn't obliterate that scoundrel, Huang Tianjiao. If it weren't for the unsuitable environment, he might have laughed aloud. Sensing it was time to depart, he conducted a final sweep with his divine consciousness to ascertain if anything essential was overlooked. Intending to take a few more items with him, to his delight, he discovered a considerable number of valuable treasures, including some US dollars, gold, and jewelry, collectively worth approximately 30 million yuan. While he had no use for the dollars, the gold and jewels could certainly be of benefit in the other realm. What is this? A large unmanned aerial vehicle? Lin Zun pondered for a moment before deciding to remove it as well. In the end, he doused it with oil and set fire to this wretched place. Chapter 74. The Hunt for the Half-Step Manifest Saint. Shortly after Lin Zun's departure, everything here was finally discovered by others, causing a tremendous upheaval. However, by that time, Lin Zun had already distanced himself from the area. He sprinted northward with great speed. Yet the rugged mountain paths hindered his progress, and it took him an entire night to cover a mere 60 kilometers. Eventually, he halted upon encountering a steep mountain. Remarkably, he ascended it barehanded and ventured into a cave nestled within the cliffside. This cave, naturally formed, was both dry and spacious. Perched within the cliff at a vertical height exceeding 100 meters, it was virtually inaccessible to anyone else. Lin Zun was exceedingly pleased. This location was quite suitable as an arms transit station. He hurried back to the otherworld and transported the recently plundered weaponry. Thus, when he launched his assault in the otherworld, he could readily access his weapons at any moment. At this juncture, only 2 days remained until the manifestation of the Huang Tian Sect Master's divine transformation. Lin Zun calmed his mind, conserving his energy and preparing for the impending battle. 2 days swiftly passed. This day marked the grand ceremony of the Huang Tian Sect's divine ascension, attracting countless devotees to witness the moment of divine manifestation. The Yinshan region grew lively, teeming with a throng of at least 100,000 people. However, this represented merely a fraction of the faithful. To forge a divine path and ascend to the rank of true monarch, a minimum of 1 million devotees was required. Many followers, hindered by great distances, could only worship from their respective strongholds, offering incense and prayers. As a protector of the Huang Tian sect, Li Meier was naturally present at the scene. Accompanying her were 2 men whose presence matched her own, presumably fellow guardians, positioned at 3 sides of the altar to help maintain order amidst the gathering. At the center of the altar sat a man clad in a robe of purple, gold, and crimson, meditating upon a lotus pedestal. Though slender, he exuded an ethereal grace, and the lightness of his robe fluttered in the wind, imparting an otherworldly aura that compelled admiration from onlookers, who could not help but regard him as a genuine immortal. Yet, beneath this seemingly virtuous faade of the Huangtian sect leader lay a multitude of sordid secrets, Lin Zun mused. At this moment, he hovered above at an altitude exceeding 3,000 meters, observing the scene through a telescope. You may wonder how he achieved flight. It was all thanks to a drone. He had discovered a large drone at the Vomit Manor, capable of carrying a weight of 300 pounds, which he had repurposed for aerial surveillance of the grand ceremony. However, he dared not approach too closely, for the Huan Tian leader possessed spiritual awareness, and detection would be detrimental. Yet, he could not stray too far either, as this would hinder his ability to strike accurately. A straight-line distance of 12 miles was optimal, for an out-of-body true monarch could sense up to 10 miles. He could not rely on spiritual perception, only his eyes would suffice, lest he draw attention. Fortunately, he had procured a military-grade telescope from the manor, allowing him to see clearly and from afar. The moment an out-of-body true monarch's spirit separates from their body, they are at their most vulnerable. Thus, I must seize this opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, annihilating both their physical form and extinguishing their spirit. There Lin Zun discreetly schemed, ever ready for action. The auspicious moment had arrived. Heaven has perished, the yellow heaven shall rise. This very day, the world shall witness great fortune. The leader of the yellow heaven, seated upon the altar, opened his eyes and proclaimed with a booming voice, "The suffering of the people weighs heavily upon my heart. Today, I shall ascend to the divine realm, drawing upon the incense of all beings, to bestow peace and prosperity upon the world. Let the yellow heaven ascend to the divine, bringing forth an era of tranquility." The masses below fervently bowed in worship, their faith coalescing rapidly into the body of the yellow heaven leader. Simultaneously, grand sacrificial rites were conducted in other locations, where the collective belief of the populace surged forth, swiftly flowing into the yellow heaven leader. As the power of faith within him grew, the yellow heaven leader felt an undeniable elation. Today is the day of ascension. High above, Lin Zun hefted 2 rocket launchers, with mortars and howitzers bound to his side, preparing for a barrage of covering fire. Yet, just as he was about to unleash his assault, he halted. Someone was approaching with great speed. From his vantage point, he observed 4 figures darting through the forest and mountains like missiles, converging around the altar. They stood at the 4 cardinal points, their gazes fixed upon the yellow heaven leader, radiating hostility. Upon seeing these 4 individuals, the yellow heaven leader's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "What are you doing here? Weren't you engaged in a confrontation with the innate warriors of the Great Liang?" It turned out that these 4 were indeed the innate warriors of the Great Song dynasty. One, appearing rather refined, replied calmly, "We were indeed confronting the innate warriors of Great Liang, but upon learning of your actions, we decided to temporarily cease hostilities at a small cost, specifically to eliminate you." Another, clad in resplendent golden armor and exuding a formidable presence, declared fiercely, "Yellow heaven scoundrel, for your selfish gain, you have caused the deaths of tens of thousands of my valiant men on the battlefield, and now you have rendered millions of commoners homeless. Your crimes are unforgivable. If I do not slay you today, I, Wang Zhantian, shall be ashamed to call myself a man." The third figure, surprisingly a eunuch, held a soft sword and spoke in a gentle tone. "I have come at." Lin Zun concealed himself high above, witnessing the formidable prowess of innate martial artists. It was truly a spectacle to behold. A mere swing of the blade unleashed a surge of energy spanning several zhang, while one individual cleaved through a small forest with a colossal 40-meter-long sword, severing it as effortlessly as one would cut chives. It is no wonder that some declare, beneath the innate, all are but ants. Until one reaches the innate realm, engaging them in combat is utterly futile. Even Lin Zun felt that without resorting to artillery, he could inflict no harm upon them. However, what astonished him further was the might of the Huang Tian sect master. Though he currently dwelled in the realm of spirit refinement, akin to the blood transformation stage of martial arts, the strength he unleashed was astonishingly on par with that of the innate. The 4 innate warriors united could not even contend with him. The clash between the 2 factions resembled a divine battle. Should such a master of spirit refinement reveal their true power, how formidable would they become? Lin Zun found himself captivated by the thought. Surely, ordinary innate warriors would stand no chance against them, would they? Lin Zun steadied his thoughts and continued to observe the battle, absorbing valuable insights. Gradually, however, he sensed something amiss. Li Meyer and the 2 guardians had inexplicably vanished. Although their strength paled in comparison to the innate fighters, surely they should have at least put forth some effort. Their abrupt departure without any pretense was rather unseemly. What if the leader were to cast blame upon them? Furthermore, Lin Zun discerned another anomaly. The movements of the yellow sky leader lacked fluidity. As a master of spirit cultivation, one possesses an intimate understanding of their own body, exercising control with precision down to the cellular level, making any stuttering movements utterly inconceivable. Could it be that this yellow sky leader was an imposter? A seed of doubt began to sprout in Lin Zun's mind. At that moment, he expanded his spiritual perception slightly and discovered that the divine manifestation ritual was still ongoing, as the power of belief from various regions continued to converge rapidly. Yet, the yellow sky leader was preoccupied with a duel. When would there be time for divine manifestation? Thus, it became evident that this was a mere puppet, likely a magical artifact controlled by the yellow sky leader himself. The true yellow sky leader was clandestinely maneuvering behind the scenes, preparing to reveal himself as a deity. This revelation astounded Lin Zun, prompting him to observe intently. The puppet's remarkable agility indicated that its master could not be far away. But where could he be hiding? Lin Zun discovered a suspicious detail. The mountain wall behind the altar had been reinforced with molten iron. What connection could there possibly be between your sacrificial ceremony to ascend to divinity and the wall behind? What purpose does this unnecessary action serve? It's a gamble. Lin Zun resolved to take action. Otherwise, if he allowed the manifestation of his divine presence to succeed, he would face dire consequences. Lin Zun hoisted 2 rocket launchers, aiming them at the mountainside before unleashing a barrage. The projectiles soared forth with a swift whoosh, accompanied by the thunderous discharge of grenades and mortars beneath his feet. The simultaneous eruption of firepower propelled him, and the drone he controlled several meters away. Fortunately, he managed to regain his balance amidst the gusts of wind. As the shells raced towards the mountainside, they carried Lin Zun's fervent hopes, despite the considerable distance that initially posed a challenge for accurate targeting. Yet, positioned high above, his downward assault enhanced both range and velocity. In a mere 10 seconds, every shell found its mark, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that brought the mountainside crashing down. Alongside the thunderous collapse, a chilling scream echoed from within its depths. Simultaneously, the yellow sky sect leader outside came to an abrupt halt, plummeting from the sky, his eyes devoid of life. This unforeseen turn of events left the 4 innate beings bewildered. What had transpired? Was there an unseen hand at work? Why such treachery? Their minds raced with confusion. However, one of the innate beings reacted swiftly, determined to eliminate the yellow sky sect leader first. He dashed forward, closing the distance in mere strides, delivering a devastating blow. The sword sliced through, cleaving the yellow sky sect leader in 2, revealing the wooden interior. Cursed be it. A mere puppet. Lin Zun watched from the heavens, filled with amusement. Ah, today is your day? Under the combined efforts of 4 innate beings, the Lord of the Yellow Sky could finally hold out no longer, succumbing to a sudden ambush that left him drenched in his own blood. Yet, his primordial spirit managed to escape. Instead of fleeing into the distance, it soared upwards, racing towards Lin Zun's direction. Weightless and swift, the spirit ascended to an altitude of 3,000 meters, where it beheld a young man levitating gracefully in the air, aided by a peculiar object. Realizing this was the one who had just betrayed him, the Lord of the Yellow Sky's heart brimmed with unbridled rage. You have ruined my cultivation and stripped me of my body. You must die. Despite sensing the danger this person posed, his heart was consumed by hatred. Leaving no room for caution, he felt an urgent need to exact vengeance. Otherwise, his wrath would drive him to madness. With a renewed fervor, he sped towards Lin Zun, closing the distance in an instant. Lin Zun, however, remained calm, as if patiently awaiting his arrival. For the grudge of my ruined path, you shall perish. The Lord of the Yellow Sky's eyes blazed with frenzied, murderous intent, his primordial spirit turning a crimson hue under its influence. Yet, faced with impending doom, Lin Zun merely smiled serenely and waved his hand. Sayonara. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Below, drones laden with explosives detonated instantaneously. A small sun erupted into the sky. Chapter 76. Young Master Lin, cease your pretense. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. What on earth is that? The 4 innate beings, gazing at the small sun rising in the distant sky and hearing the deafening roar akin to thunder, exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with dread. In a hidden cave within the Yinshan Mountains, Li Mayer, 2 guardians, and other key members of the Yellow Sky sect awaited the return of their leader, hoping he would lead them to dominance in the martial world. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated from outside. Curiosity piqued. They stepped out to witness a small sun illuminating the sky, its blinding radiance casting heat waves in all directions. Even from miles away, they could feel its intensity. What is that? As they sensed the cataclysmic power emanating from it, an ominous premonition stirred within them. One person cautiously suggested, "Do you think the Lord might be in trouble?" The others immediately refuted this notion. Impossible. The Lord is incredibly powerful. How could anything harm him? He is on the brink of transcendence, possessing abilities beyond comprehension. Even innate beings cannot detain him, especially with all the preparations he has made. There is nothing to worry about. The Lord is undoubtedly safe. Let us not frighten ourselves. They sought to reassure one another while attempting to persuade their companions. However, upon returning to the cave, they were astonished to find the statue of the yellow sky god on the stone altar had cracked. Their expressions turned grave. Not only the four innate beings, but also all members of the Yellow Sky sect witnessed the explosive spectacle from the sky, their astonishment giving rise to countless speculations and legends. Yet, all of this was of no concern to Lin Zun, as he triggered the explosions of all the munitions. He had already retreated to the modern world. I refuse to believe that such a massive detonation, capable of obliterating a town, would not annihilate a mere remnants of a primordial spirit. Lin Zun sat cross-legged, diligently cultivating, patiently awaiting the passage of time. After a day had elapsed, he deemed it an appropriate moment to don a gliding suit before returning to the other world. He re-entered the realm from whence he had come, finding himself suspended in the high skies, precisely at the site of the earlier explosion. A day had passed, and the reverberations of the cannon fire had subsided. The drones had been obliterated, leaving him without support as he began to plummet from the sky. Yet, Lin Zun remained unfazed, promptly unfurling his wings and soaring gracefully. Although this was his first experience of high-altitude gliding, as a martial artist and an adept of the out-of-body realm, his sense of balance was exceptional, enabling him to glide downwards with the swiftness of an eagle. In a series of deft maneuvers, he glided over 60 miles, swiftly exiting the confines of Yanshan before gently descending to the ground. After changing into modern attire, he returned once more. Nearby, the horse he had brought along was grazing, and upon spotting him, it galloped over eagerly. Lin Zun gently caressed the horse's mane before mounting. It was time to inquire about the whereabouts of the Yellow Sky Sect Master, to ascertain whether he was still alive. As he journeyed, he employed his spiritual perception to gather a wealth of information. It turned out that the Yellow Sky Sect Master had indeed perished. Consequently, the sect he had founded disbanded, with its members either hiding or fleeing in fear of retribution from the imperial court. The four innate beings from the Great Song had completed their task and returned to report. Some claimed that the sect master was slain by the combined assault of those four. Others suggested that his demise was linked to a cataclysmic explosion in the heavens, a consequence of his numerous transgressions and heinous deeds, prompting celestial beings to descend and exact justice upon him. Only divine entities could unleash such a fearsome strike. There were also whispers that a mysterious, powerful entity passing by had been responsible for his end. Regardless of the rumors, one fact remained irrefutable: the Yellow Sky Sect Master was unequivocally dead, leaving no trace behind. With the removal of a significant threat, Lin Zun felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Whistling a cheerful tune as he continued on his way, he felt a profound joy within. Even if his singing was slightly off-key, the sensation was utterly delightful. The horse, however, turned its head, seemingly unwilling to endure the auditory disturbance. In that moment, Lin Zun spotted a familiar figure approaching, a disheartened Li Mayer, the young master of the Lin family. Lin Zun suppressed his urge to laugh and consoled her. Alas, I have already heard about the matters concerning the Huatian sect. Please accept my condolences. Li Mayer raised her head and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Zun, saying, Young Master Lin, there is no need for pretense. If you wish to laugh, then laugh freely. Very well, then I shall not hold back. Lin Zun placed his hands on his hips and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Li Mayer's face was adorned with several dark lines, her fists involuntarily clenching. You dare to laugh? You truly find this amusing. Such audacity. It's outrageous. If I weren't at such a disadvantage, I would be tempted to strike you. Lin Zun is a considerate and warm-hearted gentleman who, amidst laughter, never forgets to offer comfort to others. Miss Li, the cycle of life, death, and illness is a common reality. It is best to adopt a more open perspective, he chuckles. Li Mayer responds, Life's journey is still long, your master, resting in the netherworld, would not wish for you to grieve for him. With a light-hearted tone, she continues, Cheer up and forge ahead. The Yellow Sky Sect still needs you. She laughs heartily, then adds, Pardon me, where was I laughing just now? No matter, I shall laugh again. All right, enough. Li Mayer, feeling a headache, interrupts Lin Zun's laughter. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your consolation. It has only deepened my discomfort. Lin Zun nodded with a sense of relief. That is well. What are your plans for the future? Li Meyer sighed and, with a resigned smile, replied, originally, I intended to assist the Lord in manifesting his divine power and then rely on his strength to exact vengeance. However, fate has played its tricks. And what was once a beautiful vision has turned into mere illusions. Yet, this minor setback shall not deter me. Henceforth, I shall gather my former allies, develop our strength in secrecy, and strategize for the next opportunity to reveal the divine. Lin Zun was taken aback. You intend to continue your missionary work and assist others in achieving enlightenment? Li Meyer nodded with a sense of inevitability. Indeed, my adversary is the true Lord of Enlightenment. To confront him, one must possess equal stature in enlightenment. Even a grandmaster would be of no use, unable to find a suitable enlightened being to assist me. I have no choice but to cultivate my own. Lin Zun felt a twinge of pity for her. Let it go, it's futile. Even the mighty Huang Tian, the leader of the sect, has perished. Yet she insisted, but young Master Lin, this is prepared for you. Me? Lin Zun was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively, stating, I do not require assistance. I am capable of cultivating my abilities on my own. Young Master Lin, do not act impulsively. Li Meyer advised in an exceedingly calm tone. I am aware of your prodigious talent in spiritual cultivation. However, the sect leader himself was similarly gifted. By the age of 30, he had achieved a breakthrough in spiritual transcendence, and by 60, he had reached the pinnacle of such mastery. Yet, at that critical juncture, he found himself ensnared for a decade, engulfed in despair, ultimately compelled to resort to perilous measures. Young Master Lin, while your innate abilities are remarkable, who can truly predict the future? Thus, I must prepare for eventualities so that when the time arises, I can promptly rise to your aid and assist you in manifesting your divine potential. Chapter 77. The Aftermath of Eliminating the Warlords in Reality. In the end, Lin Zun was unable to sway Li Meyer. She, being a person of unwavering resolve and extreme conviction, had come to regard her quest for vengeance as both her vocation and her life. If she were to remain inactive, she would likely face profound inner condemnation. Only when her deep-seated grievances are avenged could she hope to relinquish everything. Lin Zun continued his journey. The route he took to arrive was one he needed to remember, and he had to inquire about the whereabouts of the Huang Tian sect leader, which consumed a considerable amount of time. However, his return was effortless as he retraced his steps along the same path. In merely 2 days, he arrived back at Qinghe Prefecture. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was spotted by the maid Xiaoxue, who was preparing to go out. Her face lit up with joy as she called out to the inner room. Young Master has returned. Instantly, the entire courtyard became lively, with everyone present rushing over to extend their greetings. Among them, the one who hurried the fastest was the little princess. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. Although she was clearly overwhelmed with excitement, she maintained a poised demeanor. Approaching Lin Zun, she modestly said, Brother, you have returned. Indeed. Lin Zun extended his hand to gently stroke her head, playfully pinching her plump cheeks while smiling. Once the matters are settled, I shall naturally return. Has anything transpired at home during my absence? The little princess relished this pampering sensation, though she preferred to conceal her emotions, responding to Lin Zun's inquiries with a nonchalant expression. Nothing significant, just the usual. By the way, a few days ago, the governor and the heads of the Han and Li families visited, but upon learning you were away, they regrettably took their leave. Well, as long as all is well. Lin Zun chuckled. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiaofeng arrived upon hearing the news. She was overjoyed to see Lin Zun return safely and decided to stay for a meal before departing. Following this, Lin Zun excused himself under the pretext of needing rest and retreated to his chamber. Once inside, he pushed aside the bed, revealing a stone slab beneath. With a gentle tug, it opened to unveil a secret passage that led to a hidden chamber. In a world frequently embroiled in conflict, martial artists often scaled walls and engaged in thievery, prompting affluent families to prepare such sanctuaries for times of peril. This was no exception and proved immensely convenient for Lin Zun. Upon entering the secret chamber, he swiftly returned to the modern era, transporting all the firearms and weaponry at his disposal. Ultimately, the chamber was nearly filled to capacity. A quick inventory revealed approximately 100 firearms, including sniper rifles and assault rifles, accompanied by over 100,000 rounds of ammunition. As for the artillery shells, those had been nearly depleted in his confrontation with the Huang Tian sect leader, leaving only a handful remaining, which sufficed for the time being. Should he require more, he could always seek assistance from the warlords. Overall, this expedition had yielded substantial rewards, and Lin Zun felt exceedingly pleased. With these weapons at his disposal, he would not fear a 100,000-strong army. Even if confronted by a formidable opponent, he could hold his ground and inflict damage. It was time to return. Lin Zun found himself once more in the modern era, making his way towards Huaxia. Before dawn, he finally arrived at the quarantine wall with a leap forward. He returned to the land of Huaxia. After running several dozen miles further, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, retrieved his mobile phone from his backpack, and powered it on, a flurry of notifications springing to life before him. Lin Zun quickly skimmed through the news. And the most trending topic online these days was undoubtedly the annihilation of the Vaman army in Shanbei. In a single night, 3,000 lives were lost. The main forces of the Vaman army were nearly obliterated. Even General Vaman met his demise, shot in the head on his own estate. With their leaders decimated and their main forces eradicated, the Vaman army was surely doomed. Military experts online unanimously declared it a resounding and flawless military strike. There was no indication of movement prior to the operation, and not a single clue was left behind afterwards, rendering any investigation virtually impossible. The surrounding armed forces disavowed any involvement, and the public found it hard to believe they were responsible. Otherwise, the Shanbei region would have been unified long ago. Thus, this incident became a military enigma. Some conspiracy theorists suggested that the Eastern Great Power had long harbored grievances against the Vaman army, prompting this military action. The Eastern Great Power quickly convened a press conference to deny the allegations, asserting their commitment to peace and cooperation among nations in creating a harmonious new home for humanity. However, the citizens below were defiant, openly acknowledging online that it was indeed their doing. After all, it was a matter of national pride. What patriotic individual could resist such temptation? Those who doubted were met with ire. In any case, the uproar was deafening. Just then, a call came through, and Lin Zun promptly answered. The voice of Qian Xiaoshui rang out with excitement. I finally got through. Lin Gu, where have you been these past few days? I tried calling you repeatedly, but either your phone was off or there was no signal. I thought something had happened to you. Lin Zun smiled calmly and replied, Did I not mention before that I wish to trek through the tropical rainforests of Yunnan province to behold the diverse landscapes? The poor signal there made me wary of draining my battery, hence I turned off my phone. Well, as long as you are safe, that's all that matters. Do return soon. The situation in northern Shan State is chaotic, with recent conflicts claiming thousands of lives. It's truly horrifying. Given your proximity, I can't help but worry about you. Lin Zun nonchalantly remarked, I understand. I will return in a couple of days. By the way, it seems that the third installment of Dragon King Returns has been released. How is it faring? The tone of Qian Xiaoshui was somewhat disheartened as he replied, The third part has been online for nearly a week now. Yet the revenue has only just surpassed 5 million. I anticipate that the final earnings will merely reach around 20 million. 20 million in revenue would be considered quite respectable for such a short series. However, in comparison with the previous 2 installments of Dragon King, it is, regrettably, performing quite poorly. What could be the reason? Lin Zun inquired with concern. With a wry smile, Qian Xiaoshui responded, The prior 2 installments caused significant disappointment among viewers, leading to a united front of several 100,000 detractors who are now boycotting the series. I have contemplated numerous strategies, yet have found no means to entice them back. Lin Zun, draw them in to watch the play. Lin Zun, rendered speechless, remarked, Little handsome, we are all comrades here, no need for pretense. I will take charge of this matter and contemplate a solution to break the deadlock. I am counting on you, Brother Lin. After ending the call, Lin Zun pondered for a moment before accessing the Black fan group he had previously joined. He logged into his QQ account and posted a message. Lin Zun's top hater, Dear family, the third installment of Dragon King's Return has been released. Have you seen it? Chapter 78. Lin Zun's top hater is online. As soon as this news broke, the group was instantly abuzz. Flamboyant handsome man. Who dares to watch it? I knelt down after each of the first 2 installments. I had to bow down at work, and after hours, I sought relaxation, only to find myself bowing down again. Is this what one should endure? Call me handsome. I might have excused the first part as a mere misstep, a pitfall I unknowingly stepped into. Yet, the second installment followed the same formula, luring me in for another round of disappointment. Now with the third part out, are they attempting to ensnare me once more? I may have wealth, but I am not foolish. Those who do not love me are foolish. One can easily predict the plot of this third installment. Surely, the protagonist will clash with the ancestor of the Zhao family for some reason, leading to a confrontation where he is forced to kneel, struggling for a moment before being ruthlessly dispatched. The fool above. I have rallied my siblings, friends, and relatives. Whoever watches this short drama shall be severed from my life. I don't eat beef. Let us cease the discussion of that dreadful drama. I now seek to know the whereabouts of that insufferable Lin Zun. I intend to confront him in person, so he understands the extent of Ma Wangye's gaze. Lin Zun sweated slightly, as the reactions from everyone were overwhelmingly intense. Filled with resentment. Particularly, the individual who declared their aversion to beef exhibited an explosive temper, audaciously desiring to confront him in person. Consider yourself fortunate. If it weren't for the distance of the internet, I would be unaware of your identity and would have no inclination to deal with you. Lin Zun believed that this situation was untenable. If neither you nor I take a look, from where will my grievances arise? I have already transcended to a true being. A figure of semi-divine status, what harm is there in you showing some deference? Thus, he responded below, Dear friends, I can empathize with your sentiments. I, too, harbor a deep disdain for this short drama, and I find Lin Zun's character particularly loathsome. Despite his mediocre appearance, he has never contributed anything of worth. However, harboring animosity towards an individual proves futile. Do you know the sales figures for this third installment? As an insider, allow me to enlighten you. Since its release, this short drama has already garnered over 20 million in revenue. Someone inquired from below, is that figure considered high or low? Lin Zun's #1 critic, of course it's high. The first 2 installments of Dragon King maintain this standard, belonging to the realm of blockbuster hits. This implies that millions have viewed the short drama and willingly offered their financial support. Call me handsome. Goodness. Beautiful as a flower. Goodness. The group is filled with expletives. Everyone feels an immense sense of injustice, and tensions are running high. Call me handsome. How can such a terrible short drama attract so many foolish individuals to watch it? Do people genuinely enjoy being subservient? Is it uncomfortable for the driver unless he bows down? Next door, Old Wong. Are we to believe that our resistance is utterly futile? Lin Zun promptly replied below, it cannot be said to be of no use at all. At the very least, it has succeeded in provoking some anger. The crowd responded, Lin Zun's foremost detractor. In other words, we vehemently oppose him below, yet it bears no impact on Lin Zun. He indulges in lavish feasts while mocking us, a band of losers. The crowd, Lin Zun's most ardent critic. In the future, you will persist in producing similar short dramas. Indulging in hearty meals and lavish drinks, all the while not forgetting to mock us, this group of fools. The crowd, Lin Zun looked up and noticed the resentment swirling around him momentarily rise. I don't eat beef, he exclaimed. Oh dear, this is infuriating. Watching him make money is more distressing than witnessing my wife's infidelity. Do not stop me. I must confront him in person. Count me in. Called handsome guy. Count me in. Echoed the king of green hats. The foremost critic of Lin Zun. Therefore, my dear friends, we must take action. We cannot allow Lin Zun to feel too comfortable. Call me handsome, but what can we do? Aside from his name, we are utterly ignorant of any other information. Even if we wish to confront him in person, we would first need to know his address. Lin Zun's foremost critic. I've contemplated this issue for quite some time. I have a brilliant solution in mind, though I'm uncertain if everyone is willing to give it a try. Call me handsome. Please, share your thoughts. Lin Zun's #1 detractor. Let us first support and watch this short drama, while also rallying our friends and family to join in. It would be ideal to buy some trending topics to elevate the show's popularity. Call me handsome. Is this for real? We are all boycotting. Yet you want us to support? Pedicure flower. I am unable to comply with that. I don't eat beef. At this moment, I am not inclined to support. I simply wish to refrain from consuming beef. Lin Zun's foremost critic. Allow me to express my thoughts. My proposition is to elevate the profile of the short drama, ideally to the point where it becomes a topic of widespread discussion, thereby drawing greater attention. Subsequently, we could report it to the authorities. Asserting that the drama promotes misguided values, is vulgar and banal, and poses a risk of corrupting the youth. In doing so, considering the drama's influence, the higher-ups would undoubtedly be compelled to ban all 3 short dramas, thus rendering them unable to be produced again. Would you not agree that this is a masterstroke? Neighbor 1. That sounds rather intriguing. Call me handsome. Intriguing hardly captures it. Not only would it sever their financial resources, but it would also ruin their prospects entirely. I don't eat beef. Indeed, I merely abstain from beef, yet you are intent on seizing their entire platter. Young boy, Lin Zun's foremost critic. What grievances do you harbor against Lin Zun that drives you to such lengths? Lin Zun's #1 detractor side, alas. I truly wish it were not so. But my resemblance to Lin Zun is uncanny. We possess nearly identical features. Whenever I venture outside, I am mistaken for him. And I am either struck by hands or kicked by feet. This month marks my 3rd hospitalization. Last month, I endured 5 incidents, I cannot coexist with Lin Zun. Call me handsome. How unfortunate. Neighbor old Wang. I sympathize. I don't eat beef. Come here. Let me strike you. Lin Zun's foremost detractor. Picking nose, Lin Zun's foremost detractor. So, my dear friends, let us unite in action. We shall elevate this short drama to great heights and vigorously report it. I vow to ensure Lin Zun is forever condemned. Under Lin Zun's rallying cry, everyone sprang into action. Some opened their wallets to watch, others gathered friends to join in, while some purchased trending spots. Many took to various forums to promote it, and others reached out to several other groups of detractors to join forces. United in purpose, the fervor surrounding the return of the Dragon King, revenge began to escalate, drawing even those who typically shun short dramas. What is this short drama that so many are urging me to watch? Is it truly captivating? The detractors fervently affirmed, indeed, it is exceptionally wonderful. This is the blockbuster short drama of the year, telling the tale of three valiant youths who band together to vanquish a dark lord and save the world. The narrative is brimming with fervor and passion. A series you won't regret watching. Is that so? I must see it for myself. With an insatiable curiosity, he clicked to watch. Upon finishing, he felt a strong urge to pinch his own eyes. What a dreadful film. To claim it is filled with fervor and passion? It is clearly a concoction of clichés and melodrama. The three male leads, united, cannot even defeat a single antagonist and are instead transformed into females to join a harem. Oh, I have a decade-long history of mental illness. Yet I could never conceive such a ludicrous and absurd plot. Moreover, this drama is utterly exhausting to watch. Zhao family's ancestor, you are truly detestable. And you deceitful charlatans. You grand deceivers. May you all meet your demise. Chapter 79. My dear friends, we have triumphed. With the rapid surge in popularity, the revenue from the short drama also soared. On the first day alone, the revenue reached 10 million, surpassing the previous two installments. Yet, the second day was even more astonishing, with revenue hitting 20 million. Money Xiaoshui was overjoyed, calling to inquire, Brother Lin, how have you managed this? I initially thought the third installment would falter, but you have revived it. Even the viewership for our earlier two installments has significantly increased. It's miraculous. Lin Zun smiled mysteriously. The secrets of heaven should not be revealed. You should simply enjoy the benefits. Qian Xiaoshui replied joyfully, Brother Lin, you are absolutely right. I estimate that, given the current popularity and revenue growth, our short drama is highly likely to surpass 100 million again. What a thrill. Do not celebrate too early. Keep a close watch on the online trends and inform me immediately of any developments. No problem, Brother Lin. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zun logged into the anti-fan group. The atmosphere in the group was lively, with everyone sharing their online activities. Simultaneously, they were inquiring about when he would commence reporting. Lin Zun's foremost detractor, dear friends, please remain calm. I acknowledge your efforts, yet the time is not ripe. Although the fervor for Dragon King 3 has waned, it has not yet reached a level that warrants celestial intervention. Let us toil for a couple more days, and we shall activate the reporting mode, ensuring the complete demise of this drama. Simultaneously, we shall render Lin Zun devoid of any chance of resurgence. The members of the group cheered in approval, intensifying their efforts. On the third day, the popularity of Dragon King 3 surged once more. Remarkably, this day also witnessed a historic record in revenue, soaring to an astonishing 30 million. Upon the revelation of this figure, industry insiders were left astounded. They simply could not fathom how Dragon King 3, which appeared to be on its last legs, could experience such a revival and set a new record. It is indeed perplexing, for detractors operate beyond the realm of reason. One cannot analyze their actions through the lens of conventional logic. Moreover, the exploited detractors display an even greater disregard for reason. Meanwhile, the architect of this tumult, Lin Zun, continues to absorb the overwhelming tide of resentment. Resentment, minus 3 million. Lin Zun took a small step forward, reaching the third level of spirit refinement. Yet, this was not the conclusion. With a surge of resentment, for million, he advanced another small step, attaining the fourth level of spirit refinement. His strength had significantly increased. His primordial spirit had grown to the size of an infant, and his consciousness now encompassed a radius of 5 miles. The weight of the attached spiritual matter had risen to 100 pounds, allowing him to manipulate dozens of submachine guns simultaneously, while also managing 2 or 3 rocket launchers concurrently. Furthermore, Lin Zun gently waved his hand, and to his astonishment, a whirlwind swept through the room, lifting a chair into the air. In the past, he had watched with envy as the master of the Yellow Heaven executed this move. Now, he had achieved it himself. Albeit a rudimentary version, it nonetheless represented a significant advancement. Furthermore, with a mere gesture, Lin Zun summoned a mist within the room, rendering the surroundings hazy and indistinct. Anything beyond 5 meters became nearly indistinguishable. How amusing it is that I can now command a miniature hurricane and conjure small-scale fog. Soon, I shall be able to summon winds and rain. Lin Zun chuckled with pride. Yet, amidst his elation, he sighed. The path to swiftly enhancing my strength may no longer be so straightforward. Having already attained the realm of separation, each minor elevation in rank demands millions of grievances. What does millions of grievances entail? It equates to having offended every citizen of the. To ascend to the pinnacle of the separation realm, it would seem necessary to antagonize the entire populace of the great Song dynasty. Fortunately, residing in the modern world affords him the luxury of offending people through the internet, sparing him from face-to-face confrontations. Otherwise, he would have surely met a dire fate. Ah, the modern society truly has its merits. I adore this world. Lin Zun revitalized his spirit. Just then, Yi Qing called with disheartening news. Lin, my brother, Dragon King 3 has become immensely popular, and numerous individuals are reporting it fervently, attracting the attention of higher authorities. Please exercise caution. Lin Zun let out a silent sigh. He was the one orchestrating this matter behind the scenes, and he was well aware that those malicious detractors would undoubtedly report him. Initially, he had intended to hold off for a couple of days to maximize his profits and garner more resentment, but ultimately he could not contain the situation. This group of trolls was exceedingly impatient, eager to see him fall. Of course, it was also possible that competitors were behind it. In any case, the source had become indistinguishable. Fortunately, he had made preparations, knowing that Yi Qing had a friend working in a relevant position. So he sought his assistance to keep an eye on things. If any issues arose, he would receive timely updates and be ready to respond. Thanks to his brother's reminder, he assured him that he would not make things difficult for his friend. Please help me suppress the trending topic, and I will have Xiaoshu withdraw the 3 short dramas immediately. Yi Qing readily agreed. No problem, it's a trivial matter. The two swiftly went into action, one to suppress the trending topic, the other to withdraw the short dramas. It might appear as a loss, but for Lin Zun, it was a victory. The potential of Dragon King 3 was already limited, and the prospects for Dragon King 1 and Dragon King 2 had essentially reached their peak. Yet, through this extreme approach, he breathed new life into the series of short dramas. Not only did he earn money, but he also accumulated a vast amount of resentment, which was immensely profitable for him. After all, by voluntarily withdrawing the films, he was not truly facing a ban. After some time had passed and the public's memory faded, he could quietly re-release them. Having completed all these actions, Lin Zun promptly logged into the QQ group of detractors to announce this auspicious news. The foremost detractor of Lin Zun, dear family, through our relentless efforts, the Dragon King trilogy has been entirely banned. Lin Zun must be weeping inconsolably in the restroom. We have achieved ultimate victory. Call me handsome. Is that true? My education is limited. Please do not deceive me. Lin Zun's foremost detractor, what I say is undoubtedly true. If you don't believe me, you may verify it online. Moments later, call me handsome, brothers, that dashing fellow above did not deceive us. All the Dragon King series short films have been banned, and I can find nothing at all. Furthermore, the trending searches have vanished. Green Hat King, indeed, we have triumphed. We have emerged victorious in this arduous battle. Next door, Old Wang, justice has ultimately prevailed over evil. The group of friends erupted in jubilant cheers. Long live. Long live. We shall live forever. The chat was filled with mirth and laughter. Lin Zun has been infected and couldn't resist sending out several generous red envelopes. Thank you all for your hard work. I will not forget your contributions in the future. At this moment, a suggestion came from a friend. Today is indeed a joyful occasion. We have known each other for so long yet have never met in person. Why not seize this opportunity for an offline gathering? This proposal was met with enthusiastic responses from many. Lin Zun's foremost critic, I cannot attend. You all may go without me. Call me handsome. You are my chief contributor. How could you not come? Lin Zun's #1 critic, I truly cannot make it, for I am currently recuperating in the hospital. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, before bursting into hearty laughter. Call me handsome, I almost forgot that you were beaten into the hospital. Why don't we all visit you at the hospital, and afterwards, we can gather for a celebration? What do you think? Lin Zun's #1 critic, no way. Call me handsome, why not? Lin Zun's #1 detractor, what if you all dislike my face and decide to beat me up? Group friends, that makes sense, ha 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 ha. Lin Zun's most notorious critic. Chapter 80. Visitors from the court, discussing merits and rewards. With the affairs of the modern world resolved, Lin Zun returned to the other realm to indulge once more. At this moment, the nations of Daliang and Dazong had declared a cessation of hostilities. The recent conflict had inflicted significant losses upon the Dazong dynasty, while Daliang, though suffering lesser casualties, emerged without substantial gains. Over half of the invading forces sent to Daliang had failed to return, rendering this battle devoid of victors. Upon mutual agreement, both sides decided to halt the war, restore production, and recuperate. The long-awaited peace had finally arrived. Lin Zun was exceedingly pleased, for a tranquil environment was conducive to his cultivation. It is noteworthy that despite being preoccupied with the matters concerning the Huangtian sect leader during this period, his martial skills had not waned. Now, after more than half a month, he had essentially grasped the fundamentals of internal refinement. His organs were beginning to strengthen, and his physical capabilities were further enhanced. When exerting his full strength, he could muster a force of 1 for 100 pounds. Typically, a fully developed internal refiner might achieve a force of 1,600 to 2,000 pounds. Thus he was not far behind. However, he was merely at the initial stage, and his potential remained vast. He estimated that by the time he reached full mastery in internal refinement, he would be able to unleash 500 pounds of strength, easily capable of contending with fierce tigers. He might even dare to challenge adult brown bears. Of course, his greatest prowess currently lay in his spiritual refinement. With a 4th-level exit realm, combined with the advanced weaponry in his concealed chamber, he was more than equipped to deal with many formidable opponents and challenges. Even when facing innate or other exit realm experts, he could maintain his undefeated stance, ensuring his survival without concern. At this juncture, the local head of the constabulary, Sun Jing, hurriedly made his entrance, stating that he had urgent matters to convey. Lin Zun invited him for tea and chuckled, "Captain Sun, what brings you here today?" "A great event, a momentous occasion," replied the chief captain, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he clasped his hands. "Young Master Lin, the governor has specifically sent me to inform you that the imperial envoy will soon arrive in our Qinghe prefecture to bestow rewards. In other words, the court's commendation for you is on the way." However, Lin Zun felt little anticipation in response. What could the court possibly offer him? Gold and jewels? He had no need for them. Supreme martial arts techniques? He was already well-versed. High ranks and lavish wealth? They held no allure for him. After careful consideration, he realized there was truly nothing to look forward to. What he desired was unlikely to be granted by the court. "Thank you, Captain Sun, for the information." Lin Zun clasped his hands with a smile and casually handed over a silver ingot. Captain Sun, in a state of alarm, pushed it back, exclaiming, "This is inappropriate. Young Master Lin, your valiant efforts in defending the city have made you our great hero and benefactor. How could I possibly accept your silver?" Lin Zun pushed back gently, saying, "Do not refuse. Consider it my invitation to treat Captain Sun to a drink." The young man, unabashed, accepted the offer with delight. Captain Sun, feeling a touch of embarrassment, tucked the silver into his bosom, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Young Master Lin truly knew how to conduct himself. Typically, individuals of Lin's age, endowed with extraordinary prowess and having achieved great feats, often exhibit arrogance and disdain towards those beneath them, indulging in carefree revelry. However, young Master Lin was a notable exception. Despite his elevated status, he remained amiable and gracious towards his subordinates, exemplifying the qualities of a truly benevolent person. It seemed imperative to extend greater consideration towards the Lin family in the future. Captain Sun returned home, elated. At that moment, Lin Zun beckoned towards the inner chamber. "Do not hide. I am aware you are eavesdropping. Come out." The little princess peeked her head out, then, pouting, approached and called out brother in a melodious voice before standing obediently to the side. After taking a sip of tea, Lin Zun smiled and inquired, "You are already aware of what transpired earlier. Given your noble heritage from the royal family, you should be quite familiar with such matters. What do you believe the court could bestow upon me?" The young princess lowered her gaze and pondered for a moment before responding, "In truth, the court has limited rewards to offer you. Primarily, you lack an official title, and your background is not entirely pristine. Thus, the court cannot confer upon you any official position. As for resources for cultivation, they are reluctant to provide those as well. This stems from your status. You are not one of their own, yet possess considerable strength, which would deter them from granting you resources that could enhance your power, as it may undermine their authority. Ultimately, the reward will likely consist mainly of gold and silver, supplemented by the honorary title of a valiant warrior as a gesture of encouragement. Lin Zun nodded. This aligns closely with my thoughts. Brother, what you truly need to do now is to exercise caution towards the court. Lin Zun was taken aback. Why do you say that? The little princess replied earnestly, Brother, it's because you now possess a formidable weapon. You hold a gun in your hand. One that can even slay those who have undergone profound transformations. I cannot believe the court would remain indifferent. If gentle persuasion fails, they may resort to force. Lin Zun nodded with a heavy heart. If he were the emperor, he would undoubtedly act in a similar manner. At that moment, the young princess added, Unless what? Unless you currently possess the extraordinary cultivation of an ethereal being or the innate prowess of a martial artist that would not dare to act recklessly. For they cannot withstand the wrath of an ethereal master or an innate warrior, particularly the former, who can assassinate at will and sway the tides of war. Leaving the court reluctant to offend such formidable beings lightly, Lin Zun's gaze subtly shifted, and he cast a sidelong glance at the little princess. This young princess was known for her intelligence. Surely she wouldn't perceive anything amiss. By afternoon, the court's celestial envoy arrived under the guidance of the prefect. At the forefront was a eunuch, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, evidently well preserved. He glanced at Lin Zun, who stood at the door to greet them, and cheerfully remarked, This individual is undoubtedly a paragon among men, the illustrious hero of Qinghe Prefecture, Master Lin Zun. Am I correct? The prefect, Lu Tianbao, responded with a sycophantic smile, saying, Your insight is remarkable, esteemed eunuch. This young hero indeed is Master Lin Zun, who has steadfastly defended our Qinghe Prefecture. Thanks to his relentless efforts, we have successfully repelled the forces of the Great Liang Army and maintained peace in our land. He then lowered his head to introduce Lin Zun, saying, This esteemed gentleman is eunuch Lian from the imperial palace, highly favored by his majesty. Lin Zun clasped his hands together and greeted, I have the honor of meeting you, Master Li. The old eunuch's voice resonated deeply, his tone impeccably modulated. He surveyed Lin Zun from head to toe, lifting the imperial edict with both hands, and remarked with a smile, Now that everyone is present, kneel to receive the decree. Yes, master. The governor and accompanying officials immediately knelt without hesitation. Lin Zun remained motionless. Hailing from the modern world, he had never cultivated the habit of kneeling before others. Moreover, he was a transcendent being. Could you truly bear the sight of a semi-divine figure, such as himself, kneeling before you? The magistrate turned his head and was taken aback, quickly grasping Lin Zun's pant leg, urging him to kneel at once. Lin Zun, however, took a step back. Eunuch Lu noticed this, and his expression darkened as he sarcastically remarked, Young Master Lin, your youthful exuberance is commendable, yet if you refuse to kneel, you shall receive the edict while standing. The governor secretly sighed, deeply concerned. Lin Zun, usually so astute. How could he let his emotions cloud his judgment at such a critical moment? Eunuch Lu was evidently irate. He was here as a representative of the imperial court. Offending him would surely lead to dire consequences. Chapter 81. Young Master Lin Zun, a true exalted being at this juncture, Eunuch Lu commenced the reading of the imperial decree. His Majesty the Emperor proclaims, Lin Zun of Qingzhou's Qinghe Prefecture, having valiantly repelled the forces of the Great Liang during the tumult of war and safeguarded the lives of countless citizens, is hereby awarded 10,000 taels of silver and conferred the title of Great Song Warrior. So decreed. Long live His Majesty. Long live, forever long live. The governor and others echoed in unison, their voices ringing with fervor. Lin Zun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, for the reward closely resembled what the little princess had analyzed. Nevertheless, he mused, a reward is certainly preferable to none at all. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Zun acknowledged the decree. Eunuch Lu, beaming with delight, remarked, Young Master Lin, His Majesty holds you in high regard. It is merely due to your status that he is unable to bestow upon you a more substantial reward. However, should you choose to serve the court, promotions and the splendor of wealth and honor will be within your grasp. Lin Zun smiled and politely declined. Thank you for your reminder, Lord Lu. I have grown accustomed to a life of leisurely wandering and shall not enter the court to serve as an official. Please convey my gratitude to His Majesty for his gracious offer. Lord Lu, somewhat irritated, thought to himself, why is this fellow as stubborn as a stone in a latrine? Both foul and unyielding? I have laid it out so clearly, yet he refuses to seize the opportunity. He had never encountered someone so oblivious to social cues. Young Master Lin, might I have a moment of your time? Of course, Lin Zun replied. Lin Zun led Duke Lu to the inner hall. Master Li, there is no one here. Please speak candidly. Master Li lowered his head and murmured, Your Majesty holds you in high regard, yet there are no justifications for lavish rewards. If you were to present the weapon in your possession, the one capable of slaying blood-exchanging warriors from 100 paces away, the Emperor would surely be delighted, silencing the voices of dissent below and granting you greater rewards. Lin Zun silently acknowledged the situation. Indeed, the court had set its sights on the firearm in his possession. Lordly, that weapon is my family heirloom, my safeguard. How could I possibly part with it? Let us not speak of this matter again. Lordly, exercising patience, replied. Young Master Lin, do not act impulsively. That object poses a significant threat, akin to armor, which should not be held by an individual. Keeping it in your possession will inevitably invite disaster. It would be wiser to relinquish it in exchange for fame and fortune. His Majesty is benevolent and may allow you to retain one for your protection. Listen to that. How generous. He even permits me to keep one. Lin Zun was utterly defeated by their shamelessness. Your Excellency, please cease your words. I shall never relinquish it, so give up this futile hope. The eunuchly, growing increasingly impatient, retorted, Young Master Lin, how can you be so obstinate? This is not merely a reminder, but a notification. Do you comprehend? This is the Emperor's will. Consider it as such. Li then issued a veiled threat. Young Master Lin Zun, you must understand that the realm belongs to the Emperor. He can bestow upon you everything. Yet he can also take it all away. I hope you do not fail to recognize the favor bestowed upon you and do not betray the Emperor's grace. Lin Zun let out a light chuckle. Are you certain he can truly take everything from me? Why not? At that moment, a tempest arose from the ground, violently obliterating all in its vicinity. Grand Eunuch Li found himself at the eye of the storm, disoriented by the force of the winds. After a brief moment, he fell to the ground, looking up at Lin Zun, only to discover a floating blade hovering above him, its tip menacingly directed at him, radiating a chilling glimmer. Grand Eunuch Li's face was filled with terror. A true master of the out-of-body realm. Lin Zun stood with the poise of a master, once again letting out a soft chuckle. Old master, are you certain he can still take everything from me? Li Gongong was drenched in sweat, rendered speechless by fear. The tremendous commotion reverberated outside, prompting intruders to rush in. They were taken aback, witnessing Lin Zun wielding flying daggers, their astonishment rendering them incoherent. A true transcendent being, they exclaimed. Young Master Lin is indeed a transcendent being. The little Princess Lin Xiaofeng and others who remained in the inner chamber hurried out, equally astonished by the spectacle. A transcendent being. Young Master Lin, brother, is actually a transcendent being. In that moment, there was but one protagonist in the realm, the transcendent being, Lin Zun. Li Gongong finally regained his wits, crawling before Lin Zun, bowing deeply in reverence, trembling with fear. Lin Zun, I was blind to your greatness. I was wrong. Please forgive me, O revered one. Please forgive me. As he spoke, he raised his hand to slap his own face, the sound echoing sharply, reddening his cheek in an instant. The onlookers were initially taken aback, but soon deemed it only fitting. Certainly, this old eunuch had offended young Master Lin, provoking his ire, which revealed his true cultivation level. He was acutely aware of his grave mistake and was now atoning for it. Offending a transcendent being was indeed a capital offense. Witnessing the old man's swollen face, Lin Zun commanded, Go back. Inquire of your master whether this is your intent or his. I hope you do not compel me to take actions that would bring displeasure to all. Though his words were brusque, Li Gongong was overjoyed, repeatedly bowing. Yes. I understand. I shall return at once. I will certainly convey your words to His Majesty. Begone. Lin Zun turned away. The flying dagger subsequently veered, piercing the wall with a sharp clang, embedding itself 2 feet deep. A chill swept through the assembly. If that dagger were to suddenly fly towards them, could they withstand it? Likely, none present could. The transcendent being was indeed terrifying. Esteemed guests, my humble abode is inadequate for entertaining you, so I bid you farewell. Lin Zun was dismissing his guests, his tone somewhat impolite. Yet none of the attendees felt any displeasure. They promptly and cautiously exited. Lin Jinren, you are too kind. We shall take our leave now. No need to see us out. We can close the door ourselves. The room fell silent, leaving only familiar faces. Nevertheless, everyone continued to gaze at Lin Zun in astonishment. Lin Xiaofeng cautiously approached Lin Zun, her heart filled with disbelief as she inquired, Young Master Lin, are you truly a real person? A transcendental being? The little princess, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Look at this blade. It soared through the air without any apparent support. And observe the debris on the ground. It is undoubtedly the result of a tempest. Where could there be wind indoors? Reflect on how we all trembled in awe earlier. Surely, we couldn't all have been mistaken. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Lin Xiaofeng murmured softly. She recalled the moment 4 months prior when she had rescued Lin Zun from the outskirts. He had been so weak that he could hardly practice martial arts. Even the refining of the divine heart technique had only just been acquired from their family. How could he have transformed into a transcendent being in the blink of an eye? Is it truly so simple to attain the realm of a transcendent? Chapter 82. Renowned in Qinghe Prefecture, the mystical powers of a transcendent being. A transcendental being has emerged in Qinghe Prefecture. Young Master Lin is indeed that very being. As the governor and others exited Lin's residence, the news spread swiftly, igniting a fervor throughout the city. Many were skeptical and rushed to the magistrate's office to inquire. Has a true transcendental being truly emerged in Qinghe Prefecture? Is young Master Lin that transcendent being? However, as far as I know, aren't transcendents typically elderly? Young Master Lin is so youthful. How could that be? The chief constable, Sun Jing, emerged from the magistrate's office, standing tall and proclaiming loudly. The governor has witnessed it with his own eyes and confirmed it with his own lips. How could there be any doubt? Your skepticism stems from underestimating such divine figures. Who says a transcendent must be in their twilight years? There are indeed prodigious talents who achieve the realm of transcendence at a young age, and throughout history. They have always been remarkable individuals. They come to this world with a mission, and young Master Lin is one such person. Upon reflection, one could trace the evidence. When the Daliang army threatened to annihilate Qinghe Prefecture, who stood up to avert disaster? It was young Master Lin. If he were an ordinary person, could he possibly withstand such formidable forces? Could he protect us in Qinghe Prefecture? Indeed. The crowd nodded in agreement. Consider this. When refugees flooded in from outside the city, many starving and desperate for aid, who was the first to step forward? It was young Master Lin. He is a semi-divine figure, inherently compassionate. With a heart for the world, he exchanged his family's treasured possessions for thousands of stones of grain, saving the outside refugees from starvation amidst warfare. Indeed. Divine beings are known for their compassion. The crowd nodded once more. Thus, the chief constable, pride evident in his demeanor, declared, young Master Lin is indeed a transcendent being, the first to emerge from Qinghe Prefecture. His profound cultivation and empathy for the common people make him a source of pride for us all. Therefore, whenever you see him, you must show the utmost respect, treating him as you would an elder. Otherwise, should I discover any disrespect, I shall hold you accountable. Understood. The crowd dispersed in a frenzy, not returning home, but rather rushing to the Lin residence to catch a glimpse of the legendary semi-divine figure. The legends state that transcendents can summon the winds and rain. Is that truly the case? Of course, it is. The text clearly documented. They can control the clouds and rain, causing it to pour when desired, or to cease at will. Where there are transcendents, there are bountiful harvests year after year. Is it true that a mere touch from a transcendent can cure all ailments? This is no mere legend. It is indeed true. They possess celestial vision, allowing them to discern your physical condition. Their hands wield divine powers, capable of alleviating ailments and extending life with a mere adjustment. Do transcendents truly possess immortality? This may not be entirely true, yet they can indeed live for an extended duration. The places they inhabit are often paradisiacal realms. If you were fortunate enough to reside there, living a century would not pose a problem. Various rumors began to circulate, drawing ever more people. The streets outside the gate were thronged with a crowd, with many more arriving, their fervor akin to that of star chasers. Some common folk even knelt at the entrance, offering incense and reverence. Due to the overwhelming number of people, the magistrate was compelled to send personnel to maintain order. Internal disputes nearly erupted among the officers over this coveted opportunity. All of this was observed by Lin Zun from within the courtyard. He sighed in resignation. Now I understand why those transcendents prefer to retreat to remote mountains. The fervor of the common folk is overwhelming, making it impossible to cultivate in peace. Indeed, in ancient times, transcendents were regarded as the closest beings to immortals, or quasi-immortals, worshipped by the populace. It was only after the rise of martial arts that they were brought down from their pedestals. Nevertheless, their status remained exalted in the hearts of the people. For they could summon the winds and rain, cure all ailments, and offer the promise of longevity. The little princess exclaimed with excitement. Ever since I learned that you are a transcendent being, I have been filled with exuberance and energy, as if transformed. This was understandable, for she too was a practitioner, with the ultimate goal of reaching the realm of transcendence. Now, with a true transcendent standing before her, how could she not be thrilled? Brother, the little princess said, clinging to Lin Zun's arm, her voice sweet and pleading, could you perhaps demonstrate your transcendent abilities for me? Lin Zun shook his head, saying, what is there to see? You should already know. Though I am aware, I have never witnessed it with my own eyes. The little princess, with arms crossed, shook vigorously and pleaded in a sweet, coaxing voice, "Brother, just let me take a look, please. My dear brother, you are simply too charming." The sweetness of her words was overwhelming, almost inducing a diabetic reaction in Lin Zun. In the end, he could only shake his head and sigh, "Alas, I truly find you impossible to resist." Lin Zun sat upright and declared earnestly, "Pay attention, I shall perform only once." The little princess nodded excitedly, "Yes, yes, brother, hurry up." Lin Zun clapped his hands, and unexpectedly, a gust of wind arose from the ground, lifting the tea leaves from the box into the air, where they danced gracefully before gently settling into the teacup before him. Lin Zun lifted the teacup, his demeanor exuding a carefree reverence towards the heavens. "Water, come forth." He beckoned. Swiftly, mist from the sky coalesced, descending like ethereal clouds, gradually filling the teacup. The young princess's eyes sparkled with delight. How splendid it was to draw water from the heavens, akin to celestial beings. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Lo and behold, the hand holding the cup began to radiate warmth, scorching the tea within as if ignited by flames. In mere moments, the tea boiled vigorously, steam rising and the fragrance wafting enchantingly through the air. Lin Zun gracefully presented the brewed tea before the little princess. "Savor it slowly, my dear princess." The little princess was utterly captivated. This series of charming gestures was simply breathtaking, wasn't it? It would be hard for any woman, regardless of age, to resist. Once more, the little princess clung to Lin Zun's arm, exclaiming, "Brother, do it again. Perform for me once more, I beseech you." Lin Zun wore a stern expression. It was agreed that this would be a one-time performance. We must not be greedy. Just this last time. The little princess clung to Lin Zun's arm, spinning around with her large, sparkling eyes blinking adorably, utterly charming. However, Lin Zun was not swayed. He gently pushed her away. "If you wish to see yourself perform, you must cultivate to the out-of-body realm first. Then you can play as freely as I do. It has been ages, and I cannot even fathom how long I must wait. So, focus on your training. The sooner you master it, the sooner you can enjoy such frivolities. Do not be so heartless, brother." At that moment, Lin Xiaofeng's worried voice reached them. "Young Master Lin, you just embarrassed the grandfather so greatly. He represents the court. Will they not hold you accountable?" Chapter 83. Someone Seeks Forgiveness, a True Master's Magnanimity. The little princess waved her hand dismissively. "Do not worry, it will not happen." "Why do you say that?" Lin Xiaofeng asked, puzzled. "Sister-in-law, you do not understand the terror of a true master in the out-of-body realm." The little princess replied with a grin. "Let me put it this way. If a true master wishes to kill someone, unless that individual possesses innate level strength, they can slay whomever they desire. The number of people who come to defend is irrelevant." "Is that truly the case?" Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed in shock, gazing at Lin Zun. Lin Zun smiled and nodded. The prowess of an out-of-body master is indeed formidable, and this was one of the reasons he chose to reveal himself at this moment. Otherwise, everyone would covet the treasures he possessed, leading to incessant troubles. The little princess continued, "Moreover, an out-of-body master can sway the dynamics of the battlefield. He can dictate who shall triumph and who shall falter. Take, for instance, the recent conflict between the two nations. If not for the intervention of such a master behind the scenes, would the court have suffered such a swift defeat? The damage inflicted upon the great Liang was immense. It is said that this is a master on the verge of divine revelation, the leader of the Huangtian sect. My brother may not possess skills that rival his, but with a weapon in hand, he is equally capable of employing strategies that could match his prowess. Furthermore, my brother is still so young, brimming with potential. When he fully matures, he will undoubtedly become even more formidable." Lin Xiaofeng interjected. "What if the court perceives the young master as a threat and dispatches skilled assassins to eliminate him? While such a scenario is not devoid of possibility, the chances of success are exceedingly slim." The little princess chuckled. "As practitioners of spiritual refinement, our mental prowess is remarkably potent. We can glimpse fragments of celestial secrets, discern fortunes and misfortunes, and sense impending dangers, allowing us to evade them with composure. By the time the court sends out experts, my brother may have already sensed the threat and slipped away, while the hidden cultivators seeking revenge are even more formidable. Therefore, when dealing with those who have transcended the mortal realm, the court primarily aims to cultivate amicable relations, only resorting to force when absolutely necessary." Understanding dawned. Lin Xiaofeng finally set her heart at ease, a joyful smile gracing her face. At that moment, a tremendous uproar erupted outside. What could have happened? The two women exchanged glances, bewildered. Lin Zun smiled gently, remarking that someone had come to offer their apologies. With a creak, the door of the Lin family courtyard swung open, and Lin Zun stepped out. The crowd erupted into a chorus of astonishment, with an unknown voice calling out first. The true master has appeared. Indeed, he was a true master. I had once caught a glimpse of him from afar, and even then, I knew he was extraordinary. Today, to behold the true master in person, my ancestors' graves seemed to be emitting smoke of joy. Ultimately, the cacophony coalesced into a single proclamation: we pay our respects to the true master Lin. Lin Zun extended his hand and said, "Dear elders and fellow villagers, there is no need for excessive formalities." As his words fell, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting the bowed heads of the crowd. They could not help but marvel in their hearts. Indeed, he was a true master, wielding divine capabilities that left them in awe. Among all the townsfolk, one individual stood out notably. This person, stripped bare and bearing a bundle of thorny branches on his back, knelt before the Lin family's threshold. Lin Zun, perplexed, inquired, "Master Han, what do you mean by this?" The individual before him was none other than Han Dongliang, the head of the prominent Han family among the three great families of the region. With trembling hands, he presented a box and knelt in reverence, stating, "In my previous ignorance and folly, I selfishly seized the cherished heirloom of Master Lin, the glazed crystal sphere. Now, I have come to restore the glazed crystal sphere to its rightful owner and seek absolution for my transgressions. I humbly implore Master Lin to spare my Han family." Lin Zun opened the box, and indeed, it contained the glass marbles he had ordered for nine with free shipping. To his surprise, after rolling around, one of them managed to return, lingering like an unrelenting ghost. Lin Zun gently pushed the box back, saying, initially, "I exchanged this exquisite crystal ball for provisions out of mutual consent. You bear no fault in this matter. Master Han, please rise and reclaim your belongings." Master Han, trembling with trepidation, replied, "I am but a humble servant, and possessing such a treasured heirloom of yours, esteemed Lin Zun, has already been an immense fortune. I cannot presume to retain it any longer. I implore you to take it back." Lin Zun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He truly had no desire for this industrial refuse, as it would only occupy unnecessary space upon his return. "Master Han," he implored, "please hear me out. My fate with this crystal orb has reached its conclusion, and there exists no possibility for our reunion." Lin Zun sighed, reflecting, "In the beginning, I presented it in exchange for sustenance, not solely for my own peace of mind, but also in pursuit of an unseen fortune. Now that my merits have reached fruition, it has fulfilled its purpose as well. It is time for us to part ways. Should we continue to entangle ourselves, it would only serve to diminish our blessings, proving detrimental to our cultivation." The head of the Han family blinked in bewilderment, taken aback by such profound reasoning. Although he could not fully grasp the meaning, he was deeply astonished. "So, does this mean the crystal sphere shall be returned?" The head of the Han family inquired cautiously. Lin Zun nodded, his expression devoid of any reluctance. It appeared that, as Master Lin had stated, his connection with the Liuli crystal ball had come to an end. This signified that Master Lin bore no grievances towards him. Reflecting on this, the head of the Han family was elated and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Lin. I am profoundly grateful for your bestowed treasure. I shall take it back and enshrine it as a family heirloom upon the sacred altar." Offering incense and reverence day and night, Lin Zun's expression grew peculiar. The thought of a glass ball, valued at merely $9.99, being venerated by someone as a treasure elicited a strong urge to laugh within him. However, he restrained himself. After all, it was a gesture of sincerity on their part, and to laugh would be impolite. Lin Zun helped the head of the Han family to his feet and gestured to the onlookers, saying, "Please disperse. There is nothing of interest here." Yet, the crowd remained rooted in place, their feet unmoving, while their gazes towards Lin Zun were filled with deep respect, and their demeanor exuded humility. Lin Zun, feeling helpless, turned back. Once the gate closed, murmurs of discussion arose among the crowd. Someone raised their thumb in praise, exclaiming, "Master Lin truly possesses a broad mind and exceptional magnanimity. Head of the Han family has come to apologize and return the treasured item." Yet Master Lin bore no resentment and even returned the treasure once more. Others nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, if it were me, I would not have such grace. At the very least, I would reclaim the family heirloom. As for punishing the head of the Han family, that would depend on my mood. If they can be magnanimous, why can't we? Just this level of generosity sets them apart." Some express their envy, stating, "The Han family has truly struck it rich." This is Master Lin's family heirloom, imbued with celestial energy. With such a treasure, the Han family is bound to soar to great heights and bless their descendants. I have a strong premonition that the events of today will become a cherished tale. It must be said, Lin Zun is currently incredibly popular. By the first day, news had spread throughout Qinghe Prefecture. By the second day, it reached Qingzhou. Even neighboring prefectures have heard of it. Upon learning of this matter, Li Mei hastened back without rest to verify the truth of the events. The news of Lin Zun becoming a true immortal swiftly spread across the nation. Chapter 84. Envoys from the court, the national master Wen Changxing. Upon learning that Lin Zun was a transcendent immortal, the court reacted promptly. Nearly 3 days later, they dispatched another envoy. To Lin Zun's astonishment, this envoy was also a transcendent immortal, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, remarkably slender, sporting a goatee, with hair as dark and lustrous as ebony, and a warm smile perpetually gracing his face. He clasped his hands and spoke, his voice rich and soothing like that of a venerable elder. "I am the humble Wen Changxing, honored to meet a fellow Taoist." Lin Zun was taken aback. "Wen Changxing? You are the current national master?" Wen Changxing is the only transcendent being publicly recognized by the Great Song dynasty, holding the esteemed title of national master, a position of the highest rank. He has served in this capacity for over 30 years, surpassing Lin Zun's own age. Furthermore, his prowess is formidable. It is said that he once brought forth rain to alleviate the suffering of a drought-stricken region, saving the lives of hundreds of thousands. He has also slain a malevolent giant serpent from a distance of 1,000 zhang. To possess the ability to summon rain and to vanquish foes from such a distance signifies at least a late-stage transcendence. Even if he cannot rival the leader of the Huantian sect, he is still exceedingly powerful. Indeed, I am the national master of the Great Song. Wen Changxing stroked his beard and smiled courteously. However, the path of refining the spirit and seeking the Tao is fraught with challenges, and transcendent beings are exceedingly rare. Therefore, we should regard each other as friends on this journey, and it suffices for us to address one another as fellow Taoists. Lin Zun clasped his hands in salute, saying, "I have the pleasure of meeting you, Taoist one." Wen Changchun hastily assisted him to his feet, replying, "Taoist Lin, you are too courteous. I have heard that our great song has produced a young transcendent being, and I am filled with curiosity and delight. Hence, I took on this task to come and meet you, to forge a connection." Lin Zun smiled meaningfully, pondering whether the visitor had truly come to befriend him or if there were hidden motives and warnings behind this encounter. The intricate machinations and intrigues within the court were of little concern to him. His own formidable strength was the foundation of all. At that moment, when Changxing spoke, generously praising, "Lin Daoyu, you truly astonish me. At the tender age of 20, you have attained the state of a true practitioner, an accomplishment rare throughout history. I had initially presumed you to be some old soul who had undergone reincarnation, yet upon closer inspection, it is evident that your primordial spirit and physical form are in perfect harmony, a testament to your own diligent cultivation. I beg your pardon for my impertinence, but may I inquire as to the method of your cultivation that has yielded such extraordinary progress?" Lin Zun's gaze flickered slightly as he chuckled. "I cultivate the Sutra of the Dead." When Changxing was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, "Friend Lin, you truly have a knack for jesting. This Sutra of the Dead is utterly untrainable. Whoever attempts to practice it shall surely meet their demise. Moreover, my friend, your mind is so clear and bright that you hardly bear the semblance of one who would cultivate such a perilous technique." Lin Zun felt a stir in his heart and tentatively inquired, "Why do you say that? Although this cultivation method has considerable side effects, it should pose no problem if a few skilled experts are arranged for close protection." When Changxing continued to shake his head with a smile, "Friend Lin, you cannot truly be unaware of the real side effects of this technique, can you? Is there some secret I am oblivious to?" Lin Zun humbly sought guidance, saying, "Taoist Wen, my time in cultivation is short and my understanding is shallow. I truly do not know. I kindly ask for your instruction." "Very well. This is not a great secret. I shall share it with you." When Changxing shook his sleeves and stroked his beard with a smile. "Indeed, the practice of this particular method of refining the spirit requires one to offend others in order to cultivate effectively, arranging for several skilled individuals to provide close protection, particularly those of innate talent, can generally ensure personal safety. However, while it may guard against external threats, it cannot shield against internal dangers. This technique involves the absorption of resentment for cultivation. As one absorbs more resentment, their spirit becomes increasingly influenced by these negative emotions. leading to a tarnished essence and a clouded mind, potentially resulting in madness. The elder who originally devised this method ended up driving himself to insanity in this very manner. Lin Zun was filled with astonishment, realizing that this was the true side effect. How foolish I was in my ignorance back then. When Changxing continued, thus, the esteemed predecessor, in an effort to resolve the issues with the cultivation method, disseminated the scriptures of the deceased, hoping to inspire more individuals to practice and thereby discover a remedy. Lin Zun, so I have become a guinea pig. Over all these years, has there been anyone successful? Lin Zun inquired with anticipation. When Changxing shook his head without hesitation, no, not a single one. Otherwise, it would have already stirred the entire world. Lin Zun, however, this is not the most significant issue. Lin Zun was astonished. Is there an even greater pitfall? Of course, when Changxing, filled with admiration, remarked, as far as my knowledge extends, the esteemed predecessor who crafted the dead man's scripture is indeed the most extraordinarily gifted alchemist of all time. Even when his primordial spirit was tainted and his body rife with resentment, he attained the tribulation stage. Once he overcame the thunder tribulation, he would have become the sole tribulation sovereign in 5 millennia. However, at the moment he faced the thunder tribulation, its power surged by over 100-fold. For an ordinary sovereign, confronting the thunder tribulation is a matter of life and death. How much more perilous is it to face 100-fold tribulation? Thus, he ultimately perished beneath the thunder, reduced to ashes, with no hope of reincarnation. Lin Zun asked in confusion, how could the tribulation thunder increase by hundreds of times out of nowhere? When Changxing shook his head and pointed to the sky, speaking with profound reverence, it is because humanity is an integral part of the universe. That venerable elder offended everyone in his quest to cultivate the deadly sutra, inciting the wrath of the populace. Their grievances reached the heavens, prompting an increase in the power of the tribulation thunder as a form of divine retribution. Truly, it echoes the age-old adage, above one's head 3 feet stand the divine. Good and evil will ultimately be repaid. Lin Zun wiped away a bead of sweat. He, too, had his fair share of detractors. Would he ultimately fall victim to them? Thus, this forbidden scripture was simply unworthy of cultivation. Every step was fraught with peril, and whoever attempted to practice it would meet with demise. When Changxing concluded, Lin Zun nodded in profound agreement. Nevertheless, a perplexity lingered in his heart. When Changxing had mentioned that practicing this particular technique could be influenced by malevolent energies, resulting in a tarnished primordial spirit, muddled thoughts, and a propensity to succumb to madness. Yet, why had he, in his cultivation thus far, seemingly remained unscathed? His primordial spirit was crystal clear, his mind lucid, and he felt increasingly invigorated, almost addicted to the practice. Another question loomed in his mind. When Changxing had warned that offending too many individuals would summon the wrath of heaven, amplifying the tribulations during the lightning calamity, potentially obliterating one entirely. But the people he had offended were all modern individuals. Surely, he would not be struck by lightning? One must adhere to reason. Cross-regional enforcement is indeed improper. These 2 queries eluded Lin Zun for the time being, and he resolved to set them aside. As the saying goes, the boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. In due course, as his strength grew and his experiences broadened, clarity would surely come. At that moment, when Changxing assumed Lin Zun was hesitant to discuss matters of cultivation, thus he tactfully shifted the topic. Ah, my friend Lin, this is the reward bestowed upon you by the court, or rather, an act of compensation. Please peruse it. He casually presented the imperial decree. Lin Zun opened it with a nonchalant demeanor and discovered that the court had indeed demonstrated considerable sincerity this time. In addition to a bounty of 10,000 taels of silver, there was a century-old ginseng, a century-old ganoderma, a pair of exquisite deer antlers, and 10 deep-sea pearls, each a rare treasure of nature, invaluable for alchemy, enhancing one's cultivation and promoting beauty. Furthermore, he was conferred the title of Earl, equivalent to a third-rank official, albeit largely nominal. While Lin Zun held little interest in the title, he was genuinely pleased with the rare natural treasures. Friend 1, I graciously accept this gift. Please convey my gratitude to His Majesty. Lin Zun accepted the imperial edict and, filled with intense curiosity, inquired, I have always cultivated alone, with little contact with the outside world. I yearn to find companions on this journey. Dear Taoist one, could you enlighten me on how many transcendent beings exist in our great song and who they are? Chapter 85, Sparring with the National Master. The combat techniques of transcendent beings. Of course, there is no issue with that. When Changxing replied with a cheerful smile, gesturing towards Lin Zun and then to himself, adding, "Including you and me, there are only 3 of us in total." Lin Zun was astonished. So few? He was aware that the number of those who achieved the out-of-body realm was scarce, yet he had never anticipated it to be this limited. It is noteworthy that the Datsong dynasty boasts a population exceeding 60 million, yet it has only nurtured 3 individuals who reached the out-of-body realm. The probability is astonishingly low, almost unfathomable. Observing Lin Zun's incredulous expression, Wen Chongqing was not the least bit surprised. Indeed, it is as few as that. My friend Lin, you must understand that individuals endowed with the talent for spiritual refinement are exceedingly rare, almost 1 in 10,000. Furthermore, those with such talent who have the opportunity to embark on the path of spiritual refinement are even more scarce. To traverse this path, one must overcome 4 significant barriers: concentration, meditation, fetal breathing, and sitting forgetfulness, before one can condense their primordial spirit. Each of these stages demands considerable time and effort. Meticulously filtering potential candidates, without immense determination, one would not be able to persevere. Generally, a talented individual in spiritual refinement requires no less than 40 to 50 years to achieve the out-of-body realm. Wen Chongqing inhaled deeply and remarked, "This is under the condition that no unforeseen events occur, otherwise, all efforts could be in vain. With such resolve and diligence, it might be wiser to pursue martial arts instead. As long as one possesses average intelligence and sound limbs, they can certainly achieve some success within a few years, which is arguably more advantageous than spiritual refinement. Thus, it is no surprise that many practitioners of spiritual refinement eventually transition to martial arts. For all these reasons, the number of those who attain the out-of-body realm is naturally scarce." Lin Zun deeply agreed. Indeed, not to mention anything else, but even for himself. He had been in this world for several months, yet he had encountered only a few divine refiners: Li Meier, the little princess Liang Yuxiu, and the lord of the Huang Tian sect. Adding the present Wen Chongqing, it amounts to merely 4 individuals, with only 2 who have transcended. It is truly a lamentably small number. Wen Chongqing looked at Lin Zun with a gaze filled with envy and remarked, "Thus, I am particularly envious of you. At such a young age, you have already achieved divine refinement and transcendence, having undoubtedly traversed fewer paths. Your future is boundless, and attaining divine manifestation is not beyond the realm of possibility." Lin Zun felt a touch of embarrassment from the praise, as he had indeed taken a shortcut. Confronted by the genuine and gradually cultivated transcendent being before him, he felt somewhat inadequate and shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Who is the other transcendent being? And where does he reside? Might you be able to introduce me?" "He is Master Baiyun, an elderly monk over 120 years of age, who resides alone on Fengyun Mountain, detached from worldly affairs, living a life of utmost tranquility," replied Wen Chongqing, stroking his beard with envy. "Were it not for the imperial favor bestowed upon this old man, requiring me to serve the court, I would surely abandon my current wealth and glory to seek companionship with him." Master Baiyun. Lin Zun took note of this name. At this moment, Lin Zun finally comprehended why the Lord of the Yellow Heaven was causing turmoil at the borders, yet the court refrained from dispatching a true master to confront him. There was only one. How could they send anyone? If the adversary were to suddenly assault the imperial city, who would be able to respond? Furthermore, if the Lord of the Yellow Heaven were to eliminate a dispatched master, it would be a tremendous loss. Thus, the most prudent strategy was to have the national master preside over court affairs while allowing others with innate potential to wait for an opportune moment. They had previously employed this tactic with considerable success. Although it was now evident that the number of true masters had diminished, Lin Zun did not allow himself to become arrogant. After all, this world is vast, and the great Song dynasty boasts 3 true masters, with dozens of other nations of comparable stature, and a few that surpass it. Each of these nations harbors several true masters, and when their numbers are aggregated, the total is indeed substantial. Additionally, the mainstream path of cultivation in this world is martial arts, which is accessible to nearly everyone. Consequently, within the same realm, the number of martial artists far exceeds that of spirit refiners by several hundred, if not thousands, of times. Therefore, he truly had no grounds for arrogance. However, he did not belittle himself. Leveraging the advantages of both realms, he believed he would soon ascend to the pinnacle, looking down upon all beings. Lin Taoist friend, as we still have ample time, why not seize this opportunity to engage in some sparring? Wen Chongqing said with eager anticipation. The scarcity of true masters made this rare encounter all the more precious, and not to partake in a match would indeed be a pity. Lin Zun was also eager to give it a try, perhaps learning a great deal in the process. When Dao you please. The two masters, when clashing, wielded immense destructive power, prompting them to retreat to a small grove outside the city. A duel between such eminent figures was a rare spectacle. Thus Lin Xiaofeng and the little princess could hardly contain their excitement and followed suit to witness the battle. Upon hearing the news, the governor Lu Tianbao immediately abandoned his duties and hurried over. Numerous well-informed noble families and common folk also flocked to the scene. In no time, the small grove outside the city was teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity, with bodies pressed against one another. Everyone craned their necks in anticipation of the impending clash. However, when Chongqing, observing the crowd merely 10 paces away, furrowed his brow and waved his hand. I permit you to observe, but please retreat further. It would not be good if anyone were harmed. Yes, National Master. The governor respectfully replied and then called out to the crowd behind him. Step back. Everyone. All of you, retreat further. He also directed the constables to assist in the effort. In the blink of an eye, the crowd moved back to a distance of 20 paces. Yet, when Chongqing remained dissatisfied, gesturing again, retreat further, at least to 30 paces. Yes, National Master. The governor commanded once more. Only when everyone had retreated to a distance of 30 paces did Wen Chongqing nod in satisfaction and gesture towards Lin Zun. Dao you please. Lin Zun returned the gesture with courtesy. Friend Wen, please. With a swift motion, both individuals extended their consciousness outward simultaneously. Lin Zun's spiritual perception extended to a radius of 500 meters, yet Wen Chongqing's reached an impressive 500 meters, indicating that the latter's realm was at least 2 minor levels superior to Lin Zun's. Indeed, he was a seasoned practitioner, with strength that was extraordinary. Lin Zun sighed. Equally astonished was the National Master, Wen Chongqing. He had initially believed that Lin Zun had merely just begun to refine his spirit, but the range of his spiritual awareness clearly suggested years of immersion. Perhaps it would not be long before he caught up. Truly, the youth is formidable. At that moment, 2 desert eagles appeared in Lin Zun's hands, their barrels aimed at the National Master. Friend Wen, I am about to make my move. This gun is dangerous, so please be cautious. Come on, Lin Taoist. Wen Chongqing, undaunted, did not draw his magical artifact, clearly intending to first gauge Lin Zun's strength. Lin Zun did not hesitate. He fired his weapon. The sound of gunfire echoed as he unleashed a spirit-infused bullet, which accelerated even after leaving the barrel, hurtling toward Wen Chongqing. Unfazed by the approaching projectile, Wen Chongqing remained still until the bullet was nearly upon him, at which point his body executed a subtle yet masterful evasion. His reflexes were astonishing, and the grace of his movements was exquisite. This was not merely due to his status as an out-of-body practitioner, but also attributed to his prowess as a blood exchange warrior, rendering him formidable indeed. Chapter 86. The Unleashed Power of Lin Zun. Indeed, any ordinary out-of-body practitioner or blood exchange warrior who encounters Lin Dao would surely meet their demise. When Chongqing expressed profound admiration for Lin Zun's display of strength, extending his hand in a gentle gesture, Lin Dao, please continue. Allow this old man to witness your true capabilities. Then I shall not hold back. As Lin Zun's voice faded, 10 desert eagles emerged from their confinement within the box. Hovering around him, the ominous black barrels of the guns evoked an unsettling feeling. At that moment, Lin Zun's gaze sharpened, and the desert eagles began to fire in rapid succession. The sound of gunfire echoed like torrential rain as hundreds of bullets surged forth, sealing off all avenues for Wen Chongqing. The National Master Wen Chongqing could no longer maintain his composure. A single bullet could annihilate a blood-exchanging warrior or an ordinary out-of-body practitioner, and now, faced with a barrage of 100, was he not inviting his own demise? Young man, you lack martial ethics. Wen Chongqing exclaimed, and to his astonishment, he expelled a deep black small shield from his mouth. The shield swiftly expanded, encasing him entirely like a turtle shell. The bullet struck the shield, producing a thunderous cacophony. Lin Zun was taken aback. Goodness, is it truly possible to do it this way? Lin Zun ceased his assault, and Wen Chongqing retracted the tortoise shell. He gazed at the dents on the shield, a hint of sorrow in his voice as he lamented, alas, this is a protective artifact forged from a millennium of fallen iron. For so many years, it remained unscathed. And now, it has been damaged by your hands, young one. Lin Zun cast a glance and remarked, "It's nothing, merely a scrape." When Changsheng retorted with irritation, "You make it sound so trivial. This Millennium Meteorite iron is not easily found. I, too, exerted tremendous effort to acquire this piece, which I then forged into the Xuanjia shield." Lin Zun remained unconvinced. This millennium-old meteorite, to put it plainly, is merely a stone that has fallen from the heavens. Is it not? While undeniably hard and indeed formidable when forged into weapons, he hails from a modern world where far superior alloys abound, often at a fraction of the cost. Thus, it was impossible for him to empathize with the significance of such a material. "Shall we continue our duel?" When Changsheng gritted his teeth, "Of course, if necessary, I shall return and request His Majesty to gather all the meteorites across the realm for me." This time, he was determined not to be a passive target. He opened his mouth and unleashed a flying sword. "Lin Daoyu, I implore you for guidance." The sword swiftly expanded to a regular size and shot towards Lin Zun with great velocity. Lin Zun felt a sudden shock. The speed of the flying sword was astonishing, reaching the velocity of sound, surpassing that of an ordinary bullet. He now understood the sensation others experience when confronted with bullets, akin to his current predicament with the flying sword. Given his physical condition, evasion was not an option, so he opted to counterattack instead. Bang, bang, bang. He fired once more at the flying sword. The sword moved swiftly, yet the bullets he discharged traveled even faster. Clang, clang, clang. The two forces collided violently in the air. Lin Zun finally diverted the trajectory of the flying sword. When Changsheng remained unperturbed, skillfully maneuvering the sword as it surged towards him from another direction. Lin Zun continued to fire, and the weapons of both sides clashed violently once more. Clang, clang, clang. Another shot went astray. When Changsheng persistently maneuvered the flying sword in pursuit, Lin Zun retaliated in a similar manner. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with neither side yielding. However, the onlookers outside were bewildered. Had the two masters truly begun their duel? Why was there nothing visible to the naked eye? Indeed, apart from the peculiar sounds, I could discern nothing. At that moment, a practitioner of the cleansing marrow realm chuckled and remarked, "The masters are indeed battling. However, their method of combat is unlike that of ordinary warriors, rendering it nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye." Curiously, someone inquired, "How are they faring? Who is winning?" The practitioner pondered for a moment before responding, "Their clash is exceedingly perilous. How shall I describe it? You all should be familiar with Master Lin's weapon, correct?" An excited individual raised their hand, declaring, "I know. Master Lin wields a firearm capable of slaying even those who have undergone blood exchange. He once used this formidable weapon to repel the forces of the Great Liang army, safeguarding our Qinghe prefecture." The practitioner nodded with a smile. "Precisely. That firearm is indeed fearsome. Each bullet can take down a blood-exchanged warrior. Just moments ago, Master Lin unleashed hundreds of bullets. Tell me, is this duel not perilous?" The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Each bullet could annihilate a blood-exchanged warrior. Hundreds had already been fired. Truly terrifying, utterly dreadful. Indeed, it was wise of the National Master to instruct us to retreat 30 paces. Had we remained closer, we would have been utterly oblivious to our peril. The cleansing marrow practitioner remarked, still shaken. The crowd nodded in agreement, their reverence for the two masters deepening. In their fierce contest, the residual force could annihilate any warrior below the blood exchange level. After a brief interval, when Changsheng sheathed his sword and called for a halt, "Let us cease. Further combat would yield no victor, and my treasured artifacts are on the verge of destruction." He gazed sorrowfully at the battered sword and shield in his hands. These relics had accompanied him for many years without a scratch, yet now, after a mere sparring session, they were marred and pockmarked. Repairing them would require considerable effort and resources. Sigh. Lin Zun no longer wished to engage in battle. This national master was both offensive and defensive, possessing the formidable ability to rejuvenate his own vitality, making him exceedingly difficult to contend with. Although he had an ample supply of ammunition, it would be unwise to squander it so recklessly. It was best to declare a truce, preserving their amicable rapport. "Friend one, your prowess is extraordinary, and your cultivation is commendable. I truly admire you," Lin Zun expressed sincerely. Upon receiving Lin Zun's compliment, when Changsheng felt his previous vexation dissipate, and he chuckled while stroking his beard, "Friend Lin, you are not to be underestimated. You have managed to push me to this extent, a first in many years." "Friend one, I have a question. Feel free to ask anything." Lin Zun clasped his hands. humbly seeking guidance. Why is it that the artifact you speak of can change in size? When Changxing glanced around, observing the throngs of people, it is rather crowded here. Let us return and discuss this further. Lin Zun nodded in agreement. Very well. The two mounted their horses and galloped toward the city, while countless citizens behind them raised their voices in unison, chanting, "We bid farewell to the national master. We bid farewell to Master Lin." Chapter 87. Crafting Magical Artifacts. The Four Swords of Immortal Slaying. Upon returning to the Lin family courtyard, when Changxing revealed the reasons behind the events, with great pride, he proclaimed, "These two magical artifacts of mine have long been refined by my primordial spirit, and they have now evolved into quasi-treasures. Quasi-treasures are no longer mere artifacts. Their most fundamental ability is to alter their size. When they fully evolve into true magical treasures, they will possess even more astonishing powers." Lin Zun gazed enviously at Wen Daoyu, inquiring about the method of refining this magical artifact. "Is it possible for you to enlighten me?" "Certainly, it is quite simple," Wen Changxing replied, subsequently imparting the technique of refinement to Lin Zun. The method was indeed straightforward, yet only those who had attained the out-of-body realm could accomplish it. Wen Daoyu, typically how long does the refinement take? Naturally, the longer, the better, Wen Changxing remarked with a smile, showcasing his two semi-spiritual treasures. "These artifacts have been refined by me for half a century, which accounts for their current power. If I were to refine them for another half-century, I am very confident that they would be transformed into true magical treasures." Upon hearing this, Lin Zun felt a sense of despair. 60 years was indeed a formidable span of time. In that duration, he could very well become a grandfather. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Lin Zun resolved to proceed. Although a span of 60 years appeared daunting, he anticipated a longer life ahead, and thus, cultivating magical artifacts from this moment would ultimately prove beneficial in his pursuit of strength. Subsequently, seizing this opportunity, Lin Zun engaged with Wen Changxing, inquiring about numerous matters. Wen Changxing, intent on befriending Lin Zun, generously imparted his knowledge. Before they knew it, 2 days had swiftly elapsed. As a national advisor, Wen Changxing could not linger outside for too long, and thus, he bid farewell to Lin Zun and departed. Although Lin Zun felt a tinge of regret, he was also filled with exhilaration. He had acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding the art of soul separation, thus avoiding numerous detours along his journey. The first step was to procure a flying sword for himself. Why, you might wonder, did he opt for a flying sword as his magical artifact? The answer is rather straightforward. A flying sword serves not only as a weapon for vanquishing foes, but also as a means of swift travel. There is an undeniable elegance in soaring through the skies on a sword, is there not? Hence, many practitioners of soul separation choose swords as their preferred magical implements. Lin Zun was no exception. He returned to the modern world to conduct research online. Crafting a flying sword hinged upon the selection of materials. The better the materials, the more formidable the sword would become, growing increasingly terrifying over time. For instance, the esteemed national master, Wen Changxing, chose millennium-old fallen iron as the sword's core. However, Lin Zun had an even more advantageous alternative, various alloy materials available in the contemporary world. After thorough research, he resolved to utilize 3V powder steel for the sword's body. This particular material not only maintains exceptional strength, but also offers remarkable toughness, alongside resistance to wear, fatigue, and high temperatures, making it an ideal choice for crafting high-end blades. Many outdoor knives and military swords are forged from this very material. With the selection of materials finalized, it was time to seek a craftsman to forge the flying sword. Lin Zun logged into Taobao, where numerous online shops offered swords, including those crafted from powdered steel. However, none of these options aligned with his desires. He inquired with customer service, "Is it possible to have a sword custom-made?" The customer service representative replied, "Of course, dear. However, the cost may be a bit higher." Lin Zun, "Money is not an issue. As long as you can assist me in crafting it, I am willing to spend a little more." Customer service, "Dear, do you have any specific requirements for the sword?" Lin Zun, "The sword must be forged from 3V powdered steel, yet the blade cannot exceed 1 inch in length." Customer service, Dear, did you perhaps make a mistake in your input? A sword that measures less than 1 inch is not a sword. It is merely a mini utility knife." Lin Zun, "Indeed, this is precisely what I desire." The method of refining the primordial spirit involves allowing the magical instrument to engage in close proximity with the primordial spirit. Prolonged exposure to the essence of the primordial spirit will endow the instrument with sentience, gradually evolving it towards the realm of magical treasures. However, with the primordial spirit residing within the body, how can one facilitate such close contact with a magical instrument? There exists but one solution: to ingest the instrument. Thus, the instrument must be of a diminutive size, lest it become impossible to swallow. Customer service. Dear customer, we regret to inform you that we do not possess the capability to forge such a small sword. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Lin Zun, I am willing to increase the offer. Is 10,000 sufficient? What about 20,000? Or perhaps 30,000? Customer service. Allow me to consult with the owner. After a brief moment, customer service returned with an answer. It is indeed possible, but it would be best to meet in person to discuss all your requirements comprehensively. Fortunately, this Taoist store named Sword Pavilion is located nearby, and Lin Zun agreed to an offline meeting. The following morning, Lin Zun arrived at Sword Pavilion. He was greeted by a robust man standing at 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and sporting a bushy beard, exuding an imposing presence. He warmly introduced himself. Greetings. I am the proprietor of this establishment and also a master swordsmith. I have been informed by customer service of your requests from last night. To be frank, crafting such a delicate and exquisite sword is both a challenging and straightforward task for us. The primary concern lies in our uncertainty regarding any additional conditions you may have, which makes it difficult to proceed. Lin Zun chuckled. I understand. After all, my request is somewhat challenging, almost as if it's a jest. The shopkeeper burst into hearty laughter. It's wonderful that you comprehend, sir. Lin Zun retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. This is the design of the sword I wish to create. You may scale it down to 1 inch. Let me take a look. The shopkeeper examined it for a moment, his furrowed brow relaxing. Sir, the complexity of this sword is not great. I can assist you in forging it. Lin Zun smiled and nodded. The sword he intended to forge was indeed not difficult. Akin to the renowned Longquan sword, the crux lay in proportionally reducing its dimensions while meticulously crafting every detail, ensuring it was sharp and exquisite. Furthermore, he required 4 of these swords to form a complete set. He had already conceived a name for them, the 4 swords of extermination. If you require it urgently, delivery could be arranged in 5 days, though the price would be paramount. Lin Zun raised 5 fingers. Is 50,000 sufficient? The shopkeeper beamed with joy and replied enthusiastically. Absolutely, that is more than enough. I will summon my most skilled swordsmith to forge this sword for you, and it will be delivered within 3 days. Excellent. Lin Zun nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, spending 50,000 to create 4 exquisite and delicate swords was excessive, yet he did not mind. He preferred to exchange money for efficiency. Lin Zun paid the deposit and began to meander through the store. Since he had come all this way, it would be remiss not to bring back a few gifts. The swords and blades here could easily be regarded as divine weapons in another realm, so he intended to purchase several to present to others. Just then, his phone rang. Noticing it was Qin Mingyue, he promptly answered. What is it? From the other end, Qin Mingyue's forthright voice resonated. What else could it be? Naturally, it's about the movie. Our film, Feathered Serpent, has wrapped up shooting, and the post-production is nearing completion. Yet, you, the investor, have remained utterly indifferent until now. What a carefree spirit you have. Lin Zun, while selecting a sword, remarked, Am I not placing my trust in you? I appreciate your confidence, yet you ought to show some concern at the very least. Your prolonged silence has left me feeling quite uncertain. Lin Zun chuckled. You lack confidence, and I possess even less. You are a celebrated figure in the industry, while I am merely a notorious short drama artist. What prospects can we possibly have in collaboration? I now regret partnering with you, having just completed filming. My short dramas have already been banned. Your reputation as a celebrated figure in the industry is well-deserved. Qin Mingyue, infuriated, retorted, Do not place the blame squarely on me. I have consulted with Yi Qing, and he indicated that all of this was orchestrated by you. You possess a remarkable talent for marketing, even resurrecting short dramas that have long since cooled down. Our film requires someone of your caliber. I am currently at the film studio, editing footage and discussing marketing strategies for the movie. Will you join me? Lin Zun gazed at the selected swords and blades, responding with a nod. Come. Chapter 88. Vivi. Daddy has come to see you. Armed with the newly acquired weapons, Lin Zun hurriedly made his way to the film studio. Qin Mingyue had rented an office there, overseeing the production of films. When Lin Zun arrived, She was deeply engrossed in a discussion with the editor regarding the film's cutting process. Upon noticing Lin Zun's presence, she waved and said, "You're just in time. We have completed the preliminary editing of our film. Would you care to review it and suggest any modifications?" "Certainly. Let me take a look." Lin Zun leaned in, attentively examining the footage. Overall, the production was exquisite. Each shot was imbued with a palpable atmosphere. The narrative unfolded with captivating twists and turns, and the thrilling elements kept viewers on the edge of their seats. The performances of the young actors were commendable, and even the special effects were executed with remarkable finesse, appearing almost lifelike. It is astonishing that such a remarkable online film was produced for merely a few million. Lin Zun truly yearned to comprehend where the vast sums, claimed to be invested in films amounting to hundreds of millions, were actually allocated. "It's splendid. Your work is commendable," Lin Zun encouraged. "Indeed," Qin Mingwei replied with a touch of pride, raising her chin defiantly. Although her films had met with failure, it was not a reflection of her talent, but rather a matter of unfortunate timing. "I believe there's nothing amiss. With a few more adjustments, we can submit it for approval. I shall leverage some connections, and soon it will pass the review. The next step is its release. Yet my greatest concern remains, will this film attract an audience? Will viewers find it appealing?" Qin Mingwei felt a surge of anxiety, her confidence shaken after 3 consecutive failures. Lin Zun exuded confidence, proclaiming, "Absolutely, there is no doubt." "Why did he say this?" Qin Mingwei, taken aback, raised her head, her eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. "It is because your misfortunes have already reached their zenith. It is impossible for them to worsen. Heaven possesses a benevolent nature and must surely grant you a reprieve." Lin Zun chuckled. "Go to hell," Qin Mingwei retorted playfully, delivering a light punch. "Yet, I remain somewhat uneasy. Which is why I called you here to discuss strategies for marketing and how to elevate the box office this time. I cannot afford to lose again." Lin Zun patted his chest with assurance, saying, "Rest assured, you can operate normally. I will exert my efforts from behind, ensuring that it will not incur losses." "Really?" Qin Mingwei gazed at him with her beautiful eyes, covering her mouth as she laughed. "Then I shall leave it to you, dear benefactor." Lin Zun cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, "Mingwei, you just uttered a couple of extra words again. You rascal, trying to take advantage of me." Since they had arrived at the film base, Lin Zun intended to take the opportunity to observe the progress of the web series Heaven's Net. If he could not be Qin Mingwei's father, he would settle for being Qiao Weiwei's. At that moment, they were in the midst of an intense shooting schedule. It was Qiao Weiwei's turn to perform. She was seen donning a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a mask, clad in a pristine white lab coat. Standing before the dissection table, she delicately picked up a pale, pickled chicken foot from the cadaver with tweezers. Lin Zun could not contain himself and stifled a laugh. Although he chuckled softly, it still attracted the attention of the crew members present. Qiao Weiwei lifted her head, her face illuminated with surprise. However, considering the setting was a film set with everyone watching, she remained composed and did not approach. Instead, the director approached with openness, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, you have arrived. I hope my presence does not disturb your visit." "Not at all. Your guidance is a delight for us," Lin Zun replied. "Mr. Lin, please take a look and see if there are any areas we might improve upon. There is nothing much. You all are doing splendidly. I only have one question." Lin Zun pointed at the pickled pepper chicken feet on the dissection table, suppressing a laugh as he remarked, "Isn't that a corpse's hand? Why use pickled pepper chicken feet as a substitute? Could we not create a fake one?" The director chuckled helplessly. "In truth, we also wish to craft something more lifelike. However, if it is too realistic, it becomes difficult to pass the review. Coincidentally, someone here had ordered pickled pepper chicken feet, so we thought to use them as a substitute, which also helps us save a bit of money." Lin Zun gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You all are truly professional. I have no further questions. Please, carry on." After a brief pause, he added, "All right, everyone take a break. We shall resume shooting shortly." The director called out, and then turned to Lin Zun, saying, "By the way, Mr. Lin, in 2 weeks it will be your turn to film. We will be heading to the countryside for the shoot. May I inquire when you might be available?" Lin Zun pondered for a moment. "In 2 weeks. I should be free. Just let me know 2 days in advance." "All right, await my message." With that, everyone dispersed to rest, leaving Lin Zun and Qiao Weiwei some time to themselves. Under the teasing gazes of others, Qiao Weiwei shyly approached, stammering, "Why you're here?" Observing her bashful demeanor, Lin Zun's smile grew increasingly benevolent, yet somewhat mischievous. "Weiwei, your father has come to see you." Xiao Weiwei exclaimed, huh? Her brows furrowed in indignation as she glared and placed her hands on her hips, retorting, what father? Don't speak nonsense. Lin Zun feigned ignorance, saying, indeed. Am I not playing your father in the play? Xiao Weiwei, her face flushed with anger, retorted, what occurs in the play is one thing, but reality is another. Do not let my words lead you astray, or others may misunderstand. Lin Zun was perplexed. What misunderstanding? Humph. Don't feign ignorance with me. I refuse to believe you are unaware. Xiao Weiwei shot him an angry glare. She had previously watched a few adult films where the male protagonist relished being called daddy by the female lead. Lin Zun pondered seriously for a moment, casting her a peculiar glance. Could it be that you are misinterpreting the situation? Xiao Weiwei blushed in exasperation. You still dare to say that? Lin Zun erupted into hearty laughter. As Xiao Weiwei had to continue filming, Lin Zun only teased her for a brief moment before taking his leave. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Zun returned once more to the sword pavilion to claim his 4 swords of extermination. Not only had the pavilion completed the crafting of his legendary blades, but it had also fashioned a delicate sword case specifically designed to house the 4 swords of extermination. Mr. Lin, are you pleased with your acquisition? The shopkeeper inquired with a beaming smile. Indeed, I am exceedingly satisfied. Lin Zun delicately pinched the small sword box between his 2 fingers, caressing it with great affection as he smiled and remarked, your sword pavilion is truly considerate. I request 4 swords, and you graciously provide me with such a beautiful little sword box. I shall seek your services again when the need arises. The shopkeeper beamed with delight, exclaiming, you are most welcome. Upon returning home, Lin Zun immediately consumed the 4 swords of extermination along with the sword box. Within him, his primordial spirit stirred, extending its hand to embrace the sword box, and slowly began the process of refining it. In a few decades, they would evolve into magical treasures. At that moment, Qin Mingyue called again to inform him that the film had passed review, and a screening platform had been secured. The promotional activities had commenced, and it would be released in a week's time. Lin Zuandao remarked, we can expedite the process. The premiere is tomorrow. Qin Mingyue was taken aback. So soon? Without promotion and anticipation, the film is bound to flop. You've done your fair share of promotion in the past, and yet it still failed, didn't it? Qin Mingyue retorted, how can you utter such chilling words with your 37-degree demeanor? It's truly heart-wrenching. Chapter 89. The Feathered Serpent God debuts, bringing joy to the detractors. Lin Zun remarked, this time, heed my words. Given our limited finances, employing conventional promotional strategies will surely pale in comparison to those grand blockbusters. And even ordinary films would outshine us. Therefore, we must deviate from the ordinary path and seek victory through unconventional means. After contemplating his words, Qin Mingyue found them to be profoundly insightful. She realized that, indeed, adhering to the usual tactics would render them inferior to those colossal productions. And it would be far more advantageous to adopt a distinctive approach. Lin Zun also supported this film, so it is unlikely to go awry. If there are losses, we shall all bear them together. If there is demise, we shall face it as one. Very well, I shall heed your words. Please do not let me down. Thus, the next day, The Feathered Serpent quietly premiered online. Due to the lack of promotion and the fact that the cast largely consisted of amateurs, very few people chose to view the film. At this moment, Lin Zun stealthily logged into the group of detractors. Lin Zun's most ardent critic, dear family, Hu Huan-san, have returned. I have just stumbled upon a truly exceptional film that I wholeheartedly recommend for your viewing pleasure. Below is the link to Quetzalcoatl. Lin Zun's foremost critic is indeed a celebrated figure within our group. He once led us to vanquish the formidable Lin Zun, successfully banning 3 of his short dramas, thus earning immense respect. The moment he reappeared, the group instantly became vibrant and lively. I don't eat beef. Brother, have you been discharged from the hospital? Lin Zun's #1 critic. Well, I just got discharged from the hospital. I hope there won't be a next time. Call me handsome. Ha! I find that hard to believe. As long as Lin Zun is alive, with a face resembling his, you will undoubtedly continue to endure relentless beatings, leading to yet another hospitalization. Lin Zun's #1 hater. How infuriating. Lin Zun is truly my sworn nemesis. We are destined to be mortal enemies. Sensual handsome man. Allow me to offer you some advice, my friend. Why not consider undergoing cosmetic surgery? I know an exceptionally skilled surgeon, and I can introduce you. Mention my name, and you shall receive a generous 20% discount. Lin Zun's foremost critic. I fear that if I expose your name, my safety may be compromised. Neighbor Wang, it's good to hear you've been discharged. In the future, do try to wear a mask when you go out and visit less crowded places. Lin Zun's #1 hater. Alas, I understand. Let us not dwell on those sorrowful matters. Instead, let us discuss this film, which is truly captivating. And I wholeheartedly recommend it. Call me handsome. Is that so? Then I must take a look. The Green Hat King. Count me in as well. This group is filled with Lin Zun's detractors, who are also passionate about films and dramas. Upon seeing a recommendation from a good brother, their curiosity piqued. They eagerly clicked in. Call Me Handsome is one of them. In reality, he is named Wang Haoyan, a landlord whose favorite pastime, aside from collecting rent, is watching films and dramas of all genres. He indulges in all kinds of content without discrimination. Now that a friend has recommended this film, he feels compelled to support it in some manner. Feathered Serpent? It appears to be a suspenseful adventure film, lacking big-name stars and substantial investment. Therefore, the plot must be commendable, or else the detractors would not have recommended it. With such expectations, he pressed play. The film begins with a peculiar figure, possessing alabaster skin and blue hair, lips, and eyebrows, exuding an extraordinary allure as he lays quietly in a coffin. Suddenly, he opens his eyes. Wang Haotian was startled. For that gaze was terrifying, as if it sought to murder him. This shot was fleeting, so he dismissed it and continued watching. It turns out that this moment was merely a dream of the protagonist. As the saying goes, what one thinks about during the day manifests in dreams at night. He suffers from a rare, incurable disease that prevents him from living past the age of 25. However, there is a glimmer of hope. He discovers that obtaining the blood of the feathered serpent not only cures his ailment, but also offers a chance at immortality. The feathered serpent is a great demon from ancient times, revered as a deity by an ancient tribe due to its formidable powers to command the elements. They prayed and worshipped it day and night. Yet, this deity is malevolent, having a penchant for consuming humans. After countless sacrifices, the tribe could no longer endure it and paid a heavy price to seal it away. As the protagonist's story unfolds, images of the feathered serpent being worshipped appear on screen. In this scene, Lin Zun does not exude any murderous intent. Thus, Wang Haoyan was able to enjoy his fries while watching. So that was the feathered serpent. Truly, it possesses an extraordinary beauty and an imposing presence, radiating an aura of superiority. How marvelous was the director's choice of casting. However, the feathered serpent seemed somewhat familiar. He thought little of it. Perhaps it was a well-known actor in this role. He would check later. Just then, a recharge window popped up on the screen. To continue watching, a payment of 6 yuan was required. Members receive a 20% discount. Wang Haoyan did not hesitate, although he had only watched for a few minutes. The film's quality was evident. Even on a big screen, it could surely attract an audience. After completing the payment, he resumed watching. The story commenced as the protagonist assembled an expedition team to venture deep into the mountains and jungles in search of the feathered serpent's sealed resting place. Upon learning of this, the antagonist also formed an expedition team to seek treasure. Both parties clashed during their treasure hunt while facing dangers lurking within the jungle. Wang Haoyan found the film utterly engrossing. For him, this film was currently satisfactory, filled with suspense, twists, thrills, and excitement, featuring handsome men and beautiful women, along with a fair share of tantalizing elements that kept him captivated. The director must be well-versed in the tastes of the audience. Wang Haoyan chuckled, continuing to watch. Eventually, the two expedition teams reached the site of the seal and unveiled the feathered serpent's bindings. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the slumbering feathered serpent opened its eyes. What a gaze it possessed! It was filled with brutality and murderous intent. The intensity surged as if it sought to annihilate all of humanity. Oh my goodness! Wang Haotian was so frightened by those eyes that he fell off his chair, sending snacks and wrappers scattering across the floor. Such a terrifying gaze. It felt as though it aimed to slay him. Trembling, he lifted his head only to find the shot had shifted. He exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. Just then, the camera cut back. The feathered serpent had risen, surveying its surroundings with an air of divinity, emanating an even more formidable presence that seemed capable of swallowing the very heavens. Its murderous aura was unleashed in full force, penetrating through the screen. Goodness! Wang Haoyan fell to the ground once more, his body quaking with fear. He felt like a small rabbit being targeted by a ferocious tiger, certain that the next moment would see him devoured. My word, that gaze is utterly terrifying. Wang Haotian exhaled, witnessing the previous shot fade away, and he prepared to take a sip of water to calm his nerves. The camera switched again, and the feathered serpent continued to radiate its murderous intent. Phew. Again? After several such instances, he was thoroughly exhausted. His complexion was pale, crumpled on the floor, drenched in sweat, and even his pants were damp. In other words, he had been scared to the point of wetting himself. Chapter 90. The detractors were terrified. Looking at the wet patch on the floor, Wang Haoyan felt utterly humiliated. He recalled the last time he had an accident was 20 years ago when he was still in his toddler years. Back then, he was young and carefree, and wetting his pants was of little consequence. Now, however, he was older, possessing a sense of dignity, and such an incident would be utterly disgraceful. Thankfully, no one had witnessed it. Otherwise, he would have wished for death. He quickly retreated to his room, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and stormed back out in a huff. I must discover which scoundrel has frightened me to this extent. Searching the cast list, he soon spotted a familiar name, Lin Zun. Damn it. Anger 10. He logged into the hater group, infuriated as Lin Zun's #1 detractor. Call me handsome, brother, you have truly put me through hell. Lin Zun's foremost detractor, Your Majesty, what has transpired? Have you located the imperial seal and donned the yellow robe? Handsome guy, do not jest with me. I am in a rather foul mood. I just watched the feathered serpent you recommended. Do you know who portrayed the feathered serpent? Lin Zun's foremost critic. Who is it? Call me handsome. Are you genuinely unaware? Or are you feigning ignorance? Lin Zun's #1 critic. What do you know? At that moment, as I was watching the film, I could only perceive him as handsome and charming, with exceptional acting skills. Could he possibly be a certain celebrity? Wang Haoyan contemplated seriously and concluded that his group friend harbored a profound grudge against Lin Zun, likely not out of malice. Perhaps it was merely a gesture of goodwill to share the film with all of us, unaware that the actor portraying Quetzalcoatl was his nemesis, and oblivious to the fact that his gaze held a terrifying intensity that left him utterly paralyzed with fear. Call me charming, brother, after hearing my words. Please do not become overly agitated. Let me tell you, the actor who plays Quetzalcoatl is none other than your archenemy, Lin Zun. Lin Zun's most ardent detractor exclaimed. What on earth? How could it be that rascal? I refuse to believe it. I must investigate. Moments later, Lin Zun's #1 detractor. It's over. It truly is him. My heavens have collapsed. Lin Zun's #1 detractor. How could I have recommended his film to everyone? I inadvertently contributed to his profits. I am truly cursed. Cursed, cursed, cursed. Upon witnessing this, Wang Haoyan's doubts were entirely dispelled. This brother surely did not act with malice. He too fell victim to Lin Zun's deception. Call me handsome. Brother, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. One can only say that Lin Zun, that scoundrel, concealed his true nature too well, deceiving us all. Lin Zun's #1 critic. Thank you, my brother, for your comforting words. I feel much better now. Handsome guy. It's all right. It's good to let go of your worries. Lin Zun's #1 detractor. Yet I am left pondering. Why is it that I failed to recognize you, while you discern my identity at a mere glance? Behind the screen, Wang Haoyan felt a twinge of guilt. Can I confess that I was so startled I nearly lost control and sought to confront that actor? Certainly not, for he is a man of dignity. Call me handsome. I merely found that actor to possess an air of familiarity. Upon further investigation, the truth was unveiled. Lin Zun's #1 detractor. I see. Quickly informed the brothers, so they cease watching this film. Witnessing Lin Zun profit feels more unbearable than my own losses. Handsome guy, indeed. However, it is already too late. The group chat has erupted into chaos. Baby of 200 months, has everyone seen that feathered serpent? Goodness, it was terrifying. It felt as though he had truly slaughtered thousands. I thought I was doomed and prepared to be reborn as a baby. Neighbor Wang, exactly. I intended to watch it with the neighbor's wife. But I was so frightened that I wet myself on the spot, leading her to disdain me, deeming me useless and forbidding me from her bed. King of pleasure. Yes. I hoped to relax after the film, but instead, I was so terrified that I became impotent. I don't eat beef. It was truly frightening, that gaze. I always believed I was formidable, yet upon encountering the feathered serpent, I realized what it truly meant to be someone who doesn't eat beef. Director of the restroom. Why does everyone focus solely on the negatives? I believe there are merits to watching this film, such as promoting digestive health and alleviating constipation. Millennium Contrarian. Were you scared to the point of soiling yourself? Everyone was engaged in discussion. After watching, Wang Haoyan felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. It turned out he was not the most unfortunate. Some were left impotent, others terrified to the point of soiling themselves, and yet others despairing and wishing for rebirth. He merely had a minor mishap, quite normal in comparison. At that moment, Lin Zun arrived, fashionably late. Dear friends, I implore you, refrain from watching this film. For the character of Quetzalcoatl is portrayed by Lin Zun. In other words, he is the one who has brought you suffering. Neighbor 1. What? That scoundrel? Sultry cockroach. I knew it. He looks so familiar. This wretch truly haunts me. Last time he brought me to my knees. And now he has caused me to wet the bed. Utterly despicable. Green Hat King. He has brought me shame on 2 occasions. I can never coexist with Lin Zun. Supreme King of Lust. Where is my blade? I am filled with an overwhelming urge to exact vengeance. I abstain from beef. I do not consume beef. The crowd is incensed. The resentment is at its peak. Lin Zun harbored no doubts if he were to stand before you. He would undoubtedly be besieged and met with a fatal onslaught. Lin Zun's most fervent critic. My dear friends, it is entirely my fault. I failed to scrutinize the cast list before recommending this film to everyone, and I sincerely apologize. What can we do now? Of course, we must forgive him. After all, his animosity towards Lin Zun is well known. He could not have intended this. Call me handsome. It seems that Lin Zun, that scoundrel, is poised for a resurgence. I have just finished watching this film, and it turns out to be quite commendable. Although Lin Zun is rather detestable, his acting prowess is undeniably exceptional. How does that fellow possess such tenacity? No matter how hard he is struck, he refuses to be vanquished, much like a cockroach. Lovely young man, indeed. He is exceedingly difficult to contend with. Just when I thought I had subdued his short plays, he resurfaces in a film. It truly seems that good people do not live long, while calamities endure for millennia. Neighbor Wong. Watching him act again simply irks me. Director of the restroom. But what can we do now? Everyone sighed in unison, thoroughly disheartened. Lin Zun's foremost detractor. Dear friends, fret not. I possess a cunning plan to vanquish Lin Zun, rendering him incapable of resurgence. Chapter 91. He appears too genuine to be acting. Officer, please apprehend him. Call me handsome. Brother, what scheme do you have? Speak swiftly. Pooper scooper. Indeed, witnessing his resurgence fills me with immense displeasure. I must once again suppress him. Neighbor Wong, let us avenge both old and new grievances. I do not consume beef. We cannot allow him to remain so arrogant. Truly. This is the gathering of Lin Zun's most fervent critics.